Welcome to Fiction Audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, like and subscribing would be greatly appreciated. If you have any recommendations for novels, comment below.
Chapter 151, A Study in Magic. September 3, 1995, Hogwarts, Earth 2. Harry Potter POV. Now, you're thinking, as interesting as that is, why are we talking about this? What's the point of this? It's quite easy. Can anyone tell me what field of magic defense against the dark arts belongs to? For the first time, the student started to actually try to understand what defense class was all about. It was odd. He hadn't learned a new spell, or even used magic, really, but he felt like he started to have a better understanding of magic after just a few minutes with Professor Sayre. He had to admit that Fred and George were right. The woman really knew her stuff. Funnily enough, no one had raised their hand to answer that question. The question did make sense. What kind of magic were they learning in defense? Even Hermione looked defeated, unable to answer a professor's question for the first time. Even more oddly was Ron raising his hand to answer. Mr. Weasley, what is your answer? Ron looked confident at his answer for some reason. Well, since the class is about fighting dark magic, then we're learning light magic, right? The defense professor shook her head. I'm afraid that both those statements are false. This class is not about fighting dark magic, it's about being able to defend yourself from any magic. Because trust me, you can easily kill someone using light spells. I can see that most of you are really confused about this. Who here can tell me what dark magic or light magic is? And I'm not talking about the ministry's definitions, but the magical classification of a spell. Why is a spell considered dark or light? A few people raised their hands. Miss Patil. Parvati answered hesitantly, dark spells are the ones that hurt and light spells are the ones that fight against dark magic. The professor looked around and asked, and does anyone contest this definition? Greengrass raised her hand. Yeah, you can very easily hurt people with a lot of magic that isn't dark, and there has to be something more to light magic than just fighting against dark magic. Very well, all of you. Ms. Greengrass is correct in this matter, the classification of a spell has nothing to do with the damage. The answer is pretty simple, light and darkness are elements, like fire, water, air, and so on. Light magic is the manipulation of light, as in sunlight, but it has many properties when added to other spells. They focus on regeneration and creation. Darkness on the other focuses on the manipulation of shadows and has a property of destruction. Light magic is usually seen in healing spells, illusion magic, or certain obscure protection charms like the Patronus charm. I'm neglecting a lot of kinds of magic here, but you can easily kill a person by making light with a very strong intensity. Dark spells, on the other hand, are spells geared towards destruction. Can anyone here tell me a dark spell that every student in this school knows? Silence met her and Harry was trying to digest the information he was told. Did they use dark magic? Wasn't it supposed to be evil and illegal? The professor continued, the stinging hex is a spell taught to first years and is considered dark magic. By definition, it contains the dark element, if you ever bothered to check the arithmancy formula. Now, there are a lot of other spells like the reductor curse, blasting curse, pretty much any jinx, hex, or curse are dark magic. It doesn't mean that using them are making you any eviler. Actually, most of the more horrifying curses are modified healing charms, where the light element was substituted with the dark one. Let's take the blood-boiling curse as an example. The curse is a modified blood-warming charm invented in Finland to heal against hypothermia. The skill-peeling curse was originally a medical charm that painlessly removes infected tissue to be able to heal it properly without complication. You can see where this is going. Hermione raised her hand, but then why do people consider dark magic to be dangerous? The professor smiled at her. Good question. The danger of dark magic, or any elemental magic, really, is the emotional aspect of the spell. Every element can demand a certain mindset to make a spell function more easily. It's like having a substitute power source outside of magic. Fire needs passion, water needs serenity, air needs swiftness, earth needs stubbornness, light needs happiness and love, and darkness needs hate and anger. It doesn't mean that you can't cast a dark spell without being angry, it means that being angry tends to supercharge the darkness element of the curse, meaning that it seems more powerful. If one were to use emotions to cast spells, you tend to associate your magic to the emotion in question. It's not a big deal when dealing with a classical element, but it's especially bad with dark magic, since you end up always being angry and hateful. It's why it's required to have a basic proficiency over occlumency, before attempting to learn proper elemental magic. Hermione still looked doubtful, but that doesn't make any sense. Magic follows an arithmetic formula. If you do the proper wand movement, and the incantation, there shouldn't be any reason your feelings would change anything. Sayre looked disappointed. You're trying to think of magic logically. There's nothing wrong with that at your current education, but you will have to realize one day that trying to describe magic using logic is like trying to hear a color or smell a sound. It can probably be done, but it would be so complicated and inaccurate that it wouldn't mean much. Magic is chaotic, imprecise, and random. Us, humans, are logical creatures, which is why we try to give order to this chaos, to channel a fraction of what's possible. Casting basic magic using logic isn't a big deal, but the more advanced something is, the less logical it is. When you're dealing with higher magics, logic doesn't even factor in at all. It's why wizards tend to be eccentric and illogical, at times, especially if they experimented with higher magics. Now, we got a little bit off topic. Now that we fully understand what dark and light magic are, who here can tell me what fields of magic are used in our defense class? Seamus raised his hand. You said that the reductor curse was on there, so I'm guessing we use dark magic. Good, what else? Pansy Parkinson answered this time. We use shield charms, so charms would be an answer. Very good, Miss Parkinson. Truth be told, we could use any field of magic, because defense in itself is not an actual field of magic, it's the practical application of magic to defend yourself. It was used to be called battle magic a couple of centuries back, until a headmaster who had fought in a war thought that it was too aggressive, so they changed the name to magical defense. The title was later changed to Defense Against the Dark Arts after a light fanatic headmaster thought it was a more appropriate title. Alas, with how behind you actually are, we won't get to explore the lessons properly, and will focus on what's more likely to be in your OWLs. I'm going to start the next few weeks by doing a small revision on the basics of what you were supposed to have learned during the last few years, and I'm afraid that it would take you a lot of self-study to catch up. Let's start with the basics, charms. At its base, charms are a modification to a state of an inanimate or animate being. Charming a feather to fly means that we change its state from normal to floating. That's what a charm is. Now, one of the most basic and arguably the most important charms you need to know is the disarming charm. Harry could hear the groans from the back, and he had to agree. This was really basic stuff. The professor seemed to notice the matter. I know that this is too simple, but this is an important spell that not everyone has mastered. Tell you what, after I'm done explaining and you perform the spell perfectly, I will personally teach you one of my personal spells that I have invented. Now that you've settled down, the disarming charm is quite simple. It's a simple piece of magic that makes someone's state to be disarmed. It doesn't have to be a wand in your opponent's hand, but anything that you could consider a weapon, a book, a ball, anything really. But the most remarkable part of that spell is actually the fact that it works on spells too, not just people. Harry was confused. Wait, what? How can you disarm a spell? The woman continued, it's quite easy. If you're able to hit a spell with a disarming charm, it will be redirected, either towards its caster or somewhere else. But that's in the case of a spell that's not actively powered, meaning that the caster is not giving up control over. If it does hit an actively powered spell and you keep powering the spell, you end up in what we call a battle of wills, where the person with the strongest conviction slowly gets the upper hand before triumphing. These tend to be rare, but it can happen. The disarming charm is a very powerful counter to a lot of powerful magics, especially against spells that you do not recognize. There is also a dark variant of the spell that we will not cover, that literally disarms the opponent, meaning that it tears their arms off. Impressive, for a good spell, right? Every student in that classroom had frozen at the implication of the spell and its possible uses. No one even thought about having this much of a detailed study over what should be a second-year spell. Now, Draco Malfoy of all people asked a question, what about an unforgivable? Would the spell stop one? The professor shook her head. There are thousands of spells that are more terrible than the unforgivables. What makes these spells so frowned upon is not their effects, but the fact that they cannot be shielded against. Of course, this is because the unforgivables are soul magic spells, not dark ones. They're very crude and would be considered an atrocity for anyone who had studied soul magic properly. Soul magic operates under a different plane altogether, and the reason that it can't be shielded from is because there are no wand-based spells that shield the soul. Soul magic having been extinct before wands were actually invented. It's not impossible to create a soul shield, and I would use the Patronus charm as a base if I chose to create one, but one would need a lot of study into soul magic to do so. That said, if there is an external reason, especially dealing with soul magic or something similar, it could allow a disarming charm to have enough of an astral presence to fight off an unforgivable curse. But in this scenario, it would be a very specific case that we can't use as a reference for this situation. Malfoy didn't relent, but what about Potter? How did he survive the killing curse? Well, considering that no one really knows the exact events, I couldn't tell you. But from my research, this wasn't the result of some freak accident, but of Lily Potter's brilliance. Hypothesizing from what is commonly known, she must have done a ritual in advance, considering that Mr. Potter's scar is a rune, and didn't power it until she was attacked. She somehow used her own life force as a sacrifice to protect her son against any kind of magic from her attacker, including a killing curse. A life for a life, an equivalent exchange, like any kind of magic. I don't think that the survival of Mr. Potter is a credit to him. He was barely 1 year old, after all, but a credit to his mother's brilliance. It was a trap laid by a desperate mother's love that brought down a dark lord in his prime. Harry's eyes were misty at the end of the explanation. No one had ever given his mother credit, people always credited him for Voldemort's defeat and not his mother. It was nice to see his mother's sacrifice be acknowledged for once. The rest of the lesson was spent with the professor putting them in pairs and having them perform the disarming charm, first on the other person's wand and then on an incoming spell. Harry was able to do both, but when he tried to make a battle of wills, both spells sort of fizzled. Still, it had been one of the best defense lessons that he ever had, without question, and he came out with an actual passion to learn more about defense and even magic in general. It was only after the bell rang that the professor called out, "Mr. Potter, Mr. Longbottom, please stay in the classroom. I would like to have a word with you both." Chapter 152, Will of Steel. September 3, 1995, Hogwarts, Earth 2. Harry Potter POV. The rest of the lesson was spent with the professor putting them in pairs and having them perform the disarming charm, first on the other person's wand and then on an incoming spell. Harry was able to do both, but when he tried to make a battle of wills, both spells sort of fizzled. Still, it had been one of the best defense lessons that he ever had, without question, and he came out with an actual passion to learn more about defense and even magic in general. It was only after the bell rang that the professor called out, "Mr. Potter, Mr. Longbottom, please stay in the classroom. I would like to have a word with you both." The rest of the classroom scrambled away to get to Potion's class. Harry and Neville waited at their seats, waiting for the professor to tell them why they were held back. Harry looked towards Neville, to find the boy almost trembling in fear. He hadn't been able to perform the spell correctly and was understandably worried about their professor's reaction. The only time he even showed a spark of magic during the practical portion of the lesson was when he accidentally disarmed himself, something that Harry never thought was actually possible using this spell. The professor cleared her throat and spoke to them, "You must be wondering why I kept both of you here. Don't worry, you're not in trouble and your reasons are different. Let's start with Mr. Longbottom." Harry was sure that he heard the boy squeak in fright. "Is there any particular reason why you're using an unmatched wand?" "I'm sure that it's not monetary. From what I understand, the Longbottom family should have more than enough gold to pay for a wand of all things." Neville's face whitened. "It's my father's, ma'am." The woman snorted. "Good for you, kiddo, but keep it in a vault or put it on display. Don't use a wand that's stifling your magical development for no reason." For the first time since Harry met him, Neville looked thunderous. "This is my father's wand, a part of his very magic. Using it would be my way of honoring his sacrifice." Sayre snorted. "Honoring him with what?" "I don't know who told you this nonsense, but using someone else's wand, especially if they're still alive, is one of the stupidest things anyone could do. Outside of the wand backfiring spells, it will never be attuned to you, or your magic." Neville's face whitened even more so. "Yes, I know of the circumstances concerning your parents, and I understand why you would want to honor their sacrifices, but I guarantee you that any parent would rather their child be a strong and educated one, than one crippling themselves for some kind of grand stupid gesture that doesn't mean much in the long run. When a wand picks a wizard, it matches to their magic, allowing them to shape it properly. All you're doing now is damaging your own education and growth for no reason. You will never be able to use your magic properly with this wand. Now, tell me, young man, who gave you the illusion that using this wand was a good idea?" Neville looked down. "My grandmother did, Professor. She wanted me to be strong like my father." The professor's eyes visibly softened. "I can understand grieving your child can make you do foolish things, but this is unacceptable. Tonight, after your lessons, I am going to summon you to my classroom and will take you to Diagon Alley to get a wand of your own. No matter what anyone has ever told you, you're not a squib, Mr. Longbottom, far from it, even. I can already sense your magic and how much it wishes to be unleashed. You only need to let it out, to stop being scared. I will talk with your teachers and will make sure to have a few make-up sessions for you to familiarize yourself with your magic and continue your magical education properly. It's good that I discovered the issue now, in your OWL year. If we had done it later, you could have missed out on your education just because of a single bad decision." "But my grandmother." Professor Sayre interrupted him. "If she gives you any problems, tell her to talk to me. I'll handle her. And before you ask, I will be the one teaching you potions, not Professor Snape. Why anyone would make that man a professor of all things I have no idea." Harry could still feel Neville's hesitation, and obviously so did the professor. "Tell you what, you do this, and if your growth impresses me, I'll heal your parents." It was like someone shook Neville's world. He looked at her with such hope in his eyes it broke Harry's heart a little bit. "How?" "Something I do not publicize is the fact that I am the foremost soul magic expert in the world. I don't need morons with delusions of immortality after me all the time. I can handle it, but it's so troublesome. The healers could never heal your parents because the damage is not physical or mental. Sure, the pain of the cruciatus is quite horrible, but it would take more than 15 minutes to actually turn someone catatonic. The cruciatus curse is a soul spell that messes with the connection between the soul and the body. It hurts a lot, of course, but the main issue is that if the spell is continuously used on someone, the connection becomes out of sync. Your parents must have been extremely strong-willed to resist the effects this much and be able to not stay in a coma afterwards. You should be very proud of them, Mr. Longbottom. What I can do is synchronize the connection, which would heal them. Impress me and I will do it. Impress me and you will get your parents back. Harry could feel the rage coming from his friend. Why does there have to be a price? Why wouldn't you just heal them? The professor smirked at him, because nothing in this world is free. Equivalent exchange, that's how the world works, that's how magic works. Always be wary of deals that are too good to be true. Plus, I will not risk outing myself as a soul mage for no reason. Make it worth my while and I will risk my anonymity. So, Mr. Longbottom, should I expect you in my classroom after your classes? Neville's eyes looked determined. It was such an odd look at the usually meek boy, but it suited him. Harry could finally see why Neville was a Gryffindor, the steel in his eyes, the readiness to fight anything, overcome any obstacle, no matter how dangerous. It was odd how a single conversation changed him, how giving him hope changed him. Harry still didn't fully understand what happened to Neville's parents, but he knew if someone had given him the chance of seeing his parents again, he would do anything to grasp it. Neville nodded and turned around and left the classroom, leaving Harry and the professor alone. Before Harry could say anything, the professor jumped towards him and hit her palm toward his chest. Suddenly, Harry was floating. He looked around and everything seemed to be slowed down. It was as if time had stood still. Even Harry's falling body was suspended in the air. What? Harry's body? Then what was he? He looked at his hands, to find them translucent, reminding him of ghosts. What just happened? Did I die? He heard a chuckle next to him. It was the ghost form of his professor, nothing quite so dramatic, Mr. Potter. Harry turned around and glared at her. What did you do to me? The professor was still smiling. Nothing permanent, don't worry. I just pushed your astral form out of your physical form. Your soul from your body, nothing permanent, it just allowed us to have a private conversation without being heard and will help us get rid of a little problem. What problem? The professor pointed to something that was next to Harry. This problem. It was a black humanoid thing. It felt odd, incomplete, and so very wrong. It felt so sinister, so familiar, with its blood-red eyes that reminded him of Voldemort. Quite right, Mr. Potter. This is a soul shard, also known as a Horcrux, housed in your scar. It's a very small and insignificant one, belonging to one Tom Riddle. They are used by desperate wizards in a desperate attempt at immortality, not knowing that they're not permanent and would even deny them an afterlife. Breaking one's soul is unnatural, wrong, you can no doubt feel it. It's like breaking your very self, destroying who you were before and turn yourself into a shell, filled with nothing but madness. The truth is that this is what turned the brilliant Tom Riddle into the monster that is Lord Voldemort. Harry was confused. How is there a piece of his soul in my scar? 14 years ago, when he came to your house at night, he killed your father, and then your mother, unknowingly activating her ritual. When he tried to kill you and was killed in return, his soul was so fractured, so twisted, that the killing curse he was hit with had created a small shard. It wasn't a big shard and would have been destroyed in minutes, so in a desperate way to survive, it latched onto the only thing around with an active life force, you. Your mother's protection kept it at bay for some time, until the ritual during the third task, where Voldemort was able to revive himself with your blood, nullifying the protection. It's not particularly powerful and it wouldn't be able to anchor Voldemort should his other anchors be destroyed, but what it does is create a connection between the two of you, allowing both of you deep access to your mind, as if you had a backdoor. Unfortunately for you, Voldemort is a very skilled user of the mind arts, meaning that it's a very powerful advantage for him. He's already started influencing you. Isn't it odd how angry you're feeling all the time, compared to the years before? It's always there, bubbling, ready to explode. Should Voldemort actually realize the link's existence, he would use it to torture you, give you visions, or even possess you. Something I imagine you do not want. How do I get rid of him? How do I be free? The professor smiled at him. By doing this. She waved her hand towards the space between him and the shadow, breaking some sort of link between them. Harry could feel the shadow's desperation, trying to survive, trying to connect back to the world. The shadow then started fading until it disappeared completely with a high-pitched scream. The professor looked smug. Without you providing life force to it, the shard can't sustain itself. All it took was severing the connection between the two of you. Harry felt immediately better. He was oddly calm, collected. His thoughts were quicker. He was suddenly aware of his magic. It was like he had been carrying this weight all his life that was lifted off suddenly. I feel so different. Naturally, you were pretty much under constant soul attacks from the shard, trying to assert itself. Your soul is connected to your magic, your mind, and your body. You will start thinking faster, you will start actually growing properly, and your magic will be easier to command. It's not a huge power boost or anything like that, it's just some kind of enlightenment. Harry spent a good minute marveling at this development. Thank you. The woman still smiled at him. She really reminded him of his mother for some reason. Why did you do this? Why didn't you help Neville too? He asked. The professor chuckled. Ah, Neville Longbottom. You have a lot in common, you and him. How so? Well, for one, should things have gone differently, you and Neville would have been raised as brothers. After all, his mother is your godmother. But the biggest issue there was, is that you were both individually targeted by Voldemort. No, not your parents, but the both of you. Haven't you ever wondered why he told your mother to step aside? She was a Muggle-born, something he despised on principle, and yet he didn't care about killing her, he wanted to kill you. Harry stiffened. This was something Dumbledore had alluded to, but refused to tell him. This question had plagued his mind for years. Why, he croaked. There was a prophecy, saying that a child born at the end of July would defeat Voldemort. The Dark Lord, of course, heard it from a spy, and narrowed it down to two suspects. Neville Longbottom and Harry Potter. Both families were told to hide, as they were being actively hunted down by Voldemort himself. That was until he came to your house and tried to remove the threat before it became one. He chose to kill you first, and had he succeeded, I have no doubt that he would have killed Mr. Longbottom as well. Unfortunately for him, he fell in your mother's trap and got himself blown up. A few of his followers knew that the Longbottoms were next on the list, but not why. They attacked young Neville's parents and tortured them with the Cruciatus until they snapped. They have been in St. Mungo's ever since, alive yet unable to recognize their own son, a cruel existence indeed. Harry was frozen in shock, not expecting the parallels between him and Neville. He definitely didn't expect fucking divination to be the reason he didn't have any parents, but divination is almost always a hoax, isn't it? The woman shrugged. Maybe the prophecy is true or maybe it's false, what matters isn't its validity, but the fact that Voldemort thinks that it's true. I don't know why he's trying to stop it, because if the prophecy is true then it will happen, no matter what. And if it's false then it was useless in the first place. You should always ignore prophecies, unless they act as warnings as they sometimes do. If Neville's parents are in such a bad place, why don't you just heal them? Why keep it over his head? The woman smirked. I was always going to heal the Longbottoms, but this way is better for Neville. Did you take a look at him when he got out? The confidence, the defiance, I just unlocked his potential that years of being put down and being called a squib has stifled. Do you think he'll ever consider Mr. Malfoy's words when he's studying? Do you think he'll care? Nothing matters compared to the chance of getting his parents back. I gave him hope, and hope is a very powerful thing. You should understand it too, as you would do anything for just a minute with yours. Harry nodded. What now? Now, since Dumbledore isn't training you, I'll do it myself. You will quit Quidditch, you will take your studies seriously without any distractions, you will stop playing around, and every night, you will come to my office, and I will teach you. I will make a wizard out of you that would make Dumbledore jealous. That doesn't mean that you'll be able to fight Voldemort in a year. Nothing could be done in a year that would ever compare to his decades of experience and his fully matured magic, but it would give you a chance, and a base for you to learn by yourself. Now, let's go back to the real world. Harry was then pushed back into his body, and the professor looked at him in fake worry. Are you all right, Mr. Potter? He nodded, not understanding what just happened. Harry looked at her stupefied and the woman continued, Off you go, Mr. Potter. I believe that you're already late for Professor Snape's lesson. I'm going to give you a note. And do keep an eye on Mr. Longbottom for me, would you? Harry nodded, still confused about what happened. He took the note and left the classroom. On his way there, he put a hand at his scar, and some weird black ooze was coming from it. He went to the bathroom to wash his face. His scar looked a little less raw than it used to. He smiled to himself before being reminded that he was late to Snape's class. He groaned again. Even if he had a note, the bastard would still berate him for no reason. He hurried up and ran towards the dungeons. Chapter 153, Interrogation. September 3, 1995, Hogwarts, Earth 2. Jasmine Sayer POV. I watch as the confused young man leaves the classroom. For my counterpart, he didn't have that bad of a deal, especially with how the Dursleys have been treating him. It wasn't actual abuse, but more like neglect. They emotionally broke the boy, turning him into the people-pleasing teenager that he is now. He might have lived in the cupboard, and he might be a little underweight, but a lot of people had dealt with a lot worse. Yes, his childhood wasn't a happy one, but it wasn't as miserable as mine, not even close. I had taken a look at his memories during the lesson and noted the difference between both of our situations. Sue me, I was curious. Was it my gender, or is it because Petunia felt some sort of grief for her sister because she was dead, unlike in my world where she was still alive and she took her aggression, hate and envy out on me? I'm past it, but the boy, while rash and easily led around, was a lot better adjusted than I was, but had also demonized the Dursleys in his mind. It was understandable. Children tend to exaggerate their suffering and the objects of their hatred. It's why phobias tend to be more easily developed if they occur during childhoods. Being in the castle was both weird and natural. Teaching a class came naturally to me, considering my decades of experience as an educator, was expected. But the castle itself was muted, different, it lacked the life that my Hogwarts always exuded. Plus, it was weird seeing someone else's castle. I kept expecting to go through certain secret passages only to find out that they don't exist. Most of the little things created by the other founders were still there, but I didn't know what this world's Helga Hufflepuff's contributions were. I spent a good hour using the wards to map out the castle, but I keep trying to access non-existent shortcuts as a habit. Still, teaching my counterpart was a fascinating endeavor. I wanted to analyze the differences in skill and magical aptitude. He had the potential to equal Dumbledore and Riddle, but nothing more. Plus, ancient magic is very scarce in this universe for some reason. I think it might have been the lack of sorcerers or mutants that preserved the knowledge. Or maybe someone had made sure to hide whatever they deemed dangerous. I didn't care, this isn't my universe. I decided to take my counterpart and Longbottom under my wings, so to speak. Mostly for curiosity's sake, nothing more. I was stuck here for a year, and while I had ideas on how to charge the ritual quicker, it would break half a dozen natural laws to use any of them. Truth be told, I'm starting to not care about the damn things. The cosmic entities are supposed to actually uphold them and enforce them. The laws are supposed to be absolute, a way to protect realities. And yet, Entropy played with them as if they were suggestions, breaking them left and right, just because he had a temper tantrum. If he's willing to do it, then there's nothing stopping me. I was playing ball for now to make sure fate doesn't mess with me and actually sends me back, but I'm one small push away from doing something drastic. Speaking of entropy, our encounter sobered me. I was always the top dog, the most powerful being on the planet, without question, without rival. I knew that I lost a lot of people and a few fights here and there, but it was always because I was taken off guard or because of my lack of foresight. But this fight, he absolutely trashed me, and I was able to pull a stalemate because of a trick. I needed to be better, to be more powerful, and I needed something more than magic. I had a few ideas, but I could only perform them on my home world, but since I'm stuck here, there's no reason for me not to plan ahead. Now, back to the events of this universe, I have ruffled a few feathers, and I was waiting to see where that was going. As far as I could tell, Voldemort only had 3 Horcruxes remaining, the locket which is at the headquarters of the Order of the Phoenix, Nagini who is always at his side, and the Gaunt Ring, still in the shack. I'm excluding Hufflepuff's cup because I have it in my possession and could use it to destroy all soul shards at once. It's an easy kill switch if Voldemort goes too far. I didn't touch the ring because I didn't feel like it, to be honest. I only took the cup because I chose to steal from the Lestranges. I didn't care about the Horcruxes but decided to use the cup as an anchor in case I chose to destroy the diadem. I was letting things progress accordingly. I'm acting a bit like a Bond villain, or an evil scientist, but I shook things up a bit, and I wanted to know how that would pan out. A small simulation of what could have been. Speaking of shaking things up, there's something else I needed to address. Dumbledore, what did you think of my lesson? Was it engaging enough? The man's invisibility spell was shattered, revealing the headmaster with his wand pointed at me. What did you do to Harry? Nothing really, just removed a little parasite from his forehead. I wonder what would happen if he knew that you were setting him up to die. No wonder you're not training him. You want a martyr, not a warrior. If it was a question of competency, you would have trained a weapon from his youth, but no, you don't like the idea of someone like that existing. You prefer a softer solution, love. Dumbledore visibly twitched with every sentence I finished. You removed it. The Horcrux, did you remove it? I nodded. It wasn't technically a Horcrux, it would never be enough to serve to anchor Riddle's soul, but it would make it easier for him to possess the boy, should he had wanted to. No, I scanned it. The boy has a soul shard in his scar. The boy had a soul shard, but from what you're saying, you're obviously not proficient with anything about soul magic. No wonder you planned on killing the boy, you really thought that there was no other way. I took his silence as confirmation and continue. The soul needs energy to be bound to a physical body, or in the case of a Horcrux, an object. The soul shard in Harry's scar wasn't planned, so it had a minimum amount of life force from Riddle's main soul. A soul without life force just passes on, like a killing curse. The soul shard used Harry's soul to sustain itself, but it can't hold any life force. If Voldemort dies, with no other anchors than the shard in Harry's scar, then the pressure of anchoring Voldemort to life would overwhelm the soul shard and it would be destroyed along with Voldemort. I still don't understand why people actually make Horcruxes, since they would be destroyed when their life force runs out, and their crime against magic, against death, would make sure that they wouldn't even have the luxury of an afterlife. Dumbledore looked pale at my words, but you removed it. Again, I nod. Yes, I did. You could check later on, but the soul shard is gone. How? It doesn't matter how, Dumbledore. I know it's surprising sometimes, but you don't know everything, Dumbledore, not even close. The fact that you're running a country from the shadows, banning magic left and right, doesn't change the fact that you're fallible, opinionated, and somewhat of a bigot towards any kind of magic you consider to be too dangerous to the public. Look at this classroom, they didn't have a single clue about magic. You must see that. They don't even understand how magic works, and I don't mean the theories, I mean the basics. They just follow the instructions like little ducklings, without understanding the wand movements or the incantations and hope for the best. Dumbledore glared at me. My methods worked. The magical world has never been this peaceful. You consider Voldemort peaceful? All you did was pit the old families against you. You hammered them with legislation after legislation, and you hammered them to the point of desperation, and in their desperation, they turned to a man that they didn't fully understand. You made Lord Voldemort possible, Dumbledore. No one dared to oppose you, so they found someone who could, someone dangerous, someone horrible, someone mad, someone who hated you with a burning passion for how you treated him as a youth, how you made him stay in Muggle London in the middle of the fucking London Blitz. I didn't create Voldemort. I snort. Yes, you did. You sent a boy, scared of death, scared of being nothing, to a place where he could have died. You made him desperate, and so he turned to magics that he didn't understand, that someone his age, no matter their brilliance, could never understand. The second he made his first Horcrux, Tom Riddle died, and Lord Voldemort was born. And all this just because you were wary of an abused, violent, arrogant boy who knew himself better. All this pain, all this suffering he created, all this death, originated from you. The aged headmaster glared at me. I will not take the responsibility of creating that monster. He chose to perform this magic, he chose madness, he chose evil. I am not responsible for the actions of every student while I wasn't even headmaster. I actually burst into laughter at this. Then why do you act like it? Oh, I know your type. Control freaks who try to give up control. You made yourself a main figure in politics who everyone pretty much obeys, for no reason other than your reputation. You actively made the decision not to let Riddle stay at Hogwarts during the holidays, and now when you look at Lord Voldemort, do you see Riddle somewhere in there? The brilliant cunning boy who could have changed the world. No, you don't. He would have ended up a politician, probably rivaling you, choosing your methods of ruling from the shadows like you are. That's the smart way, the Slytherin way, but instead, he chose to rule through fear and hatred. And we both know that even if he won, somehow, it wouldn't last for long. Muggle-borns and half-bloods are important for magical Britain's economy, and killing them like he wants to, would destabilize everything and collapse society, something that Tom Riddle would have taken into account, but something Lord Voldemort ignores. What is happening right now? It's your legacy, your life's work. You pushed too hard and asked for too much for no reward, and these are the consequences of your actions. Dumbledore looked impassive, but I could tell that my words had shaken him. He chose to change the subject, and the defense curse. Did you really get rid of it? Yes, it was in a hidden room somewhere on the 7th floor. I felt it trying to curse me and tracked it back to the source. It was powered by another Horcrux. From my analysis, his soul is in 7 pieces, that is not counting Mr. Potter's scar. I have destroyed 2, I found one before the term started, and the one in the castle as well. I know that Mr. Potter destroyed one, a diary, I believe. There are only 3 left, and from my analysis, one of them has to be Slytherin's locket, as the 2 other artifacts that I destroyed were Hufflepuff's cup and Rowena's diadem. I know for a fact that the sword of Gryffindor is in your possession and is full of basilisk venom, which means that it cannot be won. I was, of course, lying about the cup. I wasn't going to tell him that I planned to use the cup at my discretion, whether to destroy it or use it to destroy all the other soul anchors. It was up in the air. The men did look frightened of my information. How do you know all of this? I point to my head, and he understands that I used legilimency. He glared at me. Using legilimency on a minor is a very grave offense, you understand that. I snort. Tell that to Snape. And did you seriously say that when the first thing you did when meeting me was trying to enter my mind? The man looked away sheepishly. He then stopped kidding and spoke up. I want you to join to order. I snort. Not likely. I'm not getting involved in your pissing match with Riddle. You could easily just go there and destroy half of his forces by yourself, but you're limiting yourself because of that prophecy. Manipulating a prophecy is a recipe to a disaster. It never ends well for anyone. What was fated to happen will happen, and there's nothing and no one that could stop it. No one except me, of course. I was going to break that fucking prophecy and I'm going home. I'm done being Death's little pawn soldier, its attack dog. I'm done with fucking cosmic entities and their hypocrisy. I had always resigned myself to my fate as Death's champion. But no more. I am the Morrigan, and I will be free. I will hunt down those who are trying to chain me, and I will be free once more, free from the binds of time, free from the claws of death, free from the threads of fate. I will save the multiverse because I want to, not because it's my duty. I will protect my world from all threats. This is my vow. No more. I could feel my soul resonating with me, as I make my vow, and something shift deeply from my being. And for the first time in a very long time, I feel a weight lift from my shoulders. I am changed. It's funny that I made this promise to myself in front of Dumbledore of all people. Not that he knows that something deep in me changed, that something monumental has happened. Speaking of Dumbledore, he turned around and exited the classroom, not taking my rejection well, leaving me alone with my thoughts. Chapter 154, A Toad Arrives. October 5, 1995, Hogwarts, Earth 2. Jasmine Sayer POV. The last month was a breath of fresh air. I never realized how stressed I had been in my home dimension. For the first time in a very long while, I don't care. I don't care about this world's future, where this universe is going. It's not mine, after all. I don't think I've ever felt this free. Ever since I left Atlantis, I was always worried about changing the timeline too much. I felt time affecting me, fate screwing with me, to make sure that the timeline is stable. It was horrible. After I finally returned to my time, the long way round, I was worried about the mysterious entity that I was fighting, who ended up being fucking entropy of all things. But in here, I just don't have to care, I don't have to worry about anything. It's so freeing, so vindicating, to not be in charge for the first time. It was nice, to only have to worry about teaching a few brats. Giving lessons all day, and tutoring Neville and Harry during the evening. They were doing fine. It was curious to see Harry's instinctive grasp over magic. It wasn't anything crazy in my world, but it was very impressive in this one. We were barely a month in, and the boy had caught up with the first 4 years of schooling and almost finished his 5th-year curriculum. Although, he only finished his first year in runes and arithmancy. It was still remarkable for an average student, but nothing groundbreaking. After all, the Hogwarts curriculum is very minimal at this time. Although, it was ironic that the boy had a knack for potions, his most hated class. What do you know? A shitty teacher could make even potential prodigies hate their subjects. Neville, on the other hand, had just finished his revision of his 3rd-year spells. The boy was talented in magic but was not even close to Harry's instinctive grasp in magic. He would never be a great or even a good potion brewer, but he could make passable ones at the very least. Not that I see him pursuing anything other than herbology, which he had a scary intuitive understanding of. Anyway, the boy's progress was notably noticed by his teachers, especially in his wand subjects. Although, he's still a bit behind, he should be fully caught up before the winter holidays. Unfortunately, all good things must come to an end. It took longer than I expected for it to happen. Dumbledore must have tried to delay it for as long as possible, but finally the Ministry had decided to intervene in Hogwarts by sending Fudge's pet Toad as the High Inquisitor. It was announced in the Daily Prophet, and we finally had the misfortune of having Dolores Umbridge evaluating the quality of Hogwarts education. Trust me, in terms of safety, I'm all for protecting the students, especially with the last few years having possessed professors, dementors, basilisks and dragons. That's just scratching the surface and not talking about the colony of giant spiders in the Forbidden Forest. The day her position was announced, Umbridge strutted into the castle, in her nauseatingly pink outfit, like she owned the place. She gave her mind-numbing little speech about progress and the Ministry with such a patronizing tone, that I felt she was talking to toddlers not teenagers. Ignoring the fact that she was acting like she was talking to the press and not to students, she was immediately ignored by the student population 2 minutes in, to her obvious rage. I still don't understand why Dumbledore would allow this, considering how much her presence is going to distract students. Thank fuck, she's not allowed to punish students, just evaluate professors, although, I don't see it staying that way for long. Now, I had to deal with her little inspection for my 5th-year classes. I walk into the room and notice her in the back, scribbling in her little notepad. I ignore the bitch and keep walking to my desk. Alright, today, we're talking about shielding spells. Who can tell me the basics of shield charms? I look around and as usual Granger was raising her hand. Miss Granger. Shielding spells are charms that protect the caster from spells and attacks. I nod, a textbook answer, but then if things were that simple, then we would only need one shield charm that would protect against anything. So, why do we have so many? I look around to find Daphne Greengrass raising her hand. I gesture towards her to answer, is it because of the range and what they protect against? A very good theory, Miss Greengrass. Shield charms have been adapted to combat certain areas of magic more effectively. You can make a shield against an exact spell, or you can use the general shield charm, Protego. The narrower the specialty, the more efficient the shield charm. For example, the Contego shield is a shield against jinxes and hexes. It is more efficient than Protego when dealing with them. It requires less magic to cast and is less likely to break from a jinx or a hex. Now there are multiple general shields, mostly against certain elements. With that said, who can tell me what a shield charm is composed of? Hem. Ah, the pink bitch is doing her obnoxious cough thing. I'll just ignore her. It'll probably piss her off, but who cares? The students are visibly surprised at my dismissiveness of her. However, no one raised their hands. I don't know if it's in fear of Umbridge or because they honestly don't know the answer. I choose to continue. Alright, what you must know is that every shield must have a physical component and a magical component. The ratio does tend to change depending on the spell, but we need to make sure that a gust of wind or a sudden increase in ambient magic doesn't break the shield. However, if you want a purely physical shield, I would suggest using Transfiguration or Conjuration, although that's Newt-level skills. Hem. I still ignore her and continue. Now, there are two types of shield charms: absorbing shields that absorb each spell that hits them and repelling shields that redirects or sends them back. Absorbing shields tend to be commonly integrated into wards, since they usually have a magic-storing runic array which would make sure that the shield is not easily overwhelmed, so they're uncommonly used by aurists and duelers, since it's more advantageous to redirect spells at their opponents, conserving their magic. Hem. The woman was pretty much having a stroke now, and it's really starting to annoy me. I turn to her and raise my eyebrows. Yes. I was wondering if you got the message with the time and place of my inspection. I look at her incredulously. Madam, if I hadn't known about your inspection, I would have asked you to leave. The bitch looked vexed at my dismissive tone. Before she thinks about responding, I continue my lesson. Now, where was I? Oh, right, another aspect of shields is layers. You can add layered shields, where one tends to fall back on another spell. You can even separate specialties for each layer, which would improve what you can defend against, but it would also mean that you would need more magic to cast it. Hem. I look at her again, and answer rudely, what now? I wanted to know why you're not using the book recommended by the ministry. You mean the book that you recommended when you thought that you would be getting the job? The bitch nods, and I answer back, because the book is entirely useless and doesn't contain a single spell. Now, see here, I don't see any reason for young impressionable minds to learn such dangerous magics. It's more appropriate to teach them to remove themselves from a dangerous situation and not actively try to fight it. The aurists have their jobs for a reason, after all. I agree with that. The human toad looked surprised. I don't think that anyone should involve themselves in a dangerous situation. But this is a school, future aurists are being taught here. So, tell me, how do you expect aurists to protect people if they don't know about shield charms when they graduate? The woman started to protest. They would receive training from the Aura Academy. The ministry doesn't believe. I snap at her. Look, I don't care what the ministry does and doesn't believe. My goal is to teach these students how to pass their exams, which, by the way, are being written by the Department of Magical Education in your precious ministry. Until I hear from them that their requirements for the OWL and Newt exams have changed, I will not change my curriculum. Do take in mind that changing the requirements would pretty much make them useless in the eyes of the ICW and make Magical Britain a laughingstock in the international scene. I am not going to take the opinion of a woman who hadn't even passed her defense OWLs on whether what I'm teaching is correct or not. OWL results are classified information. I could have you arrested for this. I smirk at her. I never looked at your file, but thank you for confirming my theory. I didn't guess, really, I just took a look at her mind with my telepathy. The bitch was grasping at straws, trying to discredit me and take my position. The woman looked thunderous. What about your qualifications, Ms. Sayer? I currently hold a mastery in runes and charms. The woman smirked at that, looking like she won something. So no mastery in defense, then. I tilt my head. There is no such thing as a mastery of defense. The woman looked like she wanted to talk, so I interrupt her. Look, I don't care about the ministry's little spat with Dumbledore. I'm telling you what I told him. I'm not getting involved. You want to fight him, go ahead, I don't care. What I will not stand for is sabotaging my students' education to do it. I will teach what's in their curriculum, nothing more, nothing less. But Dumbledore's and Potter's allegations. I don't care what his allegations are. He is my student, and while he's in my classroom, you will not speak with him. Now, I don't understand why the ministry is so intent on attacking a 15-year-old boy, since all it does is show how fragile Fudge's hold on it really is. But what I do understand is that this is an inspection, not an interrogation. Now, that's enough interrupting the classroom. I have a lesson to teach. If you want to ask any more question, you're free to ask me after class. If you're going to interrupt my lesson one more time, I'm going to ask you to leave. Is that understood? The toad woman looked like she wanted to say something but held her tongue and sat down, scribbling furiously in her notebook. I didn't give a shit about what she was writing since there's no way she has anything she could use to fire me, and she knows it. If she chose to try and fire me, she'd need to show her report to the board of directors, and I could ask for an audience to justify myself. I ignored her childish behavior and the obvious awe the students were giving me and continued the lesson. Now, the Contago shield is actually very effective against dark magic in general, but high-level curses tend to break it. Casting it is very easy, with simply using 3 jabs of the wand that form a triangle. Make 1 jab for each syllable of the spell and try to make an equilateral triangle for the spell to be more effective. Now, everyone get up, get your wand out, and pair up. Take turns trying to cast the shield charm, and when you feel confident in it, get your partners to send stinging hexes at you to perfect your control over it. Umbridge looked like she wanted to say something, but I glare at her and she stops herself. The rest of the lesson continued with no issues, and as expected, Umbridge didn't stay to ask any questions. After all she wanted was to make a scene and discredit me in front of my students. She chose this classroom because it's the one with the most family members on the Wisengamot, who would end up telling their parents about our altercation. In the end, I didn't care. The thought of Umbridge of all people being a threat to me is laughable. Still, I think I stood my ground well enough. I heard that McGonagall and Snape did the same. Although, Trelawney was pretty much on the ropes by now, and will probably get fired soon. I knew that Dumbledore would try to do his best to keep her in the castle since she's the one that gave the prophecy, but Umbridge was obviously on the warpath, and she wanted to fire any staff member she could to prove Dumbledore incompetence. With the first meeting of the dueling club being this weekend, I don't expect her to be any happier with me. Then again, she probably already hates me, and considering that Flitwick is a half-goblin, she probably hates him as well. Anyway, it would prove to be an interesting meeting, to say the least. Chapter 155, Dueling Club. October 8, 1995, Hogwarts, Earth 2. Harry Potter POV. For the first time since he joined the Quidditch team, Harry was joining an extracurricular club. When he had first heard that Professor Sayre was starting a dueling club, he had made sure to not feel too enthused. After Lockhart's joke of a club 2 years ago, the boy who lived was understandably cautious of the idea. Of course, this hesitation completely went out of the window after his first lesson with the new professor. She had been, by far, the professor that had helped him the most. She had taught him magic, in such a simplistic way that he was leaping ahead of his classmates, much to Hermione's chagrin. His friends didn't know about their private lessons. Professor Sayre had requested for him to tell them that he was training by himself, so as to avoid any feelings of jealousy or accusations of preferential treatment. Even if the woman had made him quit Quidditch, Harry thought that it had been worth it. But their lessons had stopped ever since Umbridge's arrival. Truth be told, the woman made everyone uncomfortable, with her little snide remarks in the middle of lessons, and her obnoxious pink outfit, that should only be worn by 7-year-old girls pretending to be 80. McGonagall and Sayre didn't seem to hold the woman in high regard, ignoring the woman entirely, and sometimes going so far as to berate her when she interrupted the lesson. Her look had been priceless, in both McGonagall and Sayre's lesson. Even Snape seemed to hate the woman considering he was looking at her as if she was a pink insect in front of him. Some didn't fare too well, especially Trelawney, who pretty much had a breakdown in the middle of the lesson. The woman had especially been targeting him, probably on Fudge's orders, trying to find a way to punish him somehow. It was why Sayre cancelled their lessons, in the first place, and had given Harry a strict warning to not speak about what happened in June to anyone during her stay at the castle. Umbridge was very vicious and would try to exploit anything he would say. Still, with his lessons postponed, and Umbridge visibly watching his every move, Harry needed to de-stress, and this club looked like a surefire way to do that. Harry stepped inside the dueling room, which held 8 rectangular stages, similar to the ones that were used during Lockhart's lessons, with one in the middle being higher than the others. Standing on the main stage, Sayre and Flitwick were discussing something. Harry waited for the session to start, and Sayre was the one who spoke up. "All right, let's get started then. Welcome to your first dueling lesson. Now, when I'm talking about dueling, I'm talking about the sport, which has strict rules and regulations, with its own etiquette that we must follow. This is, of course, different to a fight, where you're trying to defeat your opponent in the quickest way possible. I will go into detail later on, but assisting me in teaching this club is Professor Flitwick, a former dueling champion that I'm pretty sure was undefeated for almost a decade, something that I don't have to say, is very impressive." There was some clapping for the enthusiastic Charms professor, who bowed at their enthusiasm. Sayre raised her hand to silence the crowd to continue. "Now, as you can tell, I didn't choose to teach every year alone, but instead, I'm teaching everyone from 1st years to 7th year. Instead, I will separate you into groups. To avoid anyone getting bored, every week, we will do a small tournament for each group, where the winner gets to advance to the higher group and the loser will relegate to the lower one. As for now, each group will consist of your year, meaning Group 1 will have the 1st years, Group 2 the 2nd years, and so on. The winner of the 7th group tournament will have the opportunity to duel against either Professor Flitwick or myself, and should he win, he will get an automatic O for his next 5 assignments in the losing teacher's class. So, yeah, try to do your best. As for now, you're probably not here to listen to me prattle on about history and etiquette. You're here because you want to see what a duel is really like, so, let's start with a little demonstration between your Charms professor and I." Harry ignored the enthusiastic murmurs in the crowd, who seemed like their dreams were coming true. Truth be told, Harry was probably more excited than any of them. For all their lessons, he had never seen Sayre actually duel anyone. Everything was either theoretical or was cast against a training dummy. Harry looked next to him, to find Neville focusing like a hawk towards the stage. The boy has been getting a lot better since he bought a wand of his own. On his other side, Ron and Hermione were vibrating in excitement. Speaking of Hermione, she had developed some sort of one-sided rivalry against Professor Sayre, where she would stay hours in the library trying to counter any of her defense teacher's arguments and theories. She still respected the woman immensely, and acknowledged her mastery over multiple fields, but the older woman's non-logical view of magic rattled Hermione immensely. Now, the first thing you have to know about dueling is that we cannot leave the stage, meaning that our mobility is reduced, at least from left to right considering how narrow the stage is. We also cannot go past half the stage, which also means that we cannot go past our opponents. We cannot physically touch our opponents, and if it is found to be intentional, the aggressor loses the duel immediately. We cannot transfigure or summon anything outside the stage or from the other side of the arena. Finally, only certain dark spells are allowed, and those are very limited ones. There is a list of allowed spells in the official books if you want to check them out. With that said, we first must follow the etiquette, and that's to bow to our opponent, showing respect at their skill, and since we have no judge, we will use a timer to start the duel. The loser of the duel will be the one that concedes, is unable to continue or leaves the stage. Slowly, a green light flickered, showing the number 1, then 2 and finally 3, and suddenly, Flitwick moved his wand so quickly that Harry could barely see it. He had somehow cast 3 spells at once that were racing towards the unconcerned defense professor, who just sent a red bolt of light at them. Harry immediately recognized the disarming charm, which hit one of the spells towards the other, redirecting 2 of the spells, and the woman somehow caught the 3rd spell with her wand and redirected it towards the charm's professor. Flitwick shielded against the spell, creating a loud gong. He smiled at the move, looking at his opponent with a raised eyebrow and an impressed look on his face. His smile turned feral as he sent spell after spell at her, so quickly that they felt like it was a beam of magic, not separate spells. Sayre countered by transfiguring a wall in front of her. It blocked the spells, but it was smashed by the continuous spells that Flitwick was casting. However, the professor used this to her advantage by banishing the remains of the wall towards her opponent, both blocking the spells and attacking Flitwick. Undeterred, Flitwick created a silver shield which turned all incoming debris into sand, that he then animated and turned into a weird rope of sand. Before he could do anything, he was immediately sent flying into the air, because Sayre had used some weird spell that moved the stage like it was a wave. But in a surprisingly nimble maneuver, Flitwick righted himself in the air and used the sand rope that he had transfigured the tips of into steel hooks towards the stage and pulled himself forwards, landing easily on the stage. The professor used the sand as a whip that Sayre was able to dodge and counter by transfiguring the sand into steel spikes that she sent back at her opponent. Seeing the danger, Professor Flitwick made a wide area banishing charm which redirected the spikes away from him. The half-goblin used whatever sand he had left to create a giant hand that leapt towards Sayre, who conjured some sort of wind scythe that cut the attacking appendage in 2. With a wave of her wand, Sayre raised some sort of giant magma soldier from the ground which slowly walked towards Flitwick. The charm's professor conjured a dragon made of water which flew towards the attacker, creating a burst of steam. The defense professor conjured a gust of wind which cleared out the steam, and quickly conjured some sort of metallic spike. Harry's confusion to the strange conjuration was immediately satisfied when a bolt of lightning was immediately absorbed by it, casted by a gasping Flitwick, from the other side of the stage. Sayre immediately transfigured the rod into some weird red spear which flew towards the charm's professor so quickly that it was barely more than a red blur. The professor created a shield that the spear somehow broke through, but it gave enough time for Flitwick to dodge it. However, this was the opening that Sayre needed to banish him outside the stage. Harry didn't notice how silent everyone was ever since the start of the duel, which was by far one of the most beautiful uses of magic he had ever seen. So, the sudden applause and cheering had surprised Harry so much that he stiffened in shock. The boy who lived knew for a fact that what he just witnessed was something special. It was so different than what fighting Voldemort was. It was more elegant, more refined. It was an art, a demonstration of skill, not a fight between 2 of wizards trying to kill each other. There was no Voldemort, sending killing curses left and right. They used each other's attacks against each other, trying to unbalance the other, with discreet tricks that were very impressive to pull off. Sayre smiled at the reception, and Harry knew for a fact that no one would be leaving this club anytime soon. The defense professor waved her wand and the stage fixed itself, and Flitwick had gotten up and helped her with it. They both bowed to each other and Harry could see the charms professor's opinion of the woman rise at the skill demonstrated. Sayre raised her hand again and everyone quieted down. Now, this was a nice little demonstration that we both were holding back immensely in, especially to make things a bit more child-friendly. Every single spell we cast is one you have learnt in your 7 years of schooling. Which means that 7th years have no excuses not to be able to do this. Now, who could tell me what kinds of magic we both used? Hermione raised her hand in lightning speed, and was called upon as well. Well, I saw the use of transfiguration and charms, mostly animation charms with a lot of uses of banishing charms. There was also a small amount of elemental magic mixed in. Professor Sayre nodded. Very good, Miss Granger, but you actually missed one. Who here can tell me what she missed? It's nothing that you haven't learnt. Hermione looked like someone had just slapped her in the face. Harry stifled a chuckle at her face, unlike Ron who was on the ground laughing. No one raised their hand, and the professor just sighed, the last attack, with the lightning rod. I used runes to add a shield-breaking aspect to the spear. Of course, the end was blunted to avoid anyone getting hurt, but as you can see, you can use a large variety of magic when you duel. As long as you're creative enough, there's no reason not to use your strengths while dueling, no matter what they may be. Harry looked around the back to see Umbridge leaving the dueling room. He didn't know if this was trouble or not, but Sayre looked unconcerned with her presence, so he dismissed it. The woman had looked furious though. Still, this was a hell of an introduction, and in a few minutes, Sayre had half the school hooked and had made dueling almost as popular as Quidditch. He couldn't wait to see what else they were going to learn. Chapter 156, Decree. October 19, 1995, Hogwarts, Earth 2. Jasmine Sayre POV. Umbridge's presence was starting to seriously annoy me. It was fun at first, messing with her. She was so easy to rile up and looked so ridiculous in that pink outfit of hers. But then, she started with the decrees. One day, without anyone's permission, she asked Filch to put up a ministry decree in front of the Great Hall. I was already annoyed, not having slept enough the night before because I had to grade assignments that were so poorly written that they probably spent less time writing them than I did correcting them. This pushed me over the edge. The bitch had put up a decree banning all teacher-student interactions outside their lessons. By doing so, she had effectively stopped any extracurricular activity in the castle, including tutoring groups and Quidditch, since Hooch wouldn't be able to do anything outside of flying lessons. I knew that this was coming ever since I saw her getting out of my dueling club meeting, but I at least expected a small amount of competence in doing so. All there was to it was a simple paper that was signed by Umbridge and Fudge, just saying the content of the decree. With a growl I point my wand at the thing and vanish it, looking at the smug face of Umbridge. I turn to her with a blank face. What do you think you're doing? It has come to my attention that teachers are getting overwhelmed by the amount of work they have to do. I thought to help with this matter, and the minister was quite supportive of my idea. I smirk at her. You do know that the ministry doesn't have the authority to make decrees in this school. The toad woman growled at me. The minister has the authority to do whatever he wants to. I raise my eyebrow at her confidence. That statement, alone, is false, but it is especially untrue in this castle, which is considered foreign ground. The only people able to make new rules are the headmaster and the board of directors with a unanimous vote. I didn't see any of their signatures on the decree, which means that it's invalid. And do not insult us, professors, by assuming how much work we can manage. It does give you a bad impression, especially since you're the one that's supposed to evaluate our competence. That can't be true. The Ministry of Magic is responsible for all magical affairs in Britain. I nod. Yes, but in the Hogwarts Charter, it says that it was founded as a private institution, and it also stipulates that no heirs to the founders would be able to claim it as long as the school stays out of any administrative power outside of the castle's boundaries, giving the headmaster absolute power over the laws of the castle, with only a unanimous vote from an oversea council, in this case the board of directors, being able to either oust him or impose certain rules. As far as the Ministry of Magic is concerned, Hogwarts is foreign territory, meaning that whatever decree is decided in the ministry is not applicable without the headmaster's permission, something that I doubt you have. You know, Madam Umbridge, it would be better for you to study the Hogwarts Charter, in case you violate them. I think there's a copy somewhere in the library. Good luck. I then walk into the Great Hall. Ignoring the murmurs behind me, I was starving. I sat down at the staff table and started eating. I sigh at my first sip of my morning coffee. Ah, finally, some clarity. I look around and was surprised to see the professors looking at me and Umbridge, rattling on about something in front of me. For some reason she looked at me, expecting some sort of response. Damn, this woman was boring even when she's yelling. Her face was so red, that she looked entirely pink. Stifling a giggle, I look at her. Did you say something? I could hear the entire student body burst into laughter at this. I even caught a small smirk from Snape, and while McGonagall's face was impassive, I could see her shoulders slightly shaking, showing her amusement. I will not stand for your behavior. Your attitude is unacceptable for a professor in a school of this caliber, and I have a mind to fire you, right now. You can't. The woman had a smug smile. Oh, I think I will. I shook my head. No, you misunderstood me, you can't. Your role is to evaluate the professors, nothing more, nothing less. You don't have the power to fire a teacher, punish students, or anything really. The most you can do is to give your evaluations to either the headmaster or the board of directors, where you'll need to convince them that I shouldn't stay in this school as a professor. For Merlin's sake, woman, just read the charter first. It's part of your job. It's very unprofessional on your part to not have read it, but to completely disregard the rules. Well, that doesn't look good for the minister. He's the one who sent you, after all. The woman looked furious at my response, then to expect a meeting with the board of directors soon. She turned around dramatically and left. The students returned to their conversations, probably talking about what just happened. McGonagall turned to me. Did you have to antagonize her this much? She is very likely to target you, now. And she'll come back with a vengeance. Do not expect that the meeting with the board will be on your side. I smile at her, she just annoys me. Plus, keeping her focused on me means she's less likely to focus on the students, especially on Mr. Potter, who she seems to try to target. I made sure that the boy wouldn't do anything stupid while she's here, but he can be very impulsive when provoked. Having her focus on me, and the hypothetical student army she thinks I'm building, is a lot better than her actively attacking the students, especially the young ones. I can easily take whatever she's doing, I even enjoy embarrassing her. As a sayer, I was trained on how to handle these kinds of verbal battles, as well as a good understanding of wizarding laws. This is honestly no trouble. Umbridge is obviously someone used to people bowing to her in fear of the minister's retribution. She uses him as a threat. She hasn't tried to do this to someone who is well versed in magical law. The Transfiguration professor was smiling, visibly surprised by my foresight. All this time, under all your pretenses, your excuses, you were protecting the students. Well, her expressions are very amusing. I like messing with people and she's so easy. McGonagall snorted, well, I guess I should wish you good luck in the coming meeting. Don't worry about it, I could argue my way out of anything. And I was right to say that. Centuries of politics taught me how to get out scot-free of any situation if I needed to. You needed to read the room, manipulate the observers, make it so that they like what you're saying, that they start to sympathize with your situation. It's not particularly hard and some people are naturally talented in this area, but the more experienced you are, the better the result should be. I knew exactly how a woman like Umbridge thought, and how she would react to my taunts. So, I wasn't exactly surprised, a few days later, when I got a letter by all from the board of directors, summoning me to a meeting to speak about my evaluation. Umbridge had let news of my meeting slip to the students, who were suddenly worried about me leaving. I hadn't expected to be this popular with the students. It was endearing, really, but I had nothing to worry about. I continued my lessons as usual but was accosted by the so-called Golden Trio at the end of my 5th-year lesson. Harry was the one who spoke first. I heard about your meeting. I snort, don't worry about it. I know what I'm doing. After all, you don't get to be a master at my age without dealing with pompous judgmental people, picking on every detail in everything you work on. Harry looked guilty. I still think that it's my fault that they did that. I smile at him, no, it's not. And it's not a bother really. I have a couple of things planned for this situation. Let's just say that Umbridge isn't going to be happy afterwards. They stayed silent for a bit, but I could tell that they wanted to say something considering the looks that they were giving each other. Hermione was the one to speak up, we want you to train us. Harry told us about your lessons, and it's not fair that he should get private lessons and not us. I sigh and look at the last Potter who was looking to the ground in shame. This is exactly why I asked him not to say anything. I look at them and just say, no. Ron protested, it's because he's famous, isn't he? You don't give a damn about the rest of us commoners. I raise my hand, and everyone fell silent. I taught Potter because it is my duty as a sayer to do so, nothing more, nothing less. Hermione looked confused, what does that have to do with anything? I sigh, family magic. The Sayer family originated from the Gaunt line, who were descendants of the Peverell family, a very powerful magical clan with a very rich history. The Potter family is also originated from that clan, meaning that we are very distantly related. What's more important is that the Peverell family magic is taught by word of mouth. Spells and rituals, taught from father to son, mother to daughter, to stay in the family. As far as I know there are currently 3 people in the world with Peverell blood, Mr. Potter, myself, and Tom Riddle. Lucky for us, Riddle's family stopped practicing the magic a century ago, meaning he doesn't have access to our family spells. However, since Harry here is Muggle-raised, I assumed that he never had anyone to teach him about it. This was what I was teaching him. It is my duty as a sayer to make sure that the Peverell magic doesn't die out, and since I can't have any children, I have to choose an heir. And you'll agree with me that Harry is a better choice than Tom Riddle, right? The Weasley boy nodded, understanding where I'm coming from. Having been raised in the magical world, it makes sense that he would be familiar with this practice. Of course, I was talking out of my ass, here. I'm just experimenting with the difference of magical aptitudes between different versions of people in the multiverse. So far, it was somewhat disappointing. Harry Potter was a lot less intuitive than I was when I was 10 years old, but I never had a soul shard in my forehead, so this could be a major factor. Hermione, though, looked outraged. You're saying that families hide their magic instead of sharing it? I shook my head, it's a lot more complicated than that. There are 2 kinds of family magic. The first are just spells that the family chooses not to publish. In this case, the spells are ones that are mostly for fighting purposes, espionage, or enhancement rituals. It's the dangerous kind of magic that would immediately be banned if they chose to publicize them. Like I said, it's mostly word of mouth, with nothing written, and all spells and potions that could be beneficial are published, since they usually award their creator an Order of Merlin and a lot of gold as well. Now, actual family magic is very intimate and very personal. It could manifest in a lot of ways, and no one outside the bloodline could manifest it. Either way, there's nothing truly hidden from the public that they would have access to anyway. Hermione didn't sound enthused by my explanation but still relented. What about Neville? I sigh in exasperation. Mr. Longbottom is a special case, where he had to deal with a serious handicap for his magical development ever since he started learning magic. What I am doing, alongside his other professors, is teaching him wand magic from the ground up, to make sure that a bright young man wouldn't mess up his future just because of a mistake his grandmother made. Look, Ms. Granger, I don't mind teaching people, but demanding my tutelage is a surefire way for me to refuse. Stop saying that everything is unfair, because life is almost never fair. You have to work hard, and smart, to make your way in the world, and this is nothing different. You are an extremely clever young woman, and you probably have an amazing future ahead of you. But the way you act towards people, even towards your own magic, would close a lot of doors for you. As for now, I have papers to grade. But this conversation is over, Miss Granger. The girl bowed her head and left with her two friends. I hope that my little speech woke her up. As for now, I had a meeting to prepare to. I smirk at my plan. I'm surely going to ruffle some feathers with this move. Chapter 157, Bored. October 19, 1995, Hogwarts, Earth 2. Jasmine Sayer POV. I sigh in exasperation. Mr. Longbottom is a special case, where he had to deal with a serious handicap for his magical development ever since he started learning magic. What I am doing, alongside his other professors, is teaching him wand magic from the ground up, to make sure that a bright young man wouldn't mess up his future just because of a mistake his grandmother made. Look, Ms. Granger, I don't mind teaching people, but demanding my tutelage is a surefire way for me to refuse. Stop saying that everything is unfair, because life is almost never fair. You have to work hard, and smart, to make your way in the world, and this is nothing different. You are an extremely clever young woman, and you probably have an amazing future ahead of you. But the way you act towards people, even towards your own magic, would close a lot of doors for you. As for now, I have papers to grade. But this conversation is over, Miss Granger. The girl bowed her head and left with her two friends. I hope that my little speech woke her up. As for now, I had a meeting to prepare to. I smirk at my plan. I'm surely going to ruffle some feathers with this move. When the weekend arrived, I teleported to the agreed meeting room, where I saw 12 persons sitting down, waiting for me impatiently. They were the members of the school board. I could see Umbridge sitting down in the front with a visibly smug smile on her face. Honestly, I was a bit excited. Most of the members of the school board had connections to the Lords of the Wizengamot. Making an impression now would cause waves that affect both Dumbledore and Voldemort's sides of the conflict. You're late. Umbridge screeched. I wasn't late, but I could see Umbridge making sure that I came late to the meeting by changing the time, like Fudge did in Harry Potter's hearing. Instead of being uncomfortable, I chose to mess with them. A witch is never late, nor is she early. She arrives precisely when she means to. Now, in the unlikely event that a witch is late, it would be because she was given the incorrect time of the meeting. Umbridge snarled at me. The time given to you was the correct one. I smile at her obvious anger. Time, what a curious thing. If one thing I learned studying time is that it is relative. Perhaps I am late, or perhaps we are early. Or maybe we're both on time in our own way, but differently from one another. I wonder, Madam Umbridge, aren't you the one who sent me the letter with the meeting details? I recognized your handwriting. It is quite distinctive, after all. And wasn't this meeting called by you, where you were trying to remove me from the position as a professor? Weren't you the one who would have gotten the position had the headmaster not hired me? Quite a lot of bias on your part, isn't it? What are you implying, Professor Sayer? I keep smiling at her. Nothing, dear, just making observations. Now, I don't think you summoned me just to see me speak with Madam Umbridge. So, let's get to the meeting at hand. I could feel the amusement coming from a lot of the members. They must not have liked Umbridge much. One of the men stood up. Professor Sayer, we are here to discuss your termination as a professor in Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. I raise my eyebrow. On what grounds? I still haven't been given a look at Madam Umbridge's report. The spokesperson gestured at Umbridge, who stood up to make her point. It is of my expert opinion that Professor Sayer has been teaching a curriculum outside the ministry guidelines and has even alluded to the possibility of casting dark magic in the future. Her attitude continued during the dueling club, where she demonstrated, along with Professor Flitwick, a mastery over highly dangerous magic that she intends to teach the students later. Hogwarts standards have already fallen enough, and Professor Sayer's teaching will cause more injuries to the students during their lessons. After all, we do not need another tragic accident like that claimed young Cedric Diggory's life. I could see a few of the board members nodding, and I roll my eyes. They were obviously in her pocket, either by threatening them or by allegiance to Fudge. They were pretty much already sold on the idea that I was some nutcase that they needed to replace. Umbridge was obviously gunning for my job. The spokesperson looked at me. What do you have to say for yourself, Professor Sayer? I would like to ask Madam Umbridge a few questions. They all nodded, and I looked towards the smug-looking human toad. Now, Madam Umbridge, when you said that I was teaching a curriculum that was outside the ministry guidelines. Can you tell me, what exactly are the ministry guidelines for the defense class? They were inside the book that was recommended. You mean the one that you recommended should you have ended up as the defense professor? She was glaring at me. Yes. The curriculum was approved by the minister himself, and has shown his support for it. You mean the books that were recommended for every student attending Hogwarts? From first year to seventh year students. Did you purposely want to sabotage the ministry's future Auror recruits? The woman looked stupefied. Of course not. Then why did you recommend the same exact book, for every student year? A book that doesn't contain a single spell. You want Hogwarts, a school of magic, to not teach any magic. And even worse, did the minister alter the OWL and NEWT exams to take this into consideration? No, we didn't have the time to speak with the Department of Magical Education. It should be cleared in the next few years. I look at her incredulously. So, if I'm getting this straight, you don't want the students to use any magic, in a magic school, where there will be a practical exam that defines their futures at the end of the year. There's no reason that a strong enough theoretical knowledge wouldn't be enough for them to pass their practical examinations. If that was true, we'd all be Merlin reborn. Magic works by practice, Madam Umbridge, not by reading a few books. Now, if we're summarizing what you just said, you think I am teaching something outside the ministry-approved curriculum which basically includes no magic. So, you want to fire me, because I'm teaching my students magic, and not only do you want me to stop teaching magic, at a magic school, because it's apparently too dangerous, you want them to pass their practical exams without even casting a spell before, and by doing so, pretty much cripple every profession in Britain that requires a NEWT in defense. And more than that, the only students who could pass their exams would be the ones trying to learn the spells on their own, which accentuates any accident, since they would cast dangerous magic in an uncontrolled environment and away from a healer or the resident Mediwitch. I look at the room and ask them, so, tell me ladies and gentlemen, is actually teaching what's required of the students in the exams considered bad for the students' education? Because, so far, I haven't taught a single spell that hasn't been asked to be demonstrated in OWL or NEWT examinations during the last 20 years. Trust me, I asked Madam Marchbanks for the list. The members of the board looked lost at my statement. Saying it like that, it makes what Umbridge is trying to do look unreasonable. They were still hesitant since they were still in Umbridge's pocket. Umbridge interjected, and the dueling club. I interrupt her. Dueling is a sport that's still practiced here in Britain. So far, I only held 2 lessons, where the most I have taught them is etiquette. I explicitly told the students that I will not teach anyone any new spell and to use what they have learnt in class. We banned the same illegal spells as the ones banned in the official tournaments for the underaged bracket, and will have myself and Professor Flitwick, along with a team of 7th years to stop anything dangerous from happening. If you disapprove of my dueling club, then you disapprove of the sport itself and should ban it. Something I don't think the fans of the sport will appreciate too much. The spokesperson looked at me, with hesitant eyes. What about the dark magic you are rumored to have cast? We cannot allow a dark witch to teach impressionable minds and shape the future of the wizarding world. You could be the next you-know-who, for all we know. I give him a dry look. Are you done? Look, I don't care about whatever little politics is going on. I could get involved, but that would be too troublesome. You're obviously grasping at straws now, and it shows how little this hearing matters. You've already made up your mind. I am by far the most dangerous person you've ever met. And yes, I'm including Dumbledore and your little dark lord with delusions of grandeur. Frankly, I don't care if he's back or not, nor if he conquers the damn country. I'm here to teach my students, which means that whatever little charade you are trying to do is stopping, right now. The members of the board looked outraged. Now who do you think? Sit down. I wave my hand, and everyone is forced to sit down. I could feel the fear coming off them, and Umbridge visibly sweating. I continue, now, just because I could do whatever I want, doesn't mean that I'm unreasonable. So, what I'm going to do, is ask Madam Umbridge a few questions. They all nodded, frightened, and I smile at them. I look towards the toad woman, who was glaring at me, defiantly. Now, Madam Umbridge, what experience do you have, to be considered a proper defense professor? Do you even have a defense newt? The woman glared at me. My qualifications are not relevant to this meeting. I smile at her. Then, let's say that you win, that I'm out of the castle. Am I wrong to say that you would be the new defense professor? Again, this doesn't pertain to this hearing. My smile turned predatory. I'm taking that as a yes, which means that you, an incompetent defense student, want to be in charge of the future of magical Britain's education. Someone who doesn't even have a newt in defense, someone who didn't even get an OWL, wants to teach newt students. Truthfully, I wouldn't have minded too much if my replacement was an Auror, or at least someone with a smidgen of experience, someone who would have prioritized the education of young wizards and witches, someone who wouldn't throw magical Britain's future away. This is obviously a ploy from the ministry to assert themselves in Hogwarts business. And frankly, I don't care about that. I said so. I don't care about the little spat between Dumbledore and the Ministry, but what I do care about is the students. It's what any competent educator should prioritize. And Madam Umbridge doesn't care about that. The Ministry is trying to push their agenda by stomping over your children's education, ruining their future. And you have the power to stop this, all of you do. You need to stop the Ministry from sabotaging your children's future, and you need to do it by removing Dolores Umbridge from her post of High Inquisitor. I could feel their surprise at my demand and continued pressing. Perhaps she's a great undersecretary, but as an educator, she has done nothing but harass students and professors alike and interrupt lessons. She tried to use the minister's name to add rules to Hogwarts without your permission. By the Hogwarts Charter, only a unanimous vote of the board, or the headmaster, could do this. And yet, she bypassed all of you, disrespecting your roles as governors. And even worse, she chose to ban student-teacher interactions outside lessons, which means that she wanted to ban every extracurricular activity, and even tutoring for students. This would have even stopped students from asking the professors questions after lessons. How detrimental is she going to be if she continued her little reign of terror on the castle? You have all accepted her to evaluate Hogwarts educators, and it's a good idea on principle, but she has taken advantage of your goodwill and undermined you. Are you truly going to let her keep doing this? I smile at their outrage, and it only took a little push of telepathy to remove whatever hold Umbridge had on them. Wizards are a proud race, especially noble wizards, and having someone disrespect them like this would make them furious. Angry people tend to be easy to manipulate and make them repress certain things. I looked at Umbridge with a grinning face. She looked pale. She finally understood that they weren't on her side anymore. Yeah, I still got it. I haven't had this much fun ever since I came to this world. Chapter 158, A Castle's Reaction. October 20th, 1995, Hogwarts, Earth 2. Jasmine Sayer POV. I smile at their outrage, and it only took a little push of telepathy to remove whatever hold Umbridge had on them. Wizards are a proud race, especially noble wizards, and having someone disrespect them like this would make them furious. Angry people tend to be easy to manipulate and make them repress certain things. I looked at Umbridge with a grinning face. She looked pale. She finally understood that they weren't on her side anymore. Yeah, I still got it. I haven't had this much fun ever since I came to this world. The next day, I walked whistling to the Great Hall for my usual breakfast. For some reason, the second I enter the Great Hall, people stop talking and keep staring at me. It was so weird. The entire Great Hall was suddenly dead silent, with the only noise being my footsteps. Even the professors were looking at me with wide disbelieving eyes. Nice to know that people have faith in my negotiation skills. I will admit that the odds were not in my favor, but this is child's play to someone with my experience. Turning a few wizards against an obnoxious woman that they barely tolerated out of the fear of retribution from the Ministry is easy. If there's one thing I learned in my millennia of life, it's that the hearts of men are easily swayed. Still, it's kind of fun watching people look at me with wide eyes. Had the entire school been this sure that I was going to get fired because I mouthed off to the pink bitch? Slytherin House looked particularly troubled by my presence. Fudge had probably told their parents of what he wanted to do, probably trying to make some sort of example out of me to people who defy his will. The fact that I obviously survived his wrath should confuse the hell out of them. I could already see the gears turning in their heads. I could somewhat understand the incredulity. Even with my family name, I have only shown that I am an eccentric scholar with a prodigal magical aptitude. I never showed a hint of cunning or political savvy. It would look shocking that I went to what is without a doubt a political fight with very little chance of succeeding and just walked away unharmed. I sit on my chair and start eating, ignoring the looks everyone was giving me. Professor McGonagall was the first to break the silence, so I assumed that yesterday's meeting went well. I look up to her. Oh yes, quite well. I don't know what you all were nervous about. The members of the board were very understanding. Our tone was conversational, yet our words echoed around the entire Great Hall. The Transfiguration professor was still looking surprised. Oh, what wonderful news. I was worried. Madam Umbridge looked very confident about your removal. She was quite vocal about it. I shrug. A shame, really. It seems that her evaluation was deemed to be wanting. They couldn't find anything that showed any kind of incompetence on my part. A shame, really. She looked so disappointed in the end. I don't understand why she chose to target me in particular, and she was so furious at the decision too. I am genuinely concerned for her health. She really ought to keep her temper under control. I was obviously talking nonsense, and going by McGonagall's face, she knew that what I had just said was pure bullshit. She smirked at me. And what about Madam Umbridge? I shrug again. Oh, I'm afraid that Madam Umbridge was removed from her post as High Inquisitor. What a shame, really. I was looking forward to working with her. I guess the stress of the position was too much for her. That pretty much removed the smile from her face. She was gaping at me. None fared any better. They were all looking at me, eyes wide, mouth open. The reactions were hilarious. Even Snape, who was usually unexpressive, looked absolutely shocked. McGonagall tried to compose herself. I think I misheard you. Did you say that Umbridge has been removed as High Inquisitor? I nod. Yes, quite the tragedy. She was on her way to revolutionize the magical education in magical Britain. The papers were saying so and everything. Unfortunately, the Board of Governors decided that her presence was doing more harm than good for both the students and the professors. I didn't even let her answer as I stood up. I'm full. I think I'm going to prepare today's lessons. Good day to you all. I turn and leave the hall, ignoring the pandemonium that occurred when I left. Harry Potter POV. Harry had only one thing to say, holy shit. Language, Hermione interjected. You have to admit, Hermione, that's the best way to describe what just happened. Ron answered back at the bookworm. Harry still didn't believe what just happened. He knew Sayre wasn't worried about the meeting that should, by all counts, have ended with her being fired. Harry knew for a fact that the members of the board were all a bunch of cowards who would fold to Fudge's decision. After all, Malfoy had been able to threaten them into removing Dumbledore as headmaster during the Chamber of Secrets fiasco, so he hadn't expected to see Jasmine in the castle the following day. Seeing her in the castle, with her job intact, is enough to show how much of a genius that woman is. But the fact that she had not only survived her inspection with a biased board, but that she had somehow gotten Umbridge fired instead, is just badass. I don't understand how that happened. Everyone thought that she was going to be forced to leave. How the hell did she pull it off? Harry murmured to himself. The twins overheard him. This has to be the greatest prank to have ever been pulled in the history of Hogwarts. Ron suddenly burst into laughter and Hermione asked him, what's so funny? Ron calmed himself enough to say, Percy was so proud of her. Remember his letter? He was bragging and everything about how things are going to change at Hogwarts and that Dumbledore was going down, that Umbridge would remove him from the castle, if he wanted to. I'm imagining his reaction when he hears that she's been fired. Everyone burst into laughter at this. After they calmed down, Hermione stated, I, for one, would like to know how she did it. Ron answered her, we could just ask her in defense class. It's our first lesson, innit? Harry smiled at that. It seems that his teacher wasn't going anywhere. The Golden Trio impatiently waited for their next defense lesson. Ron even stopped eating just to get to class early. And that's how you know that he's interested in finding out. And Harry wasn't the only one who got the idea of trying to interrogate the professor. Everyone had come early for defense class. Seeing them being early, Sayre stood up. Oh, hello. Well, don't you look excited for my lesson? I thought we'd branch out a little and try a little bit of basic battle transfiguration. Let's get started then. Before she could even start, Lavender interrupted her. Professor, we wanted to know what happened yesterday. The defense professor tilted her head. You mean the meeting? There was a wave of agreement from the entire classroom, even the Slytherins, who were looking more invested and awed than ever before. Sayre chuckled. I'm afraid I'm not allowed to speak too much into the details of the meeting, especially during class. At the groans of disappointment, she continued, but I guess I could tell you the highlights. For some reason the time given to me was wrong. Still, it was obviously a mistake from Madame Umbridge's side, so she took responsibility for it. She then read her report, and I showed that if I had adhered to her curriculum, then I would have hurt your education. The board seemed to have agreed with me, but they also decided to remove Madame Umbridge from her position because they deemed her evaluations to be wanting. Wait, what? Is that it? Harry was sure that there was more to it. The board had been obviously in Fudge and Umbridge's pocket, meaning that they should have fired her, even if she was Merlin reborn. From everyone's disbelieving face, they agreed with him. Seamus was the one who spoke first. I don't believe it, that can't be it. The woman shrugged. Believe what you wish, it's not my concern. Lavender definitely didn't like that answer. Is it because you're a Sayre, which means that you're the heir of Slytherin and took control over the castle and fired her yourself? Harry wasn't sure what the girl just spouted. He's pretty sure that he heard someone slapping their forehead in the Slytherin side of the room. Sayre, though, didn't look amused. I don't know if that's just ignorant on your part, Ms. Brown, or if this is something in general. First of all, Hogwarts cannot be inherited by anyone. It's been this way since it became a school and it was decided by the founders. This was to make sure that no idiot descendant of theirs would close the school for one reason or another. Hogwarts is supposed to be an environment free of politics. It's why the founders chose to abandon their names and choose silly ones that no one should want to keep. It's why it's idiotic that someone calls themselves an heir to the founders. It doesn't mean much, really. The founders had no fortunes outside of the castle. They had given up their claims to their families and invested their own personal fortunes in the castle itself. This was all just so that the school would continue running without too much outside interference. I am a descendant of Salazar Slytherin, but that doesn't mean I have the right to fire professors, change the curriculum or add any new rules. You can trust your family, but can you trust what your descendants are going to do centuries from now? The answer is no. You really should learn all of this in history class. Harry was again fascinated by the broad knowledge that the woman held. It wasn't just about her magical power or skill, there was so much that she knew, and so much wisdom she had to share. It really would have been a shame if Umbridge had succeeded in removing her from the castle. Seamus, though, still wasn't satisfied. "You still haven't told us how you did it." The professor was visibly getting impatient. "Descendant of Slytherin or not, I am a sayer. I have been taught politics since before I could talk. Just because I don't particularly like it, choosing to be a scholar and not a politician, doesn't mean that I'm ignorant of its delicacies. Dealing with an uncultured woman that was too used to throwing around the minister's name is easy. I'm not going to entertain this question anymore, Mr. Finnegan. Now, back to our lesson. Battle Transfiguration. Who here could tell me what battle transfiguration is?" The lesson continued like it always did, and everyone righted themselves and listened to the frankly interesting class. Transfiguration was always somewhat boring, not the magical field itself, more like what they used to transfigure in class. Harry never knew when he would ever need a tortoise or an ornamental box. Sayer had told him that McGonagall had chosen these particular objects because they're harmless and because other transfigurations were very similar in theory and in practice, so if he mastered what he learns in class, he could easily cast hundreds of similar transfigurations. Still, Harry was still getting distracted, imagining how the hell Sayer was able to do this. At least they don't have Umbridge anymore. Does this mean that their private lessons were back on? Either way, Harry was just thankful that Sayer was staying in Hogwarts. She was quickly becoming his favorite professor there. Chapter 159, A Grim Confrontation. October 20th, 1995, Hogwarts, Earth 2. Jasmine Sayer POV. I sigh in relief as my last class is finished. My revelation of Umbridge's firing and the news of my continuous stay as a professor had garnered me some sort of hero worship from the student population. I hadn't expected that Umbridge would be this disliked this quickly by the students. I knew that the professors hated her, even Binns, who was pretty much a delirious ghost, had actually showed up to a staff meeting just to complain about the woman's behavior. With me having dealt with Umbridge, the students kept trying to get me to recount what happened during the board meeting, and how I managed to turn the situation on the evil toad woman. It was childish, then again, this is a school. Anyway, I did end up summarizing what happened to my first class of the day, which happened to be my fifth-year class. After that, I kinda glared at any student who asked me about it and just said that it was classified. Turns out that teenagers are very persistent, which explains how tired I'm currently feeling. Still, I wasn't done ruffling feathers today. I still had one last move to make. I teleport towards 12 Grimmauld Place, the supposedly secret headquarters of the Order of the Phoenix. It was supposed to be under a Fidley's charm, so I shouldn't have been able to even see it. But relying on the charm too much is a recipe for disaster. As the Potters have probably learned by now, it was possible for the secret keeper to be untrustworthy, or to be deceived into telling the secret. The charm, in itself, is simple and complex at the same time. The premise itself is straightforward: by sealing a location or a secret inside a soul, no one should be able to know it. It causes a change in reality where the secret exists only when someone knows that it exists. However, this has a price. Like I said to my students, magic works using equivalent exchange, and the power to permanently change reality except for a few persons is extremely high. It's not just the amount of magic that's required to maintain the spell, since it has to be anchored to a ley line for it to work, there has to be restrictions. For instance, the secret must belong to the caster. In the case of the Potters, they own the cottage, Lily Potter being the one who cast the spell. In Grimmauld Place, Sirius Black is the one who cast the charm. Dumbledore had probably helped him and done all the leg work, but Black must have been the one acknowledged as the caster for the charm to work. You can't just go into an empty place and put up a Fidley's charm and say that it's yours now. Possession of a land is a complicated thing when magic is involved. You need to acknowledge it, without a doubt in your heart, and you need to make sure that no one has a prior claim on it. There's also the requirement where the secret keeper should not own the secret. It's why Lily didn't choose James as the secret keeper. And finally, there's the fact that the caster must trust the secret keeper implicitly, which, in return, will cause the secret keeper to be cursed with misfortune if he betrays them. Pettigrew, as far as I knew, lived his life as a pet rat to poor children, and now he lives as little more than a slave for the Death Eaters, let alone the Dark Lord himself. Of course, to trust someone, you need to make sure that there are no backups, no hidden traps, no extra wards, meaning you need to entirely rely on the Fidley's charm. Still, this is all very interesting, but what I'm trying to convey is that no matter how powerful the charm is, the secret keeper is a liability and could very easily be tricked. It would be easy to use an illusion to trick them into revealing the secret, or even be invisible while the secret is uttered. I step onto the front steps and walk inside the ancestral home of the most ancient and most noble House of Black. I could feel the black wards being deactivated. A shame, they would have been enough to stop even Voldemort from entering the home. Too bad they're too dark to be used by a group like the Order of the Phoenix. I slowly walk up and silence the screaming portrait with a wave of my hand. While Berga Black would not utter a sound until the morning came. I relished the terrified look she had when she saw me entering. I ignored the meeting room and the hushed whispers coming from there. I could sense that my target was upstairs. I walk up the stairs, taking my time admiring the dump that the House of Black has become. Who the fuck displays the heads of dead house elves just as you enter the damn place? There were cursed objects everywhere. I could feel the remnants of their magic before they were obviously removed by the order. Who would live in such a place? I can't imagine a healthy child growing up in an environment like this. If I could summarize what this showed me the House of Black was, it would be a bunch of inbred nutjobs. I continue to walk up until I find the room I am targeting. I open it and look at the face of the skinny pale man with long hair, who was petting a hippogriff. This was Sirius Black, a shell of the men who should have ended up as the lord of one of the most powerful families in Britain's history. I sneer at him. Well, aren't you a treat to look at, Sirius Black? The man looked up and stiffened as he took a proper look at me. Lily. I smirk. Not quite. I think I just shocked him a bit too much. He jumped and hugged me while babbling apologies and regrets. I just let him get it out of his system. It took a good 10 minutes for the men to calm down. How? Sirius looked like he was begging for an answer, so I gave him one. The truth, I'm not Lily Potter. My name is Jasmine Sayer, but the name I was born with was Jasmine Potter, daughter of James and Lily Potter. I am from another universe. Technically, I'm Harry's counterpart. He looked at me incredulously. This has to be the biggest batch of bullshit I've ever listened to. I shrug. If you don't want to believe me, don't. I have nothing to lose if you don't believe me either way. I'm hunting for something in the house, and I saw you alone in here, and honestly, you're the one who was screwed over the most compared to my universe's counterparts. Huh, do I not end up in Azkaban in your world? Oh, hell no. As far as I know, you're sitting on the black seat on the Wisingamot, much to your constant complaints. Sirius looked aghast. Are you sure that I'm not the lucky one? I would take Azkaban over politics anytime. I snort. We both know that you wouldn't, Padfoot. Sirius stiffened and changed the conversation. So, I'm the one who took care of you when James and Lily died. No, James and Lily Potter did not die on Halloween 1981. Pettigrew was arrested soon after, and you kept on living your bachelor life. The dog Animagus looked floored at that. He obviously didn't even consider the idea that his best friends would be alive, Lily and James, alive. How? Lily's spell should have killed her. I shrug. As far as I know, I was saved by a higher power. Let's just say that my world is a lot more complicated than yours. Sirius stayed silent for a good minute before asking, how are they? James and Lily, I mean. They're good, I'm assuming. We don't get along very well. Well, I told them that I wanted nothing to do with them and just left. I'm pretty sure they think I'm dead. What? I snort. Apparently after the whole thing happened, they thought my twin, Nathan, was the one who offed Voldemort, so when they announced it, the house was being attacked by assassins every day or so, just so that they could kill the kid. Anyway, Lily ended up having a mental breakdown, and they didn't have any gold left to buy a new place and ward it properly, so Dumbledore came up with this blood magic ward that only let 3 people be trapped inside. How did they not have any gold left? I shrug. I looked at the finances, and apparently James let Dumbledore use as much as he wanted from the vault to fight the war. My Dumbledore is a lot more heavy-handed than yours and ended up almost emptying the vault. James didn't care. If the war was won, he didn't care about the money. I don't know the specifics and didn't care either. So, anyway, only 3 were allowed inside the ward, so they chose Nathan over me because he was the one being hunted down. Well, James is the one who chose. Lily was barely cognizant at the time. So, they cast a similar spell on the Dursley home and left me there. Let's just say that my Dursleys were a lot worse than Harry's. I ended up being left in America and then adopted by the Sayers. It's why I don't get along with them. And James and Lily just gave up on you. I shrug. Hell, no, they got Dumbledore to summon me using the Goblet of Fire, making me do their little tournament. Voldemort tried to come back, but I just killed him, and Dumbledore got himself killed from some weird artifact. When I was done, I washed my hands of them, and faked my death, a hero's death who killed Voldemort in her dying breath or whatever. The only one who knows I'm alive is my younger sister Rose. I moved back to the States and kept working on my research. I wasn't going to tell him the entire truth, like how I killed Dumbledore, and how I traveled back in time. It still would have been nice to get to know him, even if he's a barely functional human being. Sirius looked aghast. And where was I during all this? I honestly have no idea. I didn't care. Like I said, I washed my hands of all of you. I don't know why you didn't take care of me. I might have just forgotten it. It's been so long since then. Still, I had better things to do, and I didn't care about an absentee godfather. Sirius suddenly lit up. So, you're here to kill Voldemort for us and save our lives. Ms. I killed Voldemort when I was 14. I still don't know how you did that. I wasn't going to tell him that I was thousands of years old when I fought Voldemort, so I gave him a dry look. Of course I'm not going to kill him for you. This isn't my world, so this isn't my responsibility, so why should I fight him for you? Don't get me wrong, I'm probably going to kill him, if only because he's an inconvenience, nothing more, but you can't just count on someone to do all your work for you. As for how I killed the bastard, I'm a genuine magical prodigy. Seriously, I got my newts at 13, had 2 masteries almost finished by the time I killed Voldemort, and I am a master in 13 different fields of magic, although with a different name each. Comparing Voldemort to me is like comparing Dumbledore to a first-year Muggle-born student. I'm not kidding when I say that I'm a prodigy. I probably discovered more about magic than Dumbledore ever learned. So, yes, at 14, I was strong enough to beat Voldemort. The more I spoke, the more I let my aura go a little bit. It was barely a fraction of my presence, but it was more than what a wizard could hope to have. Sirius was gaping at me, wide-eyed at my display of power. I continue, but I'm not here to talk about my past, Sirius Black, but about your future. What the hell have you become? Look at you, a shell of the wizard you used to be, spitting at your traditions and at your family's legacy. You're barely a wild animal leashed by Dumbledore with the promise of your freedom. How the House of Black has fallen. Regulus would be so disappointed if he saw you now. Marlene would be weeping at your fall. What has become of you, Sirius Black? Chapter 160, Black. October 20th, 1995, Hogwarts, Earth 2. Jasmine Sayer POV. The more I spoke, the more I let my aura go a little bit. It was barely a fraction of my presence, but it was more than what a wizard could hope to have. Sirius was gaping at me, wide-eyed at my display of power. I continue, but I'm not here to talk about my past, Sirius Black, but about your future. What the hell have you become? Look at you, a shell of the wizard you used to be, spitting at your traditions and at your family's legacy. You're barely a wild animal leashed by Dumbledore with the promise of your freedom. How the House of Black has fallen. Regulus would be so disappointed if he saw you now. Marlene would be weeping at your fall. What has become of you, Sirius Black? I knew I was a bit out of line to use his brother and Marlene McKinnon, the woman he probably would have married, if her whole family hadn't been slaughtered by Death Eaters. But the men needed a wake-up call. With my telepathy, I was able to tell that he's very close to being suicidal, from the guilt of refusing the responsibility of being the Potter's secret keeper. He tried to make a joke about it, saying that it would be a prank to choose Wormtail as the secret keeper, but what he feared the most was betraying his friends. He was afraid that he would snap and join the rest of his family, that he would be taken by the Black Madness and become a Death Eater. Sirius Black was fundamentally broken. While Berga Black had made sure of that. She did nothing but cause pain, and Sirius associated the Black family to her and Bellatrix. This was what he saw his family being like, and he did his best to avoid this fate. He refused to cast any type of dark magic, or at least what the Ministry calls dark magic. He blamed the entire field of magic for his family's madness, for his miserable childhood. He hated anything that reminded him of his family with a burning passion. This was why he chose to target Snape with his pranks, after all. He still hasn't acted after all and avoids dark magic like a plague. Being here, in this house doesn't help either. He keeps having flashbacks of his childhood in this place. The man was agitated, angry and scared. He was even afraid of taking care of his godson and causing him as much pain as his mother did to him. As far as Sirius Black was concerned, the Black family was evil, other than Andromeda that is, but since she was disowned, she didn't count. The man looked scared when I tore through his insecurities like that. Why are you saying this? I give him a blank stare. Seriously, Sirius, take a look at yourself. You're barely functioning. I understand that you want to go on adventures and fight the good fight, but that's not it, is it? You want everything to end, you want to be hit by a spell and join your friends. The only reason you haven't is because you still haven't hunted down Pettigrew yet. Being cooped up here isn't healthy, especially in this place. Why are you even listening to Dumbledore? This is your life and you're his life insurance. We both know that you won't get a trial anytime soon, probably never, with or without Dumbledore's help. All you're doing is making sure that he has control over Harry. He looked confused. I don't understand. I sigh. You are to Harry what the Potters were to you. I'm talking about my grandparents here. You represent an escape from the loveless life he has at the Dursleys. Limiting your contact with Harry will let Dumbledore use you as a treat if Harry dances to his tune. Why do you think Dumbledore is particularly insistent that you don't contact Harry, that you stay here? Sure, he's probably worried that you would do something reckless, but it's a way to collar you. He uses Harry's safety to control you and he uses your contact with Harry to control him. Masterfully done. Sirius started getting angry. I don't have a choice here. But you do. You could kill Voldemort and free me. It would only take an afternoon, if what you said about your magical abilities were true. So why don't you? I shrug, other than the fact that it's not my problem. The problem is that Voldemort is more than just a man, he's a movement, one unknowingly started by Dumbledore when he defeated Grindelwald. You have to understand that he saved countries with that duel, and he was elevated to a legend. He could have done anything he wanted, and what he wanted while it was nice on the surface had a lot of bad consequences. I won't go into too much detail, but Dumbledore was messed up from something that happened when he was young. All he wanted was to curb violence and death, so he kept banning magic that he saw as harmful. And the old families, who kept losing power, were very unhappy, but they could do nothing to fight someone of his caliber. Sirius murmured, until Voldemort. I nod, until Voldemort. It didn't matter if he was a mad half-blood, the older ones had recognized him but didn't reveal it to the younger generation. They supported him, and taught their children to support him, and they have done so with fanaticism that Grindelwald never had. Grindelwald wanted to change the world, to make the wizarding world superior. He had a goal, an ideology. Voldemort, though, isn't a normal Dark Lord. He doesn't have a goal or an idea. He just wants to watch the world burn with him at the top of it. Your generation grew with these ideas in their heads, which resulted in people like Bellatrix joining Voldemort's cause. All this because one man thought he knew too much and wanted to make the world a safer place. Every action has a reaction, everything has a price attached to it, and he didn't expect to pay his this far back. And now, he's desperate, trying to atone for his mistakes and doing his best to limit the damage and the deaths. He's not a bad man, not really, just a desperate one. And the prophecy is giving him an easy answer to his problems. He needs to control Harry, and you're making it very easy for him to do so. The men looked devastated. What am I supposed to do? You're a grown man, Sirius. I'm not going to tell you what you're supposed to do. I'm going to give you a piece of advice though, think things through before you do something reckless. Your life is important to a lot of people, especially to Harry. You, dying taking a stupid risk, could break the boy. Sirius started to think about what I just said, and I changed the topic. You know, your family is quite special. The dog Animagus snorted at my comment, a bunch of nutjobs, more like. I shrug at his words. That's what happens when someone uses too much dark magic when they're too young and have no skill in the mind arts. I'm not talking about your parents' generation, I'm talking about the ones before. The Blacks have a much deeper history than you realize and a much more fulfilling purpose. Although, I was amused that Walburga was calling you a disgrace to your family when your Animagus form is your family's totem. Wait, what? Oh, yeah. Your family was legendary in its neutrality. Dark and light don't matter much, really. They're just affinities that doesn't matter anyway. Nowadays, it's just a political statement, nothing more. Your family's totem, the Grim, was a testament to this neutrality. Peaceful, mysterious creatures that hunt the wicked. Your family were ghosts, assassins, killing people who were too dangerous. Your family stopped countless Dark Lords and Light Lords alike from the shadows. People who would have killed thousands if not millions each. You know, there were rumors about black curses, a long time ago. They said that you never knew how you would get cursed, but a victim would rarely even feel the curse before they died. They would die days, or even months later, unknowing of their fate. And even if they knew about the curse, there hasn't been a single healer who was able to heal someone of a black curse. This is your family magic. They were a proud family, and they were right to be so. You should be proud of being a black, as well. What you witnessed is only a pale shadow of what your family should have been. And you, Sirius Black, have your family's totem as an Animagus form. You were a true black, other than your brother, that is. Sirius looked surprised and didn't answer for a few minutes before speaking of, you keep talking about Regulus. He died a Death Eater, he was a coward, who obeyed my parents' orders without questions. I snort, oh, honey, Regulus never died a coward's death. On the contrary, Regulus Black recognized the magic that Voldemort used, something vile, tainted, something far more sinister than mere dark magic. And he chose to fight it, he gave his life in a desperate attempt of stopping Voldemort. He still looked disbelieving, and I bellowed out, creature. The house elf popped in front of me. I don't even give him a chance to say anything, give me Regulus' locket. Creature shook his head, creature won't. Creature will not give the witch the locket. He must fulfill Master Regulus' wish. Even if I could destroy it now, in front of you. The house elf stiffened, yous can't. Creature tried everything but the vile locket remains. I have destroyed other objects like it before. Give me the locket, elf, and I will fulfill your master's last wish. The house elf popped in and out in barely a second. I smirk at Sirius' incredulous expression. Creature popped back with the locket in hand. I was immediately filled with the corruption of the Horcrux. I point my hand at it, and a black beam of magic attacks the locket and destroys it immediately, releasing the usual high-pitched scream that comes when destroying a Horcrux. Creature looked disbelieving at the place where the locket previously existed. Use destroys it, like that. I smile warmly at the elf. I know, creature. Regulus knew that you couldn't destroy it, but he was desperate. You can now rest easy, knowing that you haven't failed your master. And clean up this place. I can't believe that you have allowed the home of the House of Black be neglected like this. It is your duty as a black elf to maintain the household. So, why don't you go ahead and make this place worthy of the Black family? Creature just nodded with tears in his eyes. Creature will, noble witch, Creature will. He popped out, probably to actually start cleaning the house. Sirius, on the other hand, was gaping at me. What just happened? What was that? Your brother discovered that Voldemort had created Horcruxes. An abomination of magic, where one tears their soul apart and seals it in an object as an anchor. Understanding the consequences of following such a madman, he chose to find it and destroy it. He died from one of the protections Voldemort put up, a lake full of inferi. But before that, he got the Horcrux and gave it to Creature to destroy. The poor elf spent the last decade and a half punishing himself for not destroying the locket, something he couldn't have done considering that it's soul magic and is supposed to be almost indestructible. Sirius' face was pale, and he muttered, Reg was a hero. He sacrificed himself. So, that's how he survived. Merlin, he cut up his soul, no wonder he's mad. At least, he's mortal now. I snort, no he's not. Did you seriously think that a man like Voldemort would be satisfied with only one? I know where they are because I tracked them down in my universe. He made 7. 7, he yelled out. I nod, yeah, but don't worry, I destroyed a few of them when I was bored. I, alone, destroyed 4, Harry had destroyed 1 in his second year, there's only a ring left in the snake, Nagini. The ring is under constant surveillance since it's close to Voldemort's hideout, and the snake rarely ever leaves his side. Trust me, compared to where the others were, I did the hard work. 1 was even in Gringotts. You broke into Gringotts. I snort, hell yeah, it has to be one of my all-time favorite accomplishments. I broke into the so-called unbreakable bank, into one of the highest security vaults no less, and stole an artifact and half the gold in the vault, without anyone noticing a thing. Sirius burst out into laughter, I knew I liked you for a reason. So, which vault did you rob? I chuckled, the Lestrange vault. This time he rolled down on his floor, when he calmed himself, you robbed Bella. Oh, Merlin, this is precious. You are officially my favorite person, ever. Amused, I look at my watch, oh, look at the time. It's almost midnight and I have class tomorrow. I have to go back to Hogwarts. Sirius looked sad for a moment, can you keep visiting me? I smile at him, count on it, Sirius. You're a lot more fun when you're not a depressed mess. I teleport out without hearing his reply. I had left him with a few things to think about. I smiled to myself, I had ruffled enough feathers in a day. It might be a record for me. Chapter 161, Ripple. October 31st, 1995, Hogwarts, Earth 2. Albus Dumbledore POV. If one were to have said to Albus Dumbledore that the Ministry would have simply given up their little manhunt they had for him and young Harry, he would have told them to lay off the potions and get a good night's sleep. But now, after a simple board meeting, something that shouldn't even affect the Ministry too much, things have changed. Dumbledore didn't even think it was possible for things to change this quickly in the political scene. And it was all because of his newest professor, a young woman who for the first time since Tom Riddle roamed these halls, lived up to the title of genius, not just in magic but in politics and probably many more. The words genius and brightest witch of a generation were always thrown around. Take Miss Granger, for example. The girl had a wonderful memory and would probably excel in mind magic, should she choose to specialize in it. But did she earn the title of brightest witch of her generation? Of course not. The girl had no sense of wonderment and appreciation for the chaotic nature of magic, something that would hold her back immensely if she chose to pursue a mastery in anything but arithmancy. But Jasmine Sayer was different. She reminded Albus of himself and Gellert. A true magical prodigy, one who was supposedly a scholar, but what happened in the board meeting showed the depth of her political mind. Albus wasn't sure that even he could have done the same. She had somehow turned the meeting from her own evaluation into Umbridge's, she turned the board against the Ministry, by playing on their pride, and the former undersecretary's disregard for their authority. This was done masterfully. Sayer had known exactly which buttons to push and had somehow ousted Umbridge from her position and used the board's connections to the Wisengamot to spread chaos in the Ministry. It was like a domino effect. The board members' displeasure with Fudge's administration through Sayer's manipulations showed the other members about how the minister was stomping over their rights as well. Things kept snowballing from there, from accusations of embezzlement, taking bribes, of prioritizing certain departments over others, and lack of impartiality when dealing with conflicts. The Ministry was divided, and Fudge's already flimsy control over the Ministry was falling. The man was so focused on trying to regain control over the situation that he forgot all about young Harry and Albus. The aged headmaster had expected this to happen after Voldemort's inevitable reveal, but it was a welcome break from the constant attacks he was fending off. It gave him enough time to search for Tom's Horcruxes. All of this, because of a single school meeting. One school teacher, alone, without the use of any violence or any threats, using only words, had completely destabilized Britain's political scene, which could very likely remove Fudge from his post as minister. All because he had instructed his undersecretary to find a way to remove Sayre from the castle so that he could have more influence over Hogwarts affairs. To say that this raised Sayre's position as a threat would be an understatement, and obviously, he wasn't the only one who thought so. The aged headmaster was informed by Severus that his Slytherins were actually terrified of the woman and the depth of her reach. Albus had to admit that this woman's political mind was the best one he had seen in his life. It was truly a shame that she refused to involve herself in his conflict with Tom. She would have been a valuable ally, that's even discounting her skills in magic, which he hasn't tested yet, but was sure were formidable. But he was also relieved that she didn't join the order. She would have probably usurped him somehow if he tried to enforce his authority over her. And now Albus Dumbledore was in a conundrum. He, now, had a loose cannon in his castle, an unplanned piece, one that he couldn't afford to aggravate, one that could ruin many of his plans, especially with young Harry. He was especially wary of her relationship with young Harry. The defense professor had helped him immensely when she removed the soul shard from Harry's scar. Albus had tested it himself later, not taking the woman at her word, but from the sounds of it, she was able to destroy 2 other Horcruxes on her own, something that put her ahead of Dumbledore in terms of destroyed Horcruxes. She had also confirmed how many soul anchors Voldemort had made. Dumbledore was still planning on visiting Slughorn to confirm, but 7 Horcruxes sounded about right. This also meant that more than half the Horcruxes were destroyed, and she had given him a clue that Slytherin's locket might be another one. To think that all this time, the curse was powered by a Horcrux, from the Room of Hidden Things of all places. It allowed the curse to be independent from the wards and hide from him, which explains how he never found it. Now, back to Sayre, Albus was worried about her relationship with young Harry. She seemed to take an interest in him and young Neville, the 2 possible prophecy candidates. That can't be a coincidence. Although, she had only made sure that young Neville caught up on his education, but she was actively teaching young Harry magic. He wasn't sure exactly what it was, there was a secrecy charm involved that he couldn't crack, but it could be something dangerous. Albus had decided to stop maddening himself with possibilities and just call the defense professor to his office. Albus felt the wards telling him of her arrival and let her through. He gave her a jovial smile. "Ah, Professor Sayre, thank you for coming." The woman in front of him just nodded. "Of course, headmaster. Is there something you wish to ask of me?" The aged headmaster nodded. "Ah, yes. I wanted to ask about your lessons with young Harry." The woman straightened up. "All right, what do you want to know? What do they entail, really?" "I wish to know what you have been teaching him, and how you have been teaching him." The woman snorted. "I am doing what you wouldn't do. I am teaching him how to fight, properly fight, that is. I am teaching him his family's legacy, something that shouldn't concern you." Dumbledore frowned. "What legacy are you talking about? James never mentioned anything in his will." The woman's green eyes glowed slightly. "I'm not talking about his legacy as a Potter but his legacy as a Peverell." Suddenly, everything froze. Dumbledore hadn't even thought about the infamous Peverell family ever since he gave Harry his father's invisibility cloak during his first year. This was a family famous for the Hallows' existence, rumored to have beaten death itself. But even more so, the Peverell family was extremely feared in the past. He and Gellert had tried to unearth their secrets, but their efforts were unfruitful. "I don't know what you are talking about, Professor Sayre." The defense professor snorted. "Don't pretend that you don't know exactly what I'm talking about, especially with that wand in your possession." She gestured to the elder wand in Albus' hand and he tensed immediately, expecting a fight for the wand. "Don't worry, I'm not interested in the wand, or Harry's cloak for that matter. I don't care about the Hallows, they're a lot more trouble than they're worth, I think that you'll attest to that. However, I'm the first one to unearth the Peverell family magic and I have started Harry's education towards being the next wielder of our family magic. There are currently 3 people with Peverell blood, Harry Potter, Tom Riddle and myself. I do not wish for my family's legacy to die with me, and since I cannot have any children, I had to choose an heir that could actually use our family magic. I think Harry is a better choice than Tom Riddle, don't you?" Dumbledore started to pale at the implication. She knows how to use the Peverell family magic, something that from the ancient tales was something that was so powerful that armies gave up when they knew that a Peverell had joined the battle. A mere mention of the Peverells were enough to make grown men shiver. It was a reputation that was rightly gained. As the old saying went, to fight a Peverell is to fight death itself. This raised her threat level dramatically. He had to get a form of control over her, somehow. If you're this invested in Harry, then why don't you actively fight Voldemort, a man who is actively trying to kill him? The young woman shrugged. "I am teaching him how to defeat the abomination. No heir of mine will cower like a child while others die for him. He will fight his own battles and gain his own victories. He will learn to fight, and should he die, then I'll kill his murderers myself as retribution." Dumbledore stiffened at the mention of death. "Why do you so easily resort to death? Oh, Albus Dumbledore, there are so many things far worse than death. Peverils have always had a unique relationship with the afterlife. I don't expect you to understand. Do you truly think that I'm going to let you turn an innocent young boy into a weapon, a monster? The woman stood up. Let's make this straight, Albus Dumbledore. You have failed this young man, not only as a mentor but as his guardian. You have deprived him of his childhood and would have deprived him of his adulthood if I hadn't removed the soul shard in his scar. You have doomed this young man to live a miserable life with a few scraps of happiness and love, just to fulfill your little prophecy. What you think is best for him doesn't matter anymore because you have proved to me that you don't actually care about the boy. How dare you? I care a great deal about the boy. And how did you show it? All you have done for him is make sure he lives in a home he despises, where he is actively mistreated, giving him a few little hints here and there when he's risking his life foolishly and finally awarding him points afterwards. That's the depth of your relationship with him. No matter how much you claim to love the boy, all you have done for him is just observe him and nothing more. The boy has already lost his parents because of you, and you certainly haven't taken care of him afterwards. Your methods weren't working, so I'm doing it my way. Dumbledore sat down in shame, with his failures stripped bare in front of him, but let me make things absolutely clear, you have no claim over Harry. You have lost whatever feeble authority you have over him. But don't be sad, you already have enough on your plate. Voldemort isn't going to kill himself. But the prophecy. Fuck the prophecy. Imagine for 1 minute that the prophecy never happened, or that it was made up, what would you do? It was an intriguing idea, one that he had avoided in guilt of what he has done to make sure that the prophecy would be fulfilled the way he wanted it to. While he was deep in his thoughts, the woman revealed, "Oh, I found Slytherin's locket and destroyed it. It was at Grimmauld Place. You can check with Sirius since he was there when I destroyed it. It was quite a tale of death and noble sacrifice. Such a beautiful and sad story it was." Dumbledore immediately stood up, panicked. "How did you get inside Grimmauld Place? You should know the dangers of relying on the Fidley's charm, Dumbledore. All it takes is one mistake for things to go badly. Yours was the fact that you wrote the secret on a piece of parchment before you destroyed it. All it took was a compulsion charm in switching the parchment with an empty one without destroying it and carrying it in their pocket. They never even noticed it happening. And finally, all it took was a small cutting charm in one of their pockets, and boom, I know the secret." Dumbledore was dumbfounded from the revelation. In his attempt to not waste his time, he had given out a few pieces of parchment to Alastor Moody, and precisely asked for them to be destroyed every time they left the house. He had thought that this method was foolproof and wouldn't cause a security issue. Albus could imagine Pettigrew using the same method as Sayre and sending Voldemort with enough of his Death Eaters to the house to slaughter their opposition in a single night. Albus was thankful that she had revealed this security risk. He turned to look at her, to find that the woman had disappeared. Instead there was a small piece of parchment. "You spent a good 5 minutes not talking, so I left. I have papers to grade after all. Have a good night." Albus chuckled. No matter how dangerous this witch was, at least she had a sense of style. Chapter 162, Spy. October 31, 1995, Hogwarts, Earth 2. Albus Dumbledore POV. He had thought that this method was foolproof and wouldn't cause a security issue. Albus could imagine Pettigrew using the same method as Sayre and sending Voldemort with enough of his Death Eaters to the house to slaughter their opposition in a single night. Albus was thankful that she had revealed this security risk. He turned to look at her, to find that the woman had disappeared. Instead there was a small piece of parchment. "You spent a good 5 minutes not talking, so I left. I have papers to grade after all. Have a good night." Albus chuckled. No matter how dangerous this witch was, at least she had a sense of style. The aged headmaster sat at his desk for a good minute thinking of the possible ramifications of Sayre's involvement in his conflict with Voldemort. No matter what the woman said, she wasn't planning on staying uninvolved in the matter. If she was, she wouldn't have destabilized the ministry like she did, or she wouldn't have taken such an interest in young Harry's education. The thing that baffled Dumbledore was the fact that he had no idea what the woman wanted. What was her main ambition? Why was she so focused on Harry's education and yet seemed unconcerned with his survival? Albus prided himself on his understanding of people. It wasn't that difficult. People mostly either wanted power, wealth, or glory. Sometimes there were a few that prioritized family. Albus always had admiration for those. No one with Sayre's power, magical or political, would choose to teach in a castle immediately after Voldemort's resurrection without a hidden goal in mind. Albus only needed to find out what it was to finally understand the mystery that is Jasmine Sayre and be able to finally predict her moves, who seemed to have very far-reaching consequences. Truth be told, if it was just a contest of strength, Albus would probably win. The Elder Wand gives him a very powerful advantage, and anyone other than Voldemort himself didn't have a chance. No matter how powerful and talented the defense professor was, she is still inexperienced, especially against powerful opponents, which means that she would most likely lose against himself and Voldemort. But apparently, it wasn't her magical power that was the biggest threat, it was her mind. What she had done with the ministry was a masterpiece, one that proved how catastrophic she could choose to be for anyone's cause, should she be displeased with them. Albus looked at the clock and was surprised that he has been sitting down at his desk thinking about Sayer for the better part of an hour. Suddenly, he felt the wards flare up once more. Someone was asking to come in. He was surprised since he didn't expect anyone to come and see him tonight. He allowed the visitor to enter, and he recognized the familiar figure of Severus Snape opening the office door. He smiled at the young man. "Severus, my boy, I didn't expect to see you tonight." The young man looked grim. "The Dark Lord called an emergency meeting a few minutes ago. He's planning something tonight. I wasn't privy to the details, but he said that it was the first step in taking their rightful place in the wizarding world." Albus looked thoughtful tonight. He'll be trying to send a message without being too overt. "Did he give you any details?" "No, I only know that Lucius has an important role in the operation but that the Dark Lord will oversee everything himself. Him getting involved by himself is enough for us to assume that whatever he's planning is of grave importance." "Is he making a play for the prophecy?" Severus shook his head. "No, Lucius told me that it was physically outside the ministry building. He didn't specify where exactly." Dumbledore nodded. "Voldemort could be absolutely cunning when he wanted to, and it made him extremely difficult to predict. If he's planning on doing it himself, it has to be something important and it has to be something that would send a message, while still letting him stay hidden to gather his forces appropriately." The aged headmaster sighed. "Anything else?" The potions master nodded. "Yes, Sayer. He asked me to report on her actions. He seemed apprehensive in dealing with her. Her latest stunt had made him wary." "In what way?" "He was first planning on either killing her or forcefully recruiting her. He knew that she was talented and didn't want to risk you getting your hands on her. When I told him that she refused your offer, he was ready to plan on recruiting her. I believe that he wanted a replacement for Bellatrix." Dumbledore shook his head, and her meeting made him stop considering her as a possible recruit. Severus nodded. "Yes. I think there was an underlined message between them during the conflict. I could understand anyone being this wary of her but not him. Maybe if she chose to target his movement and remove his Death Eaters, she could be considered a threat, but to do that, he has to come back from hiding first, for her to be considered seriously at the very least." Dumbledore sighed. "You misunderstand. This was just a demonstration from Sayer's perspective. It only took her one meeting to get the entire ministry under fire. Imagine what she could do if she took an active interest in politics. As another brilliant witch, who is probably a pureblood, who is also a descendant of Slytherin and thus a Parselmouth, she represents a genuine threat to his position as the pureblood champion, especially if he chose to attack her without provocation." The young potions master shook his head. "You're overcomplicating the Dark Lord's thinking. After his resurrection, he's been different. He's always been psychotic and tended to torture his subordinates for their failures, but he was also charismatic. Whatever returned of him last summer is more monster than man. He's still brilliant, but he's also very easily angered, and has done nothing but terrorize his followers ever since he returned. He could kill her, in front of his Death Eaters, and proclaim himself a half-blood, and they would still follow him out of fear. He still has his power, but only a monster remains. I can say with absolute certainty, very few of his followers wanted him back. They were perfectly content with the political power that they had amassed." Dumbledore looked thoughtful. "Has he really been this bad?" Severus snorted. "He tortured Crabbe because he asked a question." "Yes, it was an idiotic question, but it was still not worth 5 straight minutes under the Cruciatus curse. I do find it curious how wary he is of Sayer, considering how many times she stated that she didn't want to involve herself in our conflict. But do not worry, I know for a fact that the woman will never join Voldemort's camp and he would never accept her out of fear of her usurping his position. Even if she does join, Voldemort has no idea how much that woman has wronged him and ensured his demise. I can say with certainty that he's very right in being apprehensive with dealing with her. I know very little of her skills as a fighter, but her knowledge of arcane magic is perhaps superior to even mine. I know for a fact that she knows more about certain fields of magic where I could barely be considered a beginner. Yes, Sayer's knowledge on soul magic, especially on Horcruxes, should terrify Voldemort." Dumbledore wasn't sure before, but now he was sure that it had something to do with the Peverell family magic. The family was always connected to death in a way. A mastery over soul magic is a possibility. The woman had already destroyed half of Voldemort's soul anchors. So, discounting Nagini, there was only one soul anchor left. And with the ministry too busy to harass him, he was free to continue his search for them. Severus stayed silent for a few seconds before asking, "Did you figure out where she came from?" Albus shook his head. "I'm afraid that this remains a mystery to even myself. She has already informed me that she took the name Sayer sometime after she graduated. I know a couple of her achievements from the guilds she joined but nothing more. I tried looking for her papers in a lot of magical schools around the world, but most of the other headmasters are very skittish on who they allow to come near their alumni list, so I didn't get any luck on that front. What about her connection to Lily? I don't know. Other than having similar eyes, the flower name, and their resemblance, there's nothing tying Jasmine Sayer and Lily Potter together. I have had a thorough look over Lily's family tree and there's no sign of a secret sister or cousin or anything similar. Everyone is accounted for. There's a very good chance that this is just a coincidence. The potions master glared at him. It's not a coincidence. Do you think I can't recognize Lily's eyes anywhere? They have a certain glow to them, a certain power. I could recognize them in Potter, and I recognized them the first time I laid my eyes on Sayer. Do not fret, Severus, I will continue my search to uncover her past. You know how I dislike how close she is to young Harry. Her influence could have a negative impact on the boy. Severus snorted. You're the one who chose to distance yourself from the boy and you can't forbid her from teaching him, especially when she just showed us how dangerous she could be. It would be foolish to show ourselves as her enemy. I am fully aware of her threat level. She was able to circumvent the Fidley's charm and enter Grimmauld Place. The young man stiffened. What? How? The aged headmaster sighed. It only took a couple of compulsion charms for someone to not destroy one of the pieces of parchment I wrote with the secret, and she was able to read it. As far as I understand, she has already spoken to Sirius. And that much didn't tell anyone. Sirius has been restless for a while and you have just seen how dangerous that woman can be with just her words. She could easily convince him to not reveal her presence to us. I'll still need to ask him when their conversation happened at the very least. Severus snorted. It doesn't surprise me that the mutt wouldn't see a blatant attempt to manipulate him. This is not the time for your little school rivalry, Severus. Sirius is still a very powerful asset on our side. If he chooses to leave our side, it will, most certainly, put us in a very delicate position. The potions master sighed. All right, but what are we going to do about this? For one, I'll have to destroy all written forms of the secret. We don't have the time to remove the Fidley's charm and reset it, especially with Sirius being as unhappy with us as he probably is now. Truth be told, there's nothing we can do about Sayer. It's better to just focus our attention on Voldemort. And yet the Dark Lord is focused on her. Dumbledore snorted. She's a wild card, Severus. Of course, he would be worried about her. I am as well. But we'll need to prepare ourselves for the aftermath of what he's planning tonight. Choosing someone to involve himself for the first time since his return, it has to mean something. The Dark Lord is starting to accelerate his plans because of the conflict in the Ministry. Fudge being under fire is a threat to his secrecy. The buffoon was the best way for him to placate the Ministry until his forces are ready. Having anyone as a minister is a risk he's not willing to take. Whatever he's planning, it must be something that involves the Ministry somehow. Albus sighed, having come to the same conclusion. He could only hope that it wouldn't cause too much damage. And even if it would, the population must at least acknowledge that something is happening, and Voldemort involving himself isn't a good sign either. Still, what mattered now was the prophecy, and Voldemort mustn't get his hands on it. Albus would personally be at the Department of Mysteries to make sure that this wouldn't happen. After all, even if Voldemort came himself, he can't afford a fight of this magnitude, as it would easily reveal his return and he's not ready for that yet. Chapter 163, Breakout. November 1st, 1995, Hogwarts Earth 2. Harry Potter POV. Harry was especially cautious today. It was the day after Halloween, and for some reason nothing horrible had happened to him yet. This had never happened before, ever since he came to Hogwarts. For some reason the day was cursed. It was bad enough that it was the anniversary of his parents' deaths, but dangerous situations and inconvenient surprises kept following him every year. He fought a troll in his first year, found the first basilisk victim in his second, Sirius Black, who he thought to be a criminal at the time, had broken into his dorm room by his third year, and he had been chosen as a champion to a dangerous and deadly tournament the previous year. So yeah, Harry Potter was waiting for the shoe to drop, for the surprise to unveil itself and darken his day even further. For some reason, nothing happened when he woke up and got down to the common room. He had thought that the Halloween curse was broken. He should have known better, and realized that it was still a thing when he entered the Great Hall and his suspicions were proven right by Hermione, who had given him today's Daily Prophet. In big bold letters was the title of Mass Breakout from Azkaban, Black considered as the main suspect. The news had shocked the boy who lived to the core. How the hell was the Ministry this incompetent, that they lost pretty much every Inner Circle Death Eater in a single night? Harry knew from Sirius that Voldemort had allied himself to the Dementors during the previous war, but he thought that the Ministry had at least a minimum of competence, so as to not let just anyone stroll into the prison and break out some of the worst wizards and witches in recent history. Considering the crimes that were listed in the article, Sirius supposed crimes would have made him a Boy Scout in the Death Eater squad. From torture, flaying, treason, mass murder, use of the unforgivable curses, they were monsters. Hell, every single one of them had at least 50 kills under their belts, and those were only the ones where the victims were wizards that the Ministry knows of. How people thought that Sirius was Voldemort's right-hand man was a joke. It was probably an actual Death Eater who had started this rumor. And as you know, rumors might as well be considered fact in the wizarding world. Harry looked up and noticed that most of the students didn't seem to care about the Azkaban escapees. Apparently, since the Ministry didn't make a fuss about them, like say that they would guard Hogwarts or do something stupid like send the Dementors to Hogwarts again. The other students kept talking about their everyday lives, like Quidditch or homework, completely ignoring the danger that awaited them outside these halls. The last Potter looked up to the teacher's table, where the atmosphere was unsurprisingly grim. McGonagall and Dumbledore were deep in conversation, looking extremely grave. Professor Sprout had the prophet propped against a bottle of ketchup and was reading the front page with such concentration that she was not noticing the gentle drip of egg yolk falling into her lap from her stationary spoon. Most curious though was Professor Sayer's reaction, who had simply raised her eyebrows for a second before going back to normal. It was like she was slightly surprised but not overly so. Harry ignored his best friend's little squabbling and decided to speak with Sayer about what happened. She was the only professor that actually listened to him and somehow understood him deeply. It was so odd, he was so comfortable talking with her. Harry had never been this comfortable around people, the Dursleys had beaten that into him when he was younger. The last Potter waited until the defense professor finished and followed her to her office. The woman turned around and smiled. Mr. Potter, what can I do for you today? Harry ignored the attempt for small talk. What can you tell me about the Azkaban escapees? The Inner Circle members. At least the ones that were caught after Voldemort's fall. Some of the vilest men and women in their generation. They were a generation that practiced the dark arts since they were children, and well, developing minds have a hard time coping with the constant negativity that the dark arts require. The result was an entire generation of wizards and witches that are completely unhinged. Chief among them is Bellatrix Lestrange, or as she was known before her forced marriage, Bellatrix Black. The woman had broken down from all the hate, anger, and her family's expectations. Voldemort was there to pick up the pieces, and then he molded her into his personal attack dog. She would kill her own family for him. She has tried to kill her own sister Andromeda for him because she married a muggle. Other than that, be very careful with Dolohov. He was one of the most formidable fighters in the previous war. I think he was even a dueling champion at a time. And finally, Augustus Rookwood, one of the most dangerous men in Voldemort's camp, not for his fighting ability but for his knowledge. He's the only unspeakable that has betrayed his post in over a century. Let's just say if he wasn't such a high-profile target, the Department of Mysteries would have disposed of him as soon as he was outed as a traitor. The rest, while formidable, aren't that big of a deal. Harry stumbled. He hadn't expected her response to be this detailed. You didn't look surprised about it. The defense professor snorted. I expected this to happen at some point, but I didn't expect it to happen this soon. At his confused look she continued, Voldemort, as a wizard, is just one man. What made him dangerous are his allies. Powerful wizards and witches are born every generation. What makes Voldemort so dangerous is the fact that he became more than a man in the eyes of the wizarding world. The truth is that Voldemort cultivated the fear of his enemies, of the general population. He didn't even have to show himself, his Death Eaters were enough. If you look up how many times Voldemort actually showed himself, I guarantee that it would be less than 20 times. Although, he probably fought Dumbledore for half of those times. Voldemort the wizard isn't much of a problem. Voldemort the movement is very dangerous. How do you know all this? The woman snorted. Oh, Harry, I make it my business to know these things. The woman looked away and changed the topic of the conversation. I knew your mother, you know. Harry stiffened as she continued. Brilliant witch, very kind, compassionate, and she had a fiery temper. Merlin help you if you got on her bad side. Your father, though, I never liked him much. Why? The young Gryffindor asked. He was a bit of a bully, back in the day. Harry looked shocked, disgusted. He immediately wanted to disagree with her, to scream at the witch who was speaking ill of his father. Instead, he gritted his teeth. Explain. The woman didn't seem to care about his aggressiveness. Don't get me wrong, he was a good person, and he cleaned up his act in his 7th year, but he tended to be very biased against Slytherins. It first started as harmless pranks, but he chose to target Professor Snape in particular, and it became harassment. Why? Snape was a childhood friend of your mother's, but they stopped speaking with each other when they were around your age. There was some big fight, I think, and Snape chose to side with the Death Eaters. Don't judge him too much. He was a brilliant young man in Slytherin who was angry at the world and wanted someone to acknowledge him. Voldemort took advantage of this and got an amazing young wizard in his camp. Anyway, James particularly chose to target Snape just because of his closeness with your mother. He was infatuated with her for years, so it was easy to take it out on what he thought to be his rival for Lily's affection. Harry was disbelieving. His mother and Snape were childhood friends. Then why does he treat me like this? The woman smiled warmly. You have no idea how much Severus Snape hates James Potter. I know that he has saved your life out of respect for his friendship with your mother. He still couldn't bear to like someone that looked like James Potter. I'm not defending him, it's petty, childish, and pathetic for a man his age to take his anger with a dead man out on his son. But you have to realize that the white knight image that people describe your father as, is not true. He was a person with flaws just like anyone else. But, didn't he save Snape's life? Dumbledore said so, himself. The woman snorted, yes, but what he didn't tell you is what he saved him from. Black ended up taking a prank too far and invited Snape to the Shrieking Shack during a full moon. Snape was almost killed by Lupin, but your father saved his life. He didn't know what Black had done and acted by instinct. Dumbledore hushed things up, and the most they got was a detention. Understandably, Snape was furious about the encounter. Harry was floored. Everything he had learned about his parents was a lie. Professor Sayre continued, the truth of the matter is that your mother was too good for your father, even if he came from an old rich family. I was surprised when she started dating him in her 7th year. A shame what happened to her, but at least, you're proof of her brilliance. Your survival is proof that a Muggle-born was able to trick a Dark Lord into killing himself, and giving her son one of the most powerful protections ever made. Harry looked at the woman in front of him pleadingly, then why won't you fight her murderer? Why wouldn't you oppose Voldemort? The woman's face softened, I would say that this doesn't concern me, and it doesn't, but I don't think that you'll accept that as an answer. The truth is quite a bit simpler. Other than me not trusting Dumbledore, for many reasons, I think that defeating Voldemort before he reveals himself would be a mistake. As I told you, Voldemort is a movement where the entire premise revolves around people's fear over Voldemort. Him coming back from the dead is something like that. Everyone thinks that your survival was a fluke of magic, that Voldemort is still all-powerful. The only way to stop a movement, an ideology, would be to defeat its core in public, which means that someone will have to defeat Voldemort in single combat in front of a crowd. If I just snuck into his base and killed him, then no one would even acknowledge what happened and another Dark Lord would rise decades later picking up from where Voldemort left off. You told me about the prophecy, I'm supposed to fight him. Professor Sayre snorted, kiddo, you're a 15-year-old brat that hasn't even completed his OWLs and you think that you'll beat a magical genius with decades of experience. He might be half mad, but it's more than enough to snap you like a twig in seconds. For Merlin's sake, your magic hasn't even matured properly yet. He was messing with you before and you had luck on your side, fighting him directly will get you nowhere. But what about his Death Eaters, can you teach me how to fight them? The woman sighed and nodded, all right. Consider this to be your first lesson. What is it? The woman chuckled, reality as you know it is but an illusion. You need to hone your senses, to differentiate between what is true and what is false. Suddenly, gravity seemed to have reversed itself, and Harry was pulled away to the side. The wall sort of separated itself, revealing a familiar dark damp room. This was the Chamber of Secrets. But there was something wrong, something horrible, the basilisk wasn't dead. Harry ran for his life with his eyes closed. What the fuck was going on? Chapter 164, Reality. November 1st, 1995, Hogwarts Earth 2. Harry Potter POV. The woman sighed and nodded, all right. Consider this to be your first lesson. What is it? The woman chuckled, reality as you know it is but an illusion. You need to hone your senses, to differentiate between what is true and what is false. Suddenly, gravity seemed to have reversed itself, and Harry was pulled away to the side. The wall sort of separated itself, revealing a familiar dark damp room. This was the Chamber of Secrets. But there was something wrong, something horrible, the basilisk wasn't dead. Harry ran for his life with his eyes closed. What the fuck was going on? Harry didn't have time to even think about an answer as the giant snake started attacking him. Reflexively, Harry closed his eyes to avoid the giant snake's death eyes. He felt something very heavy impact his chest and send him flying back into the water. Without meaning to, he opened his eyes and met the basilisk's sickly yellow eyes. For some reason, the eyes didn't kill him, not that he minded much. In his shock, he didn't move as the giant snake reeled back and leapt at him, jaw first. Just as he was about to be eaten alive, the basilisk turned into smoke, surrounding Harry, and messing with his vision. The boy who lived was then thrown into the air and landed into a familiar graveyard. He saw Cedric getting killed once more and watched as the shadows took the dreaded form of his mortal enemy, Lord Voldemort. The Dark Lord looked at him with a sinister smile, Harry Potter, the boy who lived, come to die. Harry was immediately overwhelmed by his fear of the monster, before him. He did his best to run away, sending spell after spell desperately at his enemy. However, this didn't seem to do much as he was immediately clipped with a banishing spell that sent him flying back. From the shadows, Voldemort slowly walked towards the downed teenager. Harry could hear the mocking laughter of the Death Eaters in the background. Voldemort, on the other hand, sneered at him, are you truly the one who is supposed to defeat me? Have I been wary of a child who barely knows how to hold a wand? You're weak, Harry Potter, just a useless but lucky little boy, who should have died with his parents. Your mother's sacrifice is wasted on someone like you. Harry kept crawling away into the shadows. Suddenly, he found himself in a familiar cupboard. He looked at his tiny hands in surprise. He was younger again. His Aunt Petunia looked at him like he was a disgusting turd. Do you think that your mother would have sacrificed herself if she knew how pathetic you would have ended up being? Worthless little freak. Uncle Vernon picked him up and sent him towards the shadows that swallowed him up, and spat him back to the graveyard. Voldemort was still there, waiting for him. Oh, there you are, Harry, there's no need to run away, accept your death like a man. Voldemort sent a cruciatus curse at him, but Harry was able to right himself and dodge it. He got up and ran away, dodging curse after curse. Harry looked back, trying to send curses back at his attacker only to find that Voldemort wasn't even there. Harry looked forward to find Voldemort waiting, in front of him. With a flick of his wand, Voldemort disarmed the young wizard, and petrified him. Slowly, the monster spoke. You had so much potential, Harry Potter, and yet you wasted it on jokes and adventures. You knew that I was coming back, and yet you didn't prepare yourself. You have done your best to prove your aunt and uncle right. You did your best to prove to the world that you wasted your mother's sacrifice. Lily Potter had given her life just so that you could live, and yet you're doing your best to waste your life. And to think you should have been my fated enemy. You're a disappointment, Harry Potter. I hope that your afterlife will not be as pathetic as your regular life. Goodbye, Harry Potter. Avada Kedavra. A green bolt of light raced towards the petrified boy, and everything turned black. Harry didn't expect to ever open his eyes again. All he could see was a purely white room. He had thought that he was alone at first, so he checked his body, making sure that he wasn't hurt somewhere, before looking around for an exit. Suddenly, he heard someone clear their throat. He twirled around and found Professor Sayre looking at him with her eyebrows raised. He got angry, looking at her. What the fuck was that? The woman kept smirking at him. Language, Mr. Potter. That is no way to speak to your professor. Harry was enraged. What did you do? Me. Nothing really. You asked me to teach you how to fight. This was our first lesson. What lesson? You practically tortured me. The woman raised her eyebrows. And how did I do that? Harry stayed silent at this for a good minute. What exactly did you do? How did you do all of this? Finally, a good question. I told you before, magic is practically limitless. This is an exaggerated use of illusion magic. It fooled your regular 5 senses, and was even able to mess with your balance, which is why you thought that you were being thrown around. In truth, you didn't even move from your post. But, how was everything so accurate? How did you get every detail right? You even got exactly how the graveyard looked like and how the cupboard was. The woman grinned at the young Gryffindor. Mind magic is a very powerful field of magic. I have started teaching you occlumency months ago, and I could tell that you were starting to dismiss your daily exercises. Voldemort is a master legilimens. At your current level, he could mess with your mind as if it was his own. What I did to you, what I showed you, is barely scratching the surface. You need to get better if you're planning on surviving more than a second against him. Then why did you start with this? Why start with illusions? One of the most important skills a wizard can have is a way to anchor themselves into reality. Imagine a small signal, or a small picture hidden whenever you look at something. A small sound or humming in the background. This allows you to know if someone has hijacked one of your senses. This way, you'll always be able to differentiate between reality and illusion. Master your senses and you'll master yourself. I am teaching you this, because if you're planning to fight anyone, you have to be extremely sure that you're seeing the truth. I could teach you the most powerful battle magic spells in existence, and they would be useless if you can't defend yourself against a simple illusion. You could even end up hitting your allies with them. But even now, it was also a test, one you failed spectacularly. The teenager protested. How, in Merlin's name, was I supposed to stop an illusion? We never learnt about it in school or anywhere, really. The woman looked sad at this. The illusion wasn't the test, it was how you handled yourself inside the illusion. And the fact was the second Lord Voldemort was in front of you, you were afraid. Harry felt fury rise within him. Everyone is afraid of him, why should I be any different? Fear is a completely acceptable human emotion and very valid response to being threatened. But it's not just that you're afraid, you're terrified. You can barely move the second you lay eyes on him, you couldn't even breathe. Everything stopped, and all you could do is just spam curses and hope for the best, even though you knew deep inside that nothing was going to work. You accepted your death the second you knew that he was there. You didn't even try to fight properly. This is why you're not ready to fight him. This is how you failed the test. Is this it, then? I failed your test, so you're not going to teach me. The woman snorted. Of course I'm going to teach you, you're my heir, after all. It just means that I'll need to redefine your meaning of fear. Harry didn't like the sound of that. Before he could ask her to clarify, she continued, the more pressing issue is the fact that you're still holding back. Not just with your magic but with your mind. I have seen every secret you have, and the boy that survived his abusive home was nowhere to be found the second he stepped into Hogwarts. I don't know. The defense professor sneered at him. You're the boy who learned how to pick locks so that he could eat scraps after everyone was asleep. You're the boy that got exactly the grades needed just so that his relatives wouldn't call him out on cheating. You're the boy who learned his cousin's reactions exactly and knew how to distract him when he wanted to beat him. That boy was a survivor. He thought about everything carefully before doing anything. However, the second you stepped into Hogwarts, you leapt into danger whenever you could. You kept downplaying your abilities so that you would fit in better. You're never going to fit it. You're a celebrity among students. Every action you took was scrutinized, and all you did was disappoint everyone with your mediocre results. But. No buts, Potter. You, throwing your life away like it meant nothing is very concerning. I had hoped that it might have been the result of mind magics, but no, it was all you. Your mother would have been disappointed to see you do this. Do you think that she gave her life, just so that you would run from Acromantula in the Forbidden Forest, or hunt down dangerous criminals? Harry stayed silent at this, wilting under her accusation. There was a grain of truth in them. Harry had been chasing danger after danger ever since his first year. But everything he did was because he wanted to save the school, right? I had to, it was my responsibility. The woman snorted once more. Kiddo, the traps in your first year were geared to delay the intruder, not stop. The stone was obviously fake. Your second year, the chamber had nothing to do with you. If you think for one moment that you weren't the luckiest boy in the world for surviving that, then you'll be terribly mistaken. In both of those encounters, you survived either thanks to Dumbledore or because of pure luck. You barely knew a couple of spells. You were first and second years for Merlin's sake. You have to realize that you have no responsibility to these people. You don't need to be the hero. You don't have to save the day. Let someone else do it, especially when they're more qualified than you are. When you accept these words, we'll have our next lesson. Harry nodded and turned around. Where are we? Physically, we never left the Great Hall. How? I followed you to your office after you were done eating. Professor Sayre gave him a smirk. I told you before, mind magic is a very powerful field of magic. I simply felt that you wanted to speak to me and connected with your mind. So, none of this was real. All of this was in my head. Of course, it was in your head, Harry. But why does that mean that it wasn't real? After all, reality is an illusion. Harry then looked panicked for a second. Then did I stay frozen for half an hour in the middle of the Great Hall? Of course not, Harry. The mind moves differently from the body. From my calculations, barely 10 seconds have passed in the real world. Now, I think it's time for our conversation to end, Mr. Potter. Professor Sayre just touched his temple and Harry was thrown back into his body. He was back at the Great Hall. He looked around and saw Ron and Hermione looking worriedly at him. Ron was the one to speak up. Are you all right, mate? Harry nodded. I'm fine. Hermione didn't seem to believe him. Why were you staring at Professor Sayre? She's a very scary woman. Ah, yes, scary indeed. Chapter 165, Blood. November 21, 1995, Hogwarts Earth 2. Daphne Greengrass POV. Daphne Greengrass was inwardly excited for today's defense lesson, which was quickly proving to be her favorite class this year. It was all due to Jasmine Sayre, who was by far one of the most knowledgeable professors to have ever taken the post. For some reason, having someone of her expertise teaching them allowed every student to gain a solid grounding on their magical education and gain a better understanding of their gift. And to someone like Daphne, Professor Sayre was more than just a teacher. She was a role model. The epitome of what a woman can achieve. Daphne had started the year expecting to spend it in self-study, with an incompetent professor sprouting ministry propaganda during class. The required book didn't help matters. Calling it a waster of paper would be an understatement to how horrible a read that book was. Daphne didn't even get past the first chapter before falling asleep. And then, Sayre appeared. She was a relatively unknown witch with a very distinct family name that traced its lineage back to Salazar Slytherin himself. And from the first lesson, it appeared that the woman knew what she was talking about. Although, she tended to go into tangents every lesson, but they were still interesting enough that no one ever complained about them. Funny thing about Sayre was the fact that she never gave or took out house points. When someone had the guts to ask her, she just chuckled. In the grand scheme of things, the house cup is absolutely useless. You gain nothing when you're awarded points and lose nothing when points are taken away. There's nothing to be gained in winning the house cup, so why should it matter? The young Slytherin had somewhat dismissed her political power at the start of the year. She had expected that someone with the surname Sayre would be acting in a much more dignified way than the defense teacher was. That was until Umbridge decided to remove her from her post as the defense professor. Everyone had seen it coming. Fudge had blacklisted any candidate from the post, hoping to extend his influence inside the castle using Umbridge. But, somehow, Sayre ended up keeping her job, and Umbridge had lost hers. The woman entered a meeting where the Toad Woman had everyone in her pocket, and somehow, in some way, Sayre still won. And the cascading event that it caused, the destabilization of Fudge's administration, the various allegations being thrown around about corruption and embezzlement, the man was barely hanging on to his post. Still, one woman, in a single meeting, a school meeting no less, destabilized the political landscape of the entire country. If that wasn't a testament to her cunning, nothing would be. Daphne didn't know how many letters were sent concerning Sayre, but every single Slytherin student had ended up getting one from their parents asking for more information on the mysterious Sayre. And best of all, this woman was politically neutral. She had refused both Dumbledore's obvious offers and she didn't bother to hide her disdain for the Dark Lord. Of course, her family knew that he was back. They didn't know how it was possible, but the men had come back from the dead somehow, and as usual, Potter was involved. Considering how heavy Fudge's smear campaign was, he was obviously hiding a lot of information about what happened. And add in how fearless the usual dark families were acting, it was pretty much a given that what Potter said was true. The Greengrass heiress was very nervous about this news, and her parents weren't any different. There is going to be a lot of pressure to join the Dark Lord's side, and it's not like you can refuse him without it resulting in your and your family's painful death. Daphne tried not to think about it much, trusting her parents to handle it on their own. Instead, she continued her pursuit in healing her sister. Besides, what truly drew Daphne's attention was the absurd amount of knowledge Professor Sayre possesses on very obscure magics. The Greengrass heiress wouldn't have cared too much if that list didn't include blood magic. The moment that those words were uttered, Daphne was hooked. Sayre could be what she was waiting for, the key to saving her sister and ending centuries of suffering. The Greengrass family was under a blood malediction that killed the youngest daughter of the head of the family. Every single generation, a daughter is born to die from the curse. This went on for centuries. No one knew the origins of the curse, no one had written it down, and if it was lost a long time ago. As for now, Daphne's sister Astoria was the one suffering from the curse. She was already weak and so fragile. She barely had 2 decades left in her. Daphne had sworn to herself that she would save her sister at any cost. But with the ban of blood magic in Britain, it was practically impossible for her to even know where to start. Until her 5th year at Hogwarts, until Jasmine Sayre took the post of defense professor. The lesson started as usual. This time Professor Sayre kept speaking about battle transfiguration. The most important element of your transfiguration will not be details like you're focusing on in your transfiguration lessons, but it will be on speed and rigidity. The faster you cast, the faster the transformation happens, the better your chances of winning a duel. It's why you tend to see animals made of stone or wood in dueling matches. In terms of attack power, they would have the same impact as a regularly transfigured animal, but they only take half the speed to cast and a quarter of the magical energy to maintain. The only important aspect of battle transfiguration is the rigidity. Transfiguration tends to attack your opponent physically, which means that your constructs must be strong to be able to deal any kind of damage. Outside of this, transfiguration is a truly limitless field of magic, and you only need to take advantage of this. Granger immediately raised her hand. Oh, how Daphne hated that bitch. It had nothing to do with the fact that she's a Muggle-born. The girl was headstrong with no idea of compromise. She assumes that she's never wrong, and since Professor Sayre had proven her wrong many times, she does her best in trying to get one over the professor. It was childish, it was a waste of time. It was also very amusing to see Sayre pick apart every argument she had. The professor sighed at the raised hand. Yes, Ms. Granger. Professor Sayre, you said the transfiguration was limitless, but Gamp's law of elemental transfiguration states that. I know exactly what it states, Ms. Granger. You were going to say something about the fact that we can't transfigure food, or precious materials. And the fact is, that Gamp's laws are fundamentally flawed. Granger actually gasped at the accusation. It was like someone had insulted her mother. How is that possible? It's been verified and tested for over a century. The professor sighed. The food thing is regarded to the fact that you have to have a very deep understanding of what you're changing, and unless you know exactly what every element and every molecule exists in your food, you cannot transfigure anything to have a nutrimental value and the correct taste. With that said, all transfigurations eventually revert, which means that if you actually end up eating transfigured food, you will probably die soon after. Granger still didn't look convinced. What about doubling charms? The professor looked exasperated. Doubling charms create magical constructs, not actual physical constructs. They work by scanning an object and conjuring an exact copy next to them. It's relatively easy to cast because most of the legwork needed for conjuration is already done by the scanning part of the charm. Now, the main difference is that the hypothetical food was conjured, not transfigured, meaning that there won't be any damage when the magic runs out, but there still won't be any nutrimental value to the meal in the long run. They're a very good way of losing weight, from what I understand. Granger didn't relent, choosing to fight for her book knowledge. What about precious stones and gold? Why can't anyone transfigure gold, then? The professor was starting to lose her cool, and gave Granger the stink eye. Miss Granger, this is the last question I will answer you during this lesson. If you have questions about high-level magical theory, you can ask me after class, and not waste everyone's time on things that wouldn't benefit anyone that weren't planning on being researchers or unspeakables. The bushy-haired Gryffindor looked abashed at the criticism and Daphne rebelled at her humiliation. All right, she knew that it was not a nice feeling, but the girl was that annoying, spitting over anything that's not in her precious books. No wonder no one liked her. How in Merlin's name did Potter deal with her and Weasley at the same time? The professor nodded and continued, the answer to Miss Granger's question is quite complicated, but I will do my best to simplify it. One of the main things that were discovered early on by ancient wizards was that magic remembers. Every spell, every act of magic, warps magic in a way. It's not much usually, but a very large-scale ritual could end up affecting magic in a very profound way. It's how runes were created to channel magic. Through thousands of sacrifices, ancient wizards and witches were able to power rituals to give meanings to symbols, and cast magic. Now if magic was neutral, without any nuances, would it choose that certain metals are harder to create over others? The answer is no, it wouldn't, and yet it does. In terms of precious metals and jewels, it was actually the goblins who created these rules. They sacrificed thousands of their kinds, millennia ago, to make sure that the magical price for conjuring, transfiguring, or transmutating any element that they consider precious, as to avoid scams and their loss of value due to oversaturation. It's still possible to conjure gold, but it requires so much magic that you'd need a lifetime continuing to store your magic just to transfigure a single ingot of gold. Even then, the transfiguration would still be temporary. This time it was Potter who asked the question, what about Nicholas Flamel, couldn't he turn lead to gold? The woman snorted, what do you think the Philosopher's Stone is? It's just a battery, filled with energy that allows him to compensate for the amount of magical energy that the gold needs. And you might be wondering how he had access to so much power, and the answer is the same, sacrifices. It probably wasn't as sinister as it sounds, but I theorize that they were able to collect the life force of every early death that happened during a time period and stored it inside the stone. Considering how many people died from plagues back then, it wouldn't have taken too much time for them to store enough to live for thousands of years. The so-called elixir of life is barely more than liquid life force that replenishes the Flamel's own, which allowed their longevity. Daphne was shocked at what was just said. This gave everyone a hard look to what the Flamels used to secure their immortality. Even though, from the rumors, they had died and destroyed the stone a few years prior, they were still a pillar of support to the wizarding community worldwide. Looking around, pretty much every single student was gaping at the professor who had resumed her lesson on battle transfiguration. However, this wasn't the time to ponder on the repercussions of Sayer's reveal. She had another more important goal in mind. After the lesson had ended, she gestured to Tracy Davis, her best friend, to leave without her. The girl immediately understood what she would be trying to accomplish, and nodded while giving her a reassuring smile. The Greengrass heiress steeled herself and walked to the professor's desk. Sayer looked up, with her eyebrows raised, is there anything you need, Miss Greengrass? Damn, she was intimidating up close. Remember Daphne, you're doing it for Astoria. The girl nodded, yes. Professor Sayer, I need your help. Again, the professor's face was expressionless, with what, Miss Greengrass? I need your help in saving my sister's life. There, she said it. Hopefully, this wouldn't be a worthless venture. Chapter 166, Malediction. November 21, 1995, Hogwarts Earth 2. Daphne Greengrass POV. After the lesson had ended, she gestured to Tracy Davis, her best friend, to leave without her. The girl immediately understood what she would be trying to accomplish, and nodded while giving her a reassuring smile. The Greengrass heiress steeled herself and walked to the professor's desk. Sayer looked up, with her eyebrows raised, is there anything you need, Miss Greengrass? Damn, she was intimidating up close. Remember Daphne, you're doing it for Astoria. The girl nodded, yes. Professor Sayer, I need your help. Again, the professor's face was expressionless, with what, Miss Greengrass? I need your help in saving my sister's life. There, she said it. Hopefully, this wouldn't be a worthless venture. The professor's face showed that Daphne had her whole attention. Her face was expressionless, but her eyes had a certain intensity. Explain, she demanded. The happy-go-lucky professor was gone and, in her place, there was someone far more powerful and far wiser than anyone Daphne had ever met. The Greengrass heiress didn't know how to put it into words. She could only say that whatever aura Professor Sayer was projecting was intense. Still, Daphne didn't let that unnerve her too much. My sister, Astoria, suffers from a blood malediction. It's passed down to every Greengrass. It's been that way for generations. Every time someone becomes head of house, his youngest daughter suffers from the curse. My parents have given up in all but name. We have spoken with the best healers and curse breakers in every continent. No one could even get a hint of the curse. The best they can do is give her a few more years to live by treating the symptoms. Please, she's my little sister. I need your help. Daphne was barely stopping herself from crying by the end of her little rant, and the professor's face softened slightly. It's all right, Daphne. Can you tell me what the symptoms are? The green grass heiress collected herself and nodded. She's just generally weak. She has a weak body, weak resistance to diseases, even her magic just stops working sometimes. There are days where she could barely get up from bed. I'm always scared that some accident will happen and she would be gone forever. The professor looked pensive for a moment before stating, I can't say anything without seeing her. Blood malediction is just the name given to any type of negative magical effect that is specific to a single bloodline. There doesn't actually have to be a curse. There's this family that tried to make sure that every member would be a snake animagus. They messed up the ritual and every descendant ended up turning entirely into a snake with no way back by the time they reach adulthood. It was technically considered a blood malediction, but there wasn't an evil family who cursed them or something similar. It was just a mistake. Not everything involving blood magic is a curse, it's just how the magic is channeled. Although, I am quite curious as to how it's only the youngest daughter that suffers. I have never heard of something like this. Not because it's impossible, but because it's so specific. Daphne looked at the professor pleadingly, is there anything you can do? The professor nodded, almost certainly. But I won't be able to determine anything without examining her personally. You know what, come to my office with your sister after you're both done with your lessons. I'll examine her and let you know if I can treat her. Daphne was practically jumping in joy at that answer. This was a chance, a genuine chance of getting her sister back. This was more than she could have ever asked for. Thank you, Professor. I'll bring her after lessons. The green grass heiress was distracted during the rest of the day. She didn't even glare at Malfoy when he kept bragging about something nonsensical that probably didn't even exist. She almost screwed up her potion twice while brewing. She didn't even tell Tracy what happened with Sayer. Truth be told, until Astoria's visit, she wasn't going to be telling anyone about it. And then, after what felt like an eternity, classes were finished for the day. Daphne knew that Astoria had finished an hour before her, and was probably waiting for her in the common room for their daily meeting. Daphne liked to check on her sister every day in case something went wrong, where she would immediately take her to Madame Pomfrey and contact their parents. And Daphne's assumptions were proven correct when she entered the common room and saw her sister laying down on one of the couches around the fireplace, looking cozy under a blanket. Astoria. The younger girl turned around and smiled at her. Daphne. Are you okay? You look weird. Daphne didn't say anything. We have a meeting with Professor Sayer. Professor Sayer? What about? It's about your condition, Astoria. The younger girl looked thunderous. Again, Daphne. What have I told you about treating me like I'm some sort of piece of glass? I love you, Daph, I really do, but you need to let this go. You need to accept that there's no way out of this. Mom and Dad already tried everything and we got nothing out of it. I don't need you to involve even more people in the vain hope that they'll heal me somehow. Daphne looked down. I know that I can be overprotective sometimes, but I'm not going to give up on you. I already told Professor Sayer and she told me to come with you after our classes are over. We can't just miss it. I don't know. Tell you what, if you go with me, I will not go behind your back and tell people about your condition. Astoria sighed, all right. But I'm holding you to your promise. You're not going to go behind my back again. Both Greengrass siblings walked out of the common room, towards the defense classroom. They were surprised when they heard spell fire from inside. Daphne slowly opened the door slightly to watch Professor Sayer and Harry Potter of all people dueling. It was far more impressive than she expected from Potter. Sayer was obviously holding back a lot, especially considering she barely looked fazed from the duel. Potter kept yelling out spell after spell at the woman who expertly shielded against them. She then redirected one of his exploding curses back at him. The young Gryffindor, who was in the middle of another spell chain, barely had enough time to stop and shield himself. Even then, it was a partial shield, so the impact of the spell sent him flying back. Always keep your eyes on your opponent, Mr. Potter. And don't go where the enemy leads you, the defense professor casually commented. Potter got up in a hurry, ready to resume the duel. Sayer graciously let him get up, but instead of casting immediately, he asked, why were you so hard on Hermione today? The defense professor sighed, look, kiddo, I teach defense, not transfiguration, not magical theory, just the practical applications of magic. Sometimes, I like to use theory to make sure that you have a better understanding of magic, but I choose to focus on the practical aspect of the class. Granger's questions aren't bad, but they're entirely irrelevant to the curriculum, especially considering how much we have to make up and that she's asking me about laws that you'll only start to see in your 6th-year transfiguration class. Now, you're not here to complain to me, you're here to learn how to fight. Let's go again. The boy who lived started by sending a fireball at the professor, who returned it with a gust of wind. Seeing his spell sent back at him, he created an elemental shield that stops fire and then sent a disarming charm at his opponent. The professor visibly sighed before sending some sort of blue beam at it. Somehow, it created a battle between the two beams of light, one red, and one blue. The blue light immediately enveloped the red one and hit Potter as if the red beam wasn't even there. Potter was once again thrown back to the obviously charmed wall, probably a cushioning charm. The professor was starting to get exasperated. For the last time, kiddo, I know that you like that spell because it held up against Riddle, but stop using it in every conflict. It's childish and pretty much useless against anyone who can wandlessly summon their own wand, something that isn't that difficult to learn. But you said. I remember saying that the disarming charm was a good choice if you're desperate against an unknown spell, or if you're trying to equalize a fight in a battle of wills. It's not supposed to be your finishing move, or your most powerful weapon. You need to learn how to choose your spells correctly. Potter looked ready to protest again, but the professor raised her hand. I'm afraid that our lesson is over, Mr. Potter. I have a prior arrangement. With who? With the two young ladies sneakily watching us. Daphne jumped when the door opened on its own. Her sister would probably have done the same, but she jumped up and down. That was so cool. I didn't think Potter was this good at dueling. She kept on babbling, showing a little bit of the hero worship she had for Harry Potter when she was a lot younger. The boy in question looked embarrassed at the praise, and Daphne thought that it did look cute on him. Still, this wasn't the time for any of this, and the Greengrass heiress was very grateful when Professor Sayre dismissed Potter. Immediately after, she took a closer look at Astoria, who was instructed to lie down. All right, I'm gonna cast a diagnostic spell, all right. Astoria nodded, and the defense professor, to Daphne's surprise, put aside her wand and just tapped her chest with her palm. Immediately, glowing orange symbols started to hover over the young Slytherin, and Daphne didn't understand what in Merlin's name those represented. They looked like runes, but they weren't any of the runes that the Greengrass heiress had ever seen, and she was second in her runes class, after that stupid Granger. Somehow, the professor seemed to understand them, and kept mumbling interesting and fascinating. Finally, after a good 10 minutes, the woman stopped looking at the symbols. Daphne asked her, so, what did you find out? The young professor smiled at her reassuringly. I can see why curse breakers couldn't find anything. This isn't a curse at all. It's one of the biggest mess-ups I've seen in a while, and with blood magic, they tend to be big. Healers wouldn't have found anything either, since it's not an actual medical issue. It's a magical contract, a messed up one, that's for sure. Daphne gasped in surprise. How? The professor shrugged. I don't know the exact timeline or reason, but your family swore fealty to another magical family. As proof of that alliance, the youngest daughter of the Greengrass Lord would serve under that family. Without the other family, I can't be sure of the specifics. Anyway, there's supposed to be some kind of bond between them. I don't know if the contract was created with malicious intent, like using the daughters as hostages for perpetuity, and it doesn't matter too much. What does matter is the fact that the family that the ancient Greengrasses swore fealty to are extinct. They have no descendant, and that wasn't taken into account in the blood contract that your ancestor signed. So, with no target, the youngest Greengrass daughter is still affected, but the bond is one-sided. She's leaking magic. A bond includes a small exchange of magic, but with no reciprocation. Her body keeps sending magic and life force at it, trying to reach something that doesn't exist, which explains the symptoms pretty well. Daphne and Astoria were gaping at her. Does this mean that you can stop it, you can reverse it? The woman nodded. The bond leak, almost immediately, but the blood contract is going to take a couple of weeks for me to be prepared for both of you. With the two of you, free of the contract, as long as your parents don't have any more children, the Greengrass curse will vanish, freeing any descendant from suffering from it. Astoria leapt and hugged her professor. Daphne didn't even care if this was unprofessional and discourteous, especially for someone of their station. She just ran and joined the two of them. After all, this has been Daphne's deepest desire. Her baby sister was free at last. Chapter 167, New Road. December 19, 1995, Hogwarts Earth 2. Harry Potter POV. The last few months of Harry Potter's life were weird. It was a good kind of weird, so he wasn't complaining about it. It started with the mysterious new defense professor taking an interest in his education, and here he was, a few months later, chatting amicably with Daphne Greengrass, also known to many as the Ice Queen of Slytherin House. Harry would have never thought that he'd be hanging out with a Slytherin of all people and enjoying it this much. Maybe it was because he internally pictured the entire house full of little Draco Malfoys that just looked different. Greengrass ended up being offended at this remark and said that most of the house barely tolerated the blonde pawns because of his father's influence. Apparently, Malfoy Sr. could screw with a lot of their parents' lives, and seeing how spoiled Draco was, his father could end up doing something drastic at his son's request. They didn't think that someone of Lucius Malfoy's stature would involve himself in school matters, but after the men bought 7 high-quality Nimbus brooms for the Slytherin Quidditch team, they didn't want to risk it. So far, the house humored him, while laughing behind his back. Outside Crabbe, Goyle, and Parkinson, Draco didn't have any friends. Everything was relatively peaceful in the House of the Snakes. That was until Voldemort's return. Slytherin House had accepted the Dark Lord's return and sides were forming. There were the students who supported his philosophy that would end up joining his ranks upon graduation, and there were students who chose to stay neutral and not involve themselves in the upcoming conflict. They were constantly pressured to join Voldemort's ranks, either by empty promises of power or by threats against them or their families. Daphne was part of that group and was constantly fighting in every conversation down in the common room, so it was apparently very freeing to have someone to talk to outside her house that wouldn't use everything she said against her. After meeting up at Professor Sayers after a practice session, they kept meeting up every couple of days whenever she and her sister had a meeting with the defense professor. Harry still had no idea what those meetings were about, but for some reason both Daphne and her sister were very happy at the end of every meeting. The meetings kept happening for a good 2 weeks until they suddenly stopped. Daphne was starting to laugh more openly around him, and Harry found out that she had a wicked sense of humor, focused on sarcasm. On the other hand, her sister was a bubbly young girl who seemed out of place in Slytherin House. The girl had a knack at getting Daphne to drop her cold mask and chase after her in fury. Truth be told, Harry was starting to get more comfortable with Daphne than he ever did with Ron and Hermione. Don't get him wrong, they're great, but Hermione should learn to talk about something that didn't come from a book, and hanging out with Ron consisted of either playing chess, or just sitting around doing nothing. There's nothing wrong with any of that, but both of his best friends had taken it to the extreme, and seeing how much they both clashed, Harry ended up in the middle of their arguments half the time, to his dismay. Harry ended up spending time with Daphne, even after her meetings with Sayre were over and they had met up many times since then. They both had decided to keep it to themselves, Harry not wanting to deal with the inevitable confrontation from Ron and Hermione, who would probably say that Daphne shouldn't be trusted, and that she was a secret Death Eater that wanted to know all his secrets to relay them back to Voldemort. Daphne, on the other hand, was in the very risky position of being in Slytherin House. If their friendship ended up being revealed to the rest of the school, she would actually be in serious danger from her housemates, especially the ones who wished to follow Voldemort. But all of this doesn't seem to matter at the moment. Harry then received a stinging hex to the chest and yelped in pain. His opponent, Professor Sayre, sneered at him, "Do not be distracted in the middle of a duel, young Potter. A single distraction could end up killing you." Harry sighed and nodded. "Sorry, Professor Sayre." The professor in question had spent the past hour teaching him how to deflect a spell. It was a lot quicker and more efficient than casting a spell. The spell itself, a very small but very strong reflective shield that uses a spell's momentum to both reflect the spell and aim it as if it was cast. The spell itself wasn't that hard, but the timing was a problem. So far, Harry had spent the entire day learning how to redirect spells. Somehow, the defense professor was casting spells that were very slow. Harry quickly learned how to deal with them. That was until she progressively started to speed up the spells. Harry ended up lost in thought at the monotony of the exercise and was surprised when she sped up for a second. The professor didn't seem impressed with his apology. "It's not about being sorry, it's about learning from your mistakes. It's easy to lose yourself to the tempo of the fight, but a single irregularity could end up messing your rhythm and surprise you. It's a very common tactic in dueling tournaments, not in actual fights, though. People tend to try and conserve as much of their reserves as possible and to take down their opponents as quickly as possible." "Yes, Professor." The defense professor ended up casting a Tempest Charm and spoke, "All right, that's enough for today. I got a message from the headmaster that he wants to see you. He's expecting you at his office." "And why didn't you tell me before?" "Because I wanted you to go to Dumbledore's office as a stinky, sweaty teenager," she answered with a grin. Harry stifled a groan. The woman was really vicious when she wanted to. This was no doubt a way to irritate both himself and Dumbledore. The boy who lived turned around and headed towards the headmaster's office. As usual, he gave a silly password to the gargoyle to enter the office, where he was met with a familiar old man with a long white beard and a weirdly colored robe. This would have been unusual if he hadn't met Headmaster Dumbledore before. This was the first time Harry had met the headmaster this year, the elder man pretty much ignoring him ever since he returned to Surrey the previous summer. He was quite angry and disappointed with his abandonment, but he realized with Professor Sayre's help that he had nothing to be angry about. His relationship with Dumbledore was nothing more than Dumbledore telling him that he did a good job at the end of every year, after he had almost died in some weird quest. Dumbledore didn't abandon him because they were barely more than headmaster and student to each other, no matter what the rest of the world thought. Even Daphne was surprised on how distant their relationship was and had told him that the rest of the school pretty much assumed that he's Dumbledore's apprentice or something. The old man smiled his grandfatherly smile. "Ah, Harry, my boy, I'm so glad that you came to see me." "Thank you, Headmaster. Professor Sayre said that you wanted to see me." "Ah, yes, I tend to forget a few things in my old age." "Oh, right, I wanted to see how you were doing this year. I know that I have been distant, I have been distracted with Voldemort's return, I have many things to do, and the Ministry's stance on it doesn't help much." Harry shrugged. I'm all right. Nothing really bad happened, especially with Umbridge gone. I've been focusing on my classes and Professor Sayer is teaching me how to fight. I had heard a lot of compliments for your performance in the last staff meeting. The professors have been very impressed with your improvements. Your parents would have been very proud of you. As for your lessons with Professor Sayer, how are they? Harry shrugged. Not bad, I guess. She's teaching me a lot. Nothing extremely dangerous outside a few spells. She said that it's better to master a dozen spells completely than to know hundreds of spells. Dumbledore nodded sagely. Many wizards and witches have dedicated their entire lives to mastering a single spell. People could actually win duels with just one spell, if they have mastered them well enough. You need to learn every possible tactic you can use, and how to use them for both offense and defense, as well as a distraction. Yeah, I first thought that she was going to teach me the spells she used against Flitwick during their duel, but she just focused on a few techniques, the mind arts and how to use spells appropriately. Harry then felt a sudden probe attempting to enter his mind and immediately repelled it. Before he could complain, the headmaster laughed jovially. Ah, quite impressive. Your professor has taught you well. Lord Voldemort often uses legilimency to break down his victims and to discover their deepest secrets and desires. I am relieved that you'll be able to resist him on that front. Now, back to the lessons. I wanted to ask you if Professor Sayer made any mention of family magic. Harry stiffened. You mean the Peverell family magic, sir? Dumbledore nodded. Yes, what did she tell you about it? Nothing much. She just explained what family magic was and said that I'm not ready to learn it properly. For some reason, Dumbledore looked disappointed. Harry, do you even know anything about the Peverell family? Harry shook his head, and Dumbledore continued, truth be told, no one knows a lot about it, only that the family was very powerful long ago and was very feared, especially on the battlefield. However, today, the family is rather infamous for 3 artifacts of incredible power, an unbeatable wand, a stone capable of speaking to the dead and a cloak of ultimate invisibility. All these artifacts were supposedly created by death itself and given to the 3 Peverell brothers. These artifacts ended up having a very bloody history over the centuries. The details are in a fairy tale story called The Tale of 3 Brothers. I don't understand, it's just a story, right? I don't know the exact facts, no one does, but I do know that the artifacts are real. I knew for a fact that they existed when James Potter lent me his invisibility cloak for study. Harry looked shocked. My cloak is made by death. Dumbledore chuckled. Probably not. I don't think that death itself took a form just to give gifts to 3 mortals. I simply believe that the Peverells were genius wizards who were able to craft items with such power that they turned into legends. But this isn't the problem. The issue is that the Peverell family is very dangerous and very powerful. When Professor Sayer starts to teach you this type of magic, you'll have to be very careful, which is why I'm asking you to keep me informed of the content of your lessons. Professor Sayer already gives me a copy after every session, but I think it would be prudent for you to tell me as well. Harry wasn't an idiot and knew that Sayer wouldn't respect Dumbledore enough to just send him reports every single day about what she covered with Harry. It was completely unreasonable on the headmaster's part to ask for details about family magic of all things. I don't think that asking for details about family magic is a good idea, sir. The headmaster chuckled. I don't want to know specific spells, just the subject in case it's a dangerous one. I will admit that I would love to know more about Peverell family magic, since it's been a curiosity of mine since childhood, but in my old age, I don't think that learning it will change anything for me. I have to say that should I have been a few decades younger, I would have actually pressed you to tell me all the details about the magic. I was quite obsessive over that family during my younger years, only calming down after a string of tragic mistakes that showed me that there were things more important than power, and fates far worse than death. Harry didn't know how to respond to that. This was the first time Dumbledore actually revealed something about his private life or his past. If the headmaster saw his astonishment, he didn't comment on it. Instead he continued, "Oh, and you'll find that the rest of the Weasley family aren't in the castle anymore. They were sent home because Arthur Weasley was attacked last night during a mission for the Order." "Is he all right?" "I'm afraid that's yet to be seen. His screaming was enough to alert the authorities and save his life. He was bit by what we can only assume to be a very large snake with some sort of cursed venom. His wounds couldn't be healed and kept bleeding and he lost consciousness before the healers got their hands on him. They seem to be optimistic though. He seems to be out of critical condition and we're just waiting for the curse to fade and for him to wake up." Harry's thoughts were very quick. "Can I see him?" "As you are not an immediate relative, I can't allow you to leave early, but Christmas break is starting in a couple of days, you'll only have to wait until then." Harry nodded, understanding the dismissal, turned away and left the office with thoughts swimming in his head. Chapter 168, Homecoming. December 21, 1995, Hogwarts Earth 2. Harry Potter POV. It was with a heavy heart that Harry Potter had returned to 12 Grimmauld Place. Arthur Weasley's attack came out of nowhere and it really shook the young Gryffindor. Cedric's death had been a horrific event, but Mr. Weasley's close call with death was a wake-up call. This wasn't a game. People he was friends with, people that he was probably going to fight side by side with, are probably going to die. This was a war, and he was one of the most important pieces on the board, even if he's barely more than a pawn. He could understand why the rest of the order doesn't think that he's ready. Even now, with Sayer's training, he didn't feel close to being ready. Though he could probably take out a few of the high-ranking Death Eaters, especially since they're still weakened from their stint in Azkaban. For the first time in his life, Harry had ridden the Hogwarts Express without Ron. It was a bit weird, just Hermione and him, but it wasn't that bad. Without Ron there, the constant arguing between his best friends was nowhere to be seen. Harry actually got a lot done in terms of studying for his OWLs, with Hermione's help. He still had a lot of catching up to do in astronomy and history, two classes that he doesn't really expect to take a Newt in, but he would still like to pass the classes. Sayer had, somehow, attained copies of his parents' OWL and Newt results, and Harry could clearly see how much of a disappointment he was in comparison. His mother had even done a Hermione and taken all of the electives, although she hadn't had access to a time turner, choosing to self-study divination and Muggle studies. Even Harry's father, who was a prankster, had only failed history of magic, and hadn't gotten a grade under an EE in the rest. Harry had taken a good look at his current grades, and decided that he needed to be better, if only to honor his parents, to prove to them and the world, but most importantly himself, that their sacrifice wasn't a waste, that he was worth the price. He would be the best damn wizard the world had ever seen. The silence in the cabin got boring after a while. Harry wished that he could hang out with Daphne. Instead, he really enjoyed her dry sense of humor. Unfortunately, Daphne had to stay with the other Slytherins who were going home, and her absence would have been noticed. Now, though, Harry just arrived at King's Cross Station, waiting for the order to pick Hermione and him up. The train ride was spent in silence, with Hermione reading a very thick book on theories that he couldn't even attempt to understand. This was due to her little one-sided rivalry with Sayer. The defense professor had confessed to him that she chose to be a little harsher on Hermione, because her pride would make the girl work harder just to one-up her. From what Sayer commented, Hermione works hard, but she needs to be smarter about it, choose the right books. The books in the library aren't removed or edited after they're printed, meaning that half the theories in them have been disproved in other books, and Hermione had based a lot of her knowledge on pure academia, that she takes everything at face value, something that Sayer commented to be very bad for a logical mind such as Hermione. It was obviously working. Hermione was getting so much ahead of the rest of the class, asking all her professors about theories so advanced that she surprised McGonagall and Flitwick a few times. Harry didn't understand how Sayer had been able to profile Hermione this well from the first lesson, but if it works, who was he to protest? Harry looked around and saw Tonk's familiar pink hair in the back. He walked towards the Order member, who appeared to be in a riveting conversation with Remus Lupin of all people. They waved at each other and met up once more. Thankfully, this time, they only took the night bus, instead of flying for a few hours in the middle of the evening. If that wasn't a breach of the statute of secrecy, nothing would be. Instead, they used the bus and asked to be dropped off at a street that was close to headquarters, before putting on his invisibility cloak and privacy charms. Eventually, they were able to arrive to 12 Grimmauld Place, where the atmosphere was quite somber. It's quite apparent that Harry is not the only one shook about Mr. Weasley's attack. Harry said his hellos to the Weasley family, whose usual enthusiasm was missing. He walked up the staircase, to see Sirius, who was probably cooped up with Buckbeak. When he went in, Sirius ran towards him and engulfed him in a hug. "I missed you, pup." "Missed you too, Padfoot." "So, tell me, how was school?" Harry didn't know how to answer that exactly. "Fine, I guess. I was worried for a bit when that Umbridge woman had tried to meddle in Hogwarts stuff, but Sayer ended up kicking her out, somehow." Sirius snorted. "Couldn't have happened to a more horrible woman." At Harry's look of confusion, he explained, "She's a very strong bigot, opposes anything that she doesn't think is pure. Half giants, half goblins, centaurs, anything that isn't 100% wizard is bad in her book. She's been especially horrible to werewolves and is responsible for half the laws stopping them from getting employment anywhere in the magical world. Moony has always hated the woman for the misery that she has caused him and other victims of lycanthropy." Harry was disgusted by the woman. "I knew that she was horrible, but this. I'm happy that she's gone, at least. I can't imagine a woman like that being a professor. Thank Merlin that Sayer got rid of her." Sirius snorted once more. "Yeah, she's a real smooth talker, that one." "What? You know her?" "Yeah, she's a real character, I can say that." Harry hesitated for a second before asking him. "She said that she knew my parents. Is that true?" Sirius tilted his head. "Yeah, she did. She said some stuff that I haven't had time to get my head around." "Like what?" Harry took a deep breath. "Were you and my father bullies in school?" Sirius looked away in shame. "I don't think that we realized it back then. We thought that we were just some pranksters, spreading some joy in a dark time and chose to target the house with the most Death Eaters. I tended to go a bit too far. I didn't have a nice time at home, as you can probably guess by my mother screeching downstairs, and I took out my aggression on these pranks. Mooney was the one who held me back from going too far, but sometimes he didn't stop me in time, and I ended up making a lot of mistakes. Like getting Snape almost killed by a werewolf. Harry looked angry saying that. Yeah, I really do regret that one. I don't know what I was thinking. James and I let up on him for a while, but Snivellus was just very hateful. He admitted to practicing the dark arts, and Lily was still very close to him. James was getting a bit worried from the rumors about him, plus James had always been jealous of his relationship with Lily. After Snivellus and Lily stopped talking, James stopped targeting him at all, and I slowly stopped too. We started to grow up a little bit, and by the time your parents started dating, James was pretty much a new person. Harry tilted his head, thinking about serious admission. The man looked ashamed of his actions, and 12 years in Azkaban was more than enough to deal with schoolyard bullying. The boy who lived nodded to Sirius, who smiled relieved. So, what got Sayre to talk to you about that? Harry shrugged. She said something about me putting my parents on a pedestal, and that they were real people with issues and flaws. She said something about how my mother was brilliant but hard-headed and stubborn. Apparently, she also had a bit of a temper. Sirius visibly snorted at that, confirming the information, and well, you know what she said about my father. She said that they were good people, but that was it. They were people, and that it would be better to hear the truth about them, than to just keep listening to overly romanticized stories. Sirius nodded. I get the idea. Alright, I have to know, what do you think of Sayre? Well, she's powerful, like crazy Dumbledore powerful. She's been teaching me how to fight, and damn, I know she's holding back, like a lot, but I still haven't landed a single hit on her. She knows so much about magic, stuff that would blow your mind, with just the simplest spells. She's what I imagine Dumbledore would be like if he was teaching, to be honest. You should have seen her in the dueling club. Sirius gasped in shock. Someone brought back the dueling club. Yeah, Sayre did, and she's running it with Flitwick. You should have seen their demonstration duel. They used nothing that a Newt student shouldn't know about, but it was by far one of the greatest displays of magic that I've ever seen. I swear it was like art, the way they kept going back and forth, slowly countering each other with a different method every time. Sirius looked like a little kid. So, who won? Harry snorted. Sayre, of course. She was barely breaking a sweat when they were done. Flitwick admitted to me later that she had wiped the floor with him. Flitwick. He's one of the fiercest fighters after Dumbledore. He was some big dueling champion before he started teaching. People from all over the world kept pestering him into teaching them, but he always refused. And she beat him. Just like that. Just like that. She's been teaching me some of the moves she used, but apparently, a duel and a fight are very different, especially in the mentality. Sirius nodded sagely. Yeah, in my Auror days, I could have taken any duelist in a fight, but probably wouldn't last a minute against them in a duel. It's a way of thinking. Dueling is an art, it has structure and rules, but a serious battle is chaos. There is no place for rules or honor. Your main priority is taking down your enemies, nothing more. If you stop to think about rules, or try to be honorable, you won't last long, I can guarantee that. Harry nodded, going into details about his lessons with Sirius looking more and more impressed the more he spoke. After he was done, the dog Animagus whistled and exclaimed proudly, that woman is really putting you through the ringer. We'll have to duel sometimes. There's a dueling room in the basement. Give me a few days to get it into order and to renew the protection enchantments, and I'll see if you can back up your little claims. You're on, old man. Old man, I'll show you how old I am when I kick your arse in a few days. Harry chuckled. Dream on, Padfoot. Sirius genuinely laughed for the first time Harry had ever seen him. There was always this defeated air to him, probably ever since he went to Azkaban, and lost the closest thing he had to a family. The young Gryffindor was glad that life started to slowly return to his godfather. Sirius straightened up. Oh, right, I'll get started on the room. Creature. Creature popped immediately. The elf looked healthier somehow, younger maybe. What the hell happened while they weren't there? Do you mind cleaning up the dueling room in the basement and tell me when you're done? I want to take a look at the enchantments and see if they're still holding up. Creature bowed. As you wish, master. Harry was gaping at the disappearing elf, and then looked at Sirius' grinning face. What the hell happened while I was gone? Ah, that. Let's just say that Sayre is a smooth talker indeed. Harry snorted. Seriously, what's up with Creature? She did something nice for him that's been eating him up for a long while. She showed me how much I resented the little elf, and how that was such a stupid thing to do. So Creature started to clean up the apartment properly. Harry shook his head. I didn't see anything different. Sirius shook his head. I told him to avoid the common rooms. He still doesn't like the rest of the order, and I'm sure that the feeling's mutual. If you're up for it, I can show you the rest of the house. The little guy even cleaned up the library, and even reordered the books. I told him to put the really vile books in a hidden room, in case Hermione finds a way there somehow. There's still a lot of dangerous stuff there, but some of the stuff was so horrifying even the books radiated dark magic and probably cursed the readers or corrupted them. Harry nodded, maybe later. I need to ask you something first. Sirius nodded, you can ask me anything, Harry. The last Potter steeled himself, took a deep breath and asked, what was Mr. Weasley doing when he was attacked? Sirius shook his head, that's confidential order stuff, Harry, I can't tell you that without Dumbledore's permission. No matter my hesitations towards him, he's the one who assigned the mission and is in charge of the order. So, I'm respecting his decision not to tell anyone outside the order about it. Harry exclaimed, please tell me that he didn't almost die because of that stupid prophecy. The boy who lived was met with silence and wide eyes. Chapter 169, St. Mungo's. December 21, 1995, Hogwarts Earth 2. Harry Potter POV. Sirius nodded, you can ask me anything, Harry. The last Potter steeled himself, took a deep breath and asked, what was Mr. Weasley doing when he was attacked? Sirius shook his head, that's confidential order stuff, Harry, I can't tell you that without Dumbledore's permission. No matter my hesitations towards him, he's the one who assigned the mission and is in charge of the order. So, I'm respecting his decision not to tell anyone outside the order about it. Harry exclaimed, please tell me that he didn't almost die because of that stupid prophecy. The boy who lived was met with silence and wide eyes. Sirius sighed, she told you about the prophecy. Of course, she did. Everyone in this goddamn order knows more about me than I do about myself and hiding something from me, especially something this important with the only justification being that my ignorance is keeping me safe, is an immense breach of trust. Because whether you like it or not, Voldemort is gunning for me personally, so it's either I fight or I die. How do you expect me to fight beside the order, if you can't trust me with something that has actually shaped my entire life without me knowing about it? Harry was gasping at the end of his rant, it took a lot out of him. He had been keeping this in ever since Sayre told him about the prophecy, and letting everything out was more emotionally exhausting than he thought it would be. Sirius got up and gave him a hug, you know I was against keeping this from you. I was outvoted, especially when Dumbledore insisted that you remain in the dark and just enjoy your school year. Enjoy my school year? Padfoot, I saw someone die. He didn't die because someone wanted him dead, he just died because he was there when she shouldn't have been. 1 second, he was there, and a second later, he was just gone. He was a good person, and every time I go to sleep, I see his blank eyes staring into the sky, and I remember that it was my fault, that my choices are the ones that killed him. Whatever little innocence I had left, Sirius, died that day. The dog Animagus looked sad at that, all I ever wanted, Harry, was for you to be happy, and I failed. I know I failed as a godfather when I chose hunting the rat over taking care of you, I know I failed as a friend when I was too afraid to be your parents' secret keeper, terrified that one day, the black blood would win out and I would betray them. All I want to say is that it's okay to fail, it's okay to be afraid, to regret your actions, but if you keep wallowing in them, like I did, you'll only end up doing more damage. The mistakes will keep piling up until all that's left is a giant mess of a life filled with nothing but regret. They both stayed in silence for a good minute until Sirius spoke, so, what do you actually know about the prophecy? The boy who lived shrugged, not much, only that a baby who has the power to defeat Voldemort was born in late July, with his parents having defied and survived him 3 times. That leaves 2 candidates, me and Neville. Sayre told me that there was more but didn't tell me what it was about. Sirius looked hesitant for a second, what if I told you that we could go to the Ministry, right now, sneak into the Department of Mysteries and take the prophecy? Only you and Voldemort can actually remove the orb, from what I understand. Dumbledore tried to explain the charms, but it went over my head. So, if you want to hear everything, without any secrets or anything, we can go get it. It'll probably be hard, but we could do it. Harry snorted, why in Merlin's name would I want to get the thing? Aren't you curious about it, at all? Not really. Sayre explained prophecies a bit. She said that some are true, and others are not. Either way, if it's a false prophecy, all this is useless. But if it's a true prophecy, it means that it will happen either way, no matter what I know, so why should I worry about it? Either way, the prophecy doesn't change anything at all. What matters is that Voldemort believes it and will continue to hunt me down until he thinks he's safe from its content. The dog Animagus smiled at Harry, I'm proud of you, kiddo. I don't think anyone your age would resist the temptation. I know I wouldn't. Harry smiled, so, what do you say about going downstairs, with the rest of the order? I know Buckbeak is great and all, but you need human contact, Sirius. Fine. Sirius grumbled. Harry grinned at his fake resignation, Padfoot, don't pretend like you don't like having people here. Come on, it's our first holiday together, let's have a bit of fun. Both Godfather and Godson went down to the living room to join the rest of the order. For some reason, when they got back, the sullen atmosphere was gone, everyone was smiling, even Fred and George were decorating the Christmas tree with some weirdly animated exploding ball things. Tonks was on the couch, talking animatedly with Moony, and even Moody had taken off his leg and was drinking something from his personal flask. Sirius looked around and asked, "Something happened while we were upstairs." Mrs. Weasley ran and enveloped him in a hug. A letter came from St. Mungo's. "Arthur's fine. They say it was out of the blue. It's either the venom was designed to stop working after a while, or it was some sort of miracle. The bites are gone, there's no trace of venom, and Arthur's awake. They're keeping him under observation for a few days to make sure that it's not a temporary thing, so he won't be coming home with us for Christmas, but there's no reason we can't visit him." She ran towards Harry and gave him a hug. "It's like you're a lucky charm, Harry. Every time you're near, something wonderful happens. Arthur said that he wants to see you, so you'll be coming with us on Christmas Day." Harry was ready to object, not wanting to spend Christmas with someone who almost died because of a prophecy concerning him, but Mrs. Weasley interrupted him. "It's not up for debate, young man, you'll be coming with us." Knowing that she wouldn't budge on this, Harry sighed and nodded. The next few days were some of the happiest in Harry's life. Everyone spent the mornings putting up decorations. Harry could not remember Sirius ever being in such a good mood. He was actually singing carols, apparently delighted that he was to have company over Christmas. Suddenly, it was Christmas Day, and after unwrapping his presents and eating breakfast, they were ready to go to St. Mungo's. Harry's presents weren't that impressive, no one having the time to go shopping. The most memorable ones were what looked like a very old and expensive book from Sayre that only he was able to read. Apparently, it was written in Parseltongue, and she asked him to read the first half of the book, which they'll cover when he comes back to school. Daphne's present, on the other hand, was a framed photo of his parents' graduation photo, having made a copy of her mother's, who apparently was in the same year. Harry had gotten her a small locket he had found in the attic in Grimmauld Place. The gem, probably a sapphire, reminded him eerily of the Slytherin's eyes, and so, after making sure that the thing wasn't cursed, like half the stuff in this place, he had sent it to her, hoping that she would like it. With that done, everyone changed to go to the hospital. They went downstairs, into the car, and just waited. The ride was quite short, there was little traffic because it was Christmas Day, and they arrived to St. Mungo's with no problems. The reception looked somewhat festive, with some crystal glowing orbs flying around, Christmas trees everywhere, magical snow in every corner. After a few questions from Mrs. Weasley, they went up to Mr. Weasley's room, and found him, sitting on the bed, with what looked like a half-eaten turkey leg, and some mashed potatoes and gravy. Damn, he really got a Christmas dinner from the hospital. The men smiled at them jovially, and they enjoyed the man's company. About an hour later, Harry found himself alone with Mr. Weasley. Wanting to avoid an awkward conversation, he started, "So, have there been any complications?" "Not really, no." Although, they were really surprised. They said it was like someone just cast the exact counter curse to the bite and got the exact antidote for the venom. "They got so many samples of my blood, trying to understand what happened, that I drank nothing but blood-replenishing potions for the last couple of days. I have to say that it was a close one. If a portrait hadn't heard me scream, I wouldn't be here today, with my wife and children, enjoying the holidays." Harry looked away guiltily, and the Weasley patriarch chuckled. "You're blaming yourself for what happened." Harry nodded. "I know what you were guarding, sir. I'm not happy that someone almost lost their life for something that concerns me, especially when I don't care about it at all." The older man straightened his back and was more focused. "You really know about it?" Harry nodded. "And you're not curious?" Harry shrugged. "Not really. Whatever it says, it doesn't change anything. He will always come after me, just to prove that his defeat was just a fluke and I'll have to fight back to survive. Nothing is going to change that, so why bother worrying about something that might not even be true?" Mr. Weasley had a proud look on his face. "You're a better man than most, Harry Potter." Harry blushed and walked away, followed by Ron and Hermione. "What was all that about?" Ron asked. "Nothing, I just asked him about the attack." Hermione interjected. "No, there's also something else." Harry answered back hotly. "I don't have to tell you guys everything, some things are meant to be private. You're my best friends and I trust you with my life, but there are things that shouldn't be shared." The last Potter, for some reason, didn't feel comfortable sharing the existence of the prophecy with his friends. He already knew what their reactions would be. Ron would be angry at the fact that his father almost died protecting something that belonged to Harry and would silently blame him for what happened, and Hermione would throw herself in books and theories about divination, trying to disprove the existence of prophecies in general, just because she had dropped the class in her third year. Harry's reply was firm and strong, just the way Sayre had taught him, when making sure that no one would argue with him. Ron and Hermione were obviously vexed and didn't like his answer, but they didn't argue back. Harry looked around and found that he was in another floor entirely. He wasn't paying attention, but he found a familiar face in front of him. He called out to him immediately, "Neville." The boy jumped back and shrunk slightly. Harry, Hermione, Ron, what are you doing here?" "Ron's dad was in an accident a few days ago, so we came to visit him for Christmas." "What about you?" Hermione answered. Harry cringed at Hermione's answer, knowing that the boy was probably visiting his parents. He had read older versions of the Daily Prophet from the library to get a better idea about the Longbottoms' fate, and was horrified to have visual confirmation about what happened to them, that this wasn't a story. If he was honest, Harry would prefer having his parents die than having them become barely more than vegetables, walking bodies. Dumbledore was right about there being worse fates than death. Before Neville could answer, a loud voice answered for him, "Friends of yours, Neville, dear." Harry stiffened and looked at what has to be one of the most intimidating women he had ever seen. No wonder Neville was bloody terrified of her. Neville gulped, probably more uncomfortable with the situation than Harry himself. Yeah, he definitely wouldn't want to be in Neville's place, right now. Chapter 170, Miracles. December 21, 1995, Hogwarts Earth 2. Harry Potter POV. Ron's dad was in an accident a few days ago, so we came to visit him for Christmas. What about you? Hermione answered. Harry cringed at Hermione's answer, knowing that the boy was probably visiting his parents. He had read older versions of the Daily Prophet from the library to get a better idea about the Longbottoms' fate, and was horrified to have visual confirmation about what happened to them, that this wasn't a story. If he was honest, Harry would prefer having his parents die than having them become barely more than vegetables, walking bodies. Dumbledore was right about there being worse fates than death. Before Neville could answer, a loud voice answered for him, "Friends of yours, Neville, dear." Harry stiffened and looked at what has to be one of the most intimidating women he had ever seen. No wonder Neville was bloody terrified of her. Neville gulped, probably more uncomfortable with the situation than Harry himself. Yeah, he definitely wouldn't want to be in Neville's place, right now. The poor guy looked as though he would rather be anywhere in the world but here. A dull purple flush was creeping up his plump face and he was not making eye contact with any of them. Before he could answer his grandmother's question, the woman gave them a once-over, and nodded, "You must be Harry Potter, then. Merlin, you're basically a miniature copy of your father when he was your age. And from that, I assume that this young lady is Hermione Granger, and this young man is Ronald Weasley. I have heard a lot about you from Neville. He speaks most highly of you." The members of the Golden Trio flushed at the compliments, and Neville stepped up, "Guys, this is my grandmother, Augusta Longbottom." Everyone mumbled their greetings to the woman. Dear Merlin, that woman is intense. No wonder Neville was a nervous wreck in school. An awkward silence reigned after the usual pleasantries, a silence that Madame Longbottom chose to break. "So, what brings you to this dreary place on Christmas of all days?" Ron answered for him, "We're here visiting my dad. He'd been in an accident in the Ministry. He's all healed up now, but the healers want to keep him for observation for the next couple of days." "Ah, I heard about that. A snake attack of all things, in the middle of the Ministry too. If that's not a sign that there's something to what Dumbledore was saying, I don't know what is. As for us, we're on our yearly visit of Neville's parents. We always try to see them every holiday." Ron, as always, didn't even try to think before speaking. "Why? What do they got?" Harry visibly cringed at this response. This was one of the times that he wanted to punch Ron in the face as hard as he could for not watching his mouth. Hermione seemed to have the same idea as she stomped very strongly on his foot, making the redhead yelp in pain. Mrs. Longbottom, though, wasn't angry at Ron's answer, and instead looked at her grandson sharply. "You haven't told them about your parents, Neville." As the boy started to splutter, Harry chose to save him. "He actually told me, Mrs. Longbottom. He thought I'd be a little more understanding, especially since if things were different, we would have probably grown up together. He probably didn't want to spread it around too much, especially with how busy he's been this year, catching up to everything. I even heard Professor McGonagall say that she's never seen someone make this much progress in a semester." The grateful look Neville sent him made Harry stifle a chuckle. The boy was still terrified of the woman's ire. The elder woman, though, relaxed. "It's nice to see that you're not ashamed of your parents' sacrifice, and I have to say that I am glad that you're finally realizing your potential. Your parents would be proud of you." "I know I am. I even got a letter from your head of house, praising your efforts. Even your potions grades have gotten better." She looked at the trio and asked, "Do you know what started this improvement?" Young Neville wouldn't say anything. Ron and Hermione looked at Harry, who was now pressed to answer. "I think it was Professor Sayre. On our first week, she held me and Neville after class and told us that we weren't realizing our potential and got us to catch up what we missed. After about a month of study, we were mostly caught up and she let us continue, on our own. I don't know what Neville's lessons were, but I think it had to do with magical control. There was never a problem with his magic, just something messing with his control, which is why his spells came out weird. After he learned to compensate, he's apparently one of the students with the most potential in school, and that's Professor Sayre's words, not mine." Harry didn't tell her about the wand swap since she would have said something if Neville had revealed this little snippet, so he had to improvise. It seemed to work, since the elder woman looked proudly at her grandson. "So, all this time, it was a small problem that's been holding you back. I knew you had it in you, Neville." The boy flushed and averted his face and gave Harry another look of gratitude. Mrs. Longbottom, though, continued, for those that don't know about Neville's parents, they were tortured into insanity by you-know-who's followers. They were Aurors, very respected and very powerful. My son, Frank, and his wife, Alice, were praised as one of the most competent teams in the DMLE. After Voldemort disappeared, the Lestranges hunted them down in their own home and proceeded to torture them for information. But they gave them nothing, and protected Neville, who was home at the time. They were some of the bravest and kindest people on the planet, and what happened to them was a tragedy, but in the end, they might have lost themselves to madness, but they protected their greatest treasure. Neville was tearing up slightly at the story. Hermione was looking horrified, and even Ron was looking down, ashamed of his previous comment. The elder woman continued, "Would you like to see them? I think having some visitors would do them some good, especially James' son." Harry just nodded and walked with Neville and his grandmother towards the long-term ward, his friends following them. When they arrived, they saw a couple, sitting on their beds. First, he saw Alice Longbottom, whose face looked thin with a blank expression on her face, looking at the ceiling. She got up, looked at them and slowly walked towards Neville and gave him candy wrapper. Neville's father, though, barely reacted to them, and laid down on his bed, staring silently at the wall in front of him. Neville's mother grasped her son's hand and slowly walked towards his father, who got up as soon as he looked at his son. Harry noticed from the back that Alice Longbottom's eyes gained some sort of focus, or more like, lost some of its blankness. Neville's grandmother followed him to his father's bed, looking confused, murmuring, "This has never happened before." Suddenly, out of nowhere, Alice Longbottom spoke, "Neville." It was a raspy sound, but it was unmistakably a word. From Neville and Mrs. Longbottom's gasp, she must have never spoken before. Mrs. Longbottom looked at her. "Can you say it again, Alice dear, say Neville." Alice looked at her son and smiled. It was a strained smile, like she hadn't done it in years. "Neville." It was louder this time, and the poor boy had tears coming from his eyes. He must have never heard his mother ever say his name. After that, his father seemed to sit up and look towards his wife, Alice. "Neville." Both of the visiting Longbottoms seemed to be crying, as they watched their family members speak for the first time. Mrs. Longbottom pretty much leapt towards her son. Frank, can you hear me?" The man answered with a confused tone, "Mum." The woman enveloped him in a hug. "Oh, Frank, my boy." The severe-looking woman was gone, and in her place was a grieving, hopeful mother, who had just been given hope for the first time in a very long time. Neville's father looked confused. "What happened? Where am I? Where's Alice? Where's Neville?" Slowly, it was like a fog was slightly leaving his eyes. He was starting to get even more coherent. His wife didn't seem to be too much behind. "Frank." "Neville," she called out. Frank answered her, "Alice. Are you all right?" The woman answered back, "Yes." Frank took a good look at his surroundings. "What happened?" "Mum. You look different." "Where are we?" "We're in St. Mungo's, Frank. We need to call the healers now." "Healers? What for?" His crying mother answered him. "What's the last thing you remember?" Alice was the one who answered, "We were home. You know who had died a few days before, and we were going out to celebrate. Then, we heard the wards just shatter. We hid Neville in the cupboard, in case we were attacked. Then, they came. Bellatrix, her husband, his brother, and Crouch Jr. They kept asking us where their master was. It's a little fuzzy. They wanted to know where Neville was, too, for some reason. We wouldn't give him up, and we had no idea where their master was. We thought he'd died, too. They started to use the Cruciatus curse, again and again. It was so painful, and the woman was laughing and laughing. I tried to hold on, but all I could do was scream. After that, all I remember is fuzzy." The woman was progressively turning hysterical. "Where's Neville? Is he all right?" The Longbottom matriarch looked at her sadly. "Neville is fine. He's absolutely all right, so don't worry. You were taken to the hospital, both of you, after the attack. The Lestranges were arrested and sent to Azkaban. It just took a long time for you to get better." Frank Longbottom looked confused at this. "How long?" 15 years. 15 years, he shouted back. "What happened to Neville? Where's my son?" He looked up at the young man hugging his wife and seemed to recognize him. He walked towards the boy and hugged him. "Neville." Alice seemed to react as well and noticed for the first time her son, hugging her. She chose to embrace him even further. Neville's grandmother, though, left the ward, running to get a healer to check out her son and daughter-in-law. Meanwhile, Neville was tearing up, hugging his parents for the first time in his life. Suddenly, Neville's parents started to shake, probably from the damage from the Cruciatus, and almost fell over. Harry helped his friend hold them up, getting them to sit on their respective beds. Frank looked at Harry, confused. "James." Harry shook his head. "Harry, I'm a friend of Neville's." Alive looked at him closely. "You're James and Lily's son, aren't you?" Harry nodded, and she answered back, "I'm sorry about what happened to them. They were good people." Harry nodded, not trusting himself. A part of him wanted to rage at the injustice. Why did Neville get his parents back and not him? The realization made him sick to his stomach. While he wished that he was in Neville's place, he's still glad for his friend's happiness. Neville was one of the kindest and bravest people Harry had ever known, and he deserves to have his parents with him, especially after only seeing them in the hospital for so long. Harry turned and saw a peculiar envelope on the table next to the beds. Alice seemed to notice it as well, and grabbed it with her shaking hands. It has Neville's name on it. Neville grabbed it and opened it up. He read out loud, "You have kept your side of the bargain and have impressed me. This is me, keeping mine. Happy Yule, you've earned it. S." Both Harry and Neville stiffened in shock, suddenly remembering a conversation they had a few months back with their defense professor. Neville mumbled, "I thought she wasn't serious, that she was pushing me just to be better. I didn't believe her." Harry nodded stupefied and watched as the note slowly turned to dust in Neville's hand. Neville's father looked at his son in curiosity. "Who's this S? What bargain were they talking about?" Before the boy could answer, the ward door slammed open, letting in half a dozen healers who ran towards the two recovering patients. He heard a few mutters of impossibility and miracles. But either way, Harry knew that it was time for him and his friends to leave. He motioned to Hermione and Ron and turned around towards the door, trying to do his best to quell the envy in his heart. Chapter 171, Envy. December 21, 1995, Hogwarts Earth 2. Harry Potter POV. Both Harry and Neville stiffened in shock, suddenly remembering a conversation they had a few months back with their defense professor. Neville mumbled, "I thought she wasn't serious, that she was pushing me just to be better. I didn't believe her." Harry nodded stupefied and watched as the note slowly turned to dust in Neville's hand. Neville's father looked at his son in curiosity. "Who's this S? What bargain were they talking about?" Before the boy could answer, the ward door slammed open, letting in half a dozen healers who ran towards the two recovering patients. He heard a few mutters of impossibility and miracles. But either way, Harry knew that it was time for him and his friends to leave. He motioned to Hermione and Ron and turned around towards the door, trying to do his best to quell the envy in his heart. When Harry returned to 12 Grimmauld Place, he was swirling with emotions. Neither he, Hermione or Ron told anyone about what happened with Neville's parents. After all, they didn't know that they were part of the Order of the Phoenix during the First War. Harry didn't doubt that after some extreme tests, the Longbottom's miraculous recovery will probably be on the front page of the Prophet, and the credit will probably go to some big-name healer who did nothing. The problem was that no one has ever recovered from a similar amount of cruciatus exposure. Very few even survive such an ordeal, their bodies giving out from the strain. Harry had researched it when he found out about Neville's parents' condition. Ron and Hermione kept prattling on about grades and studies. Harry still couldn't get the image of Neville's reunited family out of his head. At first, when he had heard about what happened to Neville's parents, he felt pity for the young man, as well as some compassion, being in a similar situation. It prompted him to get closer to Neville, who had suffered the same kind of loss for the same reason. That damn prophecy had taken Neville's parents like it had taken Harry's own. But now, Neville had his parents back. Now, he wasn't alone anymore. Harry was officially, outside Voldemort, the person who had lost the most because of that damn prophecy. It's a wonder what a few nonsensical words can do: ruin lives, orphan children. Not for the first time, Harry wondered what his life would have been like if there hadn't been a prophecy, if Voldemort hadn't targeted him personally. Would he be celebrating Christmas with his parents? Would he have siblings to dote on? Harry had always wanted a large family. In the end, it didn't change anything. Harry was alone. Well, not really, he still had Sirius, his damaged but very understanding godfather. The boy who lived walked up the stairs, ignoring the greetings from the rest of the people in the house, and went to Buckbeak's room where Sirius was almost always holed up. As usual, Harry bowed to the hippogriff and just hugged Sirius, letting out all of the repressed emotions he had been holding onto during the ride back home. Sirius looked surprised by the affection, which was reasonable, considering that Harry almost never initiated physical contact with anyone, courtesy of the Dursleys. After a while, Sirius was the one who broke the silence. "What happened, Harry?" "We just came back from St. Mungo's. We were visiting Mr. Weasley." "Ah, Arthur. Is everything all right with him?" Harry nodded distracted. "Yes, that's fine. He's pretty much healed up, they only wanted to keep him for observation, nothing more." "Then why the long face, pup?" "We saw Neville's parents." Sirius' face immediately became sad, probably remembering what happened to his friends, Frank and Alice. Frank was 2 years ahead of us in Hogwarts, probably drove him nuts over the years with our shenanigans. Scared the hell out of us a few times. He was one of the most understanding and honorable people I have ever had the joy of knowing. He was incorruptible. He had his morals, and they were absolute. He was one of the fiercest fighters in the Auror Force. Alice, though, was one of the few genuinely nice persons I have ever met. They were both crazy about each other. Frank had a lot of admirers, being the heir to the Longbottom fortune and everything, but ever since the two of them had met each other, everyone knew that they would end up together. What happened to them was one of the worst fates I know, and I wouldn't wish it on anyone. I wish I could at least see them one last time, even though it would probably break my heart. Harry snorted. Well, that shouldn't be a problem anymore. They're cured. The dog Animagus tried to speak a few times, spluttering every time, but how? It's impossible. The Cruciatus. Harry sighed. Sayre did it. She used the promise of healing them to encourage Neville into taking things a little more seriously at school. He got a lot better at magic. Turns out it was because he's been using his dad's wand instead of one that chose him. He's almost at the top of the class now. I looked up what happened to them, after I found out about them. I thought she was just messing with him, giving him an empty promise just to motivate him, push him into becoming better. Sirius was still gaping, but no one has ever recovered from something like this before. I remember her saying something about it being soul magic or something. The dog Animagus started to whoop and laugh out in joy. Frank and Alice are back. They're back. Oh, Merlin, that's got to be the best news I've ever heard ever since I got out of Azkaban. We need to tell everyone, we need to celebrate. This couldn't have come at a better time, the Order will need them. Harry immediately stopped Sirius' celebration. Sirius, they won't be joining the Order anytime soon. You didn't see them, they were barely more than skin and bones, they were barely walking without shaking, and that's outside the Cruciatus nerve damage. It's going to take a while to get them back to normal conditions, let alone getting them fit enough to fight Death Eaters. Sirius' shoulders slumped. Yeah, I kinda got ahead of myself. I was just excited that I'll get to see some old friends again. He then gave Harry a weird look, but what I don't understand is why you were so sad about this. Harry looked down in shame. It's just that, it's not fair, is it? Sirius stayed silent while Harry was getting worked up. Why couldn't it have happened to me? Why couldn't I have my parents back? It's the only thing I've ever wanted in my life. I know that I have you, and that's perfectly alright, but it's different, you know. I feel like the universe owes me, after all the suffering I had from the Dursleys, all the nights I stayed starving in the cupboard they locked me into, all the nights I dreamed of ever seeing my parents even once, after the shit that I have had to deal with every year, from trolls, to possessed professors to basilisks, to dementors, to acromantula, to dragons, to Voldemort himself, that I deserve to have something good to happen to me. I hate the fact that the stupid prophecy Dumbledore is obsessed with has taken everything from me and given me nothing but suffering in return. I'm just tired of seeing everyone win but me. In the end, Harry was yelling his lungs out, and gasping from the release of emotions. He wanted to hit something, blast everything to smithereens. Sirius, though, looked at him like he understood exactly he was talking about. You know, I felt the same way once. As you probably know, I didn't have a nice childhood. My parents were horrible. Well, my mother was, my father just didn't care. I was raised to be a bigot, to hate everything that wasn't pure blood, and I was cursed for every word of defiance I ever said back to them. Like you, Hogwarts was an escape for me, and I held onto all this rage, all this unfairness at my situation, and I let them out at anyone that represented my mother in school. I became a bully, pretending to be a prankster. I see that now. After your parents died, I was alone, I had lost everything. Your parents were my family too, far more family than my blood one ever was. I'm not saying that I didn't like Regulus, but we barely spoke to each other by the time we were teenagers. I loved him and mourned him when he died, but I was a lot closer to your father. I let all of my emotions guide me towards Wormtail, to avenge them, and you know what happened next. It's alright to be angry at the world, Harry, it's absolutely fine. But what you need to understand, is that all this repressed anger, hate, everything that's bubbling inside you, it could destroy you in the long run. I understand that you're envious of Neville getting his parents back, but isn't it better than none of you getting your parents back? Harry sighed and nodded. Yes, I guess it is. Remember, Alice is also your godmother. You gained another family member because of this. The last Potter straightened at this. I forgot about that. Sirius snickered at his response. I'm sure she'll be dying to meet you properly. Believe me, you'll never meet a woman as kind and as understanding as Alice Longbottom. So, get ready for an invite soon enough. She could even get you to move out of those muggles. After all, she's not an escaped convict. Harry shook his head. Dumbledore wouldn't allow it. He would tangle everything at the hospital just to make sure I stay under the blood wards. He's absolutely resolute about this. I don't think anything could ever change his mind about that. The Marauder looked angry at that, but then grinned at his godson. Enough about depressive topics. How about we let off some steam? Harry looked at him questioningly, wary about what his godfather had cooked up. What is it now, Padfoot? Well, I guess you could call it a little Christmas present, but I finally finished with the dueling room wards in the basement. Creature finally finished clearing everything out, and I made sure that the enchantments would still hold up. Harry perked up at this. You mean you want us to duel? Well, someone has to make sure you know which end of the wand to hold. As if, I could probably kick your arse, old man. When's the last time you've been in a fight? Sirius burst into laughter. I might be a bit past my prime, but I can still beat some little punk like you with no problems. You know what they say, experience trumps youth every time. You only have to look at Dumbledore to confirm this. Come off it, Sirius. After training with Sayre every day, I have enough experience to kick your arse. Sirius stopped laughing at this and looked, for lack of a better word, serious. Well, I am a bit curious about that. I wonder how much she taught you. Her skills are a bit of a mystery even to me. Harry snorted. Try having her teach you anything, you'll feel like you're a first year learning a Lumos for the first time. She probably forgot more about magic than both of us have learned combined. I still can't believe she healed the Longbottoms. Yeah, me neither, pup. Me neither. They snuck down to the dueling room and started sparring. Sirius was very out of shape, magically and physically, but with every duel, he seemed to get better. Considering that Harry was pretty much beating him without issues at the start, and that they ended up with a few stalemates in the end, with Harry going all out by then, using every trick in the book just to try and survive a duel with his godfather. The Marauder was a very good dueler, with a lot of tricks up his sleeves, probably from his time as an Auror. By the last duel, Sirius ended up defeating the 5th year, grinning at him. I'm a lot more out of shape than I thought. You're very impressive, pup, like seriously, you'd probably beat half the Auror recruits in my day. Sayre's been doing some good work with you. I can't believe you're just a 5th year. Why don't we make this a daily thing until you go back to school? I could definitely use the workout, and I could teach you a few new tricks. Harry smiled at his godfather. I'd like that. The dueling session took out every piece of aggression that was in his mind. It was a good way to cope. And maybe he didn't have his parents back like Neville, but looking at Sirius' grinning face, maybe it was time to move on with his life. The dog Animagus knew exactly what he needed to calm down, and maybe having a godfather like Sirius would be enough for him. Chapter 172, Suspicions. December 21, 1995, Hogwarts Earth 2. Harry Potter POV. I'm a lot more out of shape than I thought. You're very impressive, pup, like seriously, you'd probably beat half the Auror recruits in my day. Sayre's been doing some good work with you. I can't believe you're just a 5th year. Why don't we make this a daily thing until you go back to school? I could definitely use the workout, and I could teach you a few new tricks. Harry smiled at his godfather. I'd like that. The dueling session took out every piece of aggression that was in his mind. It was a good way to cope. And maybe he didn't have his parents back like Neville, but looking at Sirius' grinning face, maybe it was time to move on with his life. The dog Animagus knew exactly what he needed to calm down, and maybe having a godfather like Sirius would be enough for him. The rest of the Christmas holidays were spent in a more cheerful manner. Harry's jealousy over Neville's second chance with his parents slowly turned into guilt which, in turn, started to fade days later. Harry was more than happy with just Sirius, and his godfather seemed to have similar thoughts. For the first time ever since he had seen him, Sirius looked happy, carefree, and truly content with himself. There was none of that wildness that was not quite suppressed during the summer, there was none of the pent-up aggression that was bubbling down threatening to erupt at anyone. The daily dueling sessions worked wonders in calming the former inmate down, and it did help him regain a bit of his former abilities as a fighter. Sirius had de-stressed so much that the dog Animagus had even stayed civil with Snape when the potions professor came to Grimmauld Place for an order meeting and was visibly trying to antagonize his host. Speaking of Snape, Harry still didn't know how to deal with the revelation of his former friendship with his mother and his father's treatment of him. The young Gryffindor still didn't like him one bit. The way he treated his students, especially Harry, showed how childish the man was, and his reasons were even more petty. Hogwarts houses might matter now, but after graduating, they don't mean much. So, seeing someone who should be considered an adult, being visibly antagonistic towards certain houses made him incredulous. Perhaps, Snape was right to hate Harry's father, and that's absolutely all right. Sirius had told him some of the pranks that they played on Snape and some of them were straight up malicious. Severus Snape has every right to hate the Marauders with a passion. But there has to be a limit. He was a man stuck in the past, trying to relive his school years through his students, trying to imagine getting revenge on a dead man through his son. No matter how much Dumbledore said that he trusted the potions master, Harry didn't think that he would ever be able to do so. Now, onto lighter topics, Harry was finally getting back to Hogwarts. The last Potter hated the fact that he was going to leave Sirius alone, but he was confident that the men would cope with it. As for the rest of the Order, the biggest news was the Longbottom's recovery, which was plastered on the first page of the Daily Prophet when it was announced. Every single Order member that participated in the last war was absolutely ecstatic, and then as usual Ron started blabbing about being there when they woke up. What followed was an interrogation from Moody, who seemed to be suspicious of his friends returning, for some reason. Maybe he thought that they were moles trying to infiltrate the Order or something. Harry didn't know for sure what went on in that madman's head. Of course, in a typical Ron-like fashion, a couple of days later, he was exaggerating what happened to the Longbottoms so much that it seemed like he was one push away from claiming to have healed them himself, and not just having been in the room. But now, it was time to return to the castle. Harry was most excited about his lessons with Sayre, especially concerning Parseltongue. The book he had gotten for Christmas had fascinating implications on the use of the tongue of snakes. When they got onto the train, Ron and Hermione went to the prefect compartment, and Harry was left alone. The last Potter, bored out of his mind, just decided to sit down and read his book. Surprisingly enough, he was interrupted by the compartment door opening, revealing one Daphne Greengrass. The girl would have looked emotionless if it wasn't for the small upward tilt of her mouth. "Hello, Potter." "Daphne. Had a good Christmas?" The Greengrass heiress nodded. "Yes, my family and I went to Paris for a few days. It was quite relaxing." Harry shrugged. "I didn't do much, just stayed at home." Daphne's eyes seemed to glimmer. "Nothing eventful at all. Not even in a certain magical hospital." Harry gulped. "How do you know about this?" The young Slytherin snorted. "Harry, everyone knows about the Longbottoms. I just assumed with how close you are to Dumbledore, you would know more about it." Harry nearly burst into laughter at that. "Me? Close to Dumbledore? Don't make me laugh. If you add up how much time I spent with him in my life, it wouldn't be more than an hour. Trust me, when it comes to Dumbledore, I don't know any more than you do." "But you do know about the Longbottoms." Harry sighed. "That was a coincidence. I was at St. Mungo's visiting Ron's dad when I saw them. They were healed in front of me. I still have no idea how that happened." Daphne hummed. "So, just 1 second they were crazy and then they were suddenly better." Harry just shrugged. It was like they were starting to get some clarity. "I'm happy for Neville, but they're still a long way from recovering. The Cruciatus had a lot of side effects on their bodies, like the constant tremors and nerve damage. It's going to take a long while for them to get back to who they were before, if they ever do." Daphne looked contemplative for a second. "It was Sayre, wasn't it?" Harry looked shocked at that and stammered. "Why? Why do you think that?" "It's always her. Every time something rocks the boat, every time something unexpected happens, it's always her. First with Umbridge, and then with the Ministry, my sister, and now the Longbottoms. She's the center of it all. I know that the Dark Lord is back, but even the Death Eaters are unsettled for some reason. Something is happening, something big, and it all comes down to her." "You're exaggerating, Daphne. She's our defense professor, not some super mastermind." Daphne shook her head. "No, that's different. You're not seeing the big picture. No one is, and that's the problem. Sayre, in her time as a professor, had somehow destabilized Fudge's hold on the Ministry, and denies any relation to Dumbledore's faction. The Dark Lord is wary of her. Death Eater parents have asked their children to observe her carefully. She healed the Longbottoms in response to the Azkaban breakout. It was like spitting in the Lestrange's faces at once. Whatever she does, always has high-reaching consequences. I'm just waiting to see what will happen next, and I'm also a little scared." "Hey, I never said anything about her healing the Longbottoms." "But you didn't deny it. She healed my sister too, you know. After more than a decade of healers, centuries of research, she just took a look at my sister and knew what she had, and how to heal her. She's the only person who could have healed the Longbottoms." Harry sighed. "Fine, she made a deal with Neville that if he impressed her, she would heal his parents. But that doesn't mean that she is planning something bad." "Exactly, why now?" "That's the question. She could have waited for years and leveraged her position over the Longbottoms. It's the smart thing to do as a politician. And she has a politician's mind. My parents are still freaked out about the debt they owe her, especially since she hadn't asked for anything. We're just waiting for the other shoe to drop." "Daphne, just get straight to the point. What are you getting at?" Daphne sighed. "I don't know. I'm just telling you to be careful. You two are close. I just want to know if there's a chance that she might be a danger to my family. That's the problem, no one knows a single thing about her. I don't think even you do, and trust me, we looked everywhere, used every connection, turned over every rock, and came up with nothing. I want to know if my parents are going to be pressured into a third side in the coming war. Because if she's going to be fighting both the Dark Lord and Dumbledore at the same time or join one of them. Harry, you have to realize that her coming here to Hogwarts can't be a coincidence, especially with the war coming up. Magical Britain is ready to explode, soon, and everyone knows it." Harry was starting to get pissed off. "Daphne, enough with the political talk. What do you want?" The young Slytherin sighed. "Nothing, I was just thinking out loud. I'm worried, you know. Sayre could ask pretty much anything from my family after what she did with my sister. And she's a complete unknown." Harry could understand this. Professor Sayre has always been different. It was weird to convey it in words. She had this aura of wisdom about her, of silliness, one that reminded Harry of Dumbledore slightly. She always sounded experienced, sometimes she sounded old, sometimes she had the maturity of a child, but it always felt like these were masks, hiding the person that she is underneath. Truth be told, Harry didn't know much about Sayre, other than that Sirius knows her, and that she knew his parents. The dog Animagus seemed to trust her implicitly and wasn't surprised by her involvement in healing the Longbottoms. Maybe he should send in a letter to Sirius for a better clarification. It would help clear both his mind and would help reassure Daphne's worries. Harry was sure that his professor wasn't evil or anything, that she didn't want to take over the world or something as asinine, but Harry had always wondered why she did the things she does, why she chose to help Neville with his studies, why she chose to teach Harry how to fight. Maybe he's overthinking this, maybe the woman is just a nice person who wanted to help her students, but she didn't seem to do the same for other students in the castle. But if only for his peace of mind, Harry was going to ask Sirius for more information. Sayre had always said that she was on neither the Ministry's side nor on Dumbledore's. She's definitely not on Voldemort's, considering how much she's disgusted by him. So, which side is she on? These questions raced in Harry's mind as he started to analyze every single meeting he could remember with the defense professor. A cough interrupted his train of thoughts. Harry, you haven't said anything for a few minutes. Harry looked at his companion. Daphne, sorry, I think there's someone I could ask about Sayre, but even then, I don't think you'll have to worry too much about her. She might be mysterious, but you can't deny that she's a good person. Daphne sighed. I know. This is all speculation, just in case something happens. Just try to find out what you can, and be careful. Harry nodded, and the Slytherin got up, and Harry, she smiled at him, thank you for the gift. The locket was beautiful. Daphne turned around and left the compartment, leaving Harry deep in his thoughts. Chapter 173, Clean. January 24, 1995, Hogwarts Earth 2. Jasmine Sayre POV. I sat quietly as I watched the students leave my last lesson for the day. It was a simple lesson, where I demonstrated how to deal with boggarts. Of course, I didn't actually get one and made them face their worst fears in public in front of their classmates, but this was purely a theoretical lesson, without actually learning the spell to debilitate the boggart. I have no idea what Lupin was thinking, letting them face a boggart like that, especially with the possibility of very deep secrets being revealed, such as a delicate home life or something similar. Still, my third-year class, that actually held Astoria Greengrass, a student that I healed a few weeks prior from her so-called blood curse. The young girl, who was usually upbeat, became very subdued after that. She was probably either intimidated or instructed by her parents not to cause problems with me, something that I genuinely didn't care about. The young Slytherin gave me a glance before leaving the classroom in silence. Funnily enough, Harry Potter of all people was waiting for me at the end. I remembered that we did not, in fact, have a private lesson planned today, which means that this conversation should prove to be interesting at the very least. I smiled warmly at him. Mr. Potter, I was not aware we had a meeting this evening. The poor boy looked awkward. I know, Professor. There's something I wish to speak with you about. I waved at him, telling him to get on with it. I know you healed the Longbottoms, Professor. I shrug. Yes, I did. I remember promising young Neville to heal his parents should he impress me academically. I also remember making this promise in your presence. My involvement with their recovery should have been obvious. I wanted to know why. I looked at him questioningly. Why did you heal them? I healed them because I told Mr. Longbottom that I would. Why wouldn't I keep my word? The last Potter started to get angry at this. Every year, my defense professor ends up trying to kill me. Every year, there's a plot on my life. Ever since you came here, you've been doing something, planning something. I want to know what you're planning, why you're teaching me, why you healed Daphne's sister, and which side you are on. I actually burst into laughter and answer, adding as much sarcasm to my answer as I could. You're seriously trying to confront me about hidden plans where I would be secretly working for that child you call a Dark Lord, trying to have an overly complicated plan and capturing you for some sort of weird gratification. Or do you think I'm trying to take over for him and live as the greatest Dark Lady that has ever existed or something? The boy looked surprised at this and started stammering. I don't. I interrupt him. There's something you need to understand, Mr. Potter, and it's very important that you truly take it into consideration. I don't care. Harry looked confused at my response. What? I grin at him. I don't care about Riddle's ideology. I don't care about Dumbledore's manipulations. I don't care about magical Britain, in a conflict so small in the grand scheme of things, that it can't even be called a war. I don't care about some jumped-up Dark Lord who would probably die of natural causes in a few years anyway, and whose whole ideology wouldn't be able to support itself for more than a year without bankrupting his administration. After which the ICW will probably take over and reinstate an actual administration. That's the worst that could happen. Maybe a few thousands of people would die, but in the long run, it's barely more than a drop compared to what happens in the rest of the world. Harry looked outraged at this. Then why are you training me? Why are you helping me? I snorted. I am training you because I'm curious to what you can achieve with the right tools helping you. I'm not a saint who will come and save the world for you. I am an academic at heart. I simply added a small variable in you, increased your competence and to see which path you would take, if you were not blindly following Dumbledore's plan that would have probably gotten you killed. What about me being your heir, and the Peveril legacy, the family magic? I burst into laughter. We are both descendants of the Peverils, Harry, but that doesn't mean much. The Peveril family magic wasn't a bunch of spells you could learn that would solve all your problems, but it allowed a very instinctive understanding of magic, hence Tom Riddle's prodigious magical talent, and your own improvements in magic when you actually started to make an effort. What I have been teaching you isn't some obscure knowledge from an ancient magical grimoire but some of my own discoveries over my years of studies, which are worth far more than some simple spells written in an old book 1,000 years ago. So, all this time, you've been lying to me, tricking me. Did any of it mean anything? I haven't deceived you, Harry. I will admit that I grew quite fond of you, but in the end, it will be unlikely that we see each other after this year is over, and while I will regret it, I have bigger responsibilities than playing teacher. Harry looked thunderous at this. So, you are planning something? I smirk at him. Yes, but it's something that shouldn't affect you in any way. What you're dealing with, your little war, is barely more than a skirmish to me. I have fought things you could never conceive, dangers that you would never understand, dangers that would make this little conflict with Voldemort look barely more than a schoolyard fight. You have to understand how insignificant this makes your situation. I sympathize, I really do, but I have a bigger responsibility than to fix a broken society that doesn't even want to be fixed. For the first time, Harry looked intrigued. What exactly have you been fighting? Trust me, kiddo, the things I've seen would make Voldemort look like a fluffy kitten. But that doesn't mean that everything I do is because of my plan. I don't understand. I smile at him. There's nothing in my plan that has me having to train you, there's nothing that has me healing the Longbottoms or healing Astoria Greengrass. I did these things because I chose to, not because of some elaborate plans. I removed Umbridge from Hogwarts because she annoyed me, not because I wanted to destabilize Fudge's administration, although I did that because I was petty and wanted him to stop pressuring my position as a professor. I have no intentions with the Longbottoms or the Greengrasses, because I have no need for them. There's nothing they could actually help me with. I didn't have to train you, and even though I did it out of curiosity, I would have ended it after a month if I didn't genuinely take a liking to you. Harry hopeful, then why don't you just go and kill Voldemort? He's a monster, he's killed thousands of people, I interrupt him, he killed your parents. That's all there is to it, Harry. You may pretend that you're doing it to save the world, or to protect the weak, but you're not. You want to fight Voldemort for the simple reason that you want to avenge your parents. There's nothing wrong with revenge, but there's something wrong in masking your own intentions. You could get yourself and other people killed that way. The truth of the matter is that you don't care about magical Britain either, and why should you? You've barely seen more than a hint of it, being locked away in Surrey or in Hogwarts all your life. You've barely seen what you claim to want to protect, you've barely spoken to the people, experienced their cultures and traditions. The young Gryffindor seemed like he wanted to deny my accusations, and I raised my hand to silence him. Again, Harry, you're not perfect. No one is perfect. You're a child, Harry, a teenager who doesn't even understand what he has lost and what he's still lacking. You've lived your whole life in a cage. First you stayed at your aunt's house, where you were barely allowed to do anything, then when you finally joined the magical world, you spent almost the entire time at Hogwarts. You never explored the magical world, you're perfectly content with your little cage, because you've never been anywhere else. But now, you wish to push yourself, put yourself at harm, endanger your friends to protect something that you have never seen or experienced. Don't lie to yourself. You want to kill Voldemort because he killed your parents, because you want revenge, because he has caused you to suffer for years at your relatives' hands. All of your so-called heroism is just years of repressed rage coming to the surface, having given you a target, now that he's back. Harry shook his head. That's not true. I have to fight him. And why do you have to fight him? Why you, Harry Potter? Why not someone else? Why not Dumbledore? Why not the Aurors, the Ministry, the ICW? Why does it have to be you? Because he deserves it. Because I want to. I smirk at him. He finally said it. There it is. There's the bubbling rage, the angry teenager underneath all your masks, because that's what you are, that's what you want. You don't care about saving a corrupt ministry, you don't care about saving lives, you want revenge. Harry was breathing heavily, not believing what he just said, what he just admitted. He stayed silent for a few minutes, trying to actually process what he just said. He looked resigned. Now, you're right. I want to fight him because of the suffering he caused me. Even if he wasn't hunting me down every time, I still would have wanted to kill him for killing my parents. He killed my parents, you said you knew them, you can help me fight him, you can help me kill him for what he's done to them. I shrug at him. Your parents actively joined a war. They weren't simple civilians, they joined Dumbledore's side with the knowledge that death was an option. And yet they chose to have you, chose to risk orphaning their child. Your parents' death was a tragedy, Harry, but it was also their fault. Harry looked angry at this. How dare you? I interrupt him once more. You're not thinking clearly, Harry. You're not being objective because they're your parents. But they signed on to be soldiers and they died a soldier's death. You can't say that they couldn't have seen this happening when they joined the order. Yes, they were young, barely out of school when they joined, but they were not idiots. They knew that death was in the cards and considered it to be a price worth paying to stop Voldemort. Harry's face relaxed slightly, but he was still obviously worked up. I still don't understand why you won't just fight him. I shrug. I could, but it's like asking a professor to fight a school fight. If I was petty enough, like Professor Snape, for example, I could do it, but the responsible thing is to only interfere if someone does anything drastic. So, that's it then, you're not going to fight him. You want me to enter a fight that doesn't concern me, because you want revenge on someone who is far more powerful than you for killing your parents in a war where they fought on the opposite side. You don't see anything wrong with that. Harry looked confused and I continue, that's revenge, for you. Someone has an idea and to be able to realize it, he ends up hurting or killing someone else. Now, their loved ones, in their grief, anger, hate, will rise to fight against the killer and would take revenge. The killer's family and loved ones will then swear vengeance on the other side. Vengeance, in its essence, is the product of that hate and so death follows. But in death there is only more death. This will give rise to more pains. This is a cycle of hatred that will not cease unless someone decides that revenge is not the answer, that this needs to stop. If revenge is the only reason you fight, then you're doomed to fail, Harry Potter, because in the end, you'll find that you led a meaningless life and did nothing but spread pain and death. Now, Mr. Potter, I want you to think very clearly about what I just said and have a clear idea of what you want to achieve in the future. Harry's face looked pale before turning around and slowly leaving the classroom. I sigh in exasperation, stupid altruistic teenagers with delusions of grandeur. Suddenly a Phoenix Patronus flew in and spoke in Dumbledore's voice, Professor Sayre, could you please come to my office? I believe there are things we must discuss. I sigh again. Does he really want to do this now? At least, things were going according to plan. If things continue the way I want them to, I should have a way home soon. Chapter 174, No Way Back. January 24, 1995, Hogwarts Earth 2. Jasmine Sayre POV. Harry's face looked pale before turning around and slowly leaving the classroom. I sigh in exasperation, stupid altruistic teenagers with delusions of grandeur. Suddenly a Phoenix Patronus flew in and spoke in Dumbledore's voice, Professor Sayre, could you please come to my office? I believe there are things we must discuss. I sigh again. Does he really want to do this now? At least, things were going according to plan. If things continue the way I want them to, I should have a way home soon. I walk out of the classroom, up to the headmaster's office. As usual, I ignore the scrying runes outside the office that allow Dumbledore to identify his visitors. I open the door and enter the office. The first thing that met me was Dumbledore's grave face. The man was obviously unhappy with me and looked very frustrated. I inwardly grinned. This was the last step in the plan, the final push. My ritual was already fully powered around a week ago, ready to summon fate. The only thing left was to spark the flames that would obliterate the prophecy. You wanted to see me, Headmaster? Dumbledore nodded. Ah, yes, Professor Sayre. It has been a while since we last had a nice conversation, the two of us. Yes, they do tend to spiral out of control, don't they? The Elderman chuckled, that they do. But I didn't just call you here to have a little tete-a-tete, I invited you here, because I believe it's time for us to put our cards on the table, so to speak. I suppress a grin, I don't mind. What do you want to know? You have spent months in the castle, you have touched so many lives and impacted the future of this entire nation. I wish to understand you, understand what you wish to accomplish in being here. I chuckle, oh, Dumbledore, you're dealing with something so much beyond your comprehension, it's not even funny. My goals, my ambitions are beyond this little piece of rock you call a country, and the corrupt administration that governs it. I don't care about Riddle, nor do I care about you. The man was obviously getting annoyed, then perhaps, even if I cannot understand your motives, I can offer you my assistance. After all, I do not need to know everything to help and in return you could help me, join the Order, in dealing with Voldemort. I nearly burst into laughter, you silly prideful man, I have already achieved my ambitions. I have already gotten what I wanted, there's nothing for you to help me with. The headmaster looked surprised at this, what? What did you accomplish? Just because I haven't reaped the benefits, doesn't mean that I haven't already won. It'll just take time for it to bear fruit. I could leave the castle right now, go live in a hut, and I still would end up with what I want. How? I would have noticed if something significant happened. I give him a cheeky smirk, I told you, my ambitions are beyond your understanding. You're so worried about Voldemort, just because of the raw power he holds that you forgot how powerful words can be. A simple conversation, an idea, can have a lot more far-reaching consequences than just a show of magical strength. I didn't need to do anything too powerful. A small nudge here and there, and I received everything I could ever need from Hogwarts. Dumbledore then tried to change the angle. What about Harry? Are you truly going to abandon your heir to die at the hands of the monster who killed his parents? I'm unimpressed with his attempt at emotionally manipulating me. Who said anything about Harry fighting Voldemort? The answer seems to stun him, the prophecy. The prophecy states that there will be a confrontation between Harry and Voldemort, the end result of which is one of them killing the other. That's true, but who said that the prophecy was still valid? You gambled your entire country's future on a prophecy that you hoped was true, and you're right, the prophecy Trelawney gave you was a true one. Then you agree that you must help Harry. I interrupt him. Yes, the prophecy was true, but it simply isn't anymore. The answer seemed to stun him into silence, and I could feel his magical presence starting to bubble to the surface. It was probably something that's meant to intimidate me with his magical strength. I just thought it was cute. The man's face looked like it was made of stone. Explain. I smile and answer him. Do you know how prophecies work, Albus Dumbledore? No, I don't. No one does. And yet, I do. Imagine this line being the current timeline. I wave my wand and conjure an illusion of a golden line, and now, imagine every branch is a choice. The line then starts to branch out, resembling an upside-down golden tree. Now, a prophecy occurs when for some reason, all of the branches of the future converges towards an area. I make the branches twist and turn towards a point. The area around it consists of every interpretation of the prophecy. A true prophecy is always true, no matter what happens, because it simply cannot exist without it. Dumbledore looked enraptured at my impromptu lecture, and I continue. Now, imagine what would happen if someone intimately understood the workings of fate, if someone could exist outside of it, outside of the world's timeline. Then, that means that they could affect the original timeline, and thus the branches could now change. They wouldn't have to conform to the prophecy. Which means that the prophecy doesn't have to be true. Dumbledore's eyes widened. You. I grin. Me. It didn't even have to be malicious. Fate is such a fragile structure. I only needed a small push. A small nugget of information there, like lessons in magical theory, a small act of kindness like healing the Longbottoms and Arthur Weasley, although, I did heal Weasley out of guilt. Had I not interfered, his condition wouldn't have been as severe. I removed Umbridge's presence from Hogwarts, messed with Fudge's hold on the Ministry. They all started as small actions that slowly changed everything. The men looked stupefied by this, so I interrupt him. And before you try to stop me, do you really think that I'm the kind of person that makes speeches revealing their plans for no reason? I'm telling you this, because there's nothing you can do about it. I have already done what I wanted and achieved what I desire. There's no way back. But the Horcruxes. I destroyed a few Horcruxes, just because of how vile the things are, not because I give a damn about Voldemort. The aged headmaster looked defeated. It was always about the prophecy, wasn't it? I nod. Do you think I care about this small little useless conflict in a corrupt administration, a small dark lord with delusions of immortality whose reign would probably cause an economic collapse? The prophecy is the only reason I'm here, because I needed to break it. And with every second, the chances of it being realized get smaller and smaller. If it makes you feel any better, Harry would have won if I hadn't changed anything. Voldemort would have revealed himself in a few months, with Sirius dying in the process. You would have died a year later, and Harry, after some subtle clues and a uselessly long Horcrux hunt, Harry Potter would have destroyed all of them, and after an impromptu battle here, in Hogwarts, Harry would defeat Voldemort with a fluke, ending a conflict where more children than adults perished. This was your future, Albus Dumbledore. This was the culmination of your ambitions, the prophecy that you aimed to fulfill. Dumbledore shook his head, with unshed tears in his eyes. I only wanted for there to be peace, to be love, of light. This wasn't the plan. This was not how things were supposed to go. This is life, Albus Dumbledore. Nothing ever goes according to plan. You wanted to create an ideal world, a world of only love, a world of only light, a world of only peace. But such a world is impossible to exist. Everywhere you look in this world, wherever there is light, there will always be shadows to be found as well. As long as there is a concept of victors, the vanquished will also exist. The selfish intent of wanting to preserve peace initiates war, and hatred is born in order to protect love. There are nexuses, causal relationships that cannot be separated. Is it any wonder then that when you tried to force something like this, the world fought back? The elder headmaster didn't look convinced. No, it still can be salvaged. Harry will still seek out Voldemort. He will fight him even if it kills him. I snort. Did you forget what I said? A conversation can be far more powerful than you could possibly imagine. You gave me access to your little weapon, the altruistic hero you were betting on, and I, slowly, made him human. You tried to make him fight to protect people that he never connected with, a culture that he never experienced, delights that he never even knew of, because you locked him away, safe and miserable from the world. The only reason that would get him to fight would be his revenge for his parents' death, and even now, he's realized that this was all there was to it. As far as he's concerned, Harry Potter will not seek to fight Lord Voldemort. Dumbledore slammed his hand on his desk. Do you realize what you've done, woman? I do, far more than you realize. I told you, I'm not taking any chances here. The prophecy must never be fulfilled, that was my goal, and I have achieved it. What you should be asking yourself is what that means for you. The men looked at me desperately. What am I supposed to do, now? Everything is in ruins. All of my plans, everything. You've doomed this country to the rule of a monster. I chuckle, did I? All I did was remove the net you had under your plans. The prophecy spoke of a confrontation between Harry and Riddle, but if that isn't real anymore, then why don't you directly go to confront him? He's too powerful, and I'm too old. I snort, that is the biggest pile of crap I've heard in a while. Magical power is but a facet in a fight. A skilled opponent, or better yet, a cunning opponent, would obliterate a more powerful wizard in seconds. You need to stop seeing a duel with Voldemort as a contest of power, because even with the Elder Wand, you will lose. You need to be sneaky, to be manipulative. Prepare the battlefield, make traps, and there's no reason for Riddle to defeat you. The men still looked unconvinced with the idea of fighting Riddle directly. I cannot afford Voldemort getting the Elder Wand's allegiance. If you're not prepared to take any risks, then you will definitely lose. You can't count on Harry killing him anymore. You can't count on a prophecy because with every second, the paths to the future diverge from it, until none of the paths actually cross any interpretation of the prophecy, meaning that it will officially die then. Dumbledore's eyes widened imperceptibly. Then not all is lost. There's still a chance of the prophecy fulfilling itself. I will have to act quickly, to engineer a confrontation between Harry and Voldemort and hope that Lily's blood protection would get Harry to emerge victorious. Everything can be salvaged. I shook my head. Dumbledore, listen to me. This way will only lead to madness. You will lose everything if you continue in this path. Dumbledore didn't seem to accept my response. I'm sorry, Professor Sayre, you've given me a lot to think about. And we'll speak about your continuing employment in this establishment when things calm down. Understanding that there was nothing that could change his mind, I nodded and left the office. He didn't notice the small smile on my face. This was the last piece of the puzzle, my last move, and everything went exactly according to plan. Chapter 175, The Beginning of the End. January 24, 1995, Hogwarts Earth 2. Albus Dumbledore POV. To say that Albus Dumbledore was nervous would be an understatement. The Elderman felt like his world was falling apart, and the cause was a single woman who, as far as he could tell, destroyed everything without even breaking a single law or committing an evil act. Sayre had, in a few months, dismantled years of planning and manipulation and didn't even give him a clear reason why she had done so. Albus does agree that he had failed Harry, both as his guardian and as his headmaster. He did not train the poor boy, he had caused him nothing but grief when he put him in his aunt's care. The boy never enjoyed the beauty of the magical world, nor did he experience the culture. It was for the boy's safety, of course, but Sayre was right. Dumbledore didn't do a good job in attaching Harry Potter to the wizarding world. It was a simple mistake, really. The aged headmaster had assumed that Harry Potter was part of the wizarding world, that it was a foregone conclusion. The boy was already an outsider in the Muggle world, and he thought that he would do anything to escape it. Alas, this was a mistake on his part, and Sayre had used it to her advantage to remove the fighting spirit from the boy. The boy will not seek out Voldemort now, so for the prophecy to be fulfilled, it has to be the other way around. Voldemort must seek a confrontation with Harry Potter, something that isn't that difficult to arrange, since the monster longed to kill the boy who had caused his downfall, but Tom was very careful, trying to avoid falling prey to the prophecy once more. Perhaps, in the past, Dumbledore has been too hopeful in dealing with Voldemort, hoping that Lily's blood protection would be the power that the Dark Lord knew not, and would help Harry emerge victorious from the encounter. The problem was that the moment Harry reached his majority, he would lose the protection. Albus didn't fully understand the protection. He didn't even think that Lily understood what she had achieved in death, but the intent of whatever the woman did was to protect her child, which means that the protection would fade when young Harry is no longer a child. Even then, the offensive aspect of the spell was neutralized by Voldemort when he used Harry's blood in his resurrection, meaning that discounting the fact that Voldemort created yet another connection with his mortal enemy, he was still safe from Harry's touch. If only Lily's protection had gotten rid of the Horcruxes during the confrontation between Harry and Quirrell. It was a vain hope that it would have counteracted whatever method of immortality Voldemort used to anchor himself to the land of the living. If he had known that the monster had used Horcruxes of all things, he wouldn't have attempted to arrange the confrontation between him and Harry, since it wouldn't have made a difference in the long run. At least he discovered the man's secret the following year while examining the diary. It truly was a stroke of luck that Slytherin's monster was a basilisk whose venom was able to destroy Horcruxes. It was even more so that no one died from the beast's gaze, although, there's a good chance that Salazar Slytherin had issued a command long ago to not kill any students. It was a different time back then, and even if there are limited accounts of the events, the man did build a school and was a teacher. He couldn't just want to massacre a large part of the student population, especially the children. But now, the aged headmaster was lost. He wasn't sure how to proceed. Sayer had destabilized the prophecy, somehow, and even then, she was very vague about her reason to have done so. But every second he waits, the less likely the prophecy is to be true. He couldn't accept that. He would do his best to salvage his plans and arrange a proper confrontation between immortal Voldemort and young Harry as soon as possible and hope that Harry's power that he knows not manifests and wins the fight. Albus had to admit that he was being a bit naive about the outcome of the fight, but after a century of life, he knew that there were very few things that were more powerful than hope. Adding in the chance that Voldemort had anchored himself to Harry using his blood, there was a good chance that Voldemort would never be able to kill Harry. Well, there's a good chance he could, but he would kill himself in the process. Now, a small plan was starting to form in the headmaster's head. Voldemort killing Harry and killing himself in the process was technically an interpretation of the prophecy. They would both die at the hand of the other, after all. If Dumbledore could engineer a confrontation between them as soon as possible, then there's a good chance that the nightmare that is Voldemort would end. Albus didn't like condemning a young boy, especially an innocent one like Harry, who had a miserable life, but the needs of the many outweigh the needs of the few or the one. A small tear fell from Dumbledore's eye and ran down his cheek. He only hoped that Lily and James would forgive him when it's time for him to move to the great beyond. What he was planning was a violation to everything he had ever preached and everything he had ever thought himself to be. But what greater sacrifice is there than to give up your own principles, your own morals, just for the good of the people, for the good of the magical world? Sayer was right. Voldemort was his problem, he was his creation. The entire Pure Blood movement was a direct reaction to his own demands after he had defeated Grindelwald. He was too arrogant and asked for too much, too soon. It's only right that he loses himself to make things right. However, this was all a moot point if Voldemort wasn't mortal during the encounter with young Harry. All it would do was kill Dumbledore's final weapon against Voldemort and only cause the Dark Lord to lose his body once more. Voldemort's Horcruxes must be destroyed before the prophecy becomes invalid. Thankfully, Sayer, as frustrating as that woman was, has destroyed most of them. She had claimed it was only because the things were abominations, but he wouldn't put it past her to have something planned. The woman was far more cunning and devious than he imagined anyone being. Her manipulation of the fate of the world itself was enough of proof that the woman's abilities were simply beyond what he could possibly imagine, at least the mental aspect of them. Was the woman some sort of extremely powerful seer, that is somehow able to affect the fate of the world itself? It would explain a lot. A seer capable to seeing both the past and the future would explain her inexplicable knowledge in ancient magics that are barely more than tales today, and her being able to see the future would explain how much impact her seemingly simple actions could have, and her statement of already having achieved what she wanted means that she has already seen it happen in the future. She had already told him what would have happened if she hadn't interfered. The idea of a battle inside the school, where children are slaughtered, sickened him, and the aged headmaster was slightly glad that Sayer had stopped it, even if she had made things difficult for him. School is meant to be a safe haven for children and not a battlefield. Truth be told, Dumbledore didn't really care about his death. He had lived a long life. He had seen love, experienced loss and despair, experienced power, both magically and politically, and he was tired. Albus Dumbledore lived a full life and would welcome death like an old friend. But if Dumbledore's theory about Sayer's abilities were true, then this woman could be the most powerful being he had ever met. No, this line of thinking is simply too disturbing, and Voldemort was his priority, not Sayer. The woman had already achieved what she wished, at least she claimed to have, which means that she will not interfere with Dumbledore's plans anymore, which means that the headmaster could proceed as he wished without problems. The main goal now was to destroy the Horcruxes. Sayer seemed to have anticipated this and destroyed most of them. Did she know from this far back how pressed for time he would be, and destroyed the ones he wouldn't have been able to find? Albus had no idea, and he didn't care. He will not even try to understand that woman anymore. But what is important is that there are only 2 Horcruxes remaining. Sayer destroyed Hufflepuff's cup, Slytherin's locket, Ravenclaw's diadem, and the soul shard in Harry's scar, and Harry destroyed the diary. Which means that there are only 2 left, one of them being Nagini, Voldemort's snake, and the other being the gaunt ring that he just discovered could be a Horcrux from his research, in the last few months. He was able to speak to Horace Slughorn to confirm the number of Horcruxes that Sayer claimed Voldemort to have made. It had taken a lot of convincing and the claim that he had already known of their existence and had destroyed a few of them, but only needed the number, for the men to give him the memory. It had taken a lot of investigating to find memories of Voldemort's past, and he was able to confirm that the Founder's artifacts had been turned into Horcruxes, hence verifying Sayer's claims even more so. The Grey Lady, or Helena Ravenclaw, was quite content with the knowledge that the diadem was destroyed. Now, after a while, Dumbledore was able to find the memories of the gaunt ring and its location. It was almost certainly a Horcrux, and he needed to destroy it as soon as possible. Nagini, on the other hand, would be difficult to kill, considering how close to Voldemort she always stayed. The only way he could see it done without a massive loss of life was for Severus to poison her using basilisk venom or to hit her with a killing curse before disappearing. Dumbledore would lose his spy, but if he was planning a confrontation between Harry and Voldemort, and to use the poor boy as a trap, the war would be over before anyone would try to hunt down Severus. The man would be celebrated as a hero, Albus would be sure of it. He only wished that things wouldn't have come to this, that poor Harry wouldn't have to die for people he probably didn't even care about. But he really was out of options. When the boy survived the killing curse, Albus couldn't have known if the boy would end up a magical titan like himself or Voldemort, and even then, it would take decades of training just to measure up to them in skill, far after Harry's 17th birthday when the blood protection, and Harry's biggest trump card, would expire. Dumbledore chose to prioritize the blood protection, and even if it condemned the boy to a miserable childhood, Albus was still convinced it was the better choice. Even now, the blood protection was what Albus was planning to use to kill Voldemort. After dealing with the ring Horcrux, the aged headmaster would have to find a way to make Harry vulnerable somehow, to give Voldemort an opportunity to send a killing curse at his enemy, killing them both in the process. Perhaps, he could release the prophecy's content or at least an edited version without the power he knew not, which would make Voldemort think that he would become invincible should he kill Harry Potter, prompting him to hunt him down even further. That sounded like the bare bones of a plan, but none of this mattered if the prophecy becomes false, or if the Horcruxes are destroyed. He needed to destroy them as quickly as possible. He will start with the ring this very night. It was a shame that Fawkes just had a burning day, he would have made getting through the wards easier. The aged headmaster steeled himself and operated to Little Hangleton, near a certain abandoned shack. Chapter 176, Insights. January 24, 1995, Riddle Manor, Earth 2. Tom Riddle POV. Tom Riddle, or Lord Voldemort as he was known today, wasn't sure how he was feeling about his progress in conquering magical Britain. Things were going fine, in recruiting his forces. The werewolves were pretty much all under his control with Greyback as an alpha, the giants were arriving soon from the continent, the Dementors have already sworn themselves to him for the opportunity of feeding on the Muggles, they couldn't be seen by the savages, so the statute wouldn't be breached. Even, his inner circle was back to his side, although diminished from their stay in Azkaban, they were still fearsome fighters who were quickly gaining back their former might. Everything was going according to plan, even the ministry ignored his return thanks to Lucius' manipulations of the idiotic men they elected as the minister. As far as the Dark Lord was concerned, there haven't been a single setback, other than in retrieving the prophecy that concerns him and Potter. It was something that he was planning on rectifying soon, especially with Rookwood back at his side. The former Unspeakable was very knowledgeable about the details of the Department of Mysteries and had given him very detailed information on the protections around the prophecy orbs. It was an ancient spell, created to protect seers and prophets from those that would use them. No one could touch a prophecy orb other than its subjects, meaning only himself and Potter would be able to retrieve it. That constituted a conundrum. The protections of the Department of Mysteries, while not impregnable to someone of his power, would alert the entire Ministry of Intruders, which would reveal his return. This meant that, to be able to get the prophecy orb, he had to be ready to reveal himself first, and finish his preparations. Either that or somehow get Potter to get it for him, but that was a long shot at best, the boy being constantly under Dumbledore's view. Voldemort had his own spies in Hogwarts, namely Severus Snape, that would be able to tell him if the boy leaves the castle, in case Dumbledore chooses to use him to get the prophecy himself. So as far as the prophecy goes, everything was on hold until he was ready. It still was imperative that he properly listens to the contents of the damn thing, at least for his own peace of mind. He couldn't risk losing his body again, even with his immortality assured by the Horcruxes, getting another body with Harry Potter's blood would be far harder, now that Dumbledore knew that he needed it to circumvent the Mudblood's blood protection. Speaking of the Horcruxes, his greatest creations and greatest treasures were the first things he checked when he returned. Bellatrix had given him access to her Gringotts account ledger, which meant that he was able to check if someone had entered the vault to remove something, having been nervous that the ministry would try to confiscate Bellatrix's gold for her crimes. Luckily, no one had attempted to touch the Lestrange's vaults ever since they went to Azkaban. The goblins have refused to involve themselves in wizarding affairs. It was the first time the little beasts were good for something, in Voldemort's opinion. He had gone to the Gaunt Shack, to see if someone had tried to find the ring. As for the rest, his blood alarm ward over the Infree Cavern hasn't been triggered in decades, which meant that the locket was undisturbed. Now, the diadem was safe in Hogwarts, he was certain no one had discovered the hidden room on the 7th floor, and even then, no one would be able to find something in the mess that is the Room of Hidden Things, even if they somehow got access to the room. Nagini was safe, next to him, of course, but the only issue was the diary. Lucius had been very severely punished for his mistake in using it in a childish feud with the Weasleys of all people and getting a part of Voldemort's soul destroyed. If it wasn't for the man's financial contributions to his cause and influence in the ministry, he would have killed him that night. Even then, it was a near thing. How dare that worm lose something that he had entrusted him? He was nervous that Dumbledore would recognize what it was, even if he had concealed the diary's true nature, he didn't think it would have fooled Dumbledore. But alas, even his younger self was superior to the old men, and the diary was destroyed before the men had a chance to examine it properly. The fact that he hadn't hunted down the Horcruxes ever since was proof of his ignorance in the matter. Even then, Dumbledore hadn't walked down the path of dark magic like himself, being too weak to understand its power. The soul anchors really were the Dark Lord's greatest creations. He remembered when he was still a boy, still Tom Riddle, in that damned orphanage, during the London Blitz, listening to the bombs explode around the city, not knowing if he would ever see another day, if his life, miserable as it was, would have an unremarkable end, without even having achieved any of his dreams or ambitions. Tom Riddle would have ended up nothing but a name in Hogwarts' book of students, full of potential that was never realized, only to be forgotten barely a few months later, the world having moved it. It was then that the young boy that was Tom Riddle chose to rise up against his mortality, fight against death itself and emerge victorious as Lord Voldemort. He had lived for years trying to overcome the last enemy, and after years of research to even the darkest magics, he had found his answer in soul magic, more precisely in Horcruxes, and he hadn't regretted it since. The day that he created his first Horcrux was the day that the young orphan Tom Riddle had officially died, and the Dark Lord Voldemort was born. On that day, he had cast away his weakness, his humanity, to become a god. And that was the closest thing he could describe himself as. Lord Voldemort was immortal, with power far beyond the understanding of other wizards, and with followers so dedicated to himself and his cause that it could be easily described as worship. The loss of his body had served as a lesson, to not lose himself in his invincibility, that he could be tricked, like with Lily Potter's trap. He had learned from what happened, and now he was closer than ever to his final victory. The only things standing in his way were Dumbledore and his prophecy. There was a small hiccup in the form of Jasmine Sayer, another descendant of the noble line of Slytherin and a pureblood from a very distinguished house no less. The woman made him cautious for some reason. It wasn't just the political power she represented, it was mostly her little display with Fudge. If he was honest, Voldemort would admit that he wouldn't have been able to do the same in an equally elegant manner. The woman's intellect could cause trouble in the long run, so he had chosen not to make an enemy of her. She would eventually join him when he takes over Britain. There wouldn't be any other side for her to have, after all. And if she chose to resist, then she would die by his hand, like many others have. In other news, the miraculous recovery of the Longbottoms was making him nervous. Bellatrix did end up ranting and raving about someone undoing her work, but the Dark Lord wanted to unravel what the Longbottoms being healed meant, especially right after the Lestranges had escaped from Azkaban. It was a message, one that Voldemort did fully understand, and it grated him. Did Dumbledore convince some new prodigal healer to his side? Severus had told him that the headmaster was as perplexed as he was. Was there someone else in the shadows, opposing him without him even knowing? This little revelation had made him more cautious of his own moves and chose to spend the previous month consolidating his own forces. He had cast wards over the entirety of Little Hangleton, telling him if anyone without a dark mark cast any magic in the area. It was a measure to stop anyone from spying on his forces. He had also reinforced the wards on Riddle Manor, making it almost an impenetrable fortress that would take the entire Auror Force and the Order of the Phoenix to even attempt to break in. Suddenly, Voldemort felt the wards flare out. Someone without a dark mark had cast a spell in Little Hangleton, and it was a powerful one as well. He triangulated the location to discover that it was near the Gaunt Shack, where his Horcrux resided. Panicked, he yelled out, "Bellatrix, come with me." The deranged woman practically ran towards him. "Yes, master." As soon as she touched him, he operated with her. He then held his arm out, revealing her dark mark, where he summoned to entirety of his inner circle in front of the Gaunt Shack. The shack itself was burning, and the Dark Lord could sense the nature of the fire. It was fiend fire, one of the few substances that could destroy Horcruxes. He felt his bubbling rage almost boil over. Behind him, the members of his inner circle were operating, one by one, confused by his summons. He didn't answer them, and with a wave of his wand, the entire shack was immediately ripped off the ground, and the fire was banished away. Kneeling in front of him was an elderly man, who started to get up with a pained gasp. This was Albus Dumbledore. Voldemort looked at the man, at his burned robe. He took a better look at his left hand, only to find it blackened, with a familiar curse, his withering curse, that was quickly spreading up his arm. On his right hand, though, he was still holding onto his wand. Had Dumbledore of all people fallen prey to the compulsion and had put on the ring? The compulsion was powerful, but it shouldn't have breached his mental barriers like this. The man had panicked and used fiend fire to destroy the Horcrux but had gotten himself cursed in the process. There was no counter-curse to this particular Egyptian withering curse. Albus Dumbledore was a dead man walking, and the thought sent a joyful thrill through him. He had defeated his enemy without even trying. Yes, he had lost a Horcrux in the process, but it was his weakest one. But this also had a lot of troubling implications. Dumbledore knew of his Horcruxes, which means that he could have told someone about them. With Nagini being there, he was still safe, but for how long? After this, he will need to hunt down anyone that he could have told, just to be safe or even go as far as to hide them in other more secure locations. Still, even weakened and dying Dumbledore was a dangerous foe. Dumbledore. The aged headmaster nodded at him. Tom. You found my ring. Dumbledore chuckled. Yes, after all this time, you still fear the inevitable. The Dark Lord repressed his fury. I do not fear death, Albus Dumbledore, for I have conquered it. The dying man chuckled. After all this time, you're still a fool, Tom. And yet, I'm not the one who's dying. I was a fool as well, Tom, I will never deny it. The thought sent a thrill through Voldemort's spine. Yes, you admit it, then. You were a fool to oppose me. The man sent him a pained chuckle. No, I was right to oppose you. What I regret the most is creating you. What are you talking about? It would take far more time than I have left to explain things properly. The fool looked at the night sky. It's not a bad night to die, after all. His complete disregard to his own imminent demise angered Voldemort on a fundamental level. So, that's it. You have lost and I have won. The magical world is mine to take. No, it's not. I still have faith that you'll be defeated, Tom. Is this about your precious little prophecy? Dumbledore looked pensive for a second. The prophecy. Then the older man's eyes brightened up in realization and he burst into hysterical laughter. What is it? What did I miss? Voldemort bellowed to the dying man. Dumbledore, though, kept laughing and ignored him. I see it now. This was always meant to happen. She just wanted it to happen earlier. She said exactly what I needed to hear for me to come here, for me to die at this exact moment. She knew I wouldn't resist the ring. She chose exactly for it to happen during Fawkes Burning Day so that I wouldn't be able to call on him and survive for a few months. She's been playing me, playing us, like little chess pieces all along. She's been playing you, too, Tom. And she really doesn't like you. Oh, you have no idea what you're dealing with, Tom. Even now, I don't fully understand the extent of her manipulations. It's quite different when you're the one being fooled, I'll admit. Speak clearly, old man. The man just kept chuckling and shook his head. I'm a dead man, Tom. You're one as well, you just don't know it yet. You will die at Harry Potter's hand. It was prophesied, after all. Voldemort froze for a second. You're placing your hope in a boy, who still hasn't even completed his OWLs, to kill me. That's the prophecy. Without your protection, the boy will not last a day. There are things that you're so ignorant of, Tom. It disappoints me as an educator. Is this about love again? Voldemort sneered at him. You really are a disappointing student, Tom. The Dark Lord sneered at his hated enemy. He wouldn't be getting any more answers out of the old man. He raised his wand, and sent a killing curse at the elder man, who didn't even try to attack back. Instead, the man had snapped his own wand, for some reason. Voldemort shook his head. If that wasn't confirmation that Dumbledore was a senile old man, then nothing was. The man was laughing while being slowly killed by a withering curse, after all. He looked at the corpse of the man in front of him and grinned. Albus Dumbledore is dead by my hand. The Dark Lord ignored the celebrations from his servants behind him and kept staring at the old man's corpse. He turned towards his Death Eaters and ginned. My Death Eaters, our most powerful enemy just perished, but the night was still young. There's still a symbol of hope left, Harry Potter. The child who has survived me many times, through nothing but chance and Dumbledore's machinations. And yet, now, without Dumbledore he's nothing but a mediocre boy who people have died for, in the hope that he would one day destroy me. I say we make our victory absolute, we destroy their little symbol of hope. Tonight, we go to Hogwarts and kill Harry Potter. The Dark Lord enjoyed the looks of adoration his Death Eaters gave him and their obvious bloodthirsty expressions. He was still wary of people knowing about his Horcruxes, but if he took Nagini with him, kept her safe, then his victory was guaranteed. The Gaunt Ring was his least protected Horcrux, and he knew for a fact that no one had touched the Lestrange vault in Gringotts. Perhaps, he would even go check on the diadem when he goes to Hogwarts. For now, he only needed to stop the damn prophecy and kill Harry Potter while the boy is still weak. Tonight was going to be his ultimate victory and the start of his world order. Even if it was earlier than he wished, it was time for him to reveal his return. After all, there was no one left to oppose him. Chapter 177, Choices. January 24, 1995, Hogwarts Earth 2. Jasmine Sayer POV. The end of my time here was near. The confrontation with Dumbledore was the spark I needed to light the flames. Finally, my plan was coming together, and I was going home. After leaving the headmaster's office, I returned to my own and waited for the inevitable to happen. It was barely an hour later that I felt one of Voldemort's Horcruxes being destroyed. Dumbledore had taken the bait. This, of course, left only the cup that I was using to scry the other Horcruxes, and Nagini. Assuming that Dumbledore was probably dead by now, the Dark Lord would be coming here soon. With a wave of my hand, I destroy the cup, leaving the Dark Lord with only a single soul anchor. Now, I needed to prepare the castle for the arrival of a Dark Lord that was probably mad enough to slaughter every student inside. Fortunately, I was prepared and had arranged for the siege wards to be powered and ready to be activated at a moment's notice. Finally, after activating the wards, I summoned Harry Potter to my office and started to wait for Voldemort's inevitable arrival to the castle. After all, this was, to him, a great opportunity to take over the castle that he saw as his first home, ever, and formally overthrow Dumbledore. This was it for him. The ministry was practically under his thumb anyway, with most of the politicians being either Death Eaters or threatened by Death Eaters. The people probably wouldn't care much about a change in regime, other than the Muggle-borns that he's probably planning on killing. I never understood genocide for an ideology. It's just so ineffective in the long run. Maybe vilifying an entire population was a good idea to rile up and gain followers, maybe it was easy to blame someone else for their pains and hardships, but actually executing or imprisoning a chunk of your population was a recipe for either a revolt, or if it was successful somehow, a great way of destroying your economy. And that's ignoring how horrible the idea of genocide was. I know how much of a hypocrite I was being. I, personally, have massacred whole species in my role as the Avatar of Death, and while I'm not proud of what I did, every single person that I killed in my service represented a grave danger to the world. I'm not happy with my kill count, but I did try to limit how much death I was responsible for, and a lesser man or woman would have let that power go to their heads and start killing for the fun of it. I heard a knock on my door. Harry had finally arrived. Come in. He entered my office nervously. Professor, you wanted to see me. I nod. Yes, I did. Tonight is likely to be the last time we see each other, Mr. Potter, and all my efforts, all my plans, have come to this. I'm here to give you a choice. The boy was gaping at me. What? Why are you leaving? Why now? I chuckled. Harry, I have a home, too. A wife, a daughter, a life outside this castle. For the first time in months, I can go home, and that depends on your choice. What choice? Before I could answer, a sinister voice resonated through the hall. It didn't happen to have source, seemingly coming from the walls themselves, probably resonated throughout the castle. The voice made Harry stiffen and pale in fear. It was the voice of Lord Voldemort. Hello, students and faculty of Hogwarts. I have an announcement to make. My name is Lord Voldemort, and I have returned from the dead. Yes, Harry Potter and Albus Dumbledore were telling the truth all along. I have defeated death itself, and returned to the world of the living. I have released my loyal Death Eaters from their imprisonment in Azkaban and have an army of wizards and magical creatures outside the castle. And yet, I do not wish to reignite the previous war, because I have already won. Because, earlier tonight, Albus Dumbledore died by my hand. Harry was shaking his head denying what was just said. No, that's impossible. He can't be dead. And here comes the issue of Harry Potter. Most of you believe that I am preparing on storming the castle and killing every student inside. However, one cannot say that Lord Voldemort is not merciful. You are the future of the magical world, and I would rather not endanger it. Instead, I give you 1 hour to give Harry Potter to me, and I will guarantee that not a single person will die tonight. To Harry Potter, I address this. You have defied me many times, but are you truly willing to let someone else die for your sake? If you come willingly, I assure you that I will not lay a hand on a single one of your friends or even members of Dumbledore's Little Order. You have 1 hour. Harry looked at me, with tears in his eyes. It's not true, is it? I snort. It is. This is the choice I'm speaking of. Dumbledore is really dead. Instead, I'm giving you a choice, a real choice, for the first time in your life. You can go and give yourself to Voldemort, and die fulfilling Dumbledore's plan, taking him down in the process. Or you can stay here, and let me take care of it. Either way, Voldemort dies tonight. The only question is, do you want to be the one to kill him, and die in the process, or do you want me to do it? He looked at me, starting to get angry. This is it, isn't it? This is your plan. You wanted this, all this time, you planned all of this, just for this moment. You orchestrated an assault on a school, you orchestrated Dumbledore's death, all for this moment, for giving me a choice. Why? Because it has to be this way. I could just kill Voldemort, destroy the prophecy, but the impact wouldn't be as strong as if the one the prophecy speaks of refuses to fulfill it. So, I engineered the prophecy to have a single interpretation and having you either choose it or reject it. You can choose to give yourself, and die, killing Voldemort in the process, or you can reject the prophecy, let me take care of it, and live a long and wondrous life that I set up for you. We would either both win, or both lose, and that's entirely up to you. What life are you talking about? I grin at him. I made you my heir, Harry. That includes a vast fortune, both in Muggle and Wizarding currencies, an entire mansion with a library containing my personal magical studies. Trust me, it's enough to make you the second coming of Merlin in a decade or so. It also includes every process you need to exonerate Sirius Black. You could have the life you wanted, with Sirius as a family, without Voldemort looming over your head, without Dumbledore trying to manipulate your every move, with more gold than you could possibly spend in centuries, and more magical knowledge than the Library of Alexandria. including fields of magic that are thought to be lost, or even thought to have never existed in the first place. You could even start courting Miss Greengrass, or any other girl you like, have a real family, maybe with children. I'm giving you the luxury of choice. You could either choose to continue being Dumbledore's pawn and die as his pawn as well, or you could actually start living. Harry looked dumbstruck at my answer. You made things so that the only way for me to win would be to make you win as well. This was all about the prophecy. You need the prophecy to be broken. No, it's more than that. Breaking the prophecy will bring you home somehow. I smirk at him. It's good that you're finally using your brain, Harry. Yes, the power of a broken prophecy will power a ritual that will bring me home, to my wife, to my daughter. But why kill Dumbledore? Why heal the Longbottoms, Astoria, and Mr. Weasley? Why destabilize the Ministry? I honestly healed Arthur Weasley on a whim. The Longbottoms were healed because I promised Neville, but you're right, I could have healed them later, but I did this to make Voldemort cautious and nervous. It's why I messed with Fudge's administration too. Plus, it was to make sure that they would leave you alone. I needed Voldemort to be on his toes so that he would capture Dumbledore and kill him. As for your former headmaster, he would have never left you alone, obsessed with fulfilling the prophecy, and Voldemort would not have come here, this openly, if he wasn't sure that no one would oppose him. He's arrogant, now, with Dumbledore gone, meaning that it would be a lot easier to kill him. All of this was to provide you a life, for you to have something to lose and not jump at the chance of killing Voldemort yourself. I even spoke to Sirius, to make sure he gets better, so that he would start living properly, and you could have an actual godfather when he's exonerated. Harry was gaping. This time, who are you? I am you. Well, I'm your counterpart in another universe. I was fighting someone that was very powerful and accidentally ended up here. I have been trying to get home, and to do it, I needed to use the cosmic backlash of a rejected prophecy to power a ritual to go back to my world, to my family. I wasn't going to tell him about the cosmic entities and summoning fate. This was still a teenager, one that was over his head, but he was still not an adult who could handle the possibility of his universe being destroyed by a multiversal event. Harry looked at me, sadly. Then the stuff you said about my parents. Oh, I was talking about my worlds, James and Lily Potter. We don't get along much. Something happened during my childhood, and I ended up staying at the Dursleys anyway. Let's just say that my childhood was worse than yours, kiddo. They're not bad people, they just made a lot of mistakes. They're actually pretty good parents for my siblings, but I outgrew them, and when I saw them next, I didn't need parents anymore. Mom and Dad are alive in your world. I snort. Do you honestly believe that in the infinite possibilities of the multiverse, James and Lily Potter always die on Halloween? Sirius said the same when I told him. Sirius knew. Only about my identity, not my plan, don't worry. Harry started to get angry at this, so, that's why he trusts you so much. You still killed a lot of people just to get home. That's wrong. I shook my head. No, I didn't. The only person who died for my actions is Dumbledore, and he would have been dead in a year if I hadn't intervened, and Sirius would have died in a few months too. Neville's parents would have stayed in the hospital, that outside of what would have happened when the war actually started. Hundreds, if not thousands of deaths, all averted because of my interference. In the long run, haven't I saved a lot more people for the exchange of a single year of life of a century-old man? You still endangered the castle by getting Voldemort to attack here. I snort. I warded this place myself. It would take that man-child, that calls himself a Dark Lord, years to actually break the wards. Trust me, every resident in the castle is safe. I took every precaution, kiddo, saw every avenue. There's only 2 roads forwards. You can give yourself up and die for Dumbledore's greater good, and Voldemort will die, with the prophecy fulfilled. Or, you can reject the prophecy, refuse Dumbledore's plan for you, and let me kill the monster and go home, with you living a long and happy life afterwards. Either way, Voldemort dies, and magical Britain is saved. The only people this decision affects are you and me. I tried to make it as advantageous for you to pick my side, but it is still your choice. It has to be. Harry looked pensive. I choose to live. I choose myself for the first time. I want to grow old with Sirius, have a family, have friends and kids. I want to learn magic. I want to live with Sirius outside Grimmauld Place. I want to be happy. Finally, I gave the boy a warm and honest smile. Then I guess it's time for me to kill a Dark Lord, don't you think? Chapter 178, Snake's Den. January 24, 1995, Hogwarts Earth 2. Jasmine Sayer POV. Harry looked pensive. I choose to live. I choose myself for the first time. I want to grow old with Sirius, have a family, have friends and kids. I want to learn magic. I want to live with Sirius outside Grimmauld Place. I want to be happy. Finally, I gave the boy a warm and honest smile. Then I guess it's time for me to kill a Dark Lord, don't you think? Harry sighed in relief. You're really going to kill him? Just like that? I snort. Kiddo, You have no idea how powerful I am. Killing him was never a problem, how to go home was. I needed to carefully manipulate the strands of fate so that the cosmic energy slowly starts to build up and will be released when I kill him. Before I go, since this is the last time we will speak to each other, do you have anything you want to say to me? Harry spoke hesitantly. Yeah, thank you. I smile warmly at him. All right, I didn't make an official will or anything, because the ministry will probably try to confiscate anything they could, because of what I'll probably do today, so I'm leaving you things manually. I put the map for the Sayer mansion in your Gringotts vault along with the key which will help you add yourself to the wards. Inside, you'll find the library, serious documents, and an underground vault with the gold I was able to accumulate in my stay here. I faked my death in the Muggle world with a homunculus and left everything in your name but froze every asset and bank account until your 18th birthday, so that your relatives don't access anything I left you. The last thing I wanted to tell you was to live your life as you see fit. You'll be free to do whatever you want from now. This is the last time we're seeing each other, Harry Potter. Farewell. I teleport out of the castle, and into Hogsmeade, where a veritable army awaited me. There were Dementors floating around in the sky waiting to feed, like Voldemort had probably promised. There was an entire legion of werewolves, ready to attack at a moment's notice, and around 100 or so wizards, Death Eaters, including his inner circle. I had no doubts that there were more followers and sympathizers that just weren't included in the attack, because it was on such a short notice. There also didn't seem to be any giants or vampires, probably still haven't arrived from the continent. Standing in the middle was a pale bald man with sinister red eyes and snake slits instead of a nose. Oh, how Tom Riddle has fallen, to lose his humanity in that respect. The man noticed my arrival. Ah, Professor Sayer, it's quite nice to meet you. I believe that I made my demands clear and yet, I see no trace of Harry Potter with you. I snort, I'm not here to send one of my students for slaughter. I heard you were around, and I had to see you. Are you seriously supposed to be the great Lord Voldemort? What a disappointment. Is this all you can do, threaten a castle with less than 12 adults, with an army of bloodthirsty wizards and werewolves? Is this how you're showing your superiority? By killing children, who barely know how to cast a shield charm. What a joke. And people are actually afraid of you. My dismissal seemed to anger him deeply. Do not speak, woman, or I will silence you myself. I return his answer with a smug smirk. Struck a nerve, did I? Although, Dumbledore was right, you never grew up past being an angsty teenager, throwing tantrums when things don't go your way. And yet, he died by my hand. Perhaps, but I think that the ring had more to do with his death than an epic duel like you're alluding. This seemed to freeze him. How? Who do you think sent him to his death, knowing how tempted he would be for the ring, what it represented, not that you actually knew what the ring really was, other than it being an ugly trinket passed down from the gaunt line? You. You're the one he spoke of, the one who had planned his death. I chuckled. So, he did realize, in the end. Funny, I sent Dumbledore to his death, because it would lead you here, tonight. I didn't think that you'd bring a party this big, though, just your inner circle at best. I guess you're further along your recruitment than I thought. It doesn't matter anyway, tonight will be the day Lord Voldemort perishes. The man actually burst into laughter at this, his minions following him swiftly. He really had no idea what was coming for him. Although, with an army here, I wouldn't mind stretching for a bit. It's been a while since I fought a magical army, even if this one is made from barely more than a few hundred wizards. Many have tried before you, girl, and no one succeeded. Why would you prove to be any different? I answered back, because, you're not dealing with an ineffectual old man, who's a pacifist at heart, nor are you dealing with someone who could be bought or intimidated by you. I'm something you've never seen before. Enough of that, he pointed at me, kill her. The werewolf army started to run towards me and sending spell after spell at me. I raised my wand and created a shield that deflected every spell they cast at me, around me. A few sent killing curses at me, and I pointed my wand to the ground and the earth rose up into a wall, protecting me. I followed that up by animating the wall into a wave that propagated into the army, sending everyone flying back. With another wave of my wand the wave exploded, and I transfigured the pieces of earth into steel spikes then rained from the sky. In that single attack, more than half of the werewolves were immediately impaled by the rain of steel. In a few seconds, I had killed hundreds of people. They did follow a madman into attacking a school of all things, so they weren't nice people to begin with. Although a few of them were simply followers or were so desperate against the discrimination of the ministry that they did the mistake of joining a monster. I did pity a few of them, but this wasn't my world, I didn't really care, and I was leaving soon anyway. I stifled a chuckle when I tried to imagine how chaotic magical Britain will be tomorrow, with both Voldemort, along with his army, which included a lot of influential people, and Dumbledore, dying on a single night. Now, back to the fight, the remaining werewolves were the ones who had the mind to shield against the projectiles. The few who tried to apparate died, not knowing that I warded the area against any type of spatial manipulation, including portkeys and apparition. The truth was that this fight was just plain unfair. Even if I was a normal witch, werewolves did not have the luxury of a standard magical education, and thus they were mostly taught with word of mouth, or by other werewolves. They were not the most magically savvy people around, so most of them knew nothing about magic other than blasting things. I ruthlessly killed the survivors with a giant wave of fire that I conjured. In seconds, Voldemort's fearsome army of werewolves was destroyed. I looked at the Dark Lord and smirked. "Do I have your attention now?" With a snarl, the Dark Lord cast some fiend fire at me. In return, I created an orb of light magic and sent it at the incoming flaming basilisk. The orb of light magic seemed to absorb the summoned fire from hell and contain it until nothing remained. I tried not to burst into laughter at Voldemort's gaping face, and instead, I manipulated the orb into turning into a giant beam of fire and light that flew towards the sky, illuminating it in a fiery explosion that made it seem like it was noon for a second. Confused by my seemingly ineffectual attack, the Dark Lord looked up and watched as a series of black cloaks slowly fell from the sky. I think it took a few seconds for it to register. These were Dementor cloaks, the immortal magical creatures that wizards and witches have spent centuries trying to kill even a single one, with no success, and I had just destroyed every single Dementor that followed him, which was pretty much every single Dementor in Britain, outside of a few rogue ones who chose to stay in Azkaban. He could not accept the fact that I just technically committed genocide. But a few seconds after accepting what just happened, his red eyes started to glow in his anger. I, though, smirked at him. "Now, that's 2 armies down, only 1 left to go." I could practically feel his fear of me. He really was just realizing what he's dealing with. But he could not look weak in front of his followers, so he snarled and sent a beam of darkness at me. I chuckled. Using dark magic against me was just suicide. To protect myself, I summoned an absorbing shield that, well, absorbed the entire spell, with no issues. When the spell was over, I used the dark magic I accumulated to destroy any spell the Death Eaters were firing my way, and then shaped it into a scythe that cleaved 24 of them in two. I kept shielding and redirecting curse after curse, redirecting them into their own allies. But by the time a minute had passed, there were less than 20 Death Eaters alive, and Voldemort. Speaking of the Dark Lord, he sent a giant bolt of lightning my way, and I was able to jump forward towards the middle of the Death Eaters and dodge it. I conjured a giant lightning rod which absorbed the spell, and, with a wave of my wand, I manipulated it to send out a giant explosion of lightning around it, which hit pretty much every single Death Eater left, frying them completely. The only ones who were left were the Inner Circle members, who had a lot more experience dueling, either through their time as Death Eaters, or through their own efforts before joining Riddle's band of sycophants. They surrounded me, like a pack of wolves hunting sheep. Too bad they got the animals the wrong way round. Surprisingly, the first one to attack me was Pettigrew of all people. He sent a cutting curse at me, that I redirected towards Voldemort, who just shielded against it. I'm actually surprised that he survived the lightning attack. Maybe, he did actually learn a spell or two from his marauder friends, before betraying them. This time, I dodged a blood boiler courtesy of Bellatrix, and after I dodged it, I hit it with a piercing hex in a way that redirected Bellatrix's spell towards Lucius Malfoy and mine towards Robustan Lestrange. The Lestrange boy was hit in the gut, and I finished him off with an air cutter to his throat. Lucius Malfoy was screaming from Bellatrix's blood boiler, but before I could finish him off, I sensed a spear of darkness coming my way from Voldemort. I countered with a light-powered air slash that split the spear in two, each one coming around me, and I hit each of them with a disarming charm which redirected them towards 2 Death Eaters, Crabbe and Goyle, who died instantly. While Voldemort shielded against my air slash, I finished off Lucius Malfoy with a piercing hex to the forehead, killing him. An enraged Bellatrix started sending spell after spell at me, and I kept redirecting them towards other Death Eaters who kept shielding against the onslaught. That woman had definitely learned some formal dueling, considering the spell chains that she was using. She started one of the spell chains that I recognized, and instead of directly repelling them, I sent a single disarming charm at them. The organ-destroying curse was redirected towards Dolohov, who was, in his surprise, hit by his ally's spell. After hitting the organ-destroying curse, the disarming charm continued, repelling another cutting curse towards Rodolphus Lestrange, hitting him exactly in the neck, decapitating him. The spell continued, zigzagging between the spells of Bellatrix's spell chain, killing Travers and the Caro twins, before hitting the final curse which had barely gotten out of her wand, a blasting curse, redirecting it towards her hand, destroying it, leaving a bleeding stump in its stead. The woman screamed in pain, and I silenced her with a piercing hex to her throat, killing her. With another wave of my wand, I sent a fire air slash that cut off and cauterized Pettigrew's metallic hand. I wanted to kill him, but he would be useful for serious trial later with Harry. Instead, I hit him with a stunner and a portkey to the magical dungeons I made in the manor. He won't be able to escape from there. My musings were interrupted by Voldemort yelling the incantation of the killing curse. Instead of dodging, this time, I used a bit of soul magic to redirect the spell towards the last Death Eater, McNair, I think. With that done, Voldemort had run out of Death Eaters. The Dark Lord, though, looked at me with disbelief. Impossible. I smirk at him, honey, you have no idea what's possible. Before he could cast anything, I pointed my wand back and sent a bolt of darkness at the leaping snake, Nagini, who had tried to kill me from behind. The venom wouldn't have worked anyway, but the opportunity to destroy the last Horcrux presented himself. Who are you? Why are you doing this? Why not join me? We could take over the world together. I smile at him, I'm just a woman who wants to go home and you're my ticket. The men looked confused, and I chuckled, don't worry you little head about it, Riddle, I doubt you would understand even if I told you. The men sneered at me and kept sending killing curses after killing curses at me. A few I just dodged, the others I redirected to the side, while walking forward until I was barely a few feet in front of him. While he was trying to send another spell, I just grabbed the end of his wand and broke it in half. The men looked at his trusty wand in disbelief, and before he could do anything, I said, goodbye, Tom. With that said, I cut off the man's head with an air slash, killing him. Suddenly, I start feeling cosmic energy welling up from this act. There was an actual shift in the world, like something had fundamentally changed. And that was true, because someone had broken a prophecy. Immediately, my world was enveloped with a bright white light, and I knew I succeeded in my efforts. Fate finally noticed my interference. Now, comes the hard part, convincing her to send me home. Chapter 179, Funeral. January 29, 1995, Hogwarts Earth 2. Harry Potter POV. It's been a few days since the event that was now named, the Hogsmeade Massacre, and Harry was still shaking from what happened. He really didn't know what he was expecting when he gave Sayre permission to kill Voldemort herself. He thought that she would assassinate him, somehow. But he never expected her to be able to straight up walk towards him and kill him and his army. Harry remembered hearing the explosions coming from Hogsmeade, and the giant beam of white fire that illuminated the night sky as if it was noon. The entire school body had watched the duels from afar. Well, they had no idea who was whom, only that there was a fight that involved fire. Harry's counterpart had been ruthless in her elimination of Voldemort's forces, massacring what the Aurors assumed to be 500 werewolves, 300 Dementors and 200 Death Eaters, that's not counting Voldemort himself, and the 10 Inner Circle members. And now, the Ministry of Magic was trying to do some damage control over the death of almost every Dementor in the world, meaning that Azkaban was officially unguarded. And while they didn't seem to care about the fact that most of the werewolves in Britain were also dead, they did care about the Death Eaters' demises, especially the ones who had a lot of influence in the ministry. With the death count being so high, a lot of Harry's fellow students had their families die in that massacre. Adding in the fact that Dumbledore was dead, Sayre was missing, and Snape had resigned the minute the fight was over, poor McGonagall was pretty much left out to dry, needing 3 professors in the middle of the school year at once. Until she had found suitable professors, the students were all told to go home, with all lessons being suspended and examinations postponed. In other news, with the clear evidence that there was some truth to his words, Fudge was immediately booted from his office, with his administration leaving with him. His entire time as minister was currently under investigation, but even in the magical world, legal cases of corruption of that scale will probably take years to finish properly, but even then, things didn't look good for the former minister. In his place, until an election takes place that is, was Amelia Bones, who was deemed to be level-headed enough to deal with the crisis. She ended up meeting with Harry, where they asked him to say that the current Voldemort was an imposter who had tried to revitalize the efforts, and not the genuine article. That the imposter had fooled him during the third task, and that the ministry should have investigated the matters further and not negated it outright. With Sayre being presumed dead, no one other than Harry knew what the blinding white light was at the end of the duel. They wanted to use this to stop fear from spreading in the population. This left a bad taste in Harry's mouth, but Minister Bones didn't seem to like it either, but she had made the point that telling the people that Voldemort could come back from the dead would cause even more panic, which no one wanted, and Harry was able to get a reinvestigation of Sirius' case, since he had told her that his godfather was innocent. It would be done in a few months when things calmed down, but things were looking up for Sirius Black. As for the Death Eater families, they wanted to sue Sayre for murder and get access to the infamous Sayre fortune, not that there was any. Everything she owned was pretty much off the books, in a mansion that only Harry could access, apparently. He still couldn't go the Gringotts yet. The members of the Order had chosen to not let him out of their sight, in fear of a Death Eater fanatic attacking him or something. Still, it was very stifling, but there were some entertaining moments. Harry had chuckled when Kingsley came back, grinning while telling him that the only sign of wealth that Sayre had was a vault in Gringotts that barely had more gold for it to consider a medium-security vault, which essentially contained around 1,000 galleons, a very respectable sum for a young wizard or witch, but nothing like the mountains of gold that the Sayres were rumored to have. With how many people Sayre killed, the best they could hope for is a few couple of galleons each, a paltry sum that wasn't worth the hassle. That woman had really thought of everything, hadn't she? Harry couldn't help but feel a bit disappointed with himself when comparing himself to his counterpart. The woman was so powerful, so smart, so knowledgeable, so cunning that she was able to turn the world upside down, just so that she could return home. Harry still didn't understand how the whole prophecy dimensional travel thing worked, and he didn't care. For the first time in his life, Harry Potter was free, and even if it had cost him his mentor, he wouldn't change anything about it. It was still hard to believe that Voldemort was dead, just like that. He was such an important part of his life in Hogwarts, and this chapter was over. He didn't have to keep looking over his shoulder, he didn't even have to return to the Dursleys ever again. Dumbledore wasn't there anymore to reinforce his idiotic commands. It was amazing, this level of freedom, of the possibility of choices in front of him. He was always worried about Voldemort, about the inevitable war, but with that out of the way, what did he want to do with his life? Harry's counterpart had given him every tool he needed for any future he wanted. He understood that now, it was all part of her clever manipulation, for him to reject the prophecy, in favor of having the possibility of the life he always wanted, with a family, with wealth, with power. She had manipulated him, by destroying those who wanted to see him stifled and locked away, like the Ministry, and in some ways, like Dumbledore, to entice him into rejecting his position as martyr, and breaking the prophecy. But even then, he couldn't be mad at her. After all, even if she had done so for selfish reasons, Sayre had ensured that he would be able to live whatever kind of life he chose, and he could never resent someone who had done that for him. Speaking of Dumbledore, they found his body in the middle of the Hogsmeade. Voldemort was probably going to parade it around. It was something that he would do. Anyway, they found out that Dumbledore was killed by being hit with a killing curse, but he was also hit with a very powerful dark curse which was going to kill him anyway. For some reason, they didn't find his wand though. And now, in Hogsmeade, was the funeral of Albus Dumbledore. It had taken some time to arrange it, people from all over the world came just to witness it. It was odd, seeing people from all over the world, who probably have never been in a room together, meeting for the first time in a funeral of all things. It was a beautiful ceremony, and everyone told stories about how wise the man was, or how kind, or how powerful. It was like the man was a saint, something that Harry knew the man wasn't even close to being. He still didn't know how to feel about the man. He had ruined a boy's childhood, subtly controlled everything in his life, and planned to kill him, to ensure Voldemort's death. The problem was that Harry was sure that the man hadn't done it with any malicious intent. He was simply that desperate. After all, what is the life of one boy, compared to the lives of thousands? Harry didn't know what he would have done if he was in Dumbledore's position, something that he would never become, in fear of turning out like him. It sounded like a miserable future, if he was honest, and Harry didn't lose his childhood, for the greater good, to waste his life trying to guide the magical world and protect it. Sayre was right, he didn't owe these people anything, and it was his right to live his life as he saw fit. Finally, it was time for Harry to come forward and speak his words. He walked up and stood in front of the most influential people in the world, and he honestly didn't know what to say. He took a deep breath and spoke from his heart. I was asked to come up here, and say a few things. The truth is that I shouldn't. The truth is, that I have no stories about Albus Dumbledore because I didn't know the man, not really. Many of you think that I was his secret apprentice or something along those lines. The truth was, that I barely spent an hour in total in his presence, and I wouldn't dare insult the people who actually knew him by pretending like I did. But from what I know of him, a lot of people got the wrong impression of him. People around the world think that he was this paragon of justice and wisdom, of goodness, but the truth is, that in the end, he was just a man who had taken it upon himself to guide the magical world towards peace and love. He was a great man, yes, but the question is, was he a good one? Perhaps he was, or perhaps he wasn't. I am not the one who should be judging him. The truth is, that all he wanted was for the magical world to be at peace, so that children would grow up happy and kind. It was a beautiful dream, one that was never realized considering the rise of Lord Voldemort, and yet he never gave up on it. He failed many people trying to achieve that dream, including myself and countless others, and yet I can't judge him for what he has done, the choices he had to make, because no one else would. I don't think I know of many people who had as many regrets as Albus Dumbledore, and I sincerely hope that he finds closure in death, and that his dream never dies, because as unrealistic as it is, it's still something worth striving for. Thank you. Harry knew that he ruffled a few feathers with his speech, but this was his way of moving on with his life, of letting go of Dumbledore's plans for him. Still, Harry got a lot more applause than anyone else, especially from the foreign visitors, who had given him approving looks. He sat down next to Daphne, who had subtly held his hand to comfort him, and he gave her a warm smile, in return. After the funeral, Harry decided that it was time to go to Gringotts to get the map and the key that he needed to get to the mansion. A part of him was even doubting this. Breaking into Gringotts is supposed to be impossible, but didn't Quirrell, while he was possessed by Voldemort, break into the bank trying to steal the Philosopher's Stone? And considering how Sayre pretty much stomped on a fully powered Voldemort, she could probably do it. But even then, breaking into Gringotts without anyone knowing was a little far-fetched. Still, he arrived at his vault, and in front of the pile of gold was a golden key and a piece of parchment. He took both of them, and a little bit of gold before getting out. When he went to get a meal in the leaky cauldron, he took a look at the parchment, which was empty for some reason. When he turned it around, he accidentally got a paper cut, but somehow the cut healed instantly, and Harry was immediately pulled from his navel, and taken towards a large field, next to a very big lake. The parchment was a portkey. Harry looked around towards the empty field and saw a floating keyhole. He took the key he just got, put it into the keyhole and turned. Immediately, a giant mansion appeared in front of him. It was almost as big as Buckingham Palace. Immediately, some ink started to spread on the piece of parchment, reminding Harry of the Marauder's map. But instead, it was titled, Potter Manor. Underneath, there was a small message, I hope you don't mind me renaming the mansion. It's only right you get one, after the last one burned down when your grandparents died. Have a nice life, Harry. Harry looked around and saw a map of the entire mansion, including some secret passages, and both the library and vault room. He walked around, discovering the secrets of the mansion. The library was almost as big as Hogwarts. How the hell did she have time to write all of this in a few months? The vault, though, was a surprise. It was almost as big as the Great Hall, and filled with mountains of gold. Harry was sure that even his many times great-grandchildren wouldn't have to worry about gold in their lives. But it was at the basement that Harry saw a familiar name, Peter Pettigrew. The map functioned like the Marauder map, using the mansion instead of Hogwarts. The boy who lived walked towards the dungeons to find an unconscious Wormtail, who was missing his silver hand. Well, that made serious chances at freedom soar, and the minister did owe him one. His counterpart really thought of everything, didn't she? Chapter 180, Fate's a Bitch. Unknown time, unknown space. Jasmine Sayer POV. The men sneered at me and kept sending killing curse after killing curse at me. A few I just dodged, the others I redirected to the side, while walking forward until I was barely a few feet in front of him. While he was trying to send another spell, I just grabbed the end of his wand and broke it in half. The man looked at his trusty wand in disbelief, and before he could do anything, I said, "Goodbye, Tom." With that said, I cut off the man's head with an air slash, killing him. Suddenly, I start feeling cosmic energy welling up from this act. There was an actual shift in the world, like something had fundamentally changed. And that was true, because someone had broken a prophecy. Immediately, my world was enveloped with a bright white light, and I knew I succeeded in my efforts. Fate finally noticed my interference. Now comes the hard part, convincing her to send me home. I was immediately blinded by the intense white light, and when I blinked my vision slowly returned. Everything around me was just white. The floor was white, and it looked like the extremely even ground continued forever. Even the sky was white. Well, what a mess you made. I turned around to look at the origin of the voice, and immediately the woman's features pissed me off. She had a familiar red hair, pale round face, with emerald eyes. She looked exactly like Lily Potter did the last time I saw her. Of course, I knew that she wasn't really Lily Potter. Her eyes looked old, far older and wiser than humanly possible. This was a cosmic entity, this was fate. I was annoyed at the blatant attempt at pissing me off. Did you have to choose this form, fate? The cosmic entity giggled. You might have forgotten about it, but everything started with this woman. She was quite instrumental for you to realize your fate as Death's champion. I stayed silent at this and let her continue her little speech, but that's not the right question. What I really want to know is, how are you here? You're supposed to be in Earth Prime, especially when it was locked up because someone almost broke reality. It was quite tragic really, for you to watch the future version of your daughter die in your hands, knowing that the current version is bound to a similar fate. I ignored her attempts at riling me up and come back for the kill. I'm outside the universe because you didn't do your fucking job. The woman bristled at my lack of respect. You're very lucky Death is fond of you, or you would have known exactly how much pain I can cause a person. I chuckled. You know, after 5,000 years of nothing but pain and loneliness, there's very little you can do to me. The cosmic entity's face darkened even further. Trust me, honey, I was being merciful, and you've already messed with my plans in this universe. In fact, for the first time ever in any reality, a true prophecy was broken. Not just that, you actually got the child of prophecy to choose not to fulfill it, and you killed Riddle for him. You even used the effect to create a beacon to get my attention. While I like a nice manipulative plan, you still circumvented my authority and my powers. You have my attention, be very careful with your next few words. I stay silent at this. Finally, the woman was showing her true colors as one of the most powerful cosmic entities out there. Entropy was the one who broke reality. He's planning on using the temporary breach between worlds during Thanos' snap to propagate an attack through the multiverse, so that everywhere would achieve entropy. Keeping cosmic entities in check is supposed to come from your side, not mine. He sent me away to another universe so that I wouldn't intervene with his plan like I did in the alternate timeline he destroyed by using Wanda to come back in time. Now, we have a cosmic entity with a physical avatar locked in a universe where no one could reach him, where he could do anything he wants, including realizing his mad plan. Fate's face paled slightly. This is very worrying. Entropy is a powerful cosmic entity, even if it isn't as influential as myself and others. You were right in contacting me, Champion of Death. The Living Tribunal must know of this. We both know what's going to happen, Fate. You're going to send me back to my universe to deal with entropy because it's the only thing you could do. No cosmic entity could enter the universe before its reality stabilizes, and there's no one powerful enough and knowledgeable enough to do this, except me. I am literally the only card you can play. You can't even prune the damn universe because it's attached to countless other universes, meaning that a great section of the multiverse would be destroyed. I am literally your only choice. The cosmic entity looked contemplative. You're right. Sending you is the best choice, with the least casualties. So, fine, I'm sending you back. Now, there's the issue of the price. What price? The price to send you to your universe, silly. I growled at her, and why should I pay a price for that? This is your fuck-up, not mine. And yet, you have earned my ire by breaking the prophecy. This was the ultimate insult to my authority. You literally entered a universe and purposefully usurped me. You manipulated everyone, for your benefit, you destroyed years of work and preparation, the ultimate story, for no reason. The hero hadn't suffered, and the villain died without any real conflict, other than you, massacring him and his followers in the end. And after all this, you still want to ask me for a favor, to send you back to your world. I could always do it, but I won't do it for free, and trust me, the price must be a steep one. I sneered at her. I just gave you information about a serious threat to the entire multiverse, and you still want to suck me dry. She gave me a dry response. What gave you the idea that I was benevolent? I sighed in exasperation. What do you want? What I want, dear Morrigan, is quite simple. Why should death have the best champion? I want you as my champion, my avatar, spreading my will in your universe and many others after we're done with yours, and why should I try to find another champion, when you're here, desperate for my help, and already are another's cosmic entity's champion? It's not easy finding a suitable champion, especially with someone of my power, but you were born under a prophecy. If death hadn't snatched you up, I could have. And now, I have a chance, and you know what they say, when an opportunity falls in your lap, it would be stupid not to take it. I stayed silent, anger slowly getting the best of me. This was too far. Cosmic entities are supposed to be benevolent entities that govern over an aspect of reality in the multiverse, maintaining the balance. And my experience with fate and entropy proved to me that they were barely more than whiny, petty, childish beings that didn't seem to care about their responsibilities. Even death, while she was miles better than them, did barely more than ask me to kill in her name. And I have killed, and did nothing but killing. I have massacred cities, committed genocides in her name, and have gotten nothing but pain and suffering in return. No more. I'm done with them. I'm done with cosmic entities in general. I calmly looked at the grinning face of Lily Potter. It looked wrong. No matter how much I disliked the woman, she didn't have a malicious bone in her body. And the look the woman had in front of me, this look of cruel glee, just looked wrong. I stopped thinking about the woman who could have been my mother and just gave fate a flat look. No. The answer seemed to stun her, and I stifled a chuckle at her discomfort. The woman was just gaping at me. What? No, I refuse to be your champion. I refuse to be part of your sick little game. I refuse to serve someone like you. I refuse. The woman started to get angry. Do you really understand the consequences of refusing me? I am many things, Morrigan, but I'm not a merciful being. Do not think that death will protect you from my wrath. And this is me not caring. You can't do anything to me anymore. You're not going to touch me anymore, not now, not ever. You're not going to touch anyone I love. I don't care about your fetish for tragic heroes, you're going to keep me out of it. You're not going to ask me to be your champion. You're simply going to grant me passage to my home universe, nothing more, nothing less. And why am I going to do that? I give her a smug grin, because for the first time, I have leverage. Because if you don't, I will simply do nothing. I will watch as entropy destroys the multiverse, and I will die with a smile knowing that you will die with me. Because in a multiverse with no life, no death, just endless cold and darkness, what would be your purpose? Would fate exist? Would death exist? You, cosmic entities, are principles, ideas given form, and if those principles die, you don't just die, you fade away into the same nothingness you came from. And I am more than spiteful enough to let the multiverse die, just to see you suffer a worse fate. The woman started to get pale. You can't. What about Celine? What about Wanda? Your sister would die as well. I give her a tired smile. After 5,000 years of you messing with me, of losing everyone I ever cared about, what are a few more? Celine might be the one who would hurt the most, but when you've lived for as long as we have, you just get tired of the struggle. We do not fear death, like you should fear fading away into nothingness. This is your doing, fate. You're the one who kept going on, hammering my life with one tragedy after another. Is it any wonder that I stopped caring about your threats? I do not fear you, fate, but words cannot express how much I despise you. And I would rather see an infinity of universes burn than spend a second as your champion. The woman started to splutter and blush. Was it in embarrassment? Was it in anger? I didn't know, and I didn't care. I had the advantage, now, and I sure as hell was going to milk it dry. But why reject my power? You could use it to fight entropy. It would be a great trump card and it would increase your powers immensely. Being the Death's avatar won't be enough for you to fight a cosmic entity. I grin. Oh, you thought that I was just talking about you. No, I'm not done with just you. I'm done with every single cosmic entity. You've proven to me that you can't be trusted, that you can't keep your own in check, and when they break your laws, they don't suffer the consequence. I'm done with you, and I'm done with Death. I materialize my staff and my cloak, and throw it at her, tell Death that I quit. I'm done being her little attack dog that she orders around to fix her messes. If she wants something, she can do it herself. Fate was gaping at me. Are you sure you want to do this? There's no way back from this. I nod. I'm done. Get me home, now. Fate nodded and seemed to concentrate for a second, before sighing, your world has been sealed away properly. I can't send you back. Then how did entropy open a dimensional portal and send me away? The seal still wasn't stabilized, there were small gaps that entropy used to send you away. But now, the sealing is complete. I can't send you there. So, that's it. You're going to let the multiverse be destroyed. The woman grimaced and shook her head. I can't send you there, but I know someone who does. Who? America Chavez. I had no idea who that was. Chapter 181, Stars and Stripes. Unknown time, unknown space. Jasmine Sayer POV. Then how did entropy open a dimensional portal and send me away? The seal still wasn't stabilized, there were small gaps that entropy used to send you away. But now, the sealing is complete. I can't send you there. So, that's it. You're going to let the multiverse be destroyed. The woman grimaced and shook her head. I can't send you there, but I know someone who does. Who? America Chavez. I had no idea who that was, and who is that? She's a singular existence in the multiverse, like you. She might have counterparts, but they do not even have a fraction of her powers. She's a girl blessed by the one above all, himself. Even us, cosmic entities, do not have any idea what her true potential is. But we know for a fact that she can traverse the multiverse at will. Her channeling the one above all's power should be enough to circumvent a seal on your dimension and transport you there. And she would just do it, for nothing in return. The cosmic entity laughed. Of course not, but I suspect that after you save her, she will be grateful enough to do it. Save her. She's being hunted down by a very powerful being, a version of your daughter, Wanda, who has been completely corrupted by the Darkhold and is on her way to fulfill the Scarlet Witch's prophecy and destroy her own reality. I nod at her. Then what are you waiting for? Send me there. Of course, before I do. Are you sure about this, about breaking your ties with Death? The moment you leave, there's no way back. You will lose access to her cosmic powers and to her boon. I snort. I can only use her energy when she gives me an explicit command, and with my universe being sealed, it's unlikely that she'll be able to contact me anyway. No, I'm going to do things by myself and I'm going to do them my way. The woman looked like she wanted to say something, but refrained. I hope you won't regret your decision, Morrigan. What's the worst that could happen? The multiverse could be destroyed. I grin at her, and I would be too dead to care about it. The cosmic entity looked exasperated at my response and just waved her hand, opening a portal. This will take you to the closest place to America Chavez. One word of warning, be prepared to fight. I nod and step forward, going through the portal. Once I arrive to my destination, I turn around to find myself in a high-tech facility, where a small teenager wearing a jeans jacket of all things with stars and stripes. It was like she got her clothes from one of the tourist shops in America. I look at her and sense the immense dimensional and cosmic energy within her, but I could also sense a distinct lack of control. This must be America Chavez. The clothes really fit her name, don't they? Around me, a bunch of scientists ran away afraid of me. The only one that stayed was a woman whose face looked familiar. Oh yes, strange old fling, Christine Palmer or something. Small world. The woman looked angry at me. Who are you? What are you doing here? I shrug, ignore her and slowly walk towards the imprisoned teenager. I assume you're America Chavez. The girl looked frightened and nodded. I answered back, I'm going to need your assistance for something. Are you willing to help me out? The girl perked up. Will you help me get out of here if I do? I'm getting you out of here anyway, and all I'm going to ask you to do is to open a portal to a particular universe. Nothing more. The girl shook her head. I don't know how to control it. I smiled back at her warmly. Then, I'm going to teach you. Trust me, I know a lot about dimensional energy and cosmic powers you don't understand. I, too, am a singular existence in the multiverse. Can you get Strange out, too? You got an alternate version of Strange with you in this mess. I know that you're being hunted down by Wanda. I can protect you from her, but you'll need to fill me in a little about what's happening. Palmer took out some kind of high-tech gun and aimed in at my head. That's enough. Hands on your head. I snort. Really, Palmer? This is so not the time for this. The woman was going to say something until her gun started turning into dust. She gaped at her hands, as if not processing what happened. I just snapped my fingers, knocking her out. I waved my hand at the glass prison, and the walls started to move away, leaving a doorway for the teenager to go through. The girl walked out, unsure of what's going on. I smile warmly at her. All right, kid, what happened? She ended up telling me her story, about her parents disappearing when she accidentally used her powers, about her traveling the multiverse with no control about when to leave and how. About being hunted down by demonic creatures trying to steal her powers and getting the help of an alternate version of Stephen Strange, trying to hide from a fully realized reality manipulator version of Wanda who wanted to steal her powers to find her imaginary children, or something. I knew that the Darkhold corrupted its user, but that's insane even for a mad Wanda. Although, my version of Wanda destroyed her world in an attempt to go back in time and save me. So, maybe it's a Wanda thing, not a Darkhold thing. In the end, the girl looked at me with a resigned expression. Are you going to steal my powers too? I snort. Of course not. Trust me, I know a lot about powers, and ones like yours don't just pop up out of nowhere. You were chosen by an entity, one of the most powerful beings in the multiverse itself. I don't know why he chose you, but he did. Trust me, if someone doesn't die trying to handle the power inside of you after stealing it, they would get the entity's attention and ire. And let me tell you, there are things far worse than death, and getting on that cosmic entity's bad side is one of them. The girl was gaping at me. How do you know all this? I'm like you, a singular existence in the multiverse, except I'm a lot older than I look. I dealt with a few cosmic entities before. It was actually one of them who told me about you. So, what now? I shrug. I'm just going to get you out of here, and into somewhere safe and warded. After that, I'm getting Strange, and we'll figure out your powers, and I'm going to teach you how to use them at will. I'll deal with Wanda, and you'll take me and Strange to our own universes. After that, you could do whatever you want. You could come with me, go with Strange, decide to keep looking for your parents, whatever you want. For the first time since I saw her, the girl looked hopeful. Really? Really? A voice interrupted her. I'm afraid not. I turned around and saw the weirdest group of superheroes I have ever seen. I almost chuckled at this. There was Reed Richards, Mr. Fantastic. He did exist in my home universe, and I kept him under observation in case he gets powers. The man was, by far, the smartest man that ever existed. I have met with Isaac Newton, Albert Einstein, Nikola Tesla, Leonardo da Vinci, but not a single one of them compared to the genius that was Reed Richards. Too bad that he has the wisdom of a child with control issues. You know these RPG characters on video games who added every attribute point in their INT but not a single one in WIS, yeah, that's him in a nutshell. Next to him stood the familiar face of Peggy Carter, but she was wearing an edited Captain America's uniform and held a familiar vibranium shield. She was also wearing a jetpack. Huh, kinda handy. She must have gotten the super soldier serum instead of Steve. Next to her was a black woman wearing Carol Danvers' costume from my world. She looked like Carol's pilot friend, something Rambo, I think. I look back and remember, Maria Rambo, that was her name. She must have been the one to get the powers and then kidnapped by the Kree instead of Carol. On her right, was the familiar face of Charles Xavier. Although, his wheelchair was upgraded, and was yellow for some reason. I do hope this one was better than the one at home. Next to him was a man wearing a black suit. I didn't recognize him immediately, and it took some time to put a name to the face. I didn't really remember the man, so I cheated and used my telepathy on Peggy Carter to figure out who he was. Oh, right, this was Black Bolt, or Black Agar Boltagon, the leader of the Inhumans. Also, a man who can't even whisper a word without creating a gigantic sonic scream capable of destroying a building. From the light scan of Peggy's mind, I knew that they were part of a team called the Illuminati, that pretty much sat there and tried to pretend to understand how the multiverse worked and wanted to protect their universe from high-level threats. Poor guys barely knew what a high-level threat even was. I nod at them. Peggy, it's been a while. Reed, great to see you. How's Susan and the kids? Charles, you're looking older. Maria, Black Agar, I don't know you much, I'll admit, so I won't pretend I do. What do I owe this visit? Richards was the one who answered. Me, you're trespassing in this building. I'm afraid you and Miss Chavez are going to have to come with us. Sorry, Reed, but I'm dealing with a crisis on a multiversal scale, and I'm not going to waste my time explaining everything to you, just so that you could try to show everyone how smart you are while trying to solve it. I'm taking the girl with me, Strange too, and leaving this universe. You should be grateful, there's an angry Scarlet Witch on her way to capture the girl, and I don't think you'll survive her for long. Captain Marvel snorted, we can deal with the witch. I chuckle, no, you can't. You captured Strange because you thought that he's a danger. Trust me, Wanda would massacre you and it would only take seconds. Xavier tried to attack me telepathically, and I swatted away. Seriously, Xavier, that is so rude. I redirect his probe towards his own mind, and create a virtual paradox in his mind, freezing him in an impossibility that his mind cannot solve. It will disappear in a few hours, but for now, the man was incapacitated. Reed looked at me, cautious. What did you do? Nothing really, just returned his little attack. It's funny that in every universe, he can't imagine the fact that someone is a better telepath than him. Don't worry though, he'll be alright in a few hours, although I expect he'll have a headache for the next few days. Rambo didn't seem to like it and sent a photonic beam my way. I open a portal and send it towards the back of Black Bolt, who I hit with a silencing charm and a stunning spell. That's 2 down in less than a minute. Seriously, this was the Illuminati, the team who was protecting the world from higher-level threats. Even my Wanda would be able to take them down alone, let alone a fully realized Scarlet Witch with years of being corrupted by the Darkhold. I look at them with disappointment, and turn to my new charge. Don't worry, kiddo, I got this. The young girl smiled hesitantly at me. Kick their asses. I smirk. Who was I to say no to her? Chapter 182, Sparks Flying. March 3, 2021, Illuminati Headquarters, Earth 838. Jasmine Sayer POV. Rambo didn't seem to like it and sent a photonic beam my way. I open a portal and send it towards the back of Black Bolt, after which, I hit him with a silencing charm and a stunning spell. That's 2 down in less than a minute. Seriously, this was the Illuminati, the team that was protecting the world from higher-level threats. Even my Wanda would be able to take them down alone, let alone a fully realized Scarlet Witch with years of being corrupted by the Darkhold. I look at them with disappointment, and turn to my new charge. Don't worry, kiddo, I got this. The young girl smiled hesitantly at me. Kick their asses. I smirk. Who was I to say no to her? I look towards my remaining opponents, Reed Richards, Peggy Carter, and Maria Rambo, and smile. I turn back towards my newest charge and smile at her. Consider this to be your first lesson in fighting multiple opponents. You always need to take out the heavy hitters first, the ones who are able to make the most damage. In this case, it's Black Bolt and Xavier. Don't let the old man fool you. He could melt your brain, take over your body and take you as a hostage, which is why they were the first ones I fought. Now, I have 3 opponents. This universe's Captain Marvel was getting impatient and sent another photon blast at me. Again, I created a portal to hit Peggy Carter in the back. However, the super soldier was experienced in this regard and put up her shield to nullify the attack. Lesson 2, always use your opponent's attacks against them. It's very cost-effective. Peggy Carter sent her shield back at me, and I grab it using my telekinesis, and use it to stop another blast from Rambo. I sent the shield flying towards the floating, glowing woman, but it was intercepted by Reed's stretchy hand, who caught it. The smartest men in the world spoke to me. You do not have to do this. The girl is a danger to the multiverse itself. We need to study her and neutralize her abilities before she could cause any more incursions. I shook my head. You really have no idea what you're talking about, do you? Incursions don't occur because of dimensional travel, they happen because of the Darkhold and how dream walking works. You think that the Darkhold of all things wouldn't have a steep price for giving access to the multiverse? The ultimate irony, if you find your ideal universe, the more you look at it, the faster you destroy it. The men didn't look convinced. This is barely more than a baseless theory. You don't have proof for that. The only type of multiversal travel you've seen is using the Darkhold. America Chavez hasn't caused a single incursion because her abilities aren't unnatural and malicious in nature like the Darkhold. Sometimes, Reed, people know more than you, and you need to accept that. You also need to be careful with what you touch. Funny thing, rubber, it tends to react very negatively to the cold. I stole that one from Dr. Doom. He used it on an alternate version of yourself once. Reed looked down in shock to find his arm frozen to the shield and the cold slowly spreading across his body, freezing him in place. I chuckle at him. Don't worry, this is only for a couple of hours. You'll be fine then. I look back at Chavez, who was looking at me with awe. Lesson 3, always exploit your enemy's weaknesses and being sneaky is always preferred. Brute force isn't everything, after all. Captain Carter seemed to take exception to me using her shield to take out one of her allies. She grabbed the shield, with her gloved hand and threw it at me. A foolish idea since it could have still contained my curse. Unfortunately, vibranium was very magic resistant, and I only used it to channel my cold curse for a few seconds, before it transferred to Reed. Still, it was a very risky maneuver, especially if she thought that a glove of all things would protect her from a curse. The woman leapt at me, trying to take me down with her shield. I dodged her attempt, but still held her down to prevent her from reaching my charge. I threw her back, and she righted herself using her jetpack. I created a shield to protect myself from Captain Marvel and I punched the ground, which created a giant stone hand that grabbed the flying woman and slammed her into the ground. I didn't have time to capitalize on it, because I immediately had to dodge the vibranium shield coming at me. The shield bounced in a way that pretty much broke the laws of physics before returning to the super soldier's hand. The World War II hero seemed to think that close combat was a weakness of mine and closed the distance between us. I let her and immediately caught one of her arms and threw her back. She still threw her stupid shield at me, to gain some time, and used her jetpack to right herself before flying at me. I chose to catch the shield with my telekinesis and used it to throw it at her forehead. I made sure to not make the telekinetic push powerful enough to kill her, and I added a stunning charm to the shield to make sure she's knocked out properly. The shield hit her in her forehead, while she was leaping at me, flying with her jetpack. The woman was immediately knocked out and kept flying forward until she crashed behind my young charge. Finally, Captain Marvel seemed to recollect herself from my giant stone hand. She exploded outward, destroying the hand. And flew at me, sending photon blast after photon blast at me, which I redirected using a shield charm. The woman was flying towards me, and I just created a portal in front of me, and one behind her, trapping her in an endless space loop. As I watched her accelerate, I summoned Captain Carter's shield and threw it telekinetically at her head. The impact was strong enough that it created a small shockwave that broke the glass in the room. My last opponent limped up, groaning and holding her head. "Why are you doing this? We're the good guys." I shook my head. "No, you're not. You were the good guys, but you let it go to your heads. You became arrogant, all of you are. You underestimated an unknown opponent and didn't try to reason with me. Trust me, if you'd have tried to do the same with an unhinged Wanda, she wouldn't have been as merciful as I was." The woman limped forward. "We have a duty to protect our universe from outside threats, which includes you." She tried to send a photon blast at me, but I just froze her using my telekinesis. "This is just sad, kid." I used my telepathy to knock her out, and she fell down, unconscious. I looked back at my charge. "So, what do you think?" The girl was practically gaping at me. "These are supposed to be some of the best heroes out there. And you just kicked their asses, just like that." I shrug. "I have a lot of experience and am very strong. Plus, they were very arrogant. They haven't been challenged properly in a very long time, so they didn't think that someone could even touch them. Now, if the Doctor Strange from this universe was still alive, he would have made me take things a bit more seriously, especially since he'd been corrupted by the Darkhold. Now, let's get your version of Doctor Strange and get out of here." The girl nodded, but before she could say anything, the wall at the end of the room exploded, revealing a Wanda who had destroyed the wall and was covered with robot fluid from the defensive bots that were protecting the Illuminati headquarters. The woman, frankly, looked unhinged. "Give me the girl." I gave America a reassuring smile, and turned back to Wanda. "Hey, Wanda, it's been a while. Who are you?" "Well, I don't believe I exist in your universe, this one or the one you're possessing this young woman from, but in my universe, you are my daughter." The woman looked at me weirdly. "Daughter? Adopted, don't worry. I don't think I can have children, really. But I adopted you after your asshole father put you in an insane asylum. Do not speak of my father." I shook my head with a small smile. "Relax, kiddo, different universe, different father. Your father in my universe is a metal-controlling maniac who wears a bucket on his head and routinely tries to destroy humanity. Even Pietro was getting disillusioned from the crap he spewed every day." "Pietro is alive?" "Oh yeah, a bit of a delinquent, to be honest, but a good kid in the core." Wanda shook her head. "I want the girl." I gave her a disappointed look. "What are you doing, Wanda? Possessing a woman, using the Darkhold, just to bring back something that wasn't real in the first place?" She growled at me. "My children were real." I shook my head. "The first lesson I ever taught you was that reality was an illusion, and you could very easily catch yourself in them. Your children may have been real for you, but they had no soul, no substance, they were just pieces of your subconscious manifesting. Being alive is more than just existing, and when you weren't there, when you didn't have them in your line of sight, they ceased to be. It would be worse if they somehow had souls or a conscience of their own, because it means that you were killing again and again every time you didn't think of them. You don't understand, you've never lost children of your own." I chuckled bitterly. "I don't understand." "I understand perfectly. I have lost children before, to war, to fate, to death. And unlike you, they were real. I understand the agony every time you wake up and realize that they were gone, that you'd never hug them again, hold them again, hear them laugh again. It's the small things that remind you of your failure in protecting them. But I would never replace them with another model, it would be a cheap imitation, at best. And to deprive them of their mother just so that you could take her place, will make you exactly what you hate, a woman who deprived children of their mother. I don't care. I'm done caring. I need my children back. Then go and get pregnant or something. You don't even have to fall in love or something, just get to a sperm bank and choose a sample and get pregnant. Don't use one of the most dangerous and vile magics to kidnap alternate versions of the children you made up in your head." Wanda didn't look convinced. "It wouldn't be the same, it wouldn't be my boys. Your boys don't even exist, they never existed. They were projections of your subconscious, of your desires. They had no genetic makeups, no soul, no real body. How could they, when their father was a synthetic being with no DNA? They were just a projection in that made-up world of yours. Even if you, for some reason, find children that looked exactly like your subconscious and had the exact names you gave them in your little dream world, they wouldn't be the same, they wouldn't have the same personalities, they wouldn't obey your every command like they did in your dream world. They would rebel like children did, in ways that you would never expect. Your children were never real, Wanda, but the ones you will take over will be. And how would you take care of them? You're volatile, extremely quick to anger and tend to escalate things quickly. The truth is, with the way you're acting, you'd be a terrible mother. The deranged woman flew at me with a cry of anger, with red energy coming from her hands, ready to turn me into paste. I shook my head in disappointment, she was too far gone. This should be an interesting fight, at the very least. Chapter 183, Scarlet Witch. March 3, 2021, Illuminati Headquarters, Earth 838. Jasmine Sayer POV. Your boys don't even exist, they never existed. They were projections of your subconscious, of your desires. They had no genetic makeups, no soul, no real body. How could they, when their father was a synthetic being with no DNA? They were just a projection in that made-up world of yours. Even if you, for some reason, find children that looked exactly like your subconscious and had the exact names you gave them in your little dream world, they wouldn't be the same, they wouldn't have the same personalities, they wouldn't obey your every command like they did in your dream world. They would rebel like children did, in ways that you would never expect. Your children were never real, Wanda, but the ones you will take over will be. And how would you take care of them? You're volatile, extremely quick to anger and tend to escalate things quickly. The truth is, with the way you're acting, you'd be a terrible mother. The deranged woman flew at me with a cry of anger, with red energy coming from her hands, ready to turn me into paste. I shook my head in disappointment, she was too far gone. This should be an interesting fight, at the very least. I dodged her first few blasts of chaos magic, before manipulating the ground into a pillar that rose from the ground and hit her in the chin, sending her flying back. The Scarlet Witch wasn't out for long, manipulating her flight using her magic and flying towards me, sending another wave of blasts of chaos magic. This time, I chose to shield myself, in fear that one of the attacks would accidentally hit my charge. I create an illusion of myself and America, and turn us invisible, teleporting us to the end of the room. In the meantime, Wanda was flying towards my illusion, red energy in her hand, ready to kill me. Unfortunately for her, she was going through an illusion, and after she went through it, she crashed into the ground. After I sent America into the mirror dimension for her safety and used some runes to lock access to it without my permission, I concentrated back on the fight, with no one to hold me back and no one to protect. Wanda slowly got up from her crash and looked at me angrily. I just gave her a smirk, you have all that power, but you barely know how to use it. Is there anything you know how to do other than just sending blasts of chaos magic around? The woman yelled at me, and telekinetically threw a statue at me. I sent a bolt of darkness at the statue and disintegrated the giant projectile. I created a gust of wind which took the dust that made up the statue, and threw it around, obscuring everyone's vision. The Scarlet Witch looked confusedly at me, or at least, where I was previously. I turned invisible and sent a bolt of lightning at her, hitting her straight in the chest. Her clothes appear to be enchanted because she still got up although gingerly and sent a blast of chaos magic at where I stood a couple of seconds later. I sent a few air slashes at her, she was able to shield against most of them, but one of them hit her in the chest, cutting through her costume, and making her bleed. I start talking to her, through the dust, you're actually calling yourself a witch. You don't even know the basics of magic. Have you even learned a single spell that wasn't in the Darkhold? This seemed to trigger her, and she screamed in anger as she sent blasts of chaos magic around. They missed me, of course, but some were very close. I continued, you haven't, have you? You don't even understand the fundamentals, the rules, the culture, or even what is forbidden and why these things should not be done. If you did, you'd understand the sacrilege that you're performing, right now. The woman screamed, enough. She sent a telekinetic blast around her, sending everything flying back, including the dust. I was able to counter it with a minor telekinetic blast of my own that protected me. The mad woman was gasping in breath, looking at me with disbelief. How? Your magic is strong, there's no doubt about it. But you have no technique, no knowledge. Chaos magic, reality manipulation, comes naturally to you, but you don't even know what can be done with magic for you to even try replicating it. All you have is a book written by an elder god who used it to corrupt thousands of people before you, in the hope of escaping his prison and manifesting in the mortal plane. You never experienced the beauty of magic, the reality of what it can do, how it can connect people. You only know how to fight, how to hurt, how to kill. And that is why you cannot defeat me, even if you're using the full power of the Darkhold. I don't care. I just want my boys back. I shook my head and sigh in exasperation. No, you don't. You could have asked her to take you to a world where another Wanda died, leaving orphan children. But you're greedy, you want backups to even these children. How far you've fallen, Wanda, that you don't even realize what that book has done to you, that you don't even realize the monster that you've become. They are my children. They were the products of your subconscious, they were what you imagined your children would be. They didn't experience childhoods, I could tell, you grew them in days, from your pregnancy to fully grown in barely a few days. You never even experienced being a mother or caring for them. You killed so many people, just so you could replace something you made up for barely a few days. The woman didn't seem convinced and yelled at me, my children were real. They were real to me. I nod, perhaps they were, but that reality is over, and even if you go through the entire multiverse, you wouldn't find them. You can find a few counterparts, but they wouldn't be the same, they would be human, with faults, unlike your own children. And how long, until you discarded them, one by one, trying to find the exact replicas of your boys? The Darkhold will not let you go, you will continue, conflict after conflict, nothing ever being enough for you, nothing being exactly perfect like you wanted. The woman's eyes glowed red, I don't care. I sighed in disappointment, so be it. Wanda flew at me one more time, and I summoned Captain Carter's vibranium shield and sent it flying at her. Wanda tried to use her telekinesis to catch it, but all this caught was an illusion, the real shield being a few inches lower than the illusion that she tried to catch. Wanda was able to shield herself partially, but the impact was enough for her to be sent back a few feet. I used this distraction and created a dragon out of the ground trying to eat her. The dragon was immediately transformed into thousands of shards of red glass which were banished at me. Transmutation, nice move. I, in turn, created a giant shield that transformed the glass into sand. I transformed the sand into giant chains that tried to bind the Scarlet Witch, but she destroyed them with a telekinetic blast. I ran towards her, trying to gauge her close combat ability. I materialized a steel staff, one that is not capable of casting magic like my old one, the one I gave up when I resigned from death service. Wanda, holding orbs of chaos magic, tried to pulverize me, but I redirected her blows with my staff before sending her flying through the air with a telekinetic push. I then extended my staff like a whip and grabbed her and threw her to the ground, where the sand slowly started to cover her. Wanda responded with a telekinetic blast that actually sent me back a few feet, but I landed easily on my feet. The Scarlet Witch looked furiously at me, who the fuck are you? I snorted, I told you before, in my universe, you're my daughter. I guess I'm here to teach you a little lesson. She sent a few chaos blasts at me, I dodged them, and sent her flying back again with a telekinetic push. You've never fought against a witch before, have you? Like in an actual magical duel. You really are hopeless while fighting against magic. Wanda sneered at me, and sent another rock at me, one that I pulverized once more, and I shielded against the hidden chaos blast that came at me. All you have is raw power, and while that might be enough to fight a few nobodies, magical duels are all about skill and deceptions. The mad woman scoffed at me, I fought against another witch before. She taught a few things. Right then, she activated the runes, that she thought I didn't know about as she carved them with the missing chaos blasts. I raised my eyebrows, runes. You're cute, kiddo. Only the witch who cast the runes can use their magic, she crowed at me smugly. I chuckled, kiddo, runes are a lot more complicated than that. You just copied an array that you don't understand in a language you didn't even understand. I'm an expert in runes. No, I'm the expert in runes. I can just remove it, by doing this. I snapped my fingers and the glowing symbols disappeared, as if they were burned. My opponent looked at me in shock. How? This isn't supposed to be possible. Why? You barely know anything about magic. For all your power, you're barely more than a mediocre witch. In her shock, she didn't even notice the chains filled with runic inscriptions that bound her form. They grasped her arms and then her legs, binding her magic and her soul to this body. She obviously tried to get out or use her magic. What have you done? I shrugged. I told you that you knew nothing about magic. This is relatively advanced stuff, a chain binding your magic and your soul. You can't go back to your universe and end your dream walking, and you can't use your magic. She tried to get out and physically tried to overpower her restraint somehow, to no avail. It's useless, you're stuck here. I'm sorry, Wanda, that I'll have to do this. But you're so far gone that it's the only way. What are you going to do? I gave her a grim look. First, I'm going to do this. I hit her chest with my palm and a runic tattoo started to appear on her chest. Now, I have bound your soul to your body. You can never leave this body again, not with dream walking, not even in death. She looked devastated at this, and now finally, I can do this. I materialized a white light and sent it at her, hitting her in the chest. Wanda started to scream. What are you doing? You have spent years around the Darkhold, studying its spells. You could probably continue your mad quest in the multiverse. I can't allow that to happen. I am removing what I can from the taint of the Darkhold and erasing your memory, sealing you away. Your counterpart in this universe will become the dominant soul and take back her body. After all, you'll barely be a bound soul with no memories, and no identity. This is a cruel fate, Wanda Maximoff, but this is the only way I could think of to take you out without killing this universe's Wanda. Wanda looked at me, with tears in her eyes. Please no. I shook my head, and she sobbed at me. I just wanted my children. I nodded at her. Yes, but you went too far. I tried to get you to stop and see reason. I'm sorry. At least you'll be able to see your children grow up every day, from inside. They may be raised by another, but you'll live a good life through your counterpart. You'll see them graduate from school, go to college, get married, have children of their own. It's a terrible fate, yet one kinder than the one you deserve. She looked at me, heartbroken, before asking, I'm sorry too. Slowly, the light in her eyes disappeared, for a minute, before being lit up again. But this time, she was different. She had less pain in her eyes, less madness. She looked at me, pleading, is she gone? I nodded. I locked her tightly inside of you. She's just a shade locked away forever. I removed her memories and tried to remove the corruption on her magic, but she was too far gone. She was barely human anymore, slowly turning into a demonic entity. I have never seen someone this corrupted by the Darkhold before. You're her warden, now, and she will die with you. This is a grave responsibility, but it was the only way to keep you alive. The woman nodded, turned and left, probably to check on her children. I opened the gate to the mirror dimension and released America. She looked at me in awe. You really beat her. I shrugged. I have fought a lot worse. She was really inexperienced in magical combat, and don't even get me started about the magics that have nothing to do with combat. Before she could say anything, Strange was running towards us. We need to get away quickly before she finds us. Who are you? Jasmine Sayer, at your service. Now, Strange, what are you running from? Wanda, she'll be here any minute now, and the rest of the people who captured us. I gave America an amused look, while she's trying to stifle her laughter. He looked at her. What is it? She's gone for good. I took care of it. He looked at me in surprise. She's not in this universe. She can come back. I shook my head. Like I said, I took care of it. He gave me a disbelieving look. When he tried to protest further, I interrupted him. But you're right. We need to get back before the asshole Illuminati people wake up. Stephen looked back and saw the knocked-out figures of Charles Xavier, Reed Richards, Black Bolt, Captain Marvel, and Captain Carter. He turned towards me. What the fuck happened? I was barely gone for 10 minutes. Chapter 184, Dimensions. March 3, 2021, Illuminati Headquarters, Earth 838. Jasmine Sayer POV. She's gone for good. I took care of it. He looked at me in surprise. She's not in this universe. She can come back. I shook my head. Like I said, I took care of it. He gave me a disbelieving look. When he tried to protest further, I interrupted him. But you're right. We need to get back before the asshole Illuminati people wake up. Stephen looked back and saw the knocked-out figures of Charles Xavier, Reed Richards, Black Bolt, Captain Marvel, and Captain Carter. He turned towards me. What the fuck happened? I was barely gone for 10 minutes. I gave him a cheeky grin. Ha, you missed all the fun. Now, let's get out of here. I created a portal that took us away from the city, into an empty field. I knelt down and touched the ground, and slowly a wooden hut sprung from the ground and built itself. I added a few features, like a working bathroom, and water. I would have tried to add some electricity, but I had no access to any grid, and I didn't want to risk Reed Richards finding us with some bullshit algorithm he made up. We needed to be completely off the grid. The privacy wards were immediately set up as soon as I started creating the house. I looked back to my gaping companions. This should suffice us until we're able to leave this universe for good. Strange nodded. Who are you, really? I shrug. Someone you don't want to mess with, but for now, let's stick with Jasmine Sayer. So, that's not your name. My name is a very well-known one, at least for those who have studied the magical arts, or who know their history. I'd rather not spend the entire time talking about my life. Let's just say that I'm older than your teacher was. Strange's eyes widened. How do you? I interrupt him. I know your counterpart from my universe. He's still a bit of an arrogant asshole, but he's scared shitless of me. Me and the Ancient One had a pretty good laugh when he yelped and ran away when we were introduced properly. America burst into laughter at that. I would pay to see that. I chuckled as well. Yeah, it was hilarious. After we relaxed for a bit, Strange was the first to ask questions. So, what actually happened? I shrugged. I needed someone to return me to my home universe, so I went to ask America for help. Imagine my surprise when I find her locked up in some weird cell, ready to be tested on. The scientists kinda ran away and the Illuminati came to capture me. They didn't last long against me, and after I knocked them out, Wanda arrived. Yes, and how exactly did you defeat her? I shrugged. In terms of raw power, we're around the same level of strength, but she was very inexperienced, pretty much bulldozing everything and everyone alike. You could probably beat her if you had a little more raw power. She was a lot stronger than my Wanda, although mine is still a teenager, but she has a lot less finesse and control over her magic. It wasn't really that hard of a fight, I just dragged it out a bit to see how far gone she was. The Darkhold really messed her up. I chose to bind her soul to the body and removed her memories and identity to make sure that even if someone manages to unseal her, the current Wanda will stay as the more dominant soul. So, in my world. I nod, Wanda is frozen in her little ritual, with the Darkhold with her. She'll stay like that until her body dies. She's not a danger to anyone anymore. Strange sighed in relief, well, that's the more pressing matter gone. Now, we need to leave this place before we cause an incursion and accidentally destroy this universe. I chuckled, we won't risk something like that. This universe is safe, for the moment. But the Illuminati. I interrupt him once more, I read their minds during our fight. The only data they have from the multiverse is from their version of Strange. It's not the multiversal travel that causes incursion, it's the mind walking. I don't understand. America snorted, that's a first. I chuckled and explained further, you have to understand what the Darkhold is. It's more than just a book, it's a portal. In every universe in this section of the multiverse the book exists, with the same spells, with the same knowledge. It's a connection to the realm of Thon, formerly an elder god who later became a demon. He was sealed away into a realm of his own, to protect countless universes from his destruction and malice. But in his sealing, he created a book, filled with his knowledge, a book that wasn't really a book, but a way for him to gain influence over the reader. He spread copies of the book, far and wide into the multiverse, reaching a great number of universes. Now, dream walking is a spell that Thon created to see into other worlds. I analyzed the spell while I was fighting Wanda and came to a few conclusions. Thon adapted it for mortals to use, so that they could possess their counterparts in other worlds. But to do that, their soul needed to travel through the multiverse, and they do so through his own realm, using the Darkhold as links. It's why you can't dream walk into a universe with no Darkhold, there's just no connection there. But with enough influence and enough actions, the connection to the realm of chaos starts to solidify until an incursion occurs. Reed Richards thinks that a universe or both universes are just destroyed, just like that. But that's impossible, you can't just destroy universes. What actually happens is that one or both universes start to be consumed by the realm of chaos, destroying the universe in question. It's not the multiversal travel that's the issue, it's the use of the Darkhold. America nodded, and since I don't use the Darkhold. I nodded, your way of travel is perfectly safe. Think about it, has any universe you have traveled to been destroyed or something? She shook her head, no, nothing like that. I shrug, now, the only issue we have is getting away from here before the Illuminati finds us, and with their whole teams. Strange paled, teams. I nodded, every single member of the Illuminati is a leader of a team of heroes or something similar. Xavier is in charge of a team of mutant heroes, Richards is the leader of the Fantastic Four, Rambo is the leader of an organization called SWORD, Carter is the leader of the Avengers, and finally, Mordo is the Sorcerer Supreme. I could probably deal with them if they attacked us, but there's no reason to be needlessly reckless. It's better if we just get out of here. And since America is our ride, it's better to teach her how to use her power properly, so that we could go home. The teenager started feeling nervous, I've never been able to control it properly. It just works randomly when I'm scared. I shrug, that's how magic works normally. It usually stops when mages grow up, but considering how much raw power is going through you, it's understandable that it reacts to your emotions. The girl looked at me confused, magic. I don't do magic. I snorted, kiddo, what do you think magic is? I don't know, spells and stuff. I gave her a chuckle, no, while it does look like that, the exact definition is the manipulation of an unknown energy with the effect of breaking the physical laws of the world. Your portals do not occur naturally, and the energy to punch a hole in the walls between universes has to come from somewhere. Which means that what you're using is magic. Better yet, I can feel the energy inside of you, filling up every cell in your body. Slowly, you're becoming stronger, faster, more resilient, with faster healing. There's a phenomenon that mages call accidental magic, it's commonly seen in children with no training, who when they feel an intense emotion, emit some raw magic that could have some unpredictable effects. So, my moms. I gave her a reassuring smile, it wasn't your fault. You were a child with barely any control over your emotions and more power than you could possibly handle. Now, the difference between you and the average mage is the fact that you don't absorb magic from the earth itself, but from the space between universes that's full of energy that's used in the creation of new universes. The truth is, you've barely scratched the surface of your powers. You could use them to scry into different universes, you could use them to enhance your strength dramatically, make you faster, or just teleport in a single universe. You could probably do a lot more, but for now, let's focus on those. Are you sure about this? I nodded, think about it, why does your energy look like stars? Trust me, breaches in space and time don't look like your portals. It's probably your favorite shape, and subconsciously, you shape your energy to look like it. Truth be told, Strange, while he uses magic differently, something called sorcery, could probably teach you, but it'd take some time, and while he's a genius when it comes to sorcery, he's a shit teacher. Our kinds of magic are a lot alike, and I have had apprentices before, and even created a school of magic in my universe, so trust me, I can show you enough for you to have a little bit of control, but you'll probably have to continue to learn the rest on your own. America nodded, and got up. All right, show me what you got. I grin at her. First things first, you need to be able to call on your energy, on your magic, at will. To do that, you need to find it first. She looked confused at that. I don't get it. Normally, I would have taught you to meditate and slowly manipulate your magic, but we're pressed for time, so, I'm going with a shortcut. Before she could do anything, I touched her forehead. Immediately, I was able to find her magic. It was like a bonfire of chaotic energy, trying escape at any cost. I kept the connection going for a good minute before letting it go. The girl stood up gasping. What the hell was that? That was me finding your energy. What you just felt, that's your magic, the source of your powers. I activated them for you. Now try to remember the feeling, do it before you start to forget it, and call upon it yourself. Remember the warmth, the power that spread through your entire body and call upon it. It took a few tries, but after an hour or so, the girl was grinning at me. I felt it, I can feel it. Keep doing it, again and again, until it becomes second nature, until you can feel it in a fraction of a second, until it becomes an extra limb that you could use. The power is yours, America, take control of it. By the end of the day, America was able to call up on her power at will. But she still had no idea how to use it. She gave me a look, as if challenging me to give her something more. I chuckled and ruffled her hair. Now, let's get you to use them. Now, let's ignore the multiversal aspect, we'll do that when you have more control. I want you to call on your power, like before, but then try to move it into your hand. And then, I want you to punch the wall, in front of you. The girl nodded, and punched the wall, to no avail. I snorted. You found your energy, directed it, but let it go before the punch. You need to trust yourself. You can do it, America, I know you can. You know deep down that you can. Now, do it again and punch that wall. The girl's eyes looked determined. She closed her eyes for a second, brought back her hand, and punched the wall. Immediately, a star made of some sort of blue energy empowered her punch, destroying the wall, as if the Hulk had punched it with full force. America gave me a grin. That was awesome. I nodded. Yes, it was. It was close. I was going home soon. Chapter 185, Back Home. March 9, 2021, Temporary Hideout, Earth 838. Jasmine Sayer POV. I snorted. You found your energy, directed it, but let it go before the punch. You need to trust yourself. You can do it, America, I know you can. You know deep down that you can. Now, do it again and punch that wall. The girl's eyes looked determined. She closed her eyes for a second, brought back her hand, and punched the wall. Immediately, a star made of some sort of blue energy empowered her punch, destroying the wall, as if the Hulk had punched it with full force. America gave me a grin. That was awesome. I nodded. Yes, it was. It was close. I was going home soon. It took less than a week for her to master her portal abilities and was pretty much ready to try her first deliberate portal to another universe. While she was practicing in the back, I stayed with Strange. We'll need to leave as fast as we can. With how much energy the girl is outputting, it's a miracle that Richards hasn't found us yet. He gave me a confused look. Out of all the people that make up the Illuminati, why is he the one that worries you the most? I shrug. You have no idea how intelligent that man is. Yes, Xavier can mind control half the planet, Rambo could blow up cities, Mordo could summon demons, Carter is a good fighter but honestly, nothing impressive, Black Bolt's voice could destroy countries if he wanted to, but in terms of pure destructive potential, they do not rival Richards. How? He's smart, and he can stretch. You can't compare him to Captain Marvel of all people. You don't know what I know. When someone says that Reed Richards is the smartest man in the world, you imagine another Stark, but you're wrong there. Words cannot express how intelligent that man is, and what he is capable of. I'm not even joking here. But his intelligence is not why I'm worried about him, it's the lack of foresight, and the lack of understanding the implications of his inventions that frighten me. You should have seen what his counterparts have done in the multiverse. From cloning deities to superviruses, and in the face of great pressure, where he finally breaks, where he brainwashes children, kills thousands of people with antimatter bombs, destroying universes left and right. The truth is that Reed Richards is a far more dangerous man than you could ever be. All it would take is one bad day for him to snap and be a danger to everyone. Strange blanched at this. You're serious? I nod. Trust me, Reed Richards is by far the most dangerous member of the Illuminati, and right now, he believes that we risk destroying his universe by simply existing. It's why I'm so insistent on leaving as quickly as we can. He underestimates me, still, so if it comes down to it, I will defeat him, but if he comes prepared for the fight of his life, there's a good chance that he builds a weapon powerful enough to kill me. It won't be an easy fight, but he's still the one that worries me the most. He looked at me. No, that's not it. If you were so worried about him, you would have killed him already when you fought. You're pressed for time for your universe. Damn him, I forgot how insightful the men can be, sometimes. I sigh. Fine, what do you know about cosmic entities? His eyes widened at that, their stories, that certain ideas and principles started to develop a conscience of their own, that they became so powerful that their influence spread through the multiverse. Are you telling me that they're real? I nod. Yes, they are. I used to have a working relationship with one of them, but I chose to leave their employ. But one of them, Entropy, decided to enter my universe, Earth Prime, and manipulate the events so that he could use Thanos' snap to spread an attack throughout the multiverse, to have the ultimate entropy. Everyone is at risk. We fought, well, he kicked my ass, but I was able to scrape a draw with a last-minute trap. Unfortunately, it didn't stop him from sending me to another universe. I was able to bargain with another entity to send me back, but I took too long to be able to contact them, and my world was locked. America is literally my last chance at going back. He was gaping at me. Do you need any help with that? I chuckled. It's a bit above your pay grade, but I have my own version of Dr. Stephen Strange if things get messy. Don't worry, he's a bit older and more experienced than you are. But don't worry about that, you'll have to deal with the probable incursion that Wanda's mind walking is probably going to cause. Wait, what? Seriously? Didn't I tell you that an incursion happens when someone uses the Darkhold to dream walk? Wanda's little stunt is going to have far-reaching consequences that you'll probably have to deal with. Strange looked resigned at this. I never really get a break, do I? I snorted. Don't pretend, Stephen, this is when you're the most alive, when you're the happiest. You could never experience a normal life like someone else, you will never live in the suburbs with a wife and kids, it's just not you. Because you wouldn't be happy with it, you feel alive when you're fighting, beating impossible odds. It's who you are, in every iteration of you the multiverse. Stephen Strange is a remarkable man. Strange looked lost at this and nodded. It appears that I have a universe to save. I nodded at him, smiling. Yes, you do. I, then, gave him a mischievous smirk. I have to ask this because I'm certainly doubting your intelligence here. Did you seriously cast a global spell, changing the minds of millions, because Parker had a hard time and didn't even try to defend himself against a doctored video? He looked surprised at my knowledge for a bit, knowledge that I got using my telepathy on him. Then, he looked at me questioningly. Parker. Peter Parker, Spider-Man. Oh, right, the spell affected me too. I gave him an unimpressed look, and he wilted. Come on, he was having a bad time and he needed some help, especially after Stark died and left him out to dry. I snorted. He's a teenager, Stephen, one who didn't even try to stand up for himself out of guilt or something. They're generally reckless idiots and Peter Parker is no different. You jumped the gun and almost destroyed your universe because you didn't even try to get the bigger picture. What the hell were you thinking? He's a kid whose mentor's death I arranged, and he needed my help. You felt guilty about it, but don't shatter your reality because of teenage drama. You were a candidate for Sorcerer Supreme, you need to act like it. The man looked down and nodded. I understand. He needed to hear this, to understand that his actions, the actions of anyone of his power, really, reckless or not, have grave consequences. He was able to somewhat take things back, but he won't always be able to. America entered smiling, interrupting us. I think it's time. I tilted my head. Are you sure about that, kiddo? She nodded. I'm as ready as I'll ever be. I can feel it. All right, let's get to Strange's universe first. Do you remember how it feels? She nodded and closed her eyes to concentrate for a bit before punching the air. A portal that had the form of a star took shape, and the three of us jumped into it, leaving this universe forever. With that done, I looked around. We were in New York City. I immediately spread my telepathy and discovered that this was, in fact, Strange's universe. Strange looked around and confirmed it. This is my universe. I need to get to Wong. The man immediately opened a portal and left. That left me, and America just standing around. I look at the teenager. All right, America, you have a choice now. You could either stay here with Strange. I don't doubt that he would accept you without any issues. You could come with me to my universe and continue your training, or you could keep jumping around, from one universe to another. It's your choice, but you'll always have a place in my universe and probably in Steven's as well. The girl looked hesitant. I think I'll need to keep traveling. I always wanted to find my mom's, and now I can. I nodded at her. You do realize how slim the possibility really is. Finding a couple in a single universe is already very difficult, finding them in the entire multiverse is almost impossible. The chances of that happening is very slim. She shook her head. I know how impossible that is, but I have to try. I nodded. I can respect that, but if you ever need any help, I'm only one portal away. The girl gave me a smile. Ready. I nodded. Yes, I am. Are you staying here, or are you coming with me? She shook her head. I'm staying here for a bit, take a breather, you know. I didn't want to say anything, but your universe feels weird, stifling somehow. I don't want to go there. I shrugged. It was her prerogative, but will you be able to make a portal there? She nodded. It took me a little while to find it, and it will probably take a lot out of me, and I won't be able to hold it for a long time. I nodded. Let's do this. She grinned at me. Goodbye, Jasmine. I gave her a warm smile. Goodbye, America, and good luck. The girl punched the air and started yelling in exertion. Immediately, a star portal that was barely 1 meter wide started to appear in the air, and slowly started to shrink. America looked like she was sweating and panting in her effort. The portal was slowly getting smaller and smaller. I take a decision and turn into a raven and fly heading towards the middle of the portal that immediately closed behind me. Immediately, I could feel the rightness, the connection with this reality. I knew immediately that I was home. I took a deep breath, reveling in the feeling, and I was immediately interrupted by energy beams directed at me. I dodged them, of course, but I looked around and found some aliens flying some sort of weird vehicle, shooting everyone around. I looked around and I knew that I was in New York. The aliens immediately felt familiar. They were the Chitauri, and they were attacking New York. The invasion wasn't supposed to start before 2012. This was impossible. I needed to check things. Summoned the closest newspaper and read the date. It read May 4th, 2012. I had missed over half a decade somehow. It wasn't the multiversal travel, since Strange World's time didn't change when he traveled with America. I started to look back. The only time I was affected by a temporal attack was during the fight with Entropy. I was sent back into the multiversal portal with a temporal blast from my last-ditch attack. Did it affect the portal somehow, sending me to another universe forward in time? I'll need to study this further. I need to find Celine and Wanda as soon as I could. But for now, I had a few aliens to kill. Nothing like a few aliens for me to take my anger on. I immediately change into my Morrigan costume, and instinctively try to reach for my staff, only to remember giving it away during my resignation from Death's employ. I really need to craft a new one. I had so many ideas. But for now, I guess I'll be going old school. I raised my hands and sent waves of darkness at the aliens attacking me, disintegrating them further. I had a vicious smile on my face. Let's show these aliens why even Odin himself fears my power. Chapter 186, Invasion. March 9, 2021, New York City. Tony Stark POV. Tony Stark wasn't having a good day. The past few days have been horrible, really. It started when S.H.I.E.L.D. screwed up playing with something that they didn't understand, and it culminated to fighting a Norse god for some magic cube which had just been used to summon an alien army of all things through a portal, alongside what has to be the most dysfunctional team of heroes that ever existed. He fought beside one of his father's personal heroes, Steve Rogers, not that the men seemed to know how to do anything other than follow orders. He was fighting alongside an assassin of all things, another Norse god, an archer, and the Hulk. Tony had to admit that Banner's situation made him feel bad. They worked very well together, and the man was just as brilliant as Tony imagined him to be. The idea of losing his mind, like Banner did, terrified Tony. Because who was Tony Stark without his brilliant mind? The man was a very nice guy, who seemed traumatized after being chased around for so much. The inventor was under no illusion when Fury told Banner that he only needed him for his expertise in gamma radiation, not the Hulk. Tony could have tracked the cube down by himself, even if it would have taken him a little longer to do so. Fury obviously wanted the Hulk in this little team, not that it worked. Loki's escape had ended up with the Hulk falling from the helicarrier, and Tony didn't have the time to search for him, with the invasion coming. And now, here he was, a billionaire who was in over his head, fighting an alien army of all things, summoned by the Norse god of mischief and lies. That was a sentence that he would never in a million years have thought to be true. The billionaire flew in his armor, blasting alien after alien in the streets of New York. He had been hit a few times, and his armor had held up quite well considering the energy weapons that his enemies were using. He looked up and found something huge emerging from the portal. It looked like some unholy combination of a snake and a dragon, and it was as big as a building. For the first time in a long time, Tony Stark felt true fear. Was this what was out there? Giant monsters and gods, who fought and considered humans like him like ants. Tony really wished that Banner would be here. For now, his backup was a man with a bow and an assassin, a super soldier who hadn't even acclimated to what the world has become in his absence. For now, the only people doing actual damage was himself and Thor, himself because he was pretty much wearing a weapon of mass destruction, and Thor, well, because he was a god who controlled lightning. The only positive in this invasion was the fact that the portal was relatively small, and hence represented a bottleneck in the invasion. Tony didn't want to try to imagine what it would have been like if the alien army had physically traveled to Earth and attacked. They wouldn't have stood a chance. For now, Tony hoped that Banner would somehow come and help them out a bit, because even with the tactical disadvantage, they were losing badly, and people were dying. He spoke up to ask Jarvis, any sign of Banner, yet? I'm sorry, sir. Don't worry, buddy, just keep an eye out for him. For now, he needed to distract that giant worm thing from flattening buildings and killing people. Sighing, and in what he knew was an idiotic move, he released some missiles, hitting the thing in the face and in the belly. The Leviathan, yeah, he was calling it a Leviathan now, roared in anger and started to chase Tony through to city. Yeah, this was probably a stupid move, but he thought of ways to use it to take out other aliens somehow. It had already been a minute since the damn thing started chasing him, and he was hit a couple more times while he was distracted. Trying to think of a solution to this little problem, he was surprised to see a shadow thing fly past him, and as it did, it materialized into a hooded woman in black who created some sort of black sword thing out of thin air and sent it directly at the maw of the creature, killing it. While the thing was falling down, she created a few other black swords and sent them at the aliens who were pursuing him and jumped down. For some reason, the Leviathan didn't fall into the ground crashing into buildings and people, it simply started to disintegrate into dust, saving probably a dozen people from the impact. The woman in the hood landed on the ground and looked directly at him. Tony knew immediately that he was being summoned and slowly landed next to her. So, I don't know if you know me. I know exactly who you are, Anthony Stark, the voice rasped back. Tony would always deny it, but this woman scared the hell out of him. Yeah, I know, I'm a bit of a public figure. And while we're at it, who might you be? She turned away, ignoring the question. They have a hive mind to coordinate themselves. They're no better than machines. Destroy the control station, you kill them all. Stark was startled at this. Are you serious? She nodded. Unfortunately, the control ship is on the other side of the portal. We'll need to target it somehow. It's either that or close the portal. The signal should stop, either knocking them out, or killing them. They don't have identities outside the hive mind. They were cloned and engineered for the sole purpose of war. But if we just close the portal, we risk them coming the long way round, and the damage will be immense, even if it buys us some time. Stark nodded. Destroy the ship or close the portal and worry about them coming later. The woman nodded back. Yes, Banner is on his way. He should help you stabilize the situation here, while you think of a solution. It's your choice. The woman disappeared into a bunch of crows flying about, leaving Tony with the terrifying choice ahead of him. She left the fate of the entire human race in his hands, and he had no idea why. The first thing he did was open his comms to his teammates. Guys, we got a friendly here, a woman in a black hood. Very strong, capable of creating weird sword things and sending them flying at things, disintegrating them somehow. She killed the giant worm thing. She can turn into birds and shadows. I don't know how else to explain it. Barton was the first to answer. Seriously, I'm not complaining about the help or anything, but did you describe some woman Grim Reaper or something? Very funny, Barton, but I'm serious here. She gave me some important information. We need to meet up and coordinate properly. Rogers answered back. Come to my position for now. Things seems to have calmed down for now. The billionaire flew around killing any alien in his way. They met up exactly on Cap's position. The soldier frowned at them and asked, What's the news, Stark? They work as a hive mind. That's why they're so well coordinated even with the bottleneck. Destroy the ships on the other side, they all die. Close the portal and they'd all die too, since the signal wouldn't reach them, but the rest of the army would probably physically travel to us, and that would be a fight we wouldn't win. Rogers nodded. Any news on contacting any mutants or the Fantastic Four? Tony shook his head. No, Reed's little family are on a trip off-world, some weird dimension thing. The mutants in S.H.I.E.L.D.'s employ are too far away to make a difference, and the ones in New York are keeping their heads down. You know, because they'd be hunted down after that. So, we're on our own, then. Tony was nodding, but was interrupted by a familiar yet terrifying voice. No, you're not. You have me. Everyone jumped back and pointed their weapons at the woman, who didn't seem to care, but looked directly towards Thor. Odinson, tell your father that we will have words after this fiasco is over. We had an agreement that no one from the 8 other realms comes to Midgard without my permission. He disregarded this agreement with your little spat with your brother in New Mexico, and again now. We will speak about reparations later. The alien god looked outraged. Who are you to demand something from the All-Father, ruler of the 9 realms? Morrigan, I am the Morrigan. The blonde god immediately paled in fear and started stuttering. I'm sorry, my lady. I have heard nothing but legends of your prowess. I will speak to my father as soon as I can. So be it, Odinson. What the hell? This was Thor, the guy who called humans unevolved, tiny and weak creatures. Justifiably, the man was very strong, and his civilization was at least thousands of years ahead of humans, although that progress seemed to not include Asgardian mental health, considering how much of a nutcase Loki was. But still, that man was terrified of the woman in front of him, and he had no idea why. Was her name that important? He asked Jarvis to make a search for the name Morrigan, and the results shocked him. This was a Celtic goddess of death, one who in legend massacred thousands if not millions of people, and considering Thor's reaction, it was probably true. Did other Celtic gods exist as well? Although, it was a bit demeaning for her to proclaim Earth as her domain, but she did seem to have stopped any alien intervention on Earth for the last few thousand years and she didn't demand anyone to worship her or pay her anything. As far as he was concerned, this didn't change much. Well, no, it changed a lot, but it would make less waves than Thor's arrival a few years ago. Roger seemed to have stopped his surprise. Well, Morrigan, what's the plan? I will deal with the Leviathans. Thor will use his lightning to stop more from going through the portal. The rest is up to you. The soldier nodded and looked at Stark. You're the smart one, try to figure out a way to destroy their ships or something. Romanoff, get to the portal generator and try to figure out how to close it. Barton, get to one of the rooftops and cover anyone who's being targeted as best you can. I'll stay here, and try to protect the civilians from the aliens who have already landed. Tony chimed him, what about the Hulk? Banner should be on his way, soon. The captain looked startled, that's some good news, right there. I'll speak with him, but we can't rely on him to do anything other than fighting. I'll probably have him jump around and kill the stragglers. They all nodded, ready for the fight of their lives. Before they could each go to their destinations, a wave of Chitauri came racing at them, firing everywhere. That was until every single one of them was hit with flying black spikes, killing them instantly. Everyone around looked at the terrifying woman and paled slightly. The Morrigan nodded at them and melted into the shadows. Barton coughed, I'm not the only one who just saw that, right? Roger shook his head, we don't have time for this. Everyone knows their mission, let's move out. Tony decided to lend Barton a hand and fly him to the roof of one of the buildings, and then flew away, killing every alien he could find in the air. His main mission was to find a way to destroy an alien mothership that's on the other side of a portal, in the vacuum of space. Yeah, no pressure. Chapter 187, Unexpected Reunions. March 9, 2021, New York City. Jasmine Sayer POV. After the impromptu meetup, everyone was assigned a task. I had to admit that I did almost lose my temper with Thor. My deal with Odin was very strict and the men broke my good faith by exploiting the fact that I wasn't around to do the whole test of worthiness Thor had to take. Truth be told, I didn't really care about New Mexico, but it set a dangerous precedent, and Loki's invasion was even more proof that I was right to limit access to Midgard from other realms. I also knew that in many ways, this was fated to happen, or more likely, Odin didn't have a choice in the matter. The situation with the Asgardians was already complicated enough. And my deal with Odin must have messed with the plans to set up Ragnarok and restart what I like to call the Asgardian cycle. They took advantage of my disappearance to put the first steps towards Ragnarok, since my control over Midgard had stopped it from happening before. I will need to speak to Odin about this. He will need to make a lot of concessions for us to go back to a working relationship once more. Because no matter how much he denies it to his subjects, Odin was always relieved when I took over the defense of Midgard from the other realms. It allowed him to properly delay the Asgardian apocalypse, which would start the moment Loki betrayed his adopted family. For now, I will admit that Loki wasn't really an issue with this invasion. Thanos probably chose him as a sort of sick fuck you to Odin while the old man couldn't fight back with the Bifrost broken. He probably didn't expect Loki to succeed in the invasion. This was Thanos, whose mere name struck fear in the hearts of every being in multiple galaxies. This was a man who had massacred billions, if not trillions of lives, and conquered thousands of planets. He knew for a fact that a small force could potentially stop his armies when the only way to transport them was a relatively small portal. This was a nice move, with no real losses on his front. Well, he probably expected that the best we would do is just close the portal and not potentially massacre an entire fleet of Chitauri, but should Loki come out victorious he would have gotten access to 3 Infinity Stones, and if he wasn't, he had half of the stones on one planet where the furthest they went in space was to their moon. Which meant that when he was ready, he could just go grab them. Although, even if Loki was victorious, I wouldn't expect him to survive for long. Thanos would just kill him. The god of mischief was a reliability in any alliance considering how likely he was to betray anyone for power. I'll need to deal with the Asgardians after this mess is over with. I also needed to get back and see if Entropy was still trapped. Because if he was, things were going to be a lot simpler. But unfortunately, I am rarely that lucky, and it's unlikely that the attack would work for more than half a decade. I don't know for sure. I made the blood runes in a hurry, and it was very unstable. So, I genuinely have no idea. But I'll handle that after this pesky invasion. Again, I turn into a murder of crows and fly away. I reform myself in the air, and create another darkness-infused spike and drill push it over a Leviathan's head. I then gather the shadows and throw every Chitauri off the Leviathan, killing them. I jump and turn into a shadow and see my work as the giant space worm started to disintegrate. Honestly, I kinda took inspiration from Hela. She was able to infuse her swords with her own darkness element, and make sure that every wound she makes would be unhealable. It was very effective on battlefields where survivors would still bleed out hours later from non-fatal injuries, with nothing they could do about it. I did the same, but I focused more on disintegration than just killing power. It was very effective with civilians around, and most of my serious arsenal was more likely to kill humans than Chitauri. It was a very effective weapon, especially with my lack of staff to use in close combat in synergy with my magic. I started floating around, as a shadow, and started to rain dark infused spikes towards every Chitauri in the same block I was, massacring hundreds, if not thousands of them. The last Leviathan was dead, at least on the Earth side of the portal, and I had nothing left to do. Before I could do anything, Stark spoke up. So, good news, I found a way to make a bomb that could theoretically be strong enough to match a nuke. It's a modified suit rigged with an unstable arc reactor prototype that I was testing. I rigged it with a self-destruct, and it should destabilize the reactor and cause a blast strong enough to wipe out New York from the map. It's not up to my usual standards, but it's the best I could do in such a short notice, and we could target it towards the portal without any problems. But the bad news is that it'll take at least 2 hours to manufacture everything. The Black Widow answered him. We can't hold them off for that long. I interrupted them. I could help accelerate things further, but not for long. Where is the weapon being made, Stark? The man in question didn't seem to believe me, but answered anyway. 93rd floor of my building. It's already started to be built. All right, someone take my position to deal with the Leviathans if more show up. I'll make sure that the weapon is ready in time. Rogers responded. Banner just arrived, and he agreed to let the Hulk out. He'll take your position for now. Stark chuckled. Sure took his time, didn't he? Better late than never. I heard a giant roar in the background. Huh, so the big guy is finally back. I turned into my shadow form and flew towards Stark Tower, into the 93rd floor and got inside. Immediately a voice greeted me. Hello, Morrigan, I am Jarvis. Mr. Stark informed me that you'll be helping me accelerate the creation of the weapon. May I ask how you are planning on doing this? I can assure you that I'm very efficient with my building. I snorted. I'm not going to invent anything myself, I'm just going to mess with time. Miss, I'm afraid I don't understand. I stop him by kneeling down and palming the floor. Immediately runes lit up and lightened the room. The virtual intelligence was speechless. What happened? I shrugged. I isolated time in this room. It will run differently than outside of it. Time is over a dozen times faster in here, meaning that only 10 minutes will pass outside while you finish the weapon. The field will disappear in exactly 2 hours, after which you'll be able to leave the room. I didn't let him say anything and teleport out. This should solve the issue with Stark's little weapon. I nodded to myself and spoke through the comms. I'm done with helping with the missile. It'll be ready in 10 minutes. Stark, though, sounded furious. What did you do to Jarvis? Nothing, he's in the lab making your weapon. I needed to separate him from the outside world for it to be done in time. Just wait 10 minutes and you'll have him back. Rogers answered me. Nicely done, Morrigan. I answered back. Loki's upstairs, I'm going to engage. Thor interjected. My lady, he's still my brother. Please be merciful. Don't worry, I'm not planning on killing him. It'll sever whatever diplomatic relationship I have with your father, and neither of us are willing to risk this over him. Thank you, Lady Morrigan. I started to float upstairs and walked towards the smirking Loki that was watching the mayhem around him. God of madness, indeed. Before I could interject, 3 figures appeared out of thin air and started attacking the Asgardian. I could immediately sense the magic in 2 of them, one of which telekinetically threw him towards another, using a very familiar energy, chaos magic. I immediately knew that this was Wanda, my daughter. She looked older, which made sense since 6 years had passed for her, since the last time I spoke to her. The god seemingly countered the telekinetic push, and fell down, but was immediately pushed by another member, who I immediately recognized as Jean Grey. Not surprising, they were almost inseparable when I left. It's nice to know that they stayed friends after so much time. Before Loki could do anything, chains made out of hard light appeared out of thin air and started to bind him and gag him. I recognized the spell immediately. It was one of mine after all, and I only taught it to a single person alive. Which means that the last woman was Rose, my sister. How the hell did Wanda and Jean find her? I'll have to speak to them later. The girls sighed and celebrated somewhat. Unfortunately, it was premature, since I felt the cosmic energy from the staff build up and with a pulse sent everyone flying back, destroying the hard light bindings. This was the power of an infinity stone, an aspect of creation itself. The god looks up and smirks. You were very entertaining, mortals, but I am a god, and your place is beneath me. I could feel that he was ready to fight them properly this time, ambushing them, and I wouldn't risk any one of them being under his control. The Phoenix Force avatar, a reality manipulator, or a witch who had access to my teachings, were too dangerous for everyone if they went rogue. And no matter how powerful mind shields are, they cannot stand against the mind stone itself. Even I could end up under his control if he managed to use it on me, but I would be able to fight it for a while and escape before he has me completely under his control. After all, I was a lot more experienced. Stark was extremely lucky when Loki tried to control him. The arc reactor was a revolutionary invention that mimicked the energy of the Tesseract. And Howard Stark came really close to the real thing while designing it. The truth was that Loki barely had access to the Mind Stone's power. And the energy from the arc reactor was close enough to shield Stark from falling under the control of the scepter. Loki prepared a blast, and the girls readied themselves. But before he could do fire, I adjusted the aim downwards, causing another blast that sent everyone flying back and made a hole on the floor. The god's physique allowed him to survive the explosion relatively unharmed, considering that the blast was very close to him. However, the girls were knocked out by the blast. I really needed to teach them how to fight properly. This was a rookie mistake. I revealed myself to him. Loki Laufeyson, this is beyond idiotic, even for you. The god of mischief limped forward. And who are you to tell me that, a mere mortal speaking to a god? I shrugged. I would rather be a free mortal than an enslaved god. The man lunged at me, and I burst into smoke as he tried to impale me. He yelled at me, I am no slave. I chuckled as I materialized myself back. You say you are no slave, and yet, here you are doing another's bidding. Attacking this planet was never your plan. You were just angry at the world, at your father, at your brother, but you never cared about this world. You wanted Asgard, not some rock filled with people you call savages. So, tell me, while you have one of the ingots of creation in your hand, why do you waste your time, attacking a primitive planet? He seemed to be instinctively enraged by the mere idea, and he lunged at me once more, this time having conjured thousands of knives that leapt towards me. I just sent a telekinetic wave, sending them flying away from myself and the three unconscious girls behind me. I sent spikes at him, but he was able to dodge them and righted himself aiming his staff at me. My words seemed to have enraged him. You think yourself a master of magic, you worthless little mortal. I am a god, do you truly think that some weak little witch can match me? I shrugged, unconcerned by his arrogance. Even the strongest beings can lose to weaklings if they underestimate them. However, Laufeyson, I can assure you that out of the two of us, I am not the weakling here. Before he could process it, a piece of the ground rose up in a pillar and hit him in the head. He was disoriented by the impact for a bit before I leapt at him and kicked him in the chest, sending him flying back through the walls of the labs. I ready myself to chase after him, but I hear a groan behind me. My daughter opened her eyes blinking. She was obviously disoriented, and yet, she seemed to recognize me, Mom. Chapter 188, Mischief and Madness. March 9, 2021, New York City. Jasmine Sayer POV. I shrugged, unconcerned by his arrogance. Even the strongest beings can lose to weaklings if they underestimate them. However, Laufeyson, I can assure you that out of the two of us, I am not the weakling here. Before he could process it, a piece of the ground rose up in a pillar and hit him in the head. He was disoriented by the impact for a bit before I leapt at him and kicked him in the chest, sending him flying back through the walls of the labs. I ready myself to chase after him, but I hear a groan behind me. My daughter opened her eyes blinking. She was obviously disoriented, and yet, she seemed to recognize me, Mom. I gave her a warm smile. Hello, Wanda. My adopted daughter pretty much leapt into the air and gave me a hug. I missed you so much. I did as well. I looked at the other two girls. Hello, Rose, Jean, it's been a while. Jean looked shocked at my reveal. Ms. Sayer. I nodded, and Rose ran to me and engulfed me into a hug. You sure took your time, sis. I snorted. That I did. Wanda removed herself and looked at me. Where have you been? It's a long story, but I was caught in a temporal anomaly. I'll explain after. The Earth isn't being invaded by aliens. I need you to let me handle Loki. He's too dangerous for you to deal with. They looked incredulous. It's been years, Mom, we've gotten a lot better. I know, and you could probably handle him normally, but that staff of his is very dangerous, and I'm talking dangerous for me, not for you. I can't afford to worry about you in this fight. I'm serious here. Go fight the aliens or something, but don't fight Loki for now. The god in question spoke up from far away. What a heartwarming reunion. I hope for your sakes that there is an afterlife for you mortals. It would be a shame for you not to reunite in death as well. Dear God, that guy is full of classical villain lines. Isn't he supposed to be witty or something? I snorted at him, perhaps, but I wonder, can frost giants go to Valhalla as well? Do you have an afterlife? After all, you were nothing more than Odin's little pet, the frost giant that he defanged and domesticated. He roared and sent a blast from his staff at me, opened a portal sending it back from his right, hitting him in the chest. I looked at the girls. Leave him to me. Get out of here. They nodded, grabbed onto Rose and operated away. Finally, I missed the girls, but I couldn't risk them falling under Loki's control. An infinity stone, no matter how limited it might be in that scepter, is still very dangerous. The truth is, that with a proper wielder, one could enslave planets without the residents knowing. But the Mind Stone was more than that. The wielder could theoretically enhance or decrease people's intelligence, emotional maturity, their logical reasoning, and even grant mind powers. They could unblock people's true potential that's not limited by mental blocks. It was a very dangerous artifact that Thanos put in a very inefficient form and was probably using it to overwhelm Loki's defenses and probably control him somehow. Without studying the scepter properly, I couldn't know for sure. Loki slowly started to get up and glared at me. I'm done entertaining you. Do make peace with your gods, you'll be meeting them soon. And after I'm done with you, I will hunt down those 3 girls and skin them alive while the others watch frozen. I will find everyone you ever loved and kill them one by one until no one even remembers you, making your existence as meaningless as you are to me. Again, with the threats. Was this supposed to scare me or something? It would probably work on normal humans, I guess, but even soldiers wouldn't be fazed by a threat like this. I just shrugged at him unconcerned. Did you say something? The man roared in anger once more and charged at me. He swung his staff at me, and I dodged it easily. I really should make a new staff soon, for close combat at the very least. I create a sword filled with dark energy and redirect the next attack. He tried to impale me once more and grab his hand telekinetically and kick him in the chest. I throw the sword at him, which turned into multiple spikes. Loki countered by sending another blast at them, destroying them, and I used the floor to create a barrier that stopped the blast. An explosion resulted from my defense, and I used the debris to send it back at him. He jumped into the air and conjured a knife which he sent at me. I dodged and noticed that the Loki in front of me was an illusion, the real one being behind me. He was ready to impale me, but I moved to the side, grabbed his hand, conjured another necro sword and swung it at his chest. His enchanted armor was able to stop most of it, but I was still able to wound him, and I could feel his healing fighting the disintegrating curse on the sword. Truth be told, the wound was superficial, and his healing factor was strong enough to stop the curse from spreading easily, but it would take some time for it to work. Loki gasped in pain, and I telekinetically pushed the staff away, disarming him and then threw him away. I taunt him, are you truly a god of magic? Because all I've seen from you is some paltry tricks. A bit of illusions and conjurations and relying on that staff of yours. You're a disappointment, Loki Laufeyson, just like your father. The men glared at me but didn't seem to attack me yet. I continued, you don't even know what that staff is, do you? You just followed along with his plan, Thanos' plan. Loki paled the second I said that name. At least it confirmed that Thanos was the real mastermind behind the invasion. At least things progressed like they were supposed to on that front. How do you know that name? I know many things, Laufeyson. But it's funny, isn't it? Both your birth father and adopted father are kings. Well, we're in Laufey's case, and you're a disappointment to both. You betrayed both of them, for your pride. You could have ruled over Jotunheim, turning it into a prosperous realm, but you don't really care about ruling, about your so-called glorious purpose. You're just a spoilt brat that's jealous of his brother. That seemed to have set him over the edge. Do not speak of matters that are above you, mortal. You wish to see the power of a god of magic, I'll oblige you. Suddenly, everything started to freeze, slowly spreading from Loki's form, whose complexion turned paler, and eyes turned red. That was a bit impressive that he's using his heritage as a frost giant without changing forms. He really is good at shape-shifting, isn't he? He created an orb of ice magic in his hand, gathering power before sending it at me. I had analyzed the frost giant's magic a few centuries back, when I allowed the final battle in the war between the Asgardians and the Jotuns to occur in an empty plot of land in Finland. Their magic was centered on ice and darkness, a combination of both, to destroy and freeze your opponent. So, when Loki made his ice beam, I summoned some white flames, a spell made entirely of white magic and fire magic manipulation, creating the perfect counter to both aspects of the attack. The collision of the two beams created a shockwave that sent the godling flying back. Unlike me, who shielded myself telekinetically from the shockwave, I slowly walked towards the godling's fallen form. He looked at me with anger in his eyes. Enough. All of you are beneath me. I am a god, and I will not be bullied by some mortal witch. I honestly couldn't help myself, it was just too easy. I grabbed him telekinetically and just slammed him into the walls left and right over and over again. I did this for a good dozen times before throwing him down on the floor. I could hear him groaning in pain and just snorted at him, puny god. I walked up to him and chuckled, you know, the only reason I'm not killing you, is that things are already tense between me and Odin, and killing one of his sons, no matter how justified it is, will not help things. For some reason, the man still loves you, even after you tried to commit genocide, kill your brother and betrayed your entire realm to prove yourself worthy of his love. He still considers you his son, even if you don't consider him a father. The truth is, I know far more about him than you do. I know secrets that would shock you to the core, and I also know that he's a horrible father in general. But your mother, you truly hurt her with your betrayal, Loki, and she doesn't deserve any of this. She loved you as if you were her kin, perhaps even more so than Thor. She taught you her craft, her magic, and yet all you cared for was your father. Frigga deserves better, and yet you, as undeserving as you are of her, still do your best to break her heart again and again. Loki looked at me shocked. How do you know all of this? I snorted. Your father has cautioned you against attacking Midgard, to not break certain rules. Why do you think that is? He paled in fear. No, that can't be possible. She's supposed to be a myth, a story to scare children from misbehaving. I can assure you, Loki, that I'm very real. My deal with Odin was simple. He was to stop Midgard from getting any visitors from any other realms without my approval. Every single time you and your brother came to Earth, your father had asked for my permission. That was until a few years back. I was distracted in a fight with a much more dangerous enemy, but you broke the treaty, and that has bigger consequences than you can handle. It's why I'm giving you a choice. You'll either be punished by your father's hand or by mine. The man shook his head. No, she's not real, you're not real. I assure you, child, that I am very real. Say my name, Laufeyson. He was still shaking his head, and I yelled at him in a gravelly voice, say my name. He was paling in fear and whispered, Morrigan. I nodded at him. That's right, Loki, and you've probably heard about me, about my stories. He nodded, and I continued, let me tell you something, Laufeyson, whatever you heard, the horrors I've committed, all those stories, they've been watered down. Now choose, Laufeyson, my justice or your father's. He muttered back, my father's. I nod, so be it. And how do I close the portal? I needed to make sure, because an interaction between two infinity stones was a recipe for disaster. Instead of answering, the god of mischief looked at the staff. The staff. How fitting. I looked at him and spoke up, Loki Laufeyson, you are not to move from this place. You will be bound and unconscious until your return to Asgard. Before he could do anything, I conjured some chains and bound him. I then telepathically knocked him out. He wouldn't be going anywhere anytime soon. I slowly walked towards the staff and picked it up. I could feel it wanting to influence me, to break into my mind. It was subtle and barely used the power of the Mind Stone. I was able to resist wielding it and spoke into the comms, Loki is down, I know how to close the portal, we need to use his staff, which is in my possession. Yeah, this should be ending soon. Chapter 189, Ground Zero. March 9, 2012, New York City. Jasmine Sayer POV. The staff. How fitting. I looked at him and spoke up, Loki Laufeyson, you are not to move from this place. You will be bound and unconscious until your return to Asgard. Before he could do anything, I conjured some chains and bound him. I then telepathically knocked him out. He wouldn't be going anywhere anytime soon. I slowly walked towards the staff and picked it up. I could feel it wanting to influence me, to break into my mind. It was subtle and barely used the power of the Mind Stone. I was able to resist wielding it and spoke into the comms, Loki is down, I know how to close the portal, we need to use his staff, which is in my possession. Yeah, this should be ending soon. Rogers immediately responded, good job. Get to the portal and wait for Stark's weapon to fire. Be ready to close it at a moment's notice. We have the upper hand for now, and we'll end this on our terms. Understood. Stark, how long until the weapon is ready? The man snarked back at me, well, you said it should take Jarvis 10 minutes to make things work. That was 6 minutes ago. Don't they teach you math at Grim Reaper School? No, they only taught us how to take souls. I wonder when I'll be able to take yours as well. It'll be quite the reunion. What reunion? I snorted at him, well, between you and everyone you ever killed. What did they call you again? Oh, right, the Merchant of Death. I can tell I rattled him with that. It was a bit of a dirty move to bring up his dirty past, especially with how traumatized he is with what happened in Afghanistan. But he should learn not to take out his insecurities on me. For now, he's probably feeling vulnerable without Jarvis. The virtual intelligence had been at the billionaire's side for years, a constant reassuring presence helping him. Losing him even if it's only for a few minutes would have rattled him. Rogers obviously noticed the discomfort. Enough, you two. This channel is only made to deal with the invasion. Deal with your grievances later. I spoke up, all right. However, Stark, as usual, wanted to make a big deal out of this. Do you guys want to go for some shawarma later? I've always wanted to try it, but I never got around to it. I snorted. I tried it a few times, didn't like it much, but I could go for a bite. Before Rogers could admonish us, Barton answered, I'm in. I haven't eaten anything for almost a day, and I'm starving. Thor sounded confused. What is the shawarma you're speaking of? Black Widow responded, it's a meat sandwich. Trust me, from what I heard about Asgardians' appetite for meat, you should like it. I decide to bring things back on track. All right, joking aside, I'm feeling pretty useless here, so I'm going down to protect the civilians. Let me know when I should close the portal and I'll get up there. I put the staff in my pocket dimension, and I teleported down to the streets. I was immediately attacked by Chitauri on their flying chariots. I immediately put up a shield that stopped every energy blast coming at me. I, then, conjured a few necro swords and banished them towards the chariots, which immediately exploded from the impact. I then summoned some spikes and made them rain at the survivors. Afterwards, I gathered a few shadows under me, and solidified them, which allowed me to fly. It must have looked weird, some grim reaper figure, riding what looked like a cloud of smoke, massacring aliens left and right. On my left, I saw some civilians hiding from a small platoon of Chitauri soldiers. I immediately materialized my shadow and sent it towards the aliens who died immediately on impact. I floated up and found another wave of Chitauri chariots flying towards Barton. The man looked like he was out of arrows and was thinking about jumping off and doing some sort of ridiculous stunt. Instead, I created a beam of darkness that disintegrated them in seconds. The archer was gaping at me for a few seconds, before just shrugging and nodding to me in thanks. I nodded back and conjured a quiver with a few hundred arrows, threw it at him and flew away. With that done, I started flying around, sniping soldiers left and right, making sure that the civilian casualties were minimal, until I found myself seeing the captain trying to fight off a few dozen aliens at the same time. The man had burns on his chest, and his uniform was blackened. He was obviously sluggish, and probably injured. I landed next to him and created a shield of shadows stopping any blast coming his way. I gave him some time to take his breath and spoke up to him, "Hold up your shield, I have a plan." He nodded, and I conjured a war hammer, and added a small unbreakable enchantment on it. I then told him, "Crouch and hold your shield tightly. Don't move." He nodded and put up his shield. I dispelled the shadow shield and swung my hammer with all my strength. The impact created a shockwave that sent everything flying back in almost a block. I then conjured dozens of necro spikes that fell from the sky towards the fallen Chitauri, killing them immediately. The World War II hero looked at me in shock. "How the hell did you do that?" I shrugged at him. "Your shield is made of vibranium. It's capable of absorbing the momentum of anything that hits it, but if it's overloaded and it takes more than it can handle, then it releases all the energy stored inside in a shockwave. It's a very useful property of the metal." He looked down at his shield and smiled. "How do you know that?" I shrugged. "When you've lived for as long as I have, you learn a few things. At least to pass the time. You have no idea how boring things get when you get past 1,000 years of life." He didn't seem to know how to respond to that, so I chose to change the subject. "I see that you have this under control for now. I'll go check on the rest." I flew away, killing the occasional stray Chitauri, and chose to join Thor, who was on top of the Empire State Building and kept firing lightning at the portal, stopping anything from getting out. For now, the situation seemed under control. Romanov had come down and joined Rogers in protecting the civilians from the occasional Chitauri. Stark was in the air, destroying whatever chariots he could find. Barton was using the arrows I conjured to make sure no one was being attacked from the back, and finally Hulk was doing his own thing, jumping around and killing aliens left and right. I couldn't see him following a plan, just smashing things around. I really needed Banner to get his shit together so that he could actually follow delicate plans in the future, where he probably won't be allowed to smash things around. We seemed to have things in hand. There were no new Chitauri coming from the portal thanks to Thor, and the ones that had come before the God of Thunder started throwing lightning around were being hunted down one by us. I looked at Thor, who visibly starting to tire, and I spoke to him. "Thor, how long can you keep doing this?" Thor was struggling to answer. "A few minutes at best. I've never held lightning for this long." For now, the situation hinged on Thor's lightning stopping the Chitauri from coming. He was single-handedly stopping the casualties from becoming too much. "Don't worry, the missile should be ready anytime now." The son of Odin nodded and asked, "My brother?" "Unharmed. He's just unconscious and bound. Nothing more. After all, despite how much he acts like a spoilt brat, your father still loves your brother. I will come with you to Asgard, Odinson. I have much to speak to your father about." He looked resigned at this. "Thank you for your mercy, Lady Morrigan." I nodded at him and teleported to the roof of Stark Tower. "All right, the 10 minutes should be up any time now. I'm back by the portal." Stark nodded. "I'll let you know when Jarvis comes back." I looked around and found the 3 girls studying the force field around the portal. Rose was muttering, "I don't understand why we can't break the ward. The arithmancy makes no sense." I snorted, startling them. "Of course it doesn't. That's because it's not powered by magic, but by the cosmic energy of the cube itself. You'll need something with a similar energy signature to break it." Rose looked at me with a curious light in her eyes. "After all this time, you're still lecturing me on things. You know, I'm supposed to be the next coming of Merlin to the magical world, and yet here you are schooling me in seconds." I snorted. "Don't be proud of that, that guy was a dick." "So your portrait says. But she hasn't mentioned anything about cosmic energy." I smiled at her enthusiasm. "That's because it's probably not relevant to your education. You've been studying magic for a few decades, not millennia like I have. There are things that you simply don't have time to learn." As you probably know, you absorb magic from the planet itself and add it to your reserves for later use. At its core, it's still coming from the planet. If you go to the moon, you'll barely be able to do anything because you won't be able to refill your magic there. There's just no magic on the moon. Cosmic energy, on the other hand, is the energy that was used to create the universe in the first place. It goes through everything on this plane and very few know of it, let alone could use it. It's said that ancient beings called celestials have used this energy to create entire galaxies. And it's in the Tesseract. I chuckled, the cube is far more powerful than you can fathom. It's one of a few artifacts that have existed since the dawn of the universe itself. They're powerful but also volatile and very dangerous. But if cosmic energy is as rare as you're saying, does that mean that we'll have this portal in the middle of New York for the foreseeable future? I retrieved the staff from my pocket dimension. No, this can go through the force field easily. We're waiting for Stark's weapon to close the portal. What? Why? Jean exclaimed. You need to see the bigger picture. If we just close the portal, they will come to Earth the long way round, meaning that while we'll have some time to prepare, the entire planet will be attacked, not just New York, and we won't have the advantage of having the portal as a bottleneck. We need to kill them first before we close it. They nodded at my answer, and I immediately got Stark's confirmation. Jarvis is out, the weapon is ready. I nodded. Excellent, fire when you can. Thor, you can stop with the lightning, we're detonating the missile. The lightning immediately stopped, and suddenly, there was a huge boom and a missile arrived from the top of the tower and started flying towards the portal. Iron Man flew next to the portal, protecting the missile from any of the newly arriving aliens. The missile was able to get past them and go through. We could hear a powerful detonation, and suddenly, the aliens that Stark was dealing with died, their chariots falling into the ground. Stark was able to stop them from reaching the ground by blowing them up, and we celebrated our success. I used the staff to close the portal. The Battle of New York was over. Unfortunately, seconds after the portal closed, Stark spoke up and sounded haunted. Guys, we have a situation. There's a nuclear missile launched at New York right now. They sent it off before we won. We have 2 minutes left until it gets here. Fucking Security Council. Shit, what a clusterfuck. Chapter 190, Opportunities. March 9, 2012, New York City. Jasmine Sayer POV. The lightning immediately stopped, and suddenly, there was a huge boom and a missile arrived from the top of the tower and started flying towards the portal. Iron Man flew next to the portal, protecting the missile from any of the newly arriving aliens. The missile was able to get past them and go through. We could hear a powerful detonation, and suddenly, the aliens that Stark was dealing with died, their chariots falling into the ground. Stark was able to stop them from reaching the ground by blowing them up, and we celebrated our success. I used the staff and closed the portal. The Battle of New York was over. Unfortunately, seconds after the portal closed, Stark spoke up and sounded haunted. Guys, we have a situation. There's a nuclear missile launched at New York right now. They sent it off before we won. We have 2 minutes left until it gets here. Fucking Security Council. Shit, what a clusterfuck. I could technically use the Tesseract to open a portal and send it away, but if there's something I learned in my long life, it's that you should do your best to use anything at your disposal and not waste any opportunities. And no matter how dangerous this is, the Security Council's idiotic decision is an opportunity, and I don't mean just politically. The public is going to crucify them for this, but the fact that they're using a very powerful atomic bomb, powered by the Tesseract no less. They had scavenged the plane that Rogers had crashed and found the bombs that were there. It's the only way for S.H.I.E.L.D. to have access to nuclear weaponry without the UN making a fuss. This is a very powerful blast, one that I could use later. I just needed to freeze it, to harness and trap it. And the best way to do that would be to put it in a pocket dimension, frozen in time, to be released at a moment's notice. The dimension itself had to be large, far larger than my reserves would be capable of casting. The last time I had created a dimension this large, I had powered it over decades using ley lines, but I didn't have time for that. Luckily for me, I have an Infinity Stone in my possession, the Space Stone aka the Tesseract, which I will use to power the runes, and create a space vast enough for me to contain the explosion. I started devising the runic array and creating the pocket dimension, in my head. It took me a little while to find out how to incorporate the frozen time aspect while the portal to the dimension was closed, but I was quickly able to solve it. With that done, I needed half a minute to power the ritual properly. I spoke up to Stark. I have an idea. How long until the bomb gets here, Stark? You have 50 seconds left. I nodded and grabbed the Tesseract from Eric Selvig's machine put in on the ground. With a wave of my hand, the Tesseract started floating and blue runes started to manifest around it, slowly spreading to the entire roof. Rose was gaping at the display of magic and was pretty much spluttering at this. What? How? I don't understand. What are you trying to do? I chuckled. It's a bit too advanced for you, Rose. S.H.I.E.L.D. Security Council decided to send a nuke to New York, hoping that it would make their problems go away. I have no idea what they were thinking. The aliens were coming through a portal. After New York gets blown up, the remaining aliens would just continue spreading. Anyway, this should help me stop the blast. Why don't you just use the Tesseract? Jean questioned. It's too volatile, and I could accidentally send it somewhere else with people on it. It's why Loki needed a stabilizer. I did technically lie, since I could make a temporary portal and get the bomb away from there, but it really is unstable. While I could send it off-world, having it remain in our solar system could accidentally alter the trajectory of moons and maybe even planets. It was powered by the space stone after all. And just sending it away, the coordinates would be random at best, and I could accidentally start a war with another race, something I would like to avoid. I looked around and the runes started to return to the Tesseract, which fell down. I smiled, the ritual was complete and there were no complications. I heard Stark's voice, 15 seconds to impact, Morrigan. You better do whatever you were supposed to do. I looked at the three girls. Sorry girls, we'll catch up later. I have a city to save. Leave the Tesseract be but keep an eye on it. Don't let anyone other than Thor take it. They all nodded and I smiled at them. I looked to the city and saw the missile which was visibly accelerating towards the middle of the city. I teleported towards it, leaving the Tesseract behind. I barely made it in time. I smiled and started to spread my shadows around me, creating what would probably look like a giant black cloud around me. The missile was coming my way and was being swallowed by the smoke. Inside the shadows, I opened a portal towards my newly created pocket dimension. I waited for it to start detonating and immediately closed the portal, freezing the bomb in the middle of an explosion, only able to continue when I opened the portal. With that done, I created a shockwave using my telekinesis, rattling a few windows. Afterwards, I turned myself invisible in the middle of my shadow, and let my shadows slowly disperse. People would probably assume that I'm dead. It's the safest option, considering how little I knew about the happenings of the last 6 years. I needed to get my facts straight before doing anything else. And if I needed to, I could come back, say that I was injured and was healing. They accepted it with Rogers, there's no reason they wouldn't do it in my case. For now, I needed to find Selene and catch up with Wanda and Rose properly. I'll deal with S.H.I.E.L.D. and the Avengers later. I had no idea about the mayhem I was going to unleash. Tony Stark POV. If one were to have told Tony Stark that he would be fighting aliens today, and actually end up winning, he would have called security to send them back to whatever loony bin they had escaped from. The moment he and the other Avengers knew that they had won, a knot loosened in his stomach, and he actually whooped in happiness, something that seemed to evaporate instantly, when the fucking Security Council had decided to nuke New York City. Fucking nutjobs. He had resigned himself to die. There was nothing he could do, now. Maybe if he was told this before deactivating the portal, he could have salvaged this, somehow, but the timing was a bitch. He tried to call Pepper and couldn't get her to answer. If he was going to die, he would have rather have the last thing he hears be her voice. In the end, he just sent her a voicemail, telling her he loves her and cherished the years they had been together. That she brought out the goodness in him, and that he wanted her to move on. He told her that he left everything to her, and this might be his goodbye. Of course, after a long speech over voicemail, Morrigan of all things ended up having a plan, where she absorbed the nuke somehow and disappeared with it. There had been no sign of the woman anywhere, and she was presumed dead. Of course, the first thing he did when he figured out that he wasn't going to die, was ask Jarvis to delete the somewhat embarrassing voicemail he sent Pepper. The woman was never going to let him forget about it, if she caught wind of this. Anyway, with this done, he came to the Avengers who weren't in a really celebratory mood. Apparently, Morrigan's sacrifice, which could have been avoided if the higher-ups didn't screw up massively, had dampened the mood. The last thing they had left was retrieving the Tesseract and Loki, from where the Morrigan had left them. And he had to say, the woman was very effective. They found Loki, chained, gagged, and unconscious. And the Tesseract on the ground, right next to the portal. Still, after an exhausting day, both emotionally and physically, he offered the rest of the Avengers a few rooms in the tower to get some sleep and recover. Most of them just mumbled thanks and they laid down on the sofa, after Jarvis ordered some pizza, from the edge of the city, where the damage wasn't that bad. Truth be told, things could have gotten a lot worse. Jarvis estimated the loss of life to be in the hundreds, but the number wouldn't get to 4 digits, that's for sure. And for a city of over 8 million people, it's a very low casualty rate. Of course, all things come to an end, and Fury and Hill had come to the tower and Tony didn't even bother to stop them. He really wanted to punch the bastard in the face for the stunt the Security Council pulled. It was his job to make sure that things like that don't happen, after all. Fury looked at them and didn't even smile. I wanted to congratulate you on your victory, this evening. By doing this, you made a statement, to the world, to all worlds, that Earth is protected. Normally, I would have let you rest and recover, but unfortunately, the Council wants answers, and while I'm disinclined to tell them anything after the fucking nuke they sent, I also want answers. Fury said, and then showed a picture and continued, also, who is this and where did she come from? The billionaire sighed. She called herself the Morrigan, either after the Celtic goddess of death, or according to Thor, she is actually the Celtic goddess of death. Other than that, I pretty much know nothing other than that she helped defend New York and took care of the nuke. The bald man looked incredulous. That's it. I put together a team with 2 geniuses, 2 spies, a god, and a super soldier, and that's all you have. She could have been working for Loki, for crying out loud. She could have been even under his control. The billionaire was having trouble keeping his temper in check. Look, we were desperate, and she was helping us. And don't look at me, Thor's the one who fell over backwards, calling her my lady. Thor took offense at this. The Morrigan is a tale, from where I came from, in Asgard. There's a reason my father doesn't involve himself in Midgard's affairs as he does to the other realms, and that's because it's rumored to be under her protection. There's a reason your planet hasn't been attacked by Kree or the Skrull, or any of the thousands of species in the galaxy. Every attack for centuries was repelled by her and only her. Trust me, Fury, if half the stories I heard about her were true, if she wanted to kill us, we would be dead. There's no escaping the Morrigan. I have no doubts that she escaped this blast, and just didn't want to deal with mortals. Fury sighed, looking at the team who were frowning at him. All right, as far as the higher-ups are concerned, the Morrigan is an Asgardian who died saving New York. Is that clear? They all nodded, and Hill continued, as objectives go, we have recovered the Tesseract and imprisoned Loki. Do any of you know the location of his staff? Jarvis interjected, I believe I do. From this footage, it seems like it was in the possession of the Morrigan before her presumed demise. She seemed to have made it disappear or perhaps store it somewhere, while she was on the roof with 3 other intruders. The video showed 3 red-headed women briefly speaking with the Morrigan after she used the scepter to close the portal. The staff in Morrigan's hands disappeared soon after. The footage started to be corrupted when she held the Tesseract in her hand. Rogers was the first to speak up. Who are they? Fury responded, we call them the Crimson Roses. They're a group of mutants who travel the world, saving people. One of them is Wanda Maximoff, a very powerful reality manipulator according to our sources. Another is Jean Grey, the most powerful telepath and telekinetic on the planet. And finally, our Jane Doe. We've never been able to identify her properly other than the name Rose. What little we know about her powers is that she's a healer and a teleporter, although the extent of both abilities remains unknown. We have been tracking them for years, hoping to recruit them, but were unsuccessful. Their connection to Morrigan is troubling. Chapter 191, Reunions. March 9, 2012, New York City. Tony Stark POV. The video showed 3 red-headed women briefly speaking to the Morrigan after she used the scepter to close the portal. The staff in Morrigan's hands disappeared soon after. The footage started to be corrupted when she held the Tesseract in her hand. Rogers was the first to speak up. Who are they? Fury responded, we call them the Crimson Roses. They're a group of mutants who travel the world, saving people. One of them is Wanda Maximoff, a very powerful reality manipulator according to our sources. Another is Jean Grey, the most powerful telepath and telekinetic on the planet. And finally, our Jane Doe. We've never been able to identify her properly other than the name Rose. What little we know about her powers is that she's a healer and a teleporter, although the extent of both abilities remains unknown. We have been tracking them for years, hoping to recruit them, but were unsuccessful. Their connection to Morrigan is troubling. Tony immediately noticed that Fury was doing his best to rile the rest of the team up against the Morrigan. Why are you so set on fighting her? She did nothing wrong so far, and Earth is full of mutants everywhere. She might be older than Thor, but she hasn't broken any laws. As far as we know, Fury's face was immovable, but Tony noticed a small flash of irritation in his eyes, so that's what it is. You're worried because she's an unknown, someone you didn't recruit, and the public will still consider her one of us. You're damn right it's because she's an unknown. We don't know anything about her, and what little we got from Thor was basically stories that showed how merciless she was. We don't know anything about her character, her values, her ambition, only that she was worshipped by the Celts for committing massacres. Thor didn't look happy with this answer. Fury, I will not join a foolish and suicidal campaign to fight a being that has done me or my people no wrong. Midgard just survived an invasion, and while I would say that it was because of our might as a team, if the invasion force hadn't come through a portal, this planet would have fallen. The Morrigan played a vital role in securing this planet's future. I do not believe that it's in our right to hunt her down. Tony added, Jarvis made a few calculations and you do realize that Thor and Morrigan, alone, killed around 80% of the invasion force. Thor, by blocking the portal, and Morrigan, by killing whatever slipped past him. And, that's not counting the fact that she was the one that helped Jarvis build the weapon so quickly, and was the one that defeated Loki. Not to mention that, she was also the one that found out how to close the portal. Face it, Fury, this woman, death goddess or not, probably lowered the number of casualties and property damage by a factor of 100, and that's lowballing it. It will take a month at most to get everything fixed up, and the low number of casualties means that S.H.I.E.L.D. will be able to recompensate the families of the deceased, since they're the ones that messed up by playing with something that they didn't understand. Fury looked like he sucked a lemon but nodded in acceptance. Tony continued, but going after her, even with the entire might of S.H.I.E.L.D., you'd lose. And I don't mean the fight, maybe you could take her, I don't know for sure, but the fight would be public, and the only thing that people would see is armed soldiers attacking the hero who saved New York from a nuke. You'd lose all credibility and no one would want anything to do with your organization. And if you do decide to say fuck it and attack her, you can count me out. Thor stood up, me as well. Cap nodded, I'm not going to fight against someone who fought beside me. Hulk no hurt Shadow Lady. Barton sighed, I'm out. She probably saved my life and gave me enough arrows to see the invasion through. They all looked at the last member of the team who nodded, sorry, Fury. The director of S.H.I.E.L.D. sighed in exasperation and shook his head, I don't want to do this either. I don't trust her, and if I could, I'd take her out, but the manhunt the council is insisting on is ridiculous. They had files on every single one of you, and probably on every single superpowered person on this planet. Having one, this powerful, just appear out of nowhere scares them. They tried to do the same with the Crimson Roses, but with Gray's telepathy that seemed to get past their anti-telepathy protections, and Rose's teleportation, they've been unable to do anything even if they found them. Pierce, the Secretary of Defense, and the Secretary of the World Security Council, has been getting a lot of shit with how many times they escaped. They all stood in silence with this, and Tony spoke up, so, we're not going after the Morrigan. You do all realize that it's a moot point if she's dead, right? I'm pretty sure she took a nuke head-on, I don't think anyone could survive that. Do not underestimate the power of Lady Morrigan, Stark. Thor replied. Speaking of power, what are we going to do with the Tesseract, now? And Loki, for that matter. Thor answered without batting an eyelash, both Loki and the Tesseract returned to Asgard with me. Fury held his hand, hold on a minute, the Tesseract has been S.H.I.E.L.D. property for over 70 years now. Hulk, who had by now started to shrink back into Banner without anyone noticing, a very impressive achievement, snorted, you're joking, right? You have no idea what it even is, other than it's powerful. You prodded at it, letting the entire galaxy know that you have it, something that's apparently worth starting a war over, and almost got our entire planet invaded in the process. If you actually learned how to harness its energy, you'd probably destroy our entire star system. I vote for Thor taking the cube. Fury wasn't having it, this is not up for debate, and your vote is meaningless. S.H.I.E.L.D. is taking both the cube and Loki. Thor snorted, outside the fact that your imprisonment of Loki would be worthless considering how short-lived human lives are. Believe me, Odin will punish him far more severely than you will, and for far longer. As for the Tesseract, it was left on Midgard for safekeeping, and you have misused it. Father has ordered me to return it to Asgard to be locked away in his vault. I can agree for Loki's imprisonment, but the cube is staying. Thor was obviously starting to get irritating, alright, let me put it another way. Your Security Council tried to kill not one but two princes of Asgard, two sons of Odin, one of them sent to help you solve the situation, and you tried to kill them, after the situation was dealt with. This can easily be considered an act of war. As restitution for this act, I demand that the Tesseract and Loki be returned to Asgard, to be dealt with as the All-Father sees fit. I recommend that you take this deal, a war with Asgard will present your doom, easily, and I quite like this planet. The situation was tense for a few minutes, but Fury clenched his fists and nodded, alright, you win. The Tesseract and Loki are yours, but I don't want your brother stepping foot on this planet anytime soon. Thor chuckled, don't worry, Father's punishments tend to take some time. You will probably not see him again in your lifetime. Fury nodded, turned and left, Hill at his heels. Damn, that guy can be an asshole sometimes. But being the director of S.H.I.E.L.D., he would have seen some messed up things, especially with the number of mutants steadily increasing. Still, even when the director of S.H.I.E.L.D. left the building, there was still some tension left in the room. Tony straightened up, alright, with all the dry stuff done with, let's celebrate. We fought aliens, and we won. I say we hold a party. I hear you Asgardians like that. The god of thunder leant back and let out a huge bellow of laughter that immediately released the previously tense atmosphere. Yes, us Asgardians are quite well known for our feasts. I remember one, after fighting some fire demons who tried to invade Vanaheim, with a few friends, we got so drunk in our celebration that we dared Loki into seducing a Vanir highborn who turned out to be a very powerful witch. She cursed him by turning him into a toddler and locking his form. That was a very funny decade. You should have seen when he tried to fight, he was so clumsy. Even Mother refused to remove the curse, since she said that he looked adorable. The laughter that followed that story from everyone remaining in the room was enough to diffuse whatever doubts in Tony's mind about this team. They might be mismatched and most of its members were messed up in so many ways, Tony included, but he could work with this. This had the chance to be a spectacular team that would do a lot of good in the world. Oh, that was a good one. I haven't heard that one before. I'll ask your father for a bit of dirt after we talk. The voice came from the other side of the room. Everyone turned around in surprise, and Romanoff even had a gun in her hand. Tony was surprised to see a very familiar pair of green eyes looking at him. Jasmine POV. Right after the New York invasion. After faking my death, I teleported to the last place Celine and I lived in, Sayre Mansion. I arrived right in front of the door, and I immediately used the wards to find out that Celine wasn't there. I brought out the bracelet that I was wearing and pulsed through it. This little piece of jewelry was without a doubt a piece of art. It's connected to both of our souls and will continue to let the other feel the other's heartbeat. It's without a doubt one of the most impressive magical achievements ever created, by anyone, ever. The trick wasn't the fact that it worked that made it so impressive, it was the fact that it worked no matter where you were. I resonated both our souls, together, and created a link, through limbo. Limbo exists everywhere in the multiverse, it's the same realm, everywhere, meaning that both myself and Celine were able to tell if the other was alive, and listen to each other's heartbeat no matter where one of us ended up. We had tested it by having the both of us be in different disconnected pocket dimensions, and we were still able to feel our heartbeats. Immediately after I pulsed magic through my bracelet, I felt an incoming teleportation, and was immediately engulfed in a hug. I immediately hugged my beloved back, and heard her muttering, "I've missed you, Morrigan. I missed you as well, Celine." We stayed like this for what felt like an eternity, until Celine asked me, "What happened, where were you?" I tried scrying for you, but I got nothing. I nodded, that doesn't surprise me. As for what happened, it's a long story. I ended up finding out a few unpleasant things. Future Wanda's little reality-breaking time travel attempt was planned out by someone, by our enemy. I found him, the being that has been trying to kill us for so long, the being that I've been fighting for so long. It's bad, Celine, really bad. I don't think I can beat him, especially when he used Wanda to travel back in time, to have another chance at beating me. He laid a trap, and he almost killed me. I was able to scavenge a draw out of our confrontation by tricking him. But this is beyond anything I ever faced before. Celine looked shocked by my proclamation. What? Who is it? Celine, we're fighting a cosmic entity. More specifically, a cosmic entity called Entropy. Chapter 192, Revelations. March 9, 2012, New York City. Jasmine Sayre POV. I nodded, that doesn't surprise me. As for what happened, it's a long story. I ended up finding out a few unpleasant things. Future Wanda's little reality-breaking time travel attempt was planned out by someone, by our enemy. I found him, the being that has been trying to kill us for so long, the being that I've been fighting for so long. It's bad, Celine, really bad. I don't think I can beat him, especially when he used Wanda to travel back in time, to have another chance at beating me. He laid a trap, and he almost killed me. I was able to scavenge a draw out of our confrontation by tricking him. But this is beyond anything I ever faced before. Celine looked shocked by my proclamation. What? Who is it? Celine, we're fighting a cosmic entity. More specifically, a cosmic entity called Entropy. As I told my story to Celine, I kept observing her face. She barely moved her muscles, but I could see it in her eyes that she was getting worried the moment I said that our enemy is a cosmic entity. Still, Celine stayed silent as I spoke about my time in the canon Potterverse, my summoning of fate, my resignation from Death's employ, and my return to this dimension thanks to America Chavez. By the time I was done, she gave me a brilliant smile. Sometimes, I forget how powerful and how intelligent you are. I smiled back at her. So, that's it. Now, what? She looked pensive. First, you'll need to see if Entropy is still imprisoned in this prison of yours. I nodded. It made sense, after all. While, technically, the rune should trap him for centuries, the magically starved environment of Niflheim would drain the life force that I used to power the runes, shortening that amount dramatically. There's a reason the Asgardians call that realm the home of the dead. Every type of energy, even life force, is constantly absorbed by the planet itself, which means that even Asgardians feel weaker, slower, losing their energy the longer they stay there. A normal human would probably die in an hour, a mutant in a day, a wizard in a week. Although the issue would be to get there. Teleporting myself to a different realm without the use of the Bifrost will be very draining. This meant that I was practically helpless the second I stepped foot in that place. The best way to get there would be to use the Tesseract, that Thor is going to use in a few hours to get back home. The only way to get there now is to use the Tesseract, Thor having destroyed the Bifrost a few years ago. I'll need to talk to him before he leaves for Asgard. I'll ask that we make a detour first, and I need to talk to Odin anyway. He'll need to be informed about this. The man might be a bit of a control freak and an asshole, but we'll need Asgard's might if we're going to stand a chance in this. She looked pensive. We can't do it from the shadows anymore, Morrigan. Especially with you being weakened, having stopped your association with death. Do you disagree with my choice? You know how much that role put me through, and it's not like I had access to the cosmic energy with the universe being locked. Cosmic entities cannot interfere anymore. And yet, the Phoenix Force avatar can use her cosmic powers at will. I sighed, exasperated, there's difference between the Phoenix Force and death, Celine. The Phoenix Force lives through its host, giving an actual shard of their power to their champions. That shard experiences life through them, evolves with them, and dies with them, rejoining the whole. Death, on the other hand, doesn't care much for life. It uses me as a hunter. It points at a target, someone or something that has broken her rules, and gives me the tools to destroy them, nothing more, nothing less. Without death targeting someone explicitly, I cannot use her powers. Plus, you know as much as I do that her powers are horrifying. Even excluding the cosmic energy power-up, the perks are too powerful, it makes killing too easy. I am better off without them. Celine exclaimed, but you could have used it against entropy, you could have weaponized it, somehow. Only you would give away power in a moment of need like this. These powers are only good in one thing, and that's killing anyone and anything. But cosmic entities are different. They're concepts that were given sentience. Their existence is immaterial, and if somehow by some miracle we kill him, then entropy itself will stop working and the universe will be destroyed shortly. Everything works on a fragile balance. We could win against entropy and still lose everything else. We need to be very careful about this. She didn't seem happy, but accepted my arguments. I still don't like it though. I don't want to be a slave anymore, Celine. If I die, I want to die a free woman. Her eyes softened. I just don't want to lose you. I don't want to lose you either. And don't worry about me losing some of my strength, I have a few plans in mind to get stronger. My over-reliance on my magic was a mistake that entropy exploited. I will not make the same mistake again. She chuckled at that. You always have a plan, don't you? I gave her a smile and she returned it. So, what now? I started to scry for Stark and figured out that the Avengers were talking to Fury about something. I'm going to Stark Tower for a bit, and I'll probably go to Asgard to speak to Odin. Do tell the girls to come tomorrow. I should be back by then and I want to catch up with them. Will do. Good luck, Morrigan. I smiled back, turned myself invisible and teleported to Stark Tower, or more specifically to the same room as the Avengers and Fury. I watched, amused, as the director of S.H.I.E.L.D. was deciding what to do with me, especially since I'm a complete unknown. It was nice to see the Avengers refusing to fight me. Even if Thor was just doing it because he was scared shitless of me. I didn't expect Odin to make his people afraid of me to the point that they got scared at the mere mention of my name. I will admit that it's flattering that he thinks that they should be wary of me, but to think that he actually used me as the Asgardian equivalent of the bogeyman was a bit insulting. I don't kill people indiscriminately, damn it. Still, Thor's position with Loki and the Tesseract impressed me. It was easy to forget that the man was a prince and was educated in politics, even if he mostly ignores those lessons. He always had a large potential. I hope that he'll realize it this time. Still, seeing Fury leave with practically nothing was cathartic. I didn't particularly care for S.H.I.E.L.D. anymore. The Avengers have been assembled and that's all that mattered. For now, Hydra, S.H.I.E.L.D., whatever they like to call themselves, can go fuck themselves. The Avengers could handle them, but if they intrude in my business, I'll deal with them myself. I watched as Stark wanted to start a party to celebrate the Earth not being invaded, and Thor, understanding what the billionaire was doing, ended up telling a funny story about Loki, since they all pretty much hate the guy. I chuckled at his story and spoke up, making myself invisible once more. Oh, that was a good one. I haven't heard that one before. I'll ask your father for a bit of dirt after we talk. Of course, everyone tensed and readied their weapons. I chuckled, they're so cute like that. I can't believe that Romanoff of all people thinks that she could kill me. The woman tensed and demanded, who are you? How did you get here? I gave her an amused smile. We have met before, Natalia. As for how I got here, I got lost on the path of life and found myself here. Quite the conundrum, isn't it? Barton was startled. Sayer. I thought you were dead. No one's heard of you for years. Rogers was startled by the name and I chuckled. I went on a vacation for a few years. It's good for the bones. Thor stepped up. I don't know who you are, woman, but do not insult my allies. You will remove yourself or I will remove you. I raised an eyebrow. You're cute, kiddo. He didn't seem to like that answer since he threw the hammer at me. I raised my hand and stopped it in the air. Then I started analyzing it, curious, very curious. You are you metal, enchanted by the dwarves? No, there's something more. Oh, she has a conscience, limited it might be. She's quite fond of you, godling. What's that? Oh, isn't that interesting? This has your father's fingerprints all over it. This wasn't made by the dwarves, well, not just them. Oh, Odin, you sneaky bastard, you're still fighting, after all this time. I have to respect that. Thor looked startled, trying to call back the hammer which wouldn't leave my grip, and I continue, you have a formidable weapon here, Thor Odinson. I am happy to see you are worthy of it, even if you still haven't unlocked its potential or yours for that matter. I let go and the hammer flew back to his hand. He inspected it for a few seconds and then glared at me. Who are you? I chuckled. Come on, Prince Thor, we just fought alongside each other a few hours ago. Did you forget already? He paled at that and stepped back. Morrigan. I bowed to him playfully. At your service. Barton snorted. You're the Morrigan. S.H.I.E.L.D. knew you were powerful, but this, I didn't see coming. I shrugged. I'm thousands of years old, kiddo. You get bored when everyone starts to worship you and asks you to solve all their problems. I stopped trying to get involved after the Olympus fiasco. I still get bored every couple of centuries and take an identity and see what happens. I just made up some names, but you wouldn't believe the shit I had to go through sometimes. Stark was still staring at me. You're Evan Shade, aren't you? I smiled at him. You're a sharp one. Yes, I am. Although, I don't change my features too much every lifetime. I see you've taken my words to heart and finally started emulating your mother. Good for you, Anthony. She would be proud of the man you're becoming. The Black Widow looked startled. Are you talking about Morgan Evanshade, the owner of Sayer Industries, which is pretty much the biggest media company in the world, which makes you one of the richest women in the world? I chuckled. Come on, I don't see you fawning over Stark over there. I tend to take a few identities here and there. A lot of the time it amounts to nothing, but some did end up being very famous and very influential in the future. Banner looked curious. Like who? Well, there's the Morrigan, then there was Wadjet, I think. After that, it was Medusa, then Hecate. I stayed as Hecate for a while to stabilize the Order of Sorcerers. But I got bored and left. I think there was Morgan Le Fay afterwards, then Helga Hufflepuff. Oh, right, you don't know about that. Oh, this one should be interesting. Leonardo da Vinci. Those were some crazy few decades. Then I mostly stuck with the Sayer name. Rogers spoke up, like Margaret Sayer. I nodded. It's good to see you, Steve. It's been a while. You look good for a 70-year-old man. He was gaping at me. Of course, he was. I was technically a scientist, or more specifically, Abraham Erskine's assistant, who helped him stabilize the super soldier serum after the failure that was the Red Skull. He, like the American Secret Service, had thought that she died, killed by Hydra, since I knew the super soldier formula and could end up building an army for the Allies. I faked my death, of course, but I did meet Rogers a few times after Erskine had chosen him. He murmured, You died. I chuckled. No, I didn't. I just moved on. The world wasn't ready for armies of super soldiers. So, after the doctor's death, I chose to fake my own and lived as my own niece. They all stared at me. No one said anything for a couple of minutes, until Stark spoke up. So, why are you here? I chuckled. Don't worry, I'm not here to fight any of you. I need to talk to Thor for a few minutes. I will leave with him to Asgard. I removed my protections against Heimdall's scrying for now. I believe I have left him enough time to warn your father of my incoming visit. Thor looked at me nervously. Are you planning on harming Asgard in any way? I shook my head. All I need is to have a conversation with your father. We will come to an agreement. A war with Asgard, especially now, will spread chaos across the universe. Trust me, the arrangement will be beneficial for both factions. He nodded. Then, I, Thor son of Odin, Crown Prince of Asgard, accept your request. So be it. Chapter 193, Warnings. March 9, 2012, New York City. Jasmine Sayer POV. I chuckled. Don't worry, I'm not here to fight any of you. I need to talk to Thor for a few minutes. I will leave with him to Asgard. I removed my protections against Heimdall's scrying for now. I believe I have left him enough time to warn your father of my incoming visit. Thor looked at me nervously. Are you planning on harming Asgard in any way? I shook my head. All I need is to have a conversation with your father. We will come to an agreement. A war with Asgard, especially now, will spread chaos across the universe. Trust me, the arrangement will be beneficial for both factions. He nodded. Then, I, Thor son of Odin, Crown Prince of Asgard, accept your request. So be it. I then immediately smiled. All right, with that out of the way, there's something I wanted to talk to you all about. The Avengers looked at me, with nervous looks on their faces. I almost burst into laughter. Relax, it's nothing bad, but there will be ramifications to what happened today. Barton looked confused. Like what? People were aware of superpowers before, with Captain America being a thing, and the mutants being revealed a couple of years ago. And while some of the reception was positive, most people were afraid, especially governments, and with good reason. The truth is that power, until the reveal of those people, was in the hands of the rich and the politicians. It's quite simple, they have law enforcement to deal with people who break the law, the army for serious threats, and so on. Even Steve Rogers, the Captain America, while impressive, is still within somewhat human imagination. But with superpowers being gained by mostly teenagers left and right, they don't feel safe anymore. Their neighbor's kid could read minds, destroy tanks without breaking a sweat, and cause a lot of property damage. It makes sense, newly awakened mutants are mostly either children or teenagers, who rarely tend to listen to the rules. They were starting to look apprehensive now, and Barton still asked, but things were like that for years now, what does this invasion have to do with this? Stark was the one who answered him, we opened their eyes to the dangers out there. I nodded, precisely. This invasion, the formation of the Avengers, is the beginning of a new age in human history. People were already afraid of mutants, and now with aliens of all things being confirmed, people are going to be paranoid, and paranoid people are rash and unreasonable. But the worst of it will come from the mutants themselves. They have seen you, the Avengers, use your powers to protect people, to save the world, and they will want to do the same. They will want to use their powers too. They will not be afraid of the consequences anymore. They will either try to be heroes, like you, or they will use their powers for profit, and probably break laws. The general population will focus on the people who break the laws, and they will hunt them down. The governments will either want to take away mutants' influence, by enforcing a lot of harsh laws and regulations, and imprisoning them at the slightest infraction, or by having them join their military forces. Stark paled, we'll have another arms race in our hands. The impact will be devastating. I nodded, yes, and all it takes is one mutant, one walking weapon of mass destruction to light a spark, and everything will go down in flames. Rogers stood up, what do we do? I shrugged, it's not my problem. I deal with things beyond your comprehension. Your little scuffles here aren't my concern. They're yours. This is just a small piece of advice. Get ready, and start planning, because the more you put it off, the more likely things are going to blow up in your face. Banner protested, but it's not our fault. What did they expect, for us to let the Earth be conquered? I snorted, of course it isn't your fault. But you of all people should know, Banner, that the world is not fair. The innocent suffer, and the guilty prosper. Greed is one of the strongest motivators in the world. Everyone covets power, and those who have it, will not cede it easily. You might have saved the planet, and they might celebrate you as heroes, but be very careful, the only thing people love to see more than their heroes rise, is to see them fall. People don't like the concept of superpowers if they don't have them as well. Truth be told, the way things are going, if mutants are not hunted down, in a century or two, it's very likely that mutants will outnumber the normal humans. It's the way of the world. You want to be Earth's mightiest heroes, to protect the weak from the dangers that even they don't know about, and you can do that. But you have to understand the risks as well. Captain America, as usual, refused to budge on the subject. No, I don't believe that. I believe that humanity can be more than educated savages, ready to kill anyone at a moment's notice. I believe that we have grown as a people from the men you saw in your youth. We are not the ancient Greeks or the Romans, or the Egyptians. We have abolished slavery, we have fought for peace and security. I have faith in humanity, even if you lost yours. I suppressed a snort. Classic Steve Rogers. The man is the ideal soldier, and while that makes him impressive in battle, it doesn't do much to his convictions. And the problem was that he was charismatic, and he could inspire people to believe his nonsense. The situation was very dire. I could tell that, and I haven't even been back for a full day yet. From what Celine had told me, Hydra had leaked the existence of mutants, probably to frighten the population. This is what they believe in, after all. Choosing security over freedom. It's very easy to persuade people to continue with Project Insight, if it could stop mutants who are breaking the law. It would be safer, yes, but no one would ever be free to oppose them again. The invasion didn't help things either, the people are frightened, even with the minimal loss of life. To a terrified person, it would be a lot easier to trade your freedom for peace of mind. Hydra had already started recruiting mutants through S.H.I.E.L.D. It's funny, really, S.H.I.E.L.D. thinks that it could use mutants as weapons for serious threats, but Hydra is already 3 steps ahead of them. S.H.I.E.L.D. is actually making Hydra stronger with every mutant that they recruit. As far as I know, the only one from the former X-Men was Scott Summers, who chose to continue to follow his mentor's dream while blaming himself for his weakness to Magneto's manipulation. And now, he's being manipulated by Hydra. Oh, the irony. I look at the Avengers in front of me, and they seem to be reassured by Roger's little speech. Tony and Natasha didn't seem to be moved by it, really. They've seen humanity's darkness, that when they knew they could get away with it, they would revert back to being savages. The super soldier looked at me, seeming victorious for some reason. Did he really think that I cared about his opinion? The man is a soldier, not a thinker. I said that for Stark to listen to. Honestly, I think that Tony is one of the smartest people on the planet who's actually a somewhat functional human being. He can be impulsive sometimes, but if he's not under a deadline, he could think of plans after plans, dealing with this. He's the epitome of humanity. He's a survivor, he experienced pain, joy, sorrow, and so much more. He has the potential to truly elevate humanity, all he needs is a little push. I would never trust Reed Richards with the future of the human race. If I tried to solve a physics problem or build a gadget, I would go to him, but with something this delicate, Stark is the only option. Instead of saying any of this, I just shrugged. Heed my warnings or not, whatever happens next will be on your heads. I'm washing my hands of humanity. I have bigger concerns to deal with. The redhead assassin seemed peeved at that. Like what? I actually burst into laughter at that. Honestly, if I wasn't bound to this rock right now, I'd leave, just to see you flounder around trying to save yourself without my presence. You have never known of my existence because I deal with the threats that you don't know about. The monsters you don't even want to see, the disasters that you wouldn't even understand. Believe me, little girl, the things I fight would make the monsters that ran your little red room look like teddy bears. I have fought gods and demons alike. I have seen the true majesty of the universe, seen realms without time, against impossible opponents. I have seen things you could never even understand because a single glimpse of them would overwhelm your little human mind. Trust me, little assassin, without me, your race wouldn't have lived past using bronze swords. If you don't like it, then why don't you leave? She returned back. I nodded. Oh, I'm planning to. For now, this little rock is in the center of events that would shape the entire universe, and even beyond it. And unfortunately, I can't trust you not to mess things up. This is too important, so I'll have to stay here for the next couple of decades. And if this planet survives what is coming, then you won't hear anything from me anymore. If it doesn't, well, I guess we'll all be too dead to care. I motioned to Thor. Blondie, get your things, you're going home. The man looked startled for a second and actually jumped when I addressed him. He quickly straightened his back and processed my words. He nodded and went to get Loki. As he went away, the rest of the Avengers were staring at me, startled by my little speech. Romanoff chose to change the topic of the conversation entirely. Do you still have Loki's staff? I nodded. Yes, it is currently in my possession. S.H.I.E.L.D. is going to want to get that. I snorted in derision. That's cute, kiddo. You think I'd let them near something that dangerous after the mess they made? It's not like they misused powerful artifacts in the past. Oh wait, they did. What happened with the Tesseract was a mistake. She protested. I raised an eyebrow and interrupted her. You're seriously asking me if S.H.I.E.L.D., an organization famous for trying to weaponize pretty much anything they had a hand in, wouldn't try to use a staff that's only good for controlling minds? That's not even scratching what that thing can really do. Even Loki had no idea what that thing is. No, I'm going to hide that thing in the deepest hole I can find. No one is going to get it on my watch. She didn't have time to argue with me because Thor entered, holding the still bound and unconscious Loki, and the Tesseract in an Asgardian artifact designed to temporarily use the space stone in a very limited manner. It should be enough for what I had in mind. With a wave of my hand, I dispel the bindings and wake him up. Immediately, everyone got to their feet, worried. I just raised my hand. Don't worry, he won't do anything. I just couldn't leave him bound like that where we're going. Thor looked confused. I thought we were going to Asgard. I nodded. Yes, but first, I'll need to check on something and it's in what I would call a hostile environment. Loki blinked at me, still disorientated, and glared. And where would that be? The malicious grin on my face must have scared him because he paled when he saw it. Even Thor looked nervous, and his eyes widened when I said, we're going to Niflheim. Wait, what? Before he could finish the sentence, I turn the Asgardian artifact, and teleport myself and the two Asgardians to one of the most dangerous places in the universe. Chapter 194, Land of the Dead. March 9, 2012, New York City. Jasmine Sayer POV. Immediately, everyone got to their feet, worried. I just raised my hand. Don't worry, he won't do anything. I just couldn't leave him bound like that for where we're going. Thor looked confused. I thought we were going to Asgard. I nodded. Yes, but first, I'll need to check on something and it's in what I would call a hostile environment. Loki blinked at me, still disorientated, and glared. And where would that be? The malicious grin on my face must have scared him because he paled when he saw it. Even Thor looked nervous, and his eyes widened when I said, we're going to Niflheim. Wait, what? Before he could finish the sentence, I turned the Asgardian artifact, and teleported myself and the two Asgardians to one of the most dangerous places in the universe. When I opened my eyes, I was met with a familiar sight. This was where I fought entropy the last time, the dead realm of Niflheim. I looked around and found the piece of bone that I had previously mistaken for a giant rock. I truly hated this world. I could feel it constantly absorbing my magic. Any being who has blood in their veins would feel very unsettled staying here, feeling the implicit threat, and that's even if they don't feel their magic being siphoned away. I could even feel the excess energy from the space stone being slowly absorbed by the atmosphere. It wasn't enough that it could stop the stone from working, but the effect was still there. This is how powerful the realm of Niflheim really is, to be able to affect one of the ingots of creation. I looked towards my passengers who had fallen down during the teleportation. They groaned as they got up, and Loki gasped and grabbed his chest. My magic. What is this place? What is happening? Thor was also unsettled. This place feels wrong. I nodded at them. This is Niflheim. I don't think that your father would have allowed you to come here. It's truly a terrible place. The god of mischief straightened. I have only heard of stories. No one has left this place alive. I chuckled. Of course they have, otherwise, you wouldn't have heard any of the stories. However, there's a reason why very few have ever escaped this place. This is a dead world, a truly dead world, a planet with no life, no energy, no magic. Nothing grows here, nothing will ever grow here. This realm is starving for energy, any energy really, and it will suck anything it can dry in the vain hope of righting itself. If we stay more than an hour in this place, the two of you will probably have your magic completely sucked away, giving you a terrible and painful death. Loki looked at me like I'm an idiot. I can feel that you're a creature of magic as well. Why would you ever voluntarily come here? I chuckled. Do you honestly think that I want to be here? My magic is being sucked away, just like yours, but unfortunately, I have no choice in the matter. The god of thunder was the one who asked me this time, why? What could possibly be important enough to warrant a trip to this place? I sighed in exasperation. A few years ago, I fought a very powerful opponent. Far more powerful than myself, that's for sure. It ambushed me, caught me by surprise and teleported me here. We fought, and what do you do when you're weaker than your opponent, in terms of raw power and skill? Loki grinned. You outsmart them, you trick them. I nodded. I was able to turn his victory into a draw by tricking him into a temporal trap, speeding up his time. By the time he even thinks about what I'd done, it would have taken him years to even muster the idea of escaping. Unfortunately, I was also caught in the blast, which explains my absence in the last 6 years. Since we were both affected, I wanted to see if my trap held him. Thor looked confused. Why wouldn't it? Loki pinched his eyebrows in exasperation, other than the fact that this being is probably extremely powerful and dangerous, and the fact that this rock sucks away whatever energy it has access to. Oh. Thor looked down, embarrassed. Yeah, oh, indeed. Now, I'm checking on him. He probably escaped, but if he didn't, I could reinforce the trap until I find a better way to contain it. I explained. We stopped talking for a while and we kept walking past the mountain. Loki started to look around and gasped, this isn't a mountain, isn't it? I nodded. Very good, Loki. You are correct, this is a bone. He paled in shock. A bone. Ah yes, a testament of Odin's failures, or rather, his limitations. This place is a very dangerous one, and very few dare to come here. It's very easy to get sucked dry without realizing it. Because of this, no one ever cleans up here. No one tries to hide evidence of anything, because very few have returned from this place unscathed. And when something falls to this place, no matter how sensitive the matter is, they will stay there for thousands of years, gathering dust. I know you're curious, but you will gain nothing with this information, god of mischief, so I will not tell you whose bone this is. I knew it wouldn't be a good idea for Loki to know that this was the corpse of his son, Jormungandr, from the previous iteration of Ragnarok. The guy was already unbalanced, and this knowledge could unbalance him even more. I didn't know about the memories of the previous iterations of Asgardians to risk it. The truth is that this planet, this realm, was very important for the cycle. It was the funnel, where after everything is said and done, after Asgard falls and the realms are destroyed, the energy of the cycle comes to this place, to be collected, and the remnants disposed of, until the next cycle returns. In this planet's core is a breach in time and space, consuming the energy from the cycle, until it starts again, once more. Ever since the first Asgardian, the first cycle, this realm has stayed the same. We kept talking in silence for what felt like hours, but it was barely for more than 10 minutes. It was the fatigue probably, the strain on the body from our magic constantly being drained. Finally, I came to place of my battle with entropy. It could easily be seen from afar. The mountain was barely more than rubble, the sand had crystallized from the heat. There were craters everywhere. I ignored the gaping looks the boys were giving me. They probably never knew what a large-scale magical battle was like. Odin had never unleashed his full power in front of them. They didn't know that he could destroy cities, countries, even small continents in a single attack, and so could I. Truth be told, I didn't know if I could win against Odin in his prime, in a direct battle, that is. My magic against his Odin force. But what I do know is that the collateral damage would be too much. The men didn't even risk fighting Hela directly, fearing the chaos and destruction that their fight would cause. He wouldn't dare risk a full fight against me, nor would I risk a fight against him. Not on an inhabited planet anyway. Loki murmured to himself, is this what happens when Titans fights? I snorted, this is nothing. I was weakened, taken by surprise, and my magic kept getting drained. Trust me, if I was at full power, the damage would have been higher, but I would have probably lost all the same. I turned to him, the both of you have the potential of becoming Titans as well. Thor, your over-reliance on Mjolnir has stunted your growth. It's a very powerful weapon indeed, but you need to learn how to control your powers without it. As for you, Loki, you're obviously trying to conform to Asgardian standards by constantly using a weapon. You're far stronger than you realize. When you finally accept yourself and your magic completely, you will be able to do things that you couldn't even imagine. They were both thoughtful of my criticism. They were probably too tired from this place to argue like they probably wanted to. Asgardians were a proud people, and criticizing their martial and magical prowess would cause them to react rather rashly. It was probably my reputation that stopped them from attacking me outright. I ignored them completely as I walked to where my trap laid, heart beating soundly in my chest. I could feel the traces of time magic, showing me exactly where I trapped entropy. I simply kept walking, until I was at the exact location of my trap and unfortunately, entropy wasn't here. Shit, things couldn't be as simple as that, could they? I needed to analyze the place properly. There were still traces of my trap, meaning that he didn't escape as soon as I went through the portal at the very least. The planet would have erased any traces of it. I started analyzing the remnants of the magic. It was very well put together, considering it was a blood magic trap centered on a celestial rune of all things, and I made it in less than a minute in my head and executed it while I was being choked by a cosmic entity. I took a closer look, and it seems that it worked perfectly. The blast of time magic was because I used my life force to power it, but I didn't account for my extra life force that came when I became the avatar of death, which means that I overloaded the runes, and it reacted by sending the extra energy away in a blast which affected the dimensional portal I fell through. Well, at least that's confirmed. For now, let's focus on the big question. How much time did I buy myself? Delaying entropy like that meant that I gave him less time to manipulate the events of the world at his leisure. So far, the invasion went exactly as I predicted it would go, which was odd, because if he had arranged for the Avengers to die somehow, then there would be no one to oppose Thanos when he goes for the stones, meaning that I would have to split my attention to both trying to stop him, and trying to stop Thanos from using all 6 Infinity Stones at once, which would allow entropy to perform his spell. The traces of the original trap were faint, very faint, and I was barely able to pick up on them and use them to analyze when the trap failed and how. Funnily enough, entropy didn't overpower the trap. His mind was enslaved to his perceived time, meaning that he couldn't even think about escaping in time. Instead, the life force I used to power the blood runes was drained from the trap over time. The fact that it held for years was enough for me to be proud of how energy efficient my trap was, especially given the circumstances. I used the energy remnants of the trap to extrapolate when it had failed. It was barely a few months ago. It seems that I had truly extrapolated a draw out of this. I sighed in relief, at least some good came from that fight. I was worried that I lost 6 years with Selene and Wanda for nothing. I got up, still staring at the remnants of my experimental trap that almost defeated a cosmic entity. Since it worked, it meant that entropy was fallible, that there were ways to defeat him. I already had plans upon plans, traps upon traps. For the first time in a while, I felt hope. I looked at the 2 godlings looking at me worriedly. He isn't here. Let's go. They both held onto me as we teleported to Asgard. Meanwhile, far away in the other side of the galaxy, a man in black was looking at one of the most feared beings in the galaxy if not the universe. He wasn't afraid though, and the so-called Mad Titan realized it. He gave the Titan a smug look. I told you that your little scheme would fail. The man sitting on the floating chair didn't seem to care, and yet, I lost nothing. Nothing except your access to the Mind Stone. The planet can barely be considered developed. They will not be able to defend themselves. I will take it back, along with the rest of the stones, when I am ready to make my move. Although, I couldn't help but note your surprise at the Dark Woman's presence. Are you familiar with her? The man in black chuckled. You could say that, Thanos. I have to admit that I am impressed with her survival. I was sure I would never see her again after the last time we spoke. What an exciting turn of events. Is she a threat? The man nodded, more than you realize. But she won't be a problem with me here. The Titan stood up from his throne. Who is she? The body of the cosmic entity named Entropy grinned. Her name is the Morrigan and she's the single most powerful opponent you will ever face. Chapter 195, Agreement. March 9, 2012, Asgard. Jasmine Sayer POV. Instead, the life force I used to power the blood runes was drained from the trap over time. The fact that it held for years was enough for me to be proud of how energy efficient my trap was, especially given the circumstances. I used the energy remnants of the trap to extrapolate when it had failed. It was barely a few months ago. It seems that I had truly extrapolated a draw out of this. I sighed in relief, at least some good came from that fight. I was worried that I lost 6 years with Selene and Wanda for nothing. I got up, still staring at the remnants of my experimental trap that almost defeated a cosmic entity. Since it worked, it meant that entropy was fallible, that there were ways to defeat him. I already had plans upon plans, traps upon traps. For the first time in a while, I felt hope. I looked at the two godlings looking at me worriedly. He isn't here. Let's go. They both held onto me as we teleported to Asgard. This time, I actually let Thor gain control over the Tesseract's destination. It's more appropriate that he does, he's the one who knows where in Asgard we're supposed to land, after all. We arrived on a rainbow bridge. The Bifrost. I looked back to find the end of the bridge being broken. I raised an eyebrow and looked at the Crown Prince of Asgard. This was your doing. He looked sheepish, but nodded. Loki was using the Bifrost to destroy Jotunheim. It was the only way to stop it. I look at the god of mischief who also looked away in shame. Really, Loki, genocide. He didn't answer and I continued, the Bifrost is a very dangerous artifact, one created with the assistance of the Tesseract. Using it to destroy an entire realm could have had far-reaching consequences to the rest of the 9 realms, which would have no doubt endangered Asgard even more. He still didn't look at me. He does look ashamed of his actions, and I'll leave the rest of his scolding to his mother. Frigga could be terrifying when she wanted to be. Well, according to Odin that is. I never had the pleasure of meeting the woman. For some reason, the All-Father didn't want us to meet. Still, the Bifrost isn't the machine that Thor destroyed. Theoretically speaking, Odin could summon the Bifrost to him, but the portal will be unstable, imprecise, and very dangerous. Still, it could be done. What the Bifrost actually is the connection between the 9 realms and the borders of the ever-expanding universe, or as the Asgardians call it, Yggdrasil, the World Tree. The thing is that outside of Midgard, the 9 realms don't actually exist in the main universe. They're pocket dimensions, separate from each other, that each faction lives in, connected only from the border of the universe. Imagine the universe as a bubble. Earth, or Midgard, exists in this bubble. The rest of the 9 realms only exist in little, tiny pocket dimensions. The inhabitants of the 9 realms have fought wars for thousands of years, but because of the limited possibility of travel between realms, they only sent a few of their champions each to the other realms using rituals to access a fragment of the Bifrost. It was limited until Odin created the machine using the Space Stone to channel the full power of the Bifrost. For the first time, a realm could send out an entire army, their full might, to fight their enemies, and it won Odin the title of King of the 9 realms. Thor destroying it will have far-reaching consequences in the entire 9 realms. They will not be under Odin's oversight, meaning rebellions are going to start appearing everywhere. Let's just say that Odin is going to be busy for the near future. My companions and I walked the length of the Rainbow Bridge. I spent that time admiring Asgard. It really was a beautiful place, filled with magic. The average Asgardian was happy with his lot in life, there was little to no poverty. It was the closest thing there was to a utopia. It's a shame that it's built on lies and bloodshed. That the gold that fill Asgard's halls is nothing but the prizes of Odin's theft during his conquest. But then, suddenly, the moment he was declared the king of the 9 realms, his personality shifted from a warmonger to a peace-loving man. It was a relief for the rest of the 9 realms, but they did not forget the king's previous brutality. We arrived to the edge of the bridge, to see a gold-armored man with orange eyes. I nodded at him, Heimdall. He bowed to me, Morrigan, it's good to see you in person. I smirked at him, the man never could scry me without me letting him first. I have spent centuries perfecting my protections against divination and seers. The man's reach might be very impressive, being able to see Yggdrasil through his eyes, to see everything that the Bifrost could reach. But not me. It must have been hard on his pride sometimes. I have no doubt that Odin has asked him to keep an eye on me every now and then. The men greeted the Crown Prince, Prince Thor. I see that you were successful in your endeavors. He motioned towards the bound Loki and the Tesseract. Thor bellowed a laugh. My friend, it's good to be back. It was a glorious battle with newfound allies. It has been a while since I have been pushed this far. Nevertheless, I stood victorious. I snorted, that's good and all, but you're still using your hammer as a crutch. You'll never be able to truly unlock your potential and be able to reach the hammer's true power while you keep relying on it to even channel a shard of your powers. He glared at me and pouted, Mjolnir is enough for me. I shook my head, and looked at Heimdall, is he always this stubborn? The All-Seer snorted, that he is. Believe it or not, he used to be much worse when he was younger. I snorted, but changed the subject, did you see what happened in New York? Yes, your intervention saved many lives from Loki's foolishness. I nod absent-mindedly, perhaps it did, perhaps it didn't. We walked towards the throne room. Odin was waiting for us. I could immediately recognize the gold armor and Gungnir, his golden spear. On his right, a beautiful woman was sitting regally. This was Frigga, Odin's wife and queen of Asgard. The woman's eyes immediately softened, and her shoulders sagged in relief when she saw her 2 sons coming back unharmed. Thor knelt in front of his father, Father, I have fulfilled my mission. Loki has been returned to Asgard, and the Tesseract is back in Asgard's hands. Odin nodded, well done, Thor. Heimdall, escort Loki to the dungeons. We'll speak of his punishment later. Frigga, Thor, go with them. Morrigan and I have much to discuss. They bowed and left for the dungeons. I spread my senses trying to determine if we're alone. After confirming it, I cast a very powerful anti-scrying ward, preventing anyone outside the two of us from ever seeing this conversation. I nod at him. I have warded the area. We're clear. The man's shoulders visibly sag. I was told that you wanted to speak to me. I nodded. We have a problem, a big problem. But before that, why did you send Thor to Midgard? Why allow Loki to send the destroyer there as well? We had an agreement, Odin. You don't interfere in Midgard without my permission, and I don't interfere in the affairs of the other realms without yours. You've respected the agreement for thousands of years, ever since I defeated Hela. Why did you break it this time? He answered in a tone filled with regret. It wasn't my decision. They needed Thor out of the way, for him to not become king. He presents a threat, especially how dangerous the last one was. He's already messed with their plans now. Sending Thor to Midgard was always going to happen, but I was able to alter it slightly for him to grow properly, to start understanding the qualities of being a king, to become worthy of his title. I grunted. So, they took advantage of my absence. Since it happened in one of the 9 realms, they were able to witness it. They used it to bring forward their plans, to get another cycle running when the last Thor messed with this one. Odin nodded. I had no choice in the matter. Alright, this I could understand. With that out of the way, we have a problem, a big problem. He looked intrigued. What is it? Did you feel something happen around 6 years ago? The abnormality, what was that? I snorted. A cosmic entity decided to interfere and broke the laws of time. The entire universe is on lockdown. He was able to create a sentient projection here, an avatar that could channel a fragment of his power. He seeks to destroy the multiverse, Odin. I have tried fighting him, and the best I could manage was a draw, one that I tricked him into. We probably rearranged the surface of Niflheim a few times. He's immensely powerful. The men paled at the news. How could he destroy the multiverse? And which cosmic entity is it? He's called Entropy, and he seeks the stones to break down the walls of this reality before spreading his essence through the entire multiverse, reducing every universe into nothing more than scattering atoms in the freezing cold. And yet you brought the space stone here. I shook my head. If you want me to take it back, I will find another place to hide it. But I thought that you would like to use it to rebuild the Bifrost. But I cannot defeat him alone. I'm not powerful enough, neither are you. We need to fight this together. Odin shook his head. As much as I want to, I can't. I'm still bound. I cannot act outside their plans. I know how dangerous this is likely to become, but the best I could do is send Thor to Midgard to aid you. I snorted. Thor won't be enough. Even with the entire might of Asgard it might not be enough. He will use the Mad Titan to get the stones. He will let him snap half the living beings in the universe out of existence, trillions of lives, killed, and when the barrier between worlds is destabilized and at its weakest. He will spread his essence, allowing it to infect the entire multiverse. Thor can probably fight Thanos, maybe not even that. He's barely scratched the surface of his potential, and no matter how I see it, I can't see him contributing to the fight against Entropy. Only select individuals, like you and myself, can really stand a chance. The good news for you is that this presents an opportunity for you, and for Asgard. What is it that you speak of? When the universe was locked down, it had many implications. The most important one is that time travel to both the past and the future has become impossible. I'm not talking about physical time travel but also future sight and prophecies. Odin stiffened in realization. This means that they are restricted as well, they will not be able to plan properly. This is a chance we'll never get again. I nodded. This is why, I want to add something to the deal. Midgard is still off limits until Entropy is defeated. After that it'll be under your supervision. I will also help you free yourself and Asgard from their hands, and in exchange for all of this, I'm expecting your personal help and the help of all of Asgard in the coming crisis. You mean that? Yes, if you agree with this, I'll help you get rid of those who sit above in shadows permanently. For the first time, you'll be free, Asgard will be free. Chapter 196, Shadows. March 9, 2012, Asgard. Jasmine Sayer POV. Odin stiffened in realization. This means that they are restricted as well, they will not be able to plan properly. This is a chance we'll never get again. I nodded. This is why, I want to add something to the deal. Midgard is still off limits until Entropy is defeated. After that it'll be under your supervision. I will also help you free yourself and Asgard from their hands, and in exchange for all of this, I'm expecting your personal help and the help of all of Asgard in the coming crisis. You mean that? Yes, if you agree with this, I'll help you get rid of those who sit above in shadows permanently. For the first time, you'll be free, Asgard will be free. The man was gaping at me, disbelief on his face mixed with a hint of hope. He probably never thought that he'd ever be free of his burden, of his minders, of his slavers. He looked at me, his eyes wide. Is it possible? Can you truly break the cycle? I snorted, of course not. The cycle itself is a price paid, a natural aspect of reality, a gear that allows the universe to turn. But the way that it's been cannibalized isn't. He had a thunderous look on his face. Explain. I nodded. It's quite simple really. The cycle itself existed ever since the first Asgardian king, in the first cycle. I believe it was your grandfather, Buri. He created the foundations of what Asgard became later while his son Bor and his grandson Odin ruled. But he wasn't satisfied with it. He wanted his civilization to survive the test of time, so that its might, its glory, be known everywhere, throughout the entire universe, until time itself runs out. And so, he went on a foolish quest to find a shard of eternity, to bargain. He was able to find the shard, and eternity granted him audience. He agreed to fulfill his wish, but only for a price. Asgard will never die, but it will be reborn in a realm, outside the universe, and yet connected. Asgard will be destroyed, yes, but it will never die. It's a rule of the universe, that everything that is created in this universe will inevitably be destroyed as well. So, in order to circumvent this, he wouldn't stop Asgard's destruction, but allow it to be reborn, along with the other realms, the souls remaining separate reincarnating in every cycle. Death and rebirth over and over again. The energy of the destruction of Asgard, of the 9 realms is then used by the universe to keep expanding, to grow, and propagate even further. It's supposed to be a natural cycle, with no one aware of it, ever, until the end of time itself. That was the bargain your grandfather made, and it has been paid fully. Buri then used the power of the Bifrost to lock away the access to eternity, deeming the access to the cosmic entity to be too dangerous. Odin looked flabbergasted at this, but who are they? Who are my slavers? They do not come from this universe. They integrated themselves in a small realm, hidden from everyone's view, and absorbed the energy at the end of every cycle, Ragnarok. It's a horrible thing. They try to do their best to accelerate it, to attain more energy, manipulating you, like a farmer does its cattle, growing more powerful with every iteration, with every time Asgard is destroyed. They're versions of Asgardians from another universe that traveled here to escape their Ragnarok, choosing to cannibalize it, then die and reincarnating once more. Odin looked pensive for a moment before asking me, then why do I remember? Why me? I shrug. You're the most powerful man in Asgard. The only one who could possibly oppose them. When you performed your ritual, when you gained the knowledge of runes and the workings of the universe by sacrificing your eye, you could start perceiving them. You didn't sacrifice enough to do it, but it was a close thing. You remembered your past lives, your past deaths. They usually suppress them, but they're weakened, very weakened, in fact. He perked up at that. How? It's a bit of a complicated story. When I say that this is the best time to free you of them, I wasn't kidding. They have lost most of their raw power, and now the only trump card they had, which is their seer. The path to the future has been blocked, and now, they are blind. They couldn't even stop you from remembering your past lives. And that's all because of your blockhead of a son. Thor, he exclaimed, surprised. I chuckled, yes, but not this one. The previous one. I was barely more than 1,000 years old when he crashed to Midgard, having sacrificed both his eyes for knowledge. You had died, by then, at Fenrir's hand, and he was alone, fighting battles left and right, so he decided to go the same path you did. But, he sacrificed both his eyes and hung himself. He went further than you and saw everything, the past, and the future. He told me about them, your slavers, he told me about the origin of the cycle, that he planned on destroying them, but that wouldn't be enough, but that it would weaken them. I promised him that I would help his future counterpart in freeing Asgard from its prison, and free you. He had planned on finding them, and temporarily blocking their connection to Ragnarok's energy. He planned on sacrificing himself to destroy them. I don't know what happened to him, but from I could gather, his gambit worked. And now, we have a chance to do this. For some reason, Odin actually looked proud. Thor. He could be the greatest king of Asgard there ever was. I nodded. He was. Rune King Thor almost stopped Ragnarok, the last time round. But he found no purpose from doing so. Asgard was in ruins, and almost everyone was dead. Instead, he did his best to make sure that his next iteration would have a better chance. And when this Thor finally understands his place in the universe, truly starts to see the depth of his power, when he is deemed worthy, then his power will return to him. And yet you refuse to have him fight entropy. If it was Rune King Thor, then I would have accepted in a heartbeat. The only issue will be that while Thor will regain his true power, his original power, he will not have his knowledge and skills. He will grow by himself, as a man and as a king. Don't deny it, we both know that imprisoning Hela in Niflheim is weakening you greatly. You will not live past a century. He looked sad for a minute. She's my daughter. I couldn't kill her. I shrugged. It is your prerogative. But please make sure that Thor is ready when you do. I will deal with Hela when she escapes, but Asgard's affairs will be your son's business. Thank you. I snorted. I'm trying to imagine the moment you regained your memories and realized that Hela was your daughter in this iteration. He snorted. I will admit that I didn't take it well. I might have been somewhat distant with her. When I remembered, I chose to stop the bloodshed. She did not take it well, and as you remember, she wasn't exactly stable when you fought her. I will still say that using your own life force to imprison her was a terrible idea. He looked severe at the implied accusation. What I do with my family is not your concern. I shrugged. Fine. Although, speaking of family, I want to speak about your youngest son. The All-Father sat down, defeated. I tried my best. I might have been distant with him, but I was never cruel. I never made him do something he didn't want to, and Frigga adores the boy. Even I have grown quite fond of him. I should have seen the betrayal coming. You have to take into consideration how much of it was his doing and how much of it was due to the Shadow's manipulations. I know for a fact that he wasn't in his right mind when he invaded Midgard. He suddenly jerked towards me. What are you speaking of? Loki is trained against all types of mind magics. Well, during Midgard's invasion, he was holding a scepter that had the Mind Stone in it, although he didn't seem to know what it was. I entered his mind. Briefly, he was under a very complex compulsion. He wasn't fully controlled, but the scepter kept bringing out the worst in him. All his insecurities, his darkness, his pain and suffering, always in the front of his mind. He wasn't in his right mind. In the previous mess, you have to admit that Loki almost killing his brother like that, for the throne was a very simple-minded scheme that you would have seen through in a second after you woke up. It wasn't the work of the god of mischief. You'll need to be careful with him until we deal with your slavers, but don't blame him for everything. In a twisted way he wanted to make you proud, to see that he is worthy of being a king as well. The shadows used that and twisted him into the man that he is now. Odin started thinking about it for a few seconds before nodding. I'll keep him in the dungeons until the shadows are dealt with. He can be very dangerous, especially if his mental faculties are impaired. I don't think Frigga will mind either. I'll make a special cell just for him, so that she could visit him whenever she wants to. I nodded. That seems to be the safest option so far. He then straightened up. So, what can we do about the shadows, so far? When do we attack? Do you agree then, to my deal? He nodded. Yes, I do. Asgard will help you against the cosmic entity and stopping the Mad Titan. In exchange, you will help free Asgard from the Shadow's control and will give up your supervision of Midgard. I have been meaning to ask you, why did you give up Midgard so readily? You knew that I would agree just for the promise of Asgard's freedom. I gave him a complicated look. I'm old enough to know that a longer life isn't always a better one. In the end you just get tired. Tired of the struggle, tired of losing everyone that matters to you, tired of watching everything turn to dust. For the first time in their history, humanity is finally starting to grow up and see their place in the universe. With that comes their independence. So, after spending so much time protecting this little planet from itself, I'm retiring. If they think they can sit on the adult table, then they will. I'm washing my hands of them. And since Midgard is technically under your supervision, then you're the one I'm leaving it to. Do with it what you wish. When I'm done with entropy, I'll probably go to a paradise planet or something, relax for a few centuries at the very least. I have a feeling I'll need it. I can understand the attractiveness of a vacation. I have been thinking of doing the same with Thor. The only thing that stopped me is that I'd be leaving him to the Shadow's mercy, and he isn't ready for that. For now, let's start planning on freeing Asgard. I nodded. First things first, we cannot attack whenever we wish. We do not have access to the realm, and even the Space Stone cannot send us anywhere, if we don't its location. There's only one time when their location is vulnerable and that's during the convergence. The king of Asgard's eyes widened in realization, use the breaches to attack them. And without their seers they wouldn't be able to see it coming. Yes, and we cannot fight them on even ground in their realm. Weakened as they might be with Thor's blow, they're still mighty in their territory. We'll need a weapon, something that would sever their realm from the world tree completely. We could use the Space Stone to power it. It should work properly. We'll also need Nidaveller's help in forging the weapon. And the moment we can locate them, the moment they least expect it, we use the weapon, removing their realm from the universe, locking them away in the void with practically no energy left, where they will starve and weaken until they fade from existence. Odin looked very interested in this. I can see a few flaws, but the convergence isn't due for almost a year now. We'll have time to iron out the details. For now, let's celebrate this occasion with a feast. I stifled a groan. I usually didn't mind celebrations, but Asgardians can get pretty rowdy at times, especially during feasts. I just enter Odin's mind with his permission and lock the conversation we had away, so that the shadows won't be able to access it. I then sigh and prepare myself for the long evening ahead of me. Chapter 197, Feast. March 9, 2012, Asgard. Jasmine Sayer POV. Odin looked very interested in this. I can see a few flaws, but the convergence isn't due for almost a year now. We'll have time to iron out the details. For now, let's celebrate this occasion with a feast. I stifled a groan. I usually didn't mind celebrations, but Asgardians can get pretty rowdy at times, especially during feasts. I just enter Odin's mind with his permission and lock the conversation we had away, so that the shadows won't be able to access it. I then sigh and prepare myself for the long evening ahead of me. I was right, of course. The moment Odin summoned the rest of his family after finishing our talk, I was immediately accosted by Thor, who had apparently brought his friends out to meet me. However, the first person Odin introduced me to was his wife, Lady Morrigan. I believe that you never met my beloved wife, Frigga. I snorted. You two weren't married the last time I came here. I think it was just after Odin was declared the king of the 9 realms. Oh, yes, I remember, your betrothal was announced, but it wasn't confirmed yet. I bowed towards her. The tales do not do your beauty justice, your majesty. And you as well, Lady Morrigan. I smirked, and then I was immediately accosted by the god of thunder, who was pushing his very uncomfortable friend towards me. Honestly, I would be annoyed, but he seemed very excited, if a little weary, to introduce us, probably wanting to boast a little about our fight together. Lady Morrigan, may I introduce the Lady Sif, Volstagg, Fandral, and Hogan. I nodded at them. It's a pleasure to meet you. Of course, the blonde one, Fandral, I think, immediately gave me a flirtatious smile. Oh, my lady. Before he could do anything, I sneakily conjured a black knife that I discreetly pointed between his legs. I gave him a very malicious smile, one that shut him up immediately. Be very careful with your next words, young man. He looked confused for a second, but then I looked towards the knife in my hand, and he followed my gaze. The man immediately stiffened and let out a girlish screech the moment his brain processed what he was seeing. He jumped back and slowly backed away from me. Thor and his other friends laughed at his expense. Sif, on the other hand, seemed to glare at me, for some reason. I swear if I'm going to get pulled into some weird Asgardian love triangle thing, then I'm going to get very angry very quickly. Thor then clapped his hand. With the introductions done with, we have much to celebrate. We have defeated Loki and his schemes, battled thousands of enemies alone, and emerged triumphant. And who could say that they fought alongside the Morrigan, the angel of death herself? Damn, feasts really weren't my thing. I'll probably leave an illusion or something halfway through and walk around the place. It barely took half an hour for the feast to be in place. I was dressed in a green dress that I haven't worn in a few centuries. It's just been sitting in my pocket dimension, gathering dust. I have to say, even if I personally don't enjoy it, the Asgardians know how to throw a party. I sat down and did nothing but listen to story after story about victorious Asgardian battles, and Thor bragging about his hammer, not seeing his father's look of disapproval at his overuse of the weapon. Then finally, as I expected, they asked me for a story of my own, and while I pondered for a time, I decided to go ahead and tell them something. My tales are often not happy ones. And the enemies that I fight rarely do live to tell the tale. There's a reason there's barely whispers and legends of my actions, of my feats. But if you insist, let me tell you the tale of my origin. I will tell you of the day the girl died, and the woman was born. I will tell you about the fall of a great kingdom called Atlantis. Silence reigned in Asgard's halls, everyone listening raptly to my tale. It was so long ago. Your king hadn't even been born then, and I lived on an island, on Midgard. To tell you the truth, Asgard reminds me of that place, the gold, the majesty of it, the peace. It was a kingdom of magic, just like this place. Everyone there was as long-lived as an Asgardian, if not even more so. I was very young then, adopted by the king, just like Odin adopted Loki. I had dedicated myself to the magical arts, and for 1,000 years, I perfected my understanding of the arcane and of the workings of reality itself. I was declared a prodigy, hailed as the next queen, who would have succeeded my father after he passed. Unfortunately, it wasn't to be. I heard groans and whispers at my story. There was a family of nobles, ones who weren't happy with the way things were. They wanted to overthrow the king, and since my position as next in line to rule the kingdom was almost guaranteed, they decided to start a coup, to take over the rule of Atlantis to themselves. But they didn't have the power to do so. My father was mighty, and my powers were growing every day. They hid in secret and assassinated my father from the shadows, but even then, they knew that the rest of Atlantis would immediately know their role in this and would rebel. They loved my father, you see. To secure their rule, they needed to be invincible, undefeatable, they needed to be feared. So, they decided to summon something far more powerful than they imagined. They summoned death itself. A few women gasped in shock at the revelation, and I continued, yes, you heard it correctly, they summoned the avatar of afterlife, the end of all things, death. And it came, this primal power in a shell that could barely contain it. A fragment of something incomprehensible, that no one should see or understand. It was too much, it killed them immediately, but not without dooming Atlantis in the process. And here I was, my father's body was barely cold, where I promised him that I would protect his life's work, protect our people, and I looked at the eldritch monstrosity before me, and I said no more, not today. The might of Atlantis will not fall. Because Atlantis was not a place, it was the people. And so, I ran towards the entity, trying to ignore the corpses in front of me, doing my best to stop death from destroying the island and killing everyone. Everyone was enraptured with the tale, even Odin looked completely focused on the story, and when I arrived, I was a lone girl, fighting something so far above my league that we weren't even playing the same sport. I saw the monster grab its scythe and try to slam it into the ground, and I knew that if it had succeeded, Atlantis would be completely destroyed. I used everything I had and transported the two of us to a pocket dimension under my control. When it realized that I had trapped it, it attacked me. And we fought, throwing energy beams, black lightning, the shadows themselves were our weapons, space and time were barely more than weapons to use at our disposal. Had we fought on Midgard, we would have needed to redraw maps afterwards. Until finally, I was able to trick it, and bind it for a moment, where I then sent my most powerful attack towards it. Yet it wasn't enough, it wasn't even close. Death then sent its most powerful attack and I tried to stop it with my most powerful shield. I was able to stop it for almost a minute, until it broke, and I died as well. And yet, I was immediately reborn, because the entire pocket dimension was a trap, one linked to my life, to my soul. It was a time loop. In killing me, death became my prisoner. Because, while I had no chance at winning, I could lose, again and again, for an eternity. And so, with no winner in sight, we bargained. And I was able to secure my people's lives, to save the remnants of our civilization, in exchange for freeing it. On that day, I defeated death, on that day, I looked to the end, and said, not today. On that day, I won, because Atlantis is not a place, it was the people, and my people were safe. Everyone looked flabbergasted at my tale, and then the applause began. It was Thor that started it, and finally, every single Asgardian, Odin included, looked at me with respect and awe on their faces. The king of Asgard gave me a nod, a fine tale indeed, Lady Morrigan. I nodded and decided to take my leave. Telling my story, in front of all these people, was liberating in a way that I didn't feel before. I walked the halls of Asgard and towards the balcony. I watched as the water moved and fell of the edge of this flat world. It was a beautiful view. I stood there for minutes, maybe even an hour, admiring the view, in peace. I heard a cough behind me, and I turned. It was Sif. Oh God, I wasn't ready for Asgardian drama. She looked at me, with a little more respect than she showed me previously. It was a beautiful story. Did that really happen? I chuckled, every story ever told really happened. Stories are where memories go when they are forgotten. But in this case, yes, that happened. It was a lot more complicated than that, and not quite as heroic, but, on that day, I defeated death itself. The woman nodded and stayed silent. It barely took a couple of minutes before she broke and asked impatiently, what are your intentions towards Thor? I stifled a groan, because this wasn't fucking high school. Sometimes, I wonder if people immediately revert back to being a teenager when they deal with the matters of the heart. It would explain a lot, the impulsiveness, the questionable decisions. And here she was, a 1,000-year-old goddess, asking about my intentions towards her crush. I was too tired for this. I wanted to go home, to Celine, to Wanda. I took a deep breath, the poor girl didn't deserve that I snap at her. Instead, I just decided to mess with her a little. Thor, quite the nice young man. A bit brash, but that will go away with experience. Good fighter though, although he relies too much on his hammer. I could visibly see her eye twitch. Yes, that Thor. What are your intentions with him? I chuckled, that depends, what intentions are you talking about, here? She looked so annoyed and petulant, that I felt like I was dealing with one of the kids I was teaching, I mean romantically. Do you intend to court him? Well, the girl snapped. Now, I feel bad. Fine, I'm not messing with her anymore, Thor is a very nice young man. Unfortunately, my wife would probably disapprove of me courting him. So, I'm going to pass on this one. The girl looked shocked for a minute, and looked at me with wide eyes, wife. I nodded, oh, yes. We've been together for thousands of years. Is it that irregular here? Because I'm pretty sure that it was a normal practice between Valkyries back when they were still alive. The girl looked lost, and I patted her on the arm. Why are you so insistent in pursuing Thor? I have barely spoken to him since I came here, and yet the first thing you did when you saw me, was declare me as a threat in your mind. The girl looked away, and I groaned inwardly, damn, looks like I'm getting involved in Asgardian drama, after all. Chapter 198, Asgardians. March 9, 2012, Asgard. Jasmine Sayer POV. The girl looked shocked for a minute, and looked at me with wide eyes, wife. I nodded, oh, yes. We've been together for thousands of years. Is it that irregular here? Because I'm pretty sure that it was a normal practice between Valkyries back when they were still alive. The girl looked lost, and I patted her on the arm. Why are you so insistent in pursuing Thor? I have barely spoken to him since I came here, and yet the first thing you did when you saw me was declare me as a threat in your mind. The girl looked away, and I groaned inwardly, damn, looks like I'm getting involved in Asgardian drama, after all. After a couple of seconds, the girl looked back at me, unashamed. I guess that love can make someone a little stupid. Dear Lord, she's even acting like a teenager. Love. Are you saying that you're in love with Thor? The girl nodded. Yes, of course I am. I snorted, do you even know what love is? The girl gave me a look that was half confused, and half outraged at the fact that I'm questioning her feelings for Thor. Of course I do. I shook my head. No, you don't. What you're feeling right now is passion, affection, attraction perhaps, but nothing more. Love is something built over time, because trust me, when you truly love someone, you'll know it. It will take you by surprise at first, the realization of how deep your feelings are towards someone. It goes through you like the water of a river after a storm, filling you and emptying you at the same time. You feel it throughout your body, in your hands, in your heart, in your stomach, in your skin, in your soul. Do you feel this way about Thor? The angry look on her face disappeared, and was replaced by a thoughtful one. I think so. I shook my head sadly. If you have to think, then you haven't felt it. I remember. After over 5,000 years of life, I remember the exact moment I felt it towards my wife. The comfort, the warmth, it was like time itself had frozen, and I realized how much I loved her. We both had our issues, our differences, but in the end, I loved her. I'm sorry, but I can't see it with you and Thor. She was trying to deny my words. No, I am sure of it. I love Thor. I have loved him since I was a little girl. I gave her another sad smile. Then tell me, what is it that makes you love him so? What is it that he does, what character trait does he have, that makes your heart soar so much that you declare your love for him so readily? He's brave, powerful, strong. He's kind, even if he's sometimes rash. He does his best to protect his people, to show Asgard's might. He believed in me. He didn't laugh when I said that I wanted to be a warrior, a fighter, but he encouraged me and helped me along the way. I shook my head again. Think about your answer for a second. You're not describing a person, you're describing a hero, an idea, a goal. You admire him greatly, and rightly so, but I don't think you see his flaws, his naivety, his disregard for his enemies' lives, his entitlement and arrogance. You see only half the picture, and should he ever show interest in you, you'll be disappointed. Love isn't just a feeling, it's so much more, and to truly love someone, you need to know everything there is to be known about them. Their insecurities, their aspirations, their dreams, their failures, their weaknesses. Everything you could possibly like and dislike. It's why falling in love takes so much time, and perhaps why some people who get married never truly feel it. But what if I do love him? What if I start loving him in the future? You're attracted to him, you admire him, his prowess as a warrior and his kindness alike, but you will never know if he's right for you or not, unless you start living for yourself. As far as I can tell, you're passionate about two things, Thor and the way of the warrior. And that's not even true, both of them are the same passion that you've confused together. You want to be a warrior, and that's good, but there has to be something more, something that you enjoy. Start living, become something more than just a warrior, and Thor will eventually start seeing you as more than just a comrade, but as a woman. Perhaps, you would have moved on from your infatuation, and perhaps, you'll start seeing his flaws more clearly. You never know what the future has in store for us. She looked down. Perhaps, this is the way, but every time I look at him, I see the mortal girl, and it hurts. I shrugged. Jealousy is a natural feeling, and unless you act on it, or obsess over it, you're going to move on. And it's not like the mortal will stay for too long. Thor is infatuated with her because she is different, because she saw what was underneath his mask as the crown prince of Asgard, and still liked him. But in the end, she'll barely live for a century if she's lucky. No matter what happens, unless somehow, she becomes immortal, this relationship will end in tragedy. Any relationship, be it romantic or platonic, with a mortal will end in pain and suffering. Trust me, I live in a world of mortals, and I have lost many friends to the sands of time. After being hurt too many times, Thor will learn that tying himself to a mortal will bring him nothing but heartache, and he will start looking back to Asgard. Sif was calm by the end of my explanation, so, I don't need to worry. She'll be nothing more than a fancy, a page in his story. I nodded. Yes, but that's not what I'm getting at. Stop thinking about Thor, and what would please Thor, start thinking about yourself and what makes you happy. In the end, if Thor starts showing interest in you, then you're welcome to continue, but in the end, don't tie yourself to an impossible ideal, you'll gain nothing but misery. The girl smiled at me, gratefully. Thank you for your advice, Morrigan. You are a very wise woman. I chuckled, bitterly. Wisdom comes at the price of pain and experience. Pray that you never become too wise, for to be so means that you made many mistakes, and experienced much misery. She hesitated for a second before turning away and exiting the balcony, leaving me alone in front of the view. Behind me, I heard another voice. It was a nice thing you did for that young woman. I immediately recognized the voice. It was Frigga, the Queen of Asgard. I chuckled. Perhaps she'll even stop constantly staring at your son so much. I still don't get how your son doesn't see her doing it all the time. Thor can overlook a lot of things. It's why he used to always fall for Loki's tricks. Well, what a way to bring down the mood. I chose to change the subject. The palace looks different than the last time I was here. How so? I shrugged. It's a lot less sinister, less militant, there are a lot more decorations and so on. Was that your doing? She nodded. I didn't want to live in a military encampment anymore. I have seen too much war to appreciate the old decor. And were you also the one that covered the murals in the throne room? She stiffened at that. You mean Hellas murals? I nodded, and she shook her head. No, that was Odin's decision. Odin's conquest had left the 9 realms in disrepair. Everyone wanted to forget, so when he changed his mind suddenly, for no reason, and started offering relatively fair peace treaties, everyone jumped on board. Everyone wanted to forget this period, and in a way, only a few remember. Odin's lifespan, and mine as well, are very long compared to the average Asgardian. The majority of the population was born after Hellas banishment, and those that were alive before that either do not want to remember all the death, or they just forgot. For all our long lives, we tend to forget quite easily. Did you ever meet her? She shook her head. No, I had never left Vanaheim during the entirety of the war. I acted as a healer back then. Hela practically never left the battlefield. Very few survived encounters with her. By the time my betrothal to Odin was announced, the war was almost over, and Hela was already banished by Odin. I believe you had a hand in that. I nodded. She was a good fighter, though a bit of a one-trick pony if I was honest, but she wasn't the most difficult opponent I had to deal with. The Queen of Asgard looked away for a second. The stories they told of her remind me of yours. If I was honest, I expected you to act like her, a bloodthirsty monster who's always eager for a fight. Someone who wishes nothing more than to rule. I often wondered why you chose to stay in the shadows, protecting humanity, and not ruling them. I chuckled. I never liked fighting, or killing for that matter. I'm good at it, but in my heart, I was always an academic, trying to discover the borders of magic, and how to use it properly. Magic has always been my passion, not war or conflict. Although, when you get powerful enough, you get dragged in no matter what you prefer. But ruling a planet, it's so much work for little to no reward. Yes, I could probably take over the planet in a month, but the amount of work needed to actually rule isn't to be underestimated. Conquerors often forget about what comes after they have won. It's too much work for me to do for thousands of years without stopping. I mean, look at Odin, he's always tired, and you would never guess that I'm older than him. In the end, it wasn't worth the hassle and it just wasn't something I saw myself enjoying, let alone keep doing for thousands of years. Sometimes I wish my children shared the sentiment. I burst into laughter. Thor will never be an academic, it's just not his preference to do so. He can be a splendid king, in time. I can see it, Odin can as well. Only time will tell if he'll realize his potential. Loki, on the other hand, was meant to be an academic, to study sorcery to his heart's content, but unfortunately, Asgardians look down on men who use magic, and after living in Asgard for so long, he wants to be acknowledged. It's why he wants to rule so much, even if he won't find joy in it should he ever succeed. Frigga looked sad at this. I tried my best, teaching him my magic, my craft. But it was never enough. I grabbed her hand. You raised your children splendidly, Frigga, never doubt that. But now, they are grown enough to make their own choices, and their own mistakes. Loki might be a product of his environment, of a brilliant mind trying to blend in a world where physical strength is celebrated. He's a lot like Odin, in his youth, the same manipulative mindset he has, the same lust for power. It's funny, in a way, that Loki claims to despise him so, not realizing how similar they both are. Perhaps they are, but a mother will always worry for her children. I shrugged, then spend time with him. No matter the punishment, and believe me, Odin will try to be lenient, especially when Loki was affected by the Mind Stone during his little invasion of Midgard. But do not forget him, even if he wants you to. Visit him every day, even if it's just to talk, give him books, get him talking to you. It's the only way I can see for you not to lose your son to his own darkness. He loves you the most, with Thor being a close second, no matter how much he tries to deny it. Frigga stayed silent for a second before bursting into laughter. It seems that you do not only offer your wisdom to the young. I chuckled. Perhaps I don't. I said as I turned around. I believe it's time for me to leave. I have a family to get back to as well. She nodded and brought out her hand, and the tesseract appeared. I touched the cube for a second, and opened a portal to my mansion in New York, where Celine and I lived. Farewell, Morrigan. Farewell, Frigga. I stepped into the portal and arrived back to Earth. Chapter 199, Thoughts. Jasmine Sayer POV. Immediately, everyone got to their feet, worried. I just raised my hand. Don't worry, he won't do anything. I just couldn't leave him bound like that for where we're going. Thor looked confused. I thought we were going to Asgard. I nodded. Yes, but first, I'll need to check on something, and it's in what I would call a hostile environment. Loki blinked at me, still disorientated, and glared. And where would that be? The malicious grin on my face must have scared him because he paled when he saw it. Even Thor looked nervous, and his eyes widened when I said, "We're going to Niflheim." Wait, what? Before he could finish the sentence, I turned the Asgardian artifact, and teleported myself and the two Asgardians to one of the most dangerous places in the universe. Tony Stark POV. Anthony Stark just watched the mysterious woman teleport away with Thor and Loki using the Tesseract. If he was honest, he did feel a bit peeved at the fact that she just came to his tower unannounced and just took the spoils they got from the invasion. Yes, Tony wasn't under the illusion that things wouldn't have been worse if she and Thor hadn't been there. The number of casualties alone would have been at least 10 times higher. That was if they managed to repel the invasion in the first place. But even knowing all of this, Tony regretted not punching Loki in the face as soon as they captured him. It would have been cathartic. The Tesseract going back to Asgard was a given. It was the obvious choice. They couldn't risk S.H.I.E.L.D. continuing to play with it, and accidentally blowing up the planet. This time it was an alien invasion led by a Norse god. Who knows what would happen next time. Still, the billionaire's eyes were open to how outgunned and outclassed they were, and Tony swore to do his best to get humanity to catch up. While Tony was deep in thought to the consequences of Morrigan's existence, the rest of the Avengers started to scramble around, trying to process the events that just transpired. Banner looked around and asked, "Do you think she was telling the truth about being alive for so long?" Barton didn't seem to agree. "She's obviously a nutjob with more power than sense. We would have known if there was someone this old and this involved in history still kicking about." The Black Widow shook her head. "Not necessarily. Thor did recognize her name and was deathly terrified of her. She ordered the Prince of Asgard around like he was a lapdog. Maybe she lied, but there has to be some grains of truth about her." Tony didn't respond to any of this. He just opened up his laptop and started a worldwide search for all the identities she claimed to have. From Jasmine Sayer to Morgan Evanshade, to fucking Medusa herself. He wouldn't leave a stone unturned. Meanwhile, Barton had brought his hand to his head. "Damn, we knew she was a threat, but we didn't expect this." Tony looked towards the spy. He could provide for context. "It would help narrow down the search. You have spoken with her before." The archer looked hesitant and looked at his partner. The redhead nodded and answered his question. "Yes, we have. Fury got a message from a telepath friend of his that this woman was dangerous. Apparently, she was messing with his students. We never did get anything from her. But when we talked to her, she knew things that she had no way of knowing. We were wearing anti-telepath tech, and yet she could read us perfectly. I don't know if she knew about that stuff beforehand or just bypassed our psychic protections, but she was fucking terrifying. Barton jumped the gun and tried to kill her, but she didn't even look fazed. She disappeared after the Asteroid M fiasco a few years back, and we just assumed that Magneto killed her, or that she just decided to hide. We kept expecting some new supervillain mutant, but nothing happened, so we just assumed that she was dead and closed her file. We knew that she was dangerous, knowledgeable, and very powerful, but we didn't expect anything close to this." Tony answered her sarcastically. "What? You didn't expect for her to be an immortal witch who has influenced the course of human history and was in charge of the biggest media company in the world? Fuck, she wrote children's books. What kind of supervillain writes children's fantasy books?" Roger seemed to shake his head. "I never got that vibe from her." Banner interrupted him. "Am I the only one here who has never met her even once?" "How did you even meet her, Steve?" The super soldier looked uncomfortable. "Her name was Margaret Sayer. She was Dr. Erskine's assistant. Honestly, most of the time, I thought that she was in charge. Apparently, she fixed a lot of stuff with the formula or something. I never understood the science stuff. She was moved to a safe house the moment Hydra killed Erskine, and she disappeared 2 hours later, with her guards being killed. The military was terrified that Hydra got her, and that they would be mass-producing the serum sometime soon. But when nothing happened after a couple of weeks, they probably assumed that she died without revealing the formula to anyone. She was nice, very witty. I was always intimidated by her a little bit, but I only thought that she was very strict. I guess I know better now." Tony shook his head. "You guys have to remember that she helped us with the invasion. We don't know enough about her to make decisions right now. Especially when she seems to have given us free reign over Earth's future." They all looked stupefied, and Tony could see Bruce coming to a realization. This was never a threat, or even a warning. This was a resignation. She faked her death so that the world wouldn't try to find her. Even now, people are celebrating the sacrifice of the Morrigan, an alien god like Thor who came to protect Earth from the alien invaders. Tony gave his new teammates a mirthless laugh. "It's even worse than that. She gave us her prediction towards what will happen because of the exponential rise of the mutant population, the probable conflicts and everything. She even gave us clues on how to solve it. It's like she's giving us her job. We have no idea how large her sphere of influence spread across the world, or even what she did. You guys kept attacking her left, right, and center for no reason. We don't have any data to make proper conclusions. I'm having Jarvis analyze the patterns in her media company to see if there's any political viewpoint that she tries to influence her audience with. I'll have him track her activities in the last decade or so until we get a proper understanding of her ambitions. Bruce nodded, and so did Rogers for that matter. Romanoff, though, looked hesitant. The Security Council isn't going to like having an unknown with this much power and influence without any supervision. Tony burst into laughter. The World Security Council is gone. At least, they will be soon. Someone hacked their conversation with Fury, where they decided to go over him and send a fucking nuke to New York, while the situation was obviously being handled, and the casualties were minimal. SHIELD isn't even supposed to have access to nukes. It was one of the main requests the UN gave, to make sure that it's a peacekeeping organization and not a private military force under the Council's control. Their identities were leaked as well, so I expect them to go to prison very soon with at least 1 million cases of attempted murder. They're going to be thrown to the wolves, and the only reason that SHIELD might survive, and I'm stressing the word might here, is because of us. In a way, we represent them, and to destroy SHIELD, they would technically be offending us as well. I don't particularly care about what happens to Fury's little boy band, but this could have very far-reaching consequences. Barton snorted. Yeah, I get it. No hunting down the witch. Not that I would, no matter how much I want to punch that smug smile off her face. You've seen what she did to the aliens. Even the giant worm things didn't pose a challenge. Don't get me wrong, I can hit a target from practically anywhere, but I'm just as squishy as a regular human being. And it doesn't even matter, because from what I've seen, she's a lot like Thor in terms of physiology, and considering that the guy is bulletproof, even if she didn't see me coming, she probably wouldn't be fazed by anything I got. Tony sighed in relief. No one was going to hunt down the immortal, which was probably called the goddess of death at one point. You don't mess with these kinds of people, especially when they're not hostile, and even more so when you have no idea about their capabilities. Tony still shuddered at that memory of his. He looked around. So, we agree then. Let's leave her alone for the time being. No hunting her, no killing her, no letting people know that she's alive without asking her. Let's just try not to antagonize her until we know for certain that she is an enemy. Everyone nodded except Romanoff. Damn, she really didn't like the Morrigan. Did she have a grudge or something? Everyone looked at the assassin, who just sighed. Fine, but I'm still convinced that trusting her is a bad idea. Tony interjected. We were all strangers a couple of days ago, and now, we're a team that's going to do its best to protect the world. Besides, we're not trusting her, not really. We're just giving her the benefit of the doubt. By the time their little impromptu team meeting was over, they were all exhausted and decided to go to sleep in the guest rooms Tony had installed in the tower. The billionaire, on the other hand, couldn't sleep. His encounter with the immortal witch a few years ago had affected him deeply. He laid off on his drinking and partying then. He tried to make more humanitarian inventions, water filters and the like, to be sold at cost in Africa. He donated to charities all over the world. He did everything he could do, but things didn't start feeling right until he built his armor. He finally started to see the harm his company was causing, the wars he was unknowingly sponsoring, the deaths that he had indirectly caused by trusting Obadiah. Did she know about this? Was this why she confronted him? Tony needed answers. What was the relationship between Morrigan and his parents? She seemed to be closer to his mother, and from her tone, she disliked his father a lot, an opinion that Tony shared as well. The billionaire heard a small beep, telling him that Jarvis had finished his initial search of the Morrigans' identities. He saw multiple paintings, sculptures, even ancient Egyptian carvings, of the black-haired, green-eyed woman. There was an abundance of little illustration. For some reason, sometimes she looked different in a few illustrations. Sometimes, she had red hair, sometimes, black eyes. It wasn't always consistent. She was probably wearing some sort of disguise at the time. Still, this was proof that the woman wasn't lying, that she really was thousands of years old. And Tony needed to talk to her. He needed to know what that woman wanted with his parents, what she wants with his team, what she wants with him, and Tony knew exactly where his best bet to getting her attention was. For now, he was going to make himself some coffee. He had a long night of hacking ahead of him. Chapter 200, Welcome Back. March 9, 2012, New York City. Jasmine Sayer POV. Frigga stayed silent for a second before bursting into laughter. It seems that you do not only offer your wisdom for the young. I chuckled. Perhaps I don't. I turned around. I believe it's time for me to leave. I have a family to get back to as well. She nodded and brought out her hand, and the tesseract appeared. I touched the cube for a second, and opened a portal to my mansion in New York, where Celine and I lived. Farewell, Morrigan. Farewell, Frigga. I stepped into the portal and arrived back to Earth. Before the portal could close, I threw the tesseract to the other side of the portal. I could see Frigga, on the other side, catching it carefully. She gave me a smile, turned and left. She was probably returning the Infinity Stone to Odin's vault or something. They were going to need it to rebuild the Bifrost after all. Seconds after I stepped foot in the mansion, I could feel several people teleporting towards me. I was immediately enveloped by hugs from both Wanda and Rose. Without the distraction of an alien invasion, it seems that their inhibitions were lowered somewhat. I hugged them back and took a look at the both of them. They looked older, more mature, like adults. You grew up so fast. Look at how beautiful you two have become. They blushed slightly and Celine snorted in the background. I broke my hug with my sister and my daughter, walked towards her and kissed her passionately. It wasn't the longest period of time we spent apart. Over the centuries, I sometimes needed to spend a few decades in a place to preserve the timeline, or sometimes at death's request. Celine would go her way and play with her little machinations and politics games that she likes so much. We spent decades apart without any problems. But this was the first time we couldn't see each other at a moment's notice. Normally, if I needed to see Celine urgently, I could just find her in seconds and teleport to her. This time, we were in different universes entirely, while this one was on lockdown, meaning that we had practically no way of contacting each other, let alone seeing each other. The absence of the possibility of seeing each other was what made this different, and very hard for the both of us. I might have pulled some shit out of my ass to find a way to get back to this universe, but it was a very close thing. After a minute or so of passionate kissing, we separated, and I looked at the other people in the room. Jean Grey was there, standing close next to Wanda, and Rose had sat down on the sofa. I followed my sister's lead and sat down as well, and we all just stayed there, in an awkward silence. Celine decided to break it. So, how did things go in Asgard? I shrugged. Well enough. I explained the situation to Odin, and I got Asgard support during the upcoming crisis in exchange for freeing them and letting them have a say in Earth's affairs after the crisis. Rose looked confused. What upcoming crisis? I looked at Celine and she nodded at me. They're old enough to make their own decisions. I kept an eye on them while you were gone. I smiled gratefully. Thank you. I suppose that it's time for you to sit in the big table. You know, with you being famous superheroes or something. Apparently, S.H.I.E.L.D. has an entire file on you. They all blushed in embarrassment, and I continued, well, for you to understand the crisis, you'll need to understand why I disappeared in the first place. A few decades ago, right after World War II, something shifted the fate of the world drastically. It wasn't anything too dangerous, but those with strong awareness to the flows of time could feel it. The Sorcerer Supreme and I are such individuals, so we decided to use the Eye of Agamotto to see what happened. For some reason, in every iteration of every possible future we explored, there was a gap, a blank space, for the events that happened from 2018 to 2023. These were 5 years about the future that couldn't be accessed. It seemed like someone had put a great deal of effort to blind any precognitive from seeing anything that happened during these 5 years. We're not sure how they were able to do this, but there are many theories in using tachyons, but that's theoretical at best. What we were able to see were the results of these 5 years. What we missed, however, is that half of the possible futures had nothing but darkness in them. In the rest, there were a few Pyrrhic victories. Sometimes the planet was just destroyed, but the universe itself survived. We called the events between 2018 and 2023, the crisis. The issue was that something was doing its best to get the maximum number of dark futures as an outcome. To combat this, we have been taking steps to balance back the number of futures that at least has life in them. Not all of them are good ones, but they are far more preferable than complete annihilation. Rose had a thoughtful look on her face. Do you have any idea who's responsible for this mess? We didn't. That was until the day of my disappearance. Previously, an alternate version of Wanda went back in time using the Darkhold trying to save me from the crisis. She ended up destabilizing the whole timeline and got herself erased from existence. It seemed like a clear-cut issue that fixed itself, except that something hitched a ride and got back to this timeline without suffering any consequences. It attacked me during the Asteroid M issue and called itself Entropy, and his goal was the destruction of the entire multiverse. He claimed to be a cosmic entity, something that I confirmed to be true, and we fought. He was a lot more powerful than I was, but I was able to trick him into a stalemate. I froze him in time, and got accidentally launched into a multiversal portal, with this universe locking down because of future Wanda's mess. I was only able to come back after a lot of effort on my part, which brings us to now. Wanda asked, is he still trapped? I shook my head, sadly, no. He was able to escape months ago. But we did end up delaying his plans. Unfortunately, we have no idea what his plans are, and for the next decade or so, until the timeline stabilizes, we cannot use any type of precognition. In fact, time travel to the past or to the future is now impossible until everything is straightened out. Rose gasped, is that what happened? The time turners just stopped working a few years ago. We had no idea why. The unspeakables were completely gobsmacked and they didn't even know why that happened. The magic was sound, and it was working, but it was like time itself had become rigid. I nodded. That's a consequence of someone messing with reality that much. Now, we're flying blind. Before future Wanda's foolish gambit, we were only planning on telling a few people and dealing with it discreetly. It was like a giant game of chess that we were playing with entropy. Unfortunately, now that entropy destroyed our little game of chess, we need a new plan. From now on, we're recruiting people who could have a chance in helping us deal with him. For example, we have Odin who will help us fight him directly, while others like the Avengers would handle his distractions. Jean looked confused. What criteria do we use to pick people? Like I said, there are two main teams. One will handle entropy and will only include very heavy hitters, like myself, Odin, Celine and probably Jean. The rest of you are candidates, and so are many more, but we don't know if any of you could handle a fight like the one that's coming. The second team will deal with Thanos. He's a very dangerous alien warlord, one of, if not the most feared men in the galaxy. He seeks artifacts called the Infinity Stones, which are objects of immense power. He wants to use them to kill half of all life in the universe, so that the other half flourishes properly. That makes no sense. Rose protested. I shrugged. It does in a very complicated way. It's all because of the mess with Asgard to begin with. The 9 realms exist outside the known universe, but are still connected to it. Every few thousand years, an event occurs that causes the destruction of the 9 realms. They call it Ragnarok. The energy released from the destruction is funneled to the boundaries of the universe itself, allowing it to grow even further. With a bigger universe, we get more species, but that doesn't mean that there is more life. The number of souls funneled to the universe is regulated with that energy as well. A bigger universe just means that it's better spread out. The problem is that the universe is expected to be a certain size, yet it's not. Which means that the new souls are sent to the already existing planets, which are slowly starting to get overpopulated, leading to war, famine, and death. Thanos was able to see this and thinks that killing half of the people in the universe will solve this problem, or at least delay it. Don't get me wrong, the guy is horrible, a cruel madman who conquers any planet that takes his fancy, but he genuinely believes that he's saving the universe like this. If he gets the Infinity Stones and uses them, the boundaries of the universe fade for a fraction of a second. Entropy wants to use that moment to spread his essence across the multiverse, making sure that every single universe suffers from heat death forever. The 3 girls looked flabbergasted at this, and Wanda asked me weakly, is this all because of me? I walked towards her and gave her a hug. Of course not, sweetie, this was going to happen regardless, and even if future Wanda was responsible, she's just a possibility of what you might become, not a certainty. It's proved by the fact that she erased herself. If you were always going to become her, she would have survived, after all. Now, it's your responsibility to not follow her footsteps, to become better than she ever was. The girl nodded, eyes watering slightly. Jean smiled at the scene, but Rose looked at me sympathetically. Is this what it's like, being you? Facing impossible odds and trying to solve one disaster after another for thousands of years. I chuckled, yes. It's intimidating, isn't it? It's why I'm retiring after the entropy mess. I'm tired after all this time. It's also why I decided to not have a single successor but several, each one taking responsibility over a part of my directive. I'm having you, Rose, watch over the wizarding world. Wanda will deal with dimensional threats that go past the order of sorcerers. I'm having Nicholas Flamel make sure that none of the immortals step too much out of line. The Avengers, on the other hand, will deal with technology-based threats, and the aliens who manage to come to Earth somehow. Not that it would be easy, now that I made sure that the planet was back under Odin's protection, meaning that attacking Earth would be like declaring a war on Asgard. I have made sure that whatever happens, if we defeat entropy, we'll have a future. Rose gasped for a second. This was your plan, wasn't it? You've always wanted this. It's why you disappeared from the wizarding world and faked your death. You want to disappear. It's time for the world to lose its babysitter, Rose. It's time for you to become self-sufficient. You don't need me anymore. You're starting to catch up to the rest of the universe. You're ready. Before she could respond, Celine's phone bleeped and she read a message. Morrigan, someone is trying to hack our company servers. I groaned inwardly. Will this day ever end?